Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Sports station driven by 3 The Fan. KRLD-FM. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Purdy takes the snap. Another toss play to McCaffrey. Gets to the edge on the left side. Blackburn moves. Jenkins to the 5. Step on his feet. Into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ with the entire squad back together again. We got Peyton and Aiden running things as always live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and the return of Bobby Roberto Belt.
Yeah, it took a lot out of me just crushing it at Tarleton on Saturday, picking up everything that Chop had left behind, and it wore me out. I got exhausted, got run down.
All those breadcrumbs, baby.
Broadus was calling me nonstop yesterday. I'm sitting there trying to chill with the family, and then I was like, family time right now, and he texts, he goes, did Bobby get sick at that Tarleton game? And I'm like, what are you worried about, like using the same microphone because Broadus is going to be broadcasting from there? I said, Bobby got sick because he eats Doritos and Coke for breakfast every single day.
No, this was like a respiratory thing. This wasn't even like a throw up thing. This is like feeling like body aches and flu-y and just gross. I actually think I got it from a buddy of mine, but I do have a problem with Broadus this morning.
What's his name?
Steve. I do have a
fake name.
I do have a problem.
Steve anymore.
I do have a problem with Broadus though because he has flipped this mic upside down because this is the one that he sits at, and I really hate the way he's left the microphone now. So, but I don't have time to mess with it until next break. So,
what was your level of FOMO not being in Arlington or yesterday's show and rank the FOMO?
The first 20 minutes of the game, there was no FOMO. There was, this team looks as sick as I am. And then after that, it definitely ratcheted up. And I was very sad I was missing it when listening back to the snacks this morning. I was very sad I was missing yesterday's show. And I told Choppy when he came in, I said, you were lucky I was not here yesterday to set you right on all this CD slander.
After you bashed him last week?
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's like your kid. I can talk bad about my kid. You can't talk bad about my kid. So, no, it was an incredible victory. I will say that was the one thing I heard listening back yesterday. Chop, initially you said Sarah wanted nothing to do with you, right?
Initially, yes.
And then you guys got married.
We did.
When you got married.
Still married.
When you got married, did you say, not sure how to feel about this relationship? It didn't start out great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got married, but it didn't start. I don't care that you lost the first quarter. There's nothing. There's no confusion about how to feel about that game on Sunday. It's unequivocally great news. You beat them, and if anybody needs to feel bad there, it's the Eagles for feeling like we may be a little fraudulent, but 100% unequivocally in the last 2 weeks, Dallas is showing you that is a better football team than the one that went into the bye week.
PP in the morning at 6:40. Post-Hut Clarity as Bobby watches the film, I guess for the first time. Ask Reddit at 7:40. A little KC preview at 8, and Jerry Jones live at 8:30.
And the great thing about Post-Hut Clarity this week is I can just tell you that all of the things that I saw on tape were exactly what I felt after the game.
Yeah.
And so I don't have to be wrong about anything this week.
That's right. 20-9 last night. San Francisco in an interception fest over Carolina.
And this is I think this was a tell-all game a little bit. I mean, we knew that Carolina wasn't like going to be a threat, right? They were going to kind of compete for a wild card. You know, they were there with the Lions and a game back of the Niners. They obviously can make some noise in the NFC South depending on the Baker injury. You know, they obviously could play there. But this is a tell-all game from San Francisco. Like they're a team that, with their injuries, they can get by. You know, they're a good enough team and they're well enough coached to get by. They're not a title contender. You know, they can't win the Super Bowl this year, I don't think. They might miss the playoffs. Would not surprise me. They're in it right now as the 7, but it wouldn't surprise me if they lost and Detroit caught them or the Cowboys were able to catch. You know, it wouldn't surprise me.
Purdy throws 3 interceptions, and they still win. There was a point in this game, they flashed the graphic, on throws that are 15 yards down the field or longer, Purdy 1 touchdown and 6 interceptions on the season, with 3 last night when trying to go 15-plus downfield.
Yeah, not a great look from Brock Purdy so far since he's been back. But, I mean, the 49ers in general don't look good. And we're not going this far yet, but I'm just saying if Dallas was in playoff contention, which maybe they get there, but if they were in playoff contention, this is a San Francisco team that I'm like, bring them on all day. This year, I'll take it. There's nothing that concerns me about the mental psyche or anything else against this football team. That is not your typical San Francisco 49ers football team, and one that, like Chop said, I don't think that's a team that's contending.
They also win with McCaffrey at 3.7 a carry, but they shut down. It's so weird what titles do for perception. Like, now looking at Robert Saleh on the sideline, I'm like, damn, what a great coach. What a great defensive coordinator. Meanwhile, I felt like he was emasculated, owned a boob in New York, and now he's like this highly respected DC getting this young unit right.
Every time I see him, though, all I think is that drop Peyton always plays. We're going to give him 11 little kisses. Every time I see it, and I'm just like, I can't take him seriously. Like I agree. I see him, and I'm like, what a hard ass.
11 kisses.
Yeah, right there. That dude's such a great coach. And then I think of 11 little kisses, and I'm like, no, never mind.
The buzzer and the ding didn't transfer over, but 11 kisses made it.
Buzzer and ding those are instant replay. Those are drops he has to physically play. That's why those are different.
Bryce Young with 2 interceptions. Guess the QBR. Don't look.
31.
Way too high.
14.
13.5. 13.5. Our boy Rico was held to 6 for 38 and cost me my fantasy matchup against RJ Choppy.
I won? God. I haven't looked in a couple of weeks.
And I had Jahmyr Gibbs score 50 points.
I lost to Jahmyr this week, too, on my other league.
I thought you played him, and
I did.
What's wrong with your right eye?
I got some serious allergies.
You got to start washing your right hand.
No, it's not that. I didn't believe that's
a righty.
No, the poop.
Yeah, no, because it was the left. Last week it was the left eye, right? Last week it was the left eye, and this week I think Sarah thinks I have a clogged tear duct.
A clogged tear duct.
Man,
right.
A clogged tear duct. I think
usually it's the worst.
Yeah, that looks like allergies to me.
Yeah, it's the worst because my kids had. Did your kids have this when they were born?
No.
Mine did. They had to put them in a straitjacket and shove a wire down their tear duct. You could see it come out the nose.
Both of them?
Yeah. Both of them had it.
What kind of genetics are those? Dear Lord.
I don't know.
Messy.
Which side do you sleep on?
Stomach.
That to me looks like, whenever I've had one eye like that, that makes me wonder if you've got like pudge dander somewhere and you've just got like dog hair that gets in your eye.
I have allergy drops. I haven't put them in yet, but I took 2 allergy pills this morning.
Dallas Mavericks.
I'll be asleep by 9 o'clock.
Dallas Mavericks had a chance. Nope.
Bam! Stole the inbounds! The captain stole the inbounds! Game is tied, 44 seconds left. Hero to the paint. Got it! Tyler Hero is remarkable.
106-102. The Mavericks fall to 5-14. The only thing saving about $300 from my wallet is the Cowboys being held to 8 wins on the season. Otherwise, it'll be about $600 out of my wallet to Bobby Belt because the Mavericks suck. We know that. Miami is 12-6. I thought I heard they had the highest scoring offense in the league last night. PJ Washington with 20. This team's best player is PJ Washington. No offense, but when you're left with that, you're screwed. You're done.
Man, up to number 6. The number 6 pick right now, as of today.
Oh, just like the Wings. Oh, maybe we'll get the first pick again, like the Dallas Wings.
Yeah, there you go. The stain. I do believe we are the only win on the Washington Wizards schedule this year.
Yes, sir.
One?
Well, they're 1-15. They've lost 14 straight. I believe we're the only.
And I believe we were trailing in the fourth quarter against the Wizards in another game.
Time. Yeah, I almost had 2 losses to the Wiz, but this is fine. Cooper Flagg's already played more games as a Maverick than Anthony Davis.
I saw that.
This is fine. This is okay.
That was insane.
This is all part of the plan. It's now a 10-year window again. Okay? Went from a 10-year window to a 3-year window. We're back to a 10-year window. Coop
did have a career-high 29 the other night against the Pelicans. What is not okay is the report from Tim Bontemps, ESPN. I respect his basketball insight, and he said that teams are not lining up to trade for Anthony Davis. Quote, I shouldn't say it's not going to happen, and here's the actual audio.
The idea of trading Anthony Davis has everyone trained to think, well, they're going to get 3 firsts and 2 swaps, and they're going to get 2 good young players, and they're going to get all this stuff. It's not going to I shouldn't say it's not going to happen, because we keep saying the Luka trade happened, so sure, like it's like the corollary, you always have to add to everything now that something crazy could happen, but you talk to people in the league, there's not a lot of teams that are lining up to take on a 35-year-old Anthony Davis making $63 million. And you have to assume he's going to opt into that deal.
That's the other part of it. He's got to, like, not only are you trading for an injured dude who's old that is making a lot of money, but it's also like, oh, yeah, you've got to find somewhere where he wants to go because he still has to opt into the deal. It's such every day that deal gets worse.
54, 58, 63 per year.
I just want
Anthony Davis is going to get $62.8 million for a season.
I want someone to do a long form GQ magazine, whatever, long form piece with Nico, and just ask him if he thinks if he would do the deal again.
Oh, he would 100% say yes.
I just want to ask him if he would do the deal again, and
we're gonna have to wait like 5 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
Because that's the only thing these fools have to hang on to defend him. His full team hasn't been out there.
Right.
So when the next time Jason Kidd bitches about $100 million on the bench, you're responsible for 50 of it. You agreed. You signed off. You were okay with it. So you put $50 million on the bench by agreeing to trade for damaged goods.
Yep.
So you were part of it. I don't want to hear that. And all these basketball guys exposed themselves last week until the Diggler had to come out on Amazon and say, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, the go-to has been, we haven't seen the whole thing yet. They love talking about 3 quarters against the Rockets. Boy, for 3 quarters against the Rockets, you saw the vision. And it's like, guys, come on. We got to.
We saw the vision like RJ's eyes this morning.
Yeah. Just the right eye. Just the left eye's fine. Last week, opposite.
Apparently there was a Ja Morant drive-by last night, which is not surprising for him. And
Actual
this interview. Allow my radio tease to pay off here, Chop, in 10 seconds. They were going at it the other night. Of course, the Grizzlies and the Warriors hated each other for years. Draymond Green, I think he threw a Grizzly into his Kia commercial. And Ja Morant is trash-talking on the bench in street clothes, trash-talking Klay Thompson, calling him a bum, you're no longer any good, and Klay buried him after.
And then with Ja, he's a funny guy. He has a lot to say.
Funny guy.
All the time, especially for a guy who rarely takes accountability. But you know what? That's for another day.
What did Ja have to say on this occasion?
Nothing of intelligent depth. It was really just his just running his mouth, and he's been running his mouth for a long time. And it's funny to run your mouth when you're on the bench. It's kind of the story of his career so far, just leaving us wanting more. You know, we all want to see him out there and do his best, but he's just been letting a lot of other stuff get in the way of that. And we need that in the NBA. We need our best players to be out there. And when you're a star, it comes with a great responsibility. And I hate to see that go to waste.
It's the best shot Clay's taken all year. It's the best shot he's taken all year. This is fantastic. He could have gone the low-hanging fruit. Like I have rings. You're coming to me with. See, he didn't take. He didn't. He would have been in his right to do that.
Yeah.
This hurts more.
Yeah.
This cuts deeper. It's like it's the dad calling his son a disappointment.
Disappointment.
You're just a disappointment. Like, why do you even have the same last name as me? Like, that's what this was. This was, I mean, letting the outside stuff get in the way, calling out a lack of intelligence.
Yeah.
A lack of intellectual depth.
It took him a little bit to build up. Early on, I'm like, all right, what are you saying? Other than just, he's just running his mouth. Doesn't take a lot of accountability. I'm like, all right, Dad, this one doesn't hurt. And then he cut him. It got there eventually.
And then that loser in the Memphis post-game show decides to crash the post-game interview.
I'm a competitor, man. Yeah, come on now. Let's go, baby. I'm a competitor, so I just want to win.
Here's the best shooter. It's not in Golden State.
It's not the bro from Golden State, which, by the way, that hurts, too. It's like, hey, he's not in Golden State anymore.
Did you guys? I mean, you guys.
What hurts?
He said, so he was talking to Cam Spencer about Klay.
Yeah.
Tell him who the best shooter is. It's not the bro from Golden State, meaning Klay.
Yeah.
Klay doesn't play for Golden State. But that hurts, too.
No,
but what hurts?
Because he plays for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
So he's completely ignoring that he doesn't play for Golden State anymore. They're still calling him a Warrior.
So the one that hurt was the one that got him all worked up, but you could read Ja's lips. And he goes, "You a bum now." You a bummed. And that's what Clay got his feelings hurt about was he's a bum.
Whoop-de-doo.
No, Clay wins. Clay wins 100% with the diss. But early on, it's like I said, when he's first doing it, it's like, would you just take the gloves off and take a shot here?
Bobby sets us straight on CeeDee Lamb, and RJ has your playoff reality for the Dallas Cowboys inside the Stars next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, is the right name? Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. Orange shag. My name's just right. I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, right, yeah.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we go inside the Star in your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with the return of our insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, here on Sean and RJ. And Bobby is here to set me, I think, specifically straight on CeeDee Lamb. PP in the morning coming up at 6:40. The college football kegger at 7. Post-Huck Clarity and Ask Reddit in the commercial-free Expressway. Let's go.
I actually don't disagree on the thought that right now he's coming off as a fake leader, CeeDee Lamb.
That's my harshest take.
That was that right now. That is how he's coming across. So that's not wrong. I more have a problem with, and it's an issue that exists right now for both of y'all. Number one, you don't have retweets or not endorsements in your Twitter profile.
So?
And I did see you retweet that the bigger concern right now is not how are you going to re-sign George Pickens, it's how are you going to get out from under CeeDee Lamb's contract. CeeDee Lamb's contract is not a problem right now. The issue facing you is how do you keep both of these guys here?
Yeah.
Right now he's got some yips factor against the Philadelphia Eagles that I can't explain and I don't understand.
Yeah, for the record, I'm not giving up on CeeDee Lamb's ability. I still know and believe that he is a one. He's a stud. I have more of a problem with, I don't know, it might be equal. It might be a little bit more with his attitude, the way he conducts himself. But these drops in big-time moments, it's choke-esque. Again, it's Kyrie in Boston.
And it's specifically been against Philly these two times. Like, there's not really times you can think of like
drop rates throughout the years you have referenced already.
Yeah, drop rates, if you want to talk about outside of the Philly thing right now, over the years, Pickens' drop rate is significantly higher for his career. Like he is somebody who's had that issue more frequently. This year, it's been bad against Philly. He's had, 3-4 drops?
7.
No, but I mean both games. Yeah, so 7. It's like 3 or 4 drops in each game against Philly. And he missed a couple games. So his drop rate right now is probably the highest in the league, I would guess, of anybody who's a qualified receiver because of the fact that he's got 7 and he's missed 3 games in there too.
CeeDee Lamb's drop rate in the 2025 NFL season is 12.5%. 6th highest for receivers. This is all according to AI, though. 5 drops.
Which AI?
Yeah, this is not right because it says he has 5 drops in the 2025 season, and he's got 7 against the Eagles.
641. I keep telling y'all, CD is an Eagles fan. I don't know if that's a joke. That's funny. If that's dead serious, that's funny for another reason. But no, the idea here is, I just more think that there's too much. Everybody's too quick right now to say that George Pickens is the number 1 receiver on the team. He is so far this year. This year, he's been the better player of the two. There's no doubt about it. To me, though, the idea of who's the number 1 receiver is also like, who's your franchise quarterback? And it's like, you can be playing poorly or playing under a certain expectation and still be like, yeah, but that's still the guy. And to me, CeeDee Lamb is still the guy over George Pickens.
Well, he's not right now when Brian Schottenheimer's drawing up this Chiefs plan.
No, not at the moment.
Yeah.
He's not at the moment. But if you're talking about over the next 3 years, who is the number 1 wide receiver on this team? It is CeeDee Lamb, CeeDee Lamb, CeeDee Lamb.
Okay. That would go on over to RJ Choppy territory.
I mean, look, it would not surprise me if he fixes whatever ail is ailing him right now on the field.
You don't like recency bias when it comes to evaluating players, right?
I don't.
The entirety of George Pickens' career, he has been a player under CeeDee Lamb until these last 10 weeks.
Now,
with bums,
bums. But I mean, his production has been below what CeeDee Lamb had with bums when Dak has been out.
But now
Lamb for his career puts up higher numbers with those backup quarterbacks like Cooper Rush and Andy Dalton and whoever else. He puts up better numbers than Pickens did in Pittsburgh.
So in terms of the drop rate stat, higher drop, are all drops considered equal? Like, ball placement plays a part in this.
Right, but I mean, ball placement is factored into, is it a drop?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, but there's
some that are better than others, but everything
basket.
There's some that are worse than others, but everything is within a realm of you were supposed to catch that football.
I mean, look, yes, absolutely. There's no doubt that CD has had a better career. there's also no doubt that right now George Pickens is a better football player.
Yeah, Pickens is playing out of his mind right now. The question is just like a couple years ago, Jalen Hurts was playing out of his mind. And there were a lot of people when Jalen Hurts is better than Dak. And it's like, right now he is, but that doesn't mean that Jalen Hurts is better than Dak.
What about skipping out afterwards? And I guess I need to reset this for those that don't understand leadership and you have no teamwork or camaraderie in your job, or no one thinks that you're important enough to ask you for your opinion on how to lead or direct anything. This isn't I'm the media member, you have to talk to me. That's not what I was saying.
It's a rule.
Yeah, it's NFL policy number 1, but the follow-up is, why should everyone else have to talk?
Yeah.
We have a Monday meeting. Like, if one of us just consistently skips that meeting, I'd have some bitterness. Like, why does he get out of that? And when Micah Parsons did it consistently, G-Bad doesn't have meetings. When Micah Parsons did it consistently, that bothered some players in the locker room. So it's not this media right with my press pass saying, you must come and bow down before me. It's taking and showing accountability, going and owning it like you failed to do right after the Vegas incident. It took you some time. And right after that, you did it again after you would have been the number 1 reason. If anything, the 2 wins gave you more reason to show up in the locker room the day of. You beat the hell out of the Raiders, show up, own it, would have been done. Everyone is in a good mood. This is Dallas Cowboys PR lessons here. And then the next one, you have the win of the year. Sit there and own it. It's all right, buddy. It's okay. Pat on the back from the fan base. But no, you instead decide to go ahead and duck out. It's just a microcosm for a failure in leadership and a failure in accountability, while the rest of the guys have to talk. The rest of the guys don't want to stand up there and talk to anybody in there. They want to sit there and start partying. They don't want to deal with it either.
Yeah, and I was not obviously at the game on Sunday, and so I haven't been to the game on Sunday. I wasn't at the facility yesterday, so I haven't been around to see what happened. I don't know. It doesn't look good. I agree. I just haven't been around the facility yet, or been around guys yet to ask, like, hey, so what was the deal? Was he ducking out? Did he get asked to talk, and was he like, screw you, or was he willing to talk and there was some reason he didn't? Like, I just don't know. But right now, all the information we have is it's a bad look, and it's something that he needs to go out there and own. Now, I wonder if part of it is in his head, and I don't know this, but I'm just wondering if part of it is, I need to stand up there and answer for it when we lose a game, like I did in week 1. When we win the game, how much does it matter? I don't know if he thinks that or not, which is wrong. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's his thought process or what. Why would he talk after? I don't understand why he'd talk after a loss and all that. And then when they win, it seems like it'd be easier to stand up there and go,
I think so.
Man, I got to be better, but so glad we won the game.
What was your first comparison? What was your first, why it's easier to talk after a...
I would think it's easier to talk after a performance like that when you win a game than when you lose and you stand up there and go, it was my fault we lost today. And I don't know why he would have talked after the Philly loss, but not after the victory.
Yeah, I think the Philly loss, obviously it's week 1. It hasn't weighed on you for 2.5 months.
Yeah. But he was 100% like, that is your fault they lost that game.
I also have a problem with his body language in game when Dak Prescott is not handing him the football, literally, and you have a drop in the end zone. Now, I do agree with Nick Eatman. The pass in the end zone may have had some traffic and some arms waving in front of his face, maybe. But don't sit there afterwards and give the impression that you're saying, why do you put it here? You're not making the right throw. It's whiny, and it's immature.
It's, look, it may have had traffic. Every NFL catch is contested. For crying out loud, almost. I mean, obviously not when you're wide open, but a lot of
it hit his chest.
You paid $35 million. Like that's not a contested catch. It hits you literally right between the eights. You got to make that play.
He needed to finish 6 of the catches, or like I think one of the drops he had against Philly in the first game was like a little questionable the way they called it that way. But I mean, like 6 of the 7 he should have. 6, 7, he should have caught.
So you're starting to do that now.
I know. I hated it. It happened during the Tarleton game.
Would you have had the number 1 if they lost? Would you have pointed the finger first at Lamb or Schottenheimer? What did you think of Schottenheimer's management and decisions? Really? Okay.
Schotty and then CD. to me, I loved going for it on the fourth down initially. The one in the first quarter.
Ugh.
I was all good with that one.
That was the worst one.
I hated the decision to go for it on fourth down in 21-21. They can't move the ball. They showed they couldn't move the ball consistently on you. You were stopping them. The defense was finally doing something. That is a broken offense in terms of schematically. It's a broken offense in terms of the way they get along. I don't trust they're going to do whatever. So go ahead and put points on the board. Don't get it into a tie game situation. And
could you have made the case? And I think obviously he did make the case that yes, they're not moving the ball.
I'll get the ball back at the 50.
I'll get the ball back at the 50.
Sure, but it's a different question from 3 weeks ago. Like they did have two different times where they turned the ball over. Like one of them was obviously the punt. The other was Saquon Barkley getting the ball punched out or whatever.
Right.
And so to me, it's like go ahead and just try to score points. Like put points on the board.
RJ Choppy with the Cowboys playoff reality.
All right, so look, we're in a situation where the record is what it is, but you still have a chance to make the playoffs, but you also don't have a chance to make the postseason. You have teams like San Francisco with an 82% chance of getting into the playoffs. That was going into last night. All right, going into last night, they had an 82% chance. They're the 7th seed. Green Bay has a 77% chance to get into the postseason. They're a 6th seed. The only reason why they're lower is A, the tie. Right, the tie hurts. And then B, they have to go to Detroit this week. They are an underdog, so that will be factored into the odds. Seattle with a 91% chance to make it. It's going to be damn near impossible for Seattle to not get in. You still have to beat the Chiefs. That's doable. You still have to beat Detroit. That's doable. You got to beat the Chargers. That's doable. But you're a dog this week, and barring an injury to Jahmyr Gibbs or Goff or whoever, you're going to be a dog next week too. And then I bet you're favored in every game. After that, I bet you're favored in every game the rest of the way.
And they're the 10 seed right now.
And yeah, so they've got to leap. They don't have the tiebreaker with Carolina. Now, the tie actually kind of, I think, helps you there. The tie helps you with Carolina.
In a sense, it depends.
Because you have one less loss. So your losses, you're actually ahead of Carolina in the loss column now. So that was good. You needed them to actually lose, but you also need San Fran to pick up another loss or two. So, your odds to get in are still extremely low. Just because of the amount of teams that are ahead of you and the fact that these teams that are ahead of you, because San Fran at 82%, that's higher now.
But the bottle of liquor is still on the table. That is looking like a decent bet right now, Sean.
8 versus 9.
4-2 the rest of the way.
Yeah,
4-2.
I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a lot a bit nervous if they take down Kansas City. Why are the guys giving us rules on eating turkey? Do you judge wedding rings? And Peyton Russell is now being watched in his neighborhood. It's PP in the morning. Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Full.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Some minutes
the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday. It's time for a little PP in the morning. Every week when we have Jerry Jones on at 8:30 this morning, we do PP in the morning at 6:40. And guys, I'm going to tell you right now, stop eating the effing turkey. Actually, I didn't say that. It was UConn men's basketball head coach Dan Hurley who was telling his players ahead of their game Friday afternoon at Madison Square Garden against Illinois, do not eat the turkey the day before. So we'll play the audio here. This is Dan in just a normal press conference. I don't know what started this. There's no context before or after, but this is Dan Hurley talking about his plan for his team and how they will celebrate Thanksgiving this week.
Have a great Thanksgiving to everyone out there. We're going to celebrate Thanksgiving on Wednesday as a team. We're going to eat what's in the turkey, Bobby? No. What makes people sleepy? Tryptophan. So we're not going to eat the tryptophan on Thursday and be sluggish as shit on Friday. So we're going to eat the tryptophan, the turkey and everything on Wednesday, so that all the tryptophan is out of our system by the time we get to MSG. Here we go.
Here we go. Is he playing chess here, or is he just a psychopath? He's not Joe Mazzulla yet, but he's getting there.
He's definitely a psychopath. I thought he was going to go into an MSG rant.
Yes, I thought he was, but that's Madison Square Garden, not monosodium glutamate.
Glutamate,
whatever.
And RJ Choppy's here to agree with the psycho.
I'm fine with this, man. You know, if you're the Cowboys, I do not want you having Cowboy fans either. Don't be eating turkey before the game. I don't want you sleeping by the fourth quarter. You got to be loud. Save the turkey for Friday. Save it.
Well, first off, he sounded like Nico Harrison at the beginning of that clip. I dead serious thought we were playing a clip of Nico. I was like, why is he playing this? The second is it's largely a myth. Tryptophan making you sleepy from turkey is largely a Thanksgiving myth.
You're just eating too much and it's a food coma.
It's just the feast,
it's more
right?
It's more just you ate a lot of food and you get tired.
No one
that.
talks about this when you get a deli turkey sandwich. When you go to Jimmy John's and get the sliced sub, no one says, man, that tryptophan's hitting me.
Different turkey.
Different turkey.
Different turkey. Gotta be, right? Different turkey.
That's your tell for it being fake turkey versus real turkey.
Yeah,
no, this is clearly lab turkey right here.
Yeah, at first I thought he was joking and having fun, and then he started cursing about it. So I'm like, okay, he might be real. He
curses in general. He's always just F-bombing this F-bomb.
Yeah.
He's so...
Pass the F of cranberries.
Well, when you win back-to-back titles, you can do whatever the F you want, I guess. So that's staying early there. And look, tryptophan, it's found in like cheeses and nuts. So we need a toll out there to prove this. Just eat turkey on Thanksgiving. Thursday, just have the turkey, watch the Cowboy game, and then we'll see, if you're sleeping or not afterwards. Don't have anything else. You can have that Friday. My Thanksgiving's going to be Wednesday. I know, Bobby, is your Thanksgiving Wednesday?
No, we're going to do Friday.
Friday, okay. What about you guys? Are you guys...
Thursday. Mom said Mom doesn't care. She doesn't care about the Cowboys. 6 o'clock, that's when dinner starts.
She's cooking.
She's cooking.
Wait, 6 o'clock Thursday? That seems. Do you typically on Thursday? Don't you do like afternoon or like middle of the afternoon? Yeah. 6 seems. I've never known it to be like dinner.
She does. Whatever.
She does it her way.
You cook. You make the rules.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've just never. Most people, I feel like it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Like it's a weird like mid afternoon.
She's not having a turkey either.
Oh no.
Because Nicholas, nephew Nick, doesn't eat turkey.
Oh, I thought it was something related to the libs.
We having ham. What?
I thought it was something related to the libs.
Oh no. Maybe it is.
Why can't she just also have a turkey for you guys? Why does Nick win out?
Because he's
the nephew.
He's the first grandson. He's the first grandson. So he's my nephew. It's her grandson, obviously. So he wins out. So whatever he wants, that's what she gives him. All I asked for was the fried ravioli, and I think we're getting that.
I have noticed a lot of my friends. I don't know if it's just because they're Cowboys fans, but they have their Thanksgiving based on the Cowboys game. So they'll start it at like 3 o'clock. So they'll do like a
novel concept.
Late lunch, early dinner, and then
it's been happening since the beginning of time.
Oh, having Thanksgiving right at the Cowboy game?
Around it.
Oh,
well, yeah, I didn't know if it was just a Cowboys thing, but I mean, because some people will pick either lunch, dinner, as we said, but yeah, so it's probably just a Cowboys thing. Sean, are you hosting?
Yes.
You are. Are you happy about that?
Yeah. I like hosting. I like being in control.
Did you already have the turkeys thawed out and everything ready to go?
I have 2 turkeys.
Whoa!
I have a $60 rooster that I was convinced to get. It's a young rooster along with like a 12-pound turkey. So I have a turkey and a rooster.
You can eat rooster?
And a ham. Apparently so.
He's gobbled up rooster since the beginning of time.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man,
I didn't know you could.
Choppy's happy to have you back.
Yeah. I didn't know you could eat rooster.
He's happy to have you back.
You can eat anything nowadays. You throw it on the skillet, you throw it on the fry, anything can be eaten.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend like I don't know it's a rooster just because it's so weird and so different. But it's from Wild Fork. Royal said,
"Wow,
I guarantee." He goes, "I'll give you your money back if you're not blown away and amazed by it." So got a rooster, turkey, and a ham.
There you go.
Like you can close your eyes, you're still gonna know you're eating rooster, Sean.
So Tolo's texting 877-881-1053. What are you cooking up this Thanksgiving? Are you hosting?
Capon is a young rooster. That was gelded. I don't know.
Gelded. You get your
knighted.
Yeah, you get your macadamias cut off.
Funny side was a gelding.
Yes, he was. He was the gutsy gelding.
The special diet makes the full-breasted birds plump and their meat more tender. In France and Italy, roasted capone. You know what?
Hold on.
This is delicious.
Why don't I just go home? Well, there's no point of being here with you idiots.
Hold on.
You freaking idiots.
This is like Bob in Fight Club when he got him cut off and he grew the bigger breasts.
No, there's no point of being here with you freaking children. Go back home with your cast.
It's a.
Good gosh, PP in the morning. I thought PP in the morning was the most immature part of the segment. No,
come on, guys. Let's stick in college basketball. I found this last night. I guess it just means more in college basketball. This is what we need more out of from play-by-play guys all around. Tom Brady gave us a little sneak peek of Sunday. Almost dropped a word there, but this is John Bishop of Creighton Radio, the play-by-play guy, as they took on Baylor yesterday, and he was not pleased about this foul call, and he showed his true colors there.
Carr into the paint, missed the dunk, and a f***ing foul. What are you talking about? That was 2 seconds after the play ended. Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set. Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, and they called that. That's an absolutely horse crap call. In a game that's been played out like this. Yes. Unbelievable. Bailout call by an incompetent referee. And ball don't lie.
Ball don't lie. You missed the free throw. I love it.
So great.
I love it, man.
This
was he telling the audience, or was he? That sounded like he was almost lowering his headset and yelling at the referee.
That's G-bag of the day.
That's terrible.
What school? What level of play?
It was Creighton Baylor. It was so the Players Era tournament has taken over the Maui. It's replaced it. They're giving like $1 million to the winning team for NIL. Right, they're playing. These kids are playing for actual cash. Like kids are playing for money,
wow.
And it's become like this big, massive tournament. There's like 10 ranked teams in it, and Creighton Baylor were playing, and he beat him to the spot. It wasn't like this egregious. He clearly got there. He was outside the restricted circle, but it was like the guy was about to jump while his feet were just getting set.
Yeah, it was bang bang. Like it was not nearly
probably a no call.
It was not the meltdown call that the homeboy had there. Certainly not an F-bomb drop.
Which out of the 4 radio play-by-play guys in DFW would most likely do this? Coop? Would Coop be the one guy to go after the ref like this?
817's already saying it's sham. They're saying I would love to hear Brad Sham unfiltered like this.
So that was Creighton Radio. All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. And Neighborhood Watch, literally in my neighborhood. I text you guys this weekend. I found out that I have 2 neighbors who are also Tolos. I didn't actually meet these individuals, but I met them online on Facebook. So Mackenzie, my fiance, got a notification that someone replied to a post of hers from 7 months ago. And you're thinking, okay, this is a little creepy here. But it was a picture of me and her in front of our house that we closed on in April. And the guy commented and said, I think you're my neighbor. And I was thinking, okay, did he just drive by and just see the front of the house? Because we don't have like the whole house, just the front with the door and maybe the front patio area.
Ah, front with the door.
Yeah. So it doesn't show the whole house.
The whole house.
But he said what gave it, because I was like, oh yeah, like I guess you live right next to me. But I was thinking, I was like, okay, I've met the guys on my left and right. This isn't him. So he's got to be someone like connecting in the alleyway. And I asked, okay, well, how did you find this out? And he was like, well, you gave it away by saying there's construction in your neighborhood. And I was thinking, okay, I've only done that one place publicly, and it's the radio. And so apparently this is a Tolo here. Another Tolo reached out to me, who was a friend of his, actually neighbor, and said, oh yeah, I'm the guy right behind you. I have the lights and everything in my backyard. And so, I actually think I've met this guy before, but I have neighbors that have reached out and they've wanted to have drinks and will get to know me a little more. So I think I automatically have friends here and have to go hang out with them a little bit.
Friends or predators, one of them.
Well, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's very good news. The second thing is, again, you can cash in the public figure points with your fiance. Is she impressed? Like, oh my God, like they know you, like they're reaching out.
She's impressed in public when people recognize me, but if it's because I'll go down Facebook and just confirm every friend request, because I'll see the mutual friends, and that's how I knew this guy was a Tolo, was because he's mutual friends with you guys as well.
Does he know the a-hole neighbor? You guys got to get together. You can organize
with
a coup.
A G. No, and I'll have to ask this guy what he thinks about my shrubs. I've done a little more trimming over the last couple of weeks, but if he hates the shrubs, then he's got to go. But I'm glad he's a Tolo. But I'll have to get some drinks with him soon.
Kristen still loves the noticed in public bit. That works on her.
Yeah, power rank. Who's impressed? My wife is definitely the least.
Oh, Kristen is the most impressed. Kristen believes there are people noticing me and not like coming up and talking to me when it's not. I'll tell her all the time. She's like, I think they notice. I think you should go up and talk to them. We're like, I have no idea who that person is, and I don't think they notice me. This is in your head right now.
Our wives are the same. They don't care. My mother's impressed. So if I ever go down the Oedipus world, that might work out well for me. But my mother is the only one that's. Sarah does not care.
Yeah, it gets Kristen definitely. She's just fanning herself when it happens.
Well, you're new to it.
Yeah, I mean,
Bobby
a couple years into it now.
Cheers. We're used to it.
Cheers. Well, the thing that Mackenzie hates is that whenever I say I'm going somewhere like the day before, on the radio, and she's like, well, because people will come up and say, oh, I heard you talk about this on the radio. Like when I'm at the casino, I'll have Tolos come up to me at the casino and say, oh, I heard you talk about this place, yesterday, the day before. And so Mackenzie hates that because she's like, you don't know who's going to be watching. I'm like, it's different. The Tolos are different. They're not bad people. They're great.
No, they're not bad people.
That is what Kristen hates. Kristen's like, you need to calm down the way you talk sometimes. She's like, you have no idea who you're talking to at times when you do that.
You mean like go off on people?
If I'm getting worked up.
Oh, if there's going to be
like,
anyone.
Just pull it back a little.
If there's going to be anyone that's murdered and abducted, it's me. It's me, number one, for what I say to people on the radio or tweet back to people who disagree with me. It'll be cause of death with that. It's PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Post Hut Clarity as Bobby watches the Eagle game for the first time after being out sick. We have Ask Reddit at 7:40, KC Preview at 8, and Jerry Jones Live at 8:30. Was Bobby calling the college football finish of the weekend? RJ's college football kegger is next.
Products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Snap back. Parsons rolling right. Looking. Oh, he's got Kirk. And the Texans are going to win. No flags down on the field. Tarleton State on senior night with the comeback victory. 45-44.
That was Byron Anderson with the call.
Lord Byron. He had the call there. That was the 2-point conversion. They decided to go for 2. It went to overtime. And Austin Peay said, we're going for 2 here to win this game. They'd been up in control the whole game, and they go for 2, and they get a pick play that does not get called. This dude's wide open, and he just sails a 6-foot throw about 6 feet over the head of the guy, and Tarleton wins. And you heard it. They were like, oh, he's got this. All the excited applause. That was not me. I was filming. Okay. I was laying out. I was letting them have their moment.
Well, that was big. So we'll give Tarleton some love here. They're in the FCS. They have a true, I think it's like a 2014 playoff. They got the 4 seed, which was huge because you get like a bye. Mm-hmm. And they get to play. They'll play Lehigh. Lehigh was in the 4 spot. They'll play them at home. They'll have to go to North Dakota State. And then, the winner of that will get. The key is you get the Montana schools, those big sky schools, baby, the Montana schools on the other side of the bracket before you go to Nashville for the championship.
Broadus is talking about flying out there on his own dime to Montana to be able to call these games with them. He's loving it that much.
He's in the weeds, baby.
He's in it now. He is so in it, and he is so pumped. But it was a great game, great atmosphere. They were down. They were getting their ass handed to them early. They could not stop Duncanville High School alum Chris Parson for most of the game, and then things just clicked into place. I think that was the good luck charm.
Whenever Broadus gives me grief, I just go to his girlfriend and I go, "What's it like, having him not spoil you the way that you should be?" Because
he's always on the road.
All this film study and 5:30 in the morning and all the podcasts. What's he doing for you? And he shuts up real quick. Mm-hmm. But she goes, no, he does plenty with me. We have date nights, and he cooks. We cook together all the time.
It's like the way you two completely destroyed a comfortable aspect of my marriage that I had for a long time.
What?
Being able to walk at whatever pace I want.
Oh yeah,
that's gone. Rude. That's out the. I would just
that's
like
just
you.
I
would like you guys to know that's out the window. That doesn't exist anymore.
You keep up.
That has not existed for a year.
You keep it even.
It's been gone for a year because she is like, "Why do you walk it?" I'm like, "Why do you walk slow? Come on, pick up the pace."
Bobby gets out of the car and starts beelining towards Belk.
So that's over. That's over. You guys made that into.
And
you guys made big comments of it. No, hell
and you should be thanking us. You should be thanking me really for being your marriage counselor.
It's gonna slow me down. When I walk slow up here and I'm late for a show one morning, I want to be like, this is the muscle memory you created when I'm out with my wife.
This house of sticks is staying together.
This weekend in college football.
Apartment of sticks,
right. This weekend in college football, I call it like a filler weekend. This one we just had, the TV series that has that episode that's kind of setting up the next week. Oklahoma had to get by Missouri. It was some called it a trap game for them. Mizzou can run the ball and play some defense. OU wins 17-6.
Yeah, this last weekend sucked.
Yeah, it was not good at all. You had Oregon playing USC. That's where game day was. USC thought they put themselves in a position to get in the playoff. Oregon takes care of them. No big deal. And now, Oregon has to beat Washington to ensure them that they're going to be in. I think they're going to be in regardless. Texas not really playing for a ton this weekend, right? They really needed Oklahoma to lose, but at 17 they still had an outside chance to get in. They need help. This is a 24-20 game at the half against Arkansas. They pull away in the third, but they need Bama to lose to Auburn. They need OU to lose to LSU. They need Oregon to lose to Washington, and that might not be enough. They might need Notre Dame also to lose to Stanford, which is not going to happen. The best team in the state, A&M, they basically had a bye week. They played Samford. UNT keeping pace with the group of 5 schools. They beat Rice handily 56-24. It's going to come down really to a guess by the committee. The committee has no idea about any of these schools in the group of 5. They're not paying attention to James Madison the way they're paying attention to Alabama and Notre Dame.
No, I mean, Mac Rhodes isn't paying attention to any of it. He's worried about, Baylor uniforms and other things.
They don't watch Tulane. They couldn't find James Madison if you gave them a map of Virginia. They just couldn't. But they're going to decide their fate, and it's going to have a major impact on UNT moving forward. Eric Morris might be less likely to leave if they're in the playoff. You know, there's not a chance. There's a chance of it at least. So, but it's going to come down to James Madison the rest of the year and UNT against Tulane in the American title game, which I believe Peyton is going to be at the place formerly known as Apogee.
Sorry, I was eating this Bobby burrito there. Very good, Bobby.
I liked Apogee better, by the way.
Yeah, I did too.
Although, by the way, we are now covering the walls finally, so we're getting them covered. So right behind RJ Choppy, we have the UNT themed Texas flag, and that came from Miguel Ruiz sent that over. So we are repping UNT behind RJ Choppy today.
There is a chance we get 2 Group of 5 conference champions in the playoff, and the ACC gets left out altogether. There is a nuclear option with that if certain things fall certain ways for those schools. But I mentioned Notre Dame earlier. Stat of the week right here. They scored more points than they had passing yards.
Wow.
They scored 70 against Syracuse. They had 67 passing yards.
What?
They were up 21-0 before they took an offensive snap.
That kid, second in the Heisman.
Love, yeah, he's fantastic. He is.
Who's
fantastic.
the favorite?
And right now, Sayan
probably the favorite.
Nope, he's third.
Okay, so obviously Love is.
You didn't have the burrito
Smith?
in your mouth for that, did you?
The wide receiver at Ohio State.
Nope.
Fernando Mendoza?
Yes.
Really?
What's your damn burrito?
We still don't have that technology over here.
I don't think we're getting it, Sean.
I mean, to be fair,
I'll
that
honest.
technology that we had over at the last place was from 1987,
Okay.
so the instant replay wasn't really being used anymore.
It was a little.
But something is supposed to replace it generally.
Yeah.
That's what I was
There we
getting
go.
at.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. So all that sets up this weekend in college football. And this is a massive weekend. It's rivalry week for one, but there's some things that everyone needs to root for. If you are a fan of Oklahoma, Alabama, Notre Dame, if you are Texas Tech and you play BYU in the Big 12 title game and you lose, you are a fan of Ohio State this week. You do not want Michigan to beat Ohio State because a 2-loss Michigan with a win over the number 1 team in the nation, the committee wants 4 Big 10 and 4 SEC. They don't want 5 SEC and 3 Big 10. Michigan's going to get in if they beat Ohio State, which means either Alabama or Notre Dame or Oklahoma, or if Texas Tech loses to BYU, do not think for a second they are taking 2 Big 12 teams over a 2-loss Michigan team or over a 2-loss Alabama or over a 2-loss Oklahoma. It's not going to happen. You do not want Michigan to win this week, period. So any chance Texas has, even if they beat A&M, relies on Ohio State beating Michigan this week. So that's part one. I think what we're going to see moving forward is that the SEC Big Ten title game losers are protected. They're protected. I don't think we're going to see an SMU situation like we did last year again, where they lose the committee. They got put in a bad spot. Going up to Penn State was a bad spot for them anyway. I don't think the committee wants to get burned like that again. But the committee would have to ask themselves, if Texas Tech were to lose, does Tech beat OU, Bama, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Michigan, etc.? And with the biases that are at play there, because we all know the names in the front of the jerseys matter a lot to the committee.
Yeah.
If you're Texas Tech, you do not want to put yourself in a position that TCU and Baylor did about a decade ago, where they got left out. And if it was Texas and Oklahoma that were in the same position, they would have gotten in. So just went out. That's kind of the thing there with Texas Tech. Art Briles is back.
Wow.
Eastern New Mexico.
Oh.
He is 69 years old, Bobby.
Nice.
Will he ever coach D1 again?
Probably not. He had trouble.
D1 also means FCS too.
Yeah, sure. He had trouble keeping.
He's the best.
He had trouble keeping high school jobs for a while. Like, you couldn't even get him hired at a high school because people would freak out. Like, I mean, he got, what was it? It was like small West Texas high school football offensive coordinator gig that he got fired from because people freaked out after like a week.
And so, where's this Choppy?
Eastern New Mexico. I don't even know what's in Eastern New Mexico.
Western Texas.
Western Texas?
Basically.
Eastern New Mexico is
cartel, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever coach in the FCS or the FBS.
He's older.
He's older.
He's older.
If he
And
was 55, then I said yes.
I don't know how. We'll see. I know he was considered an offensive genius 11 years ago. I don't know how much he's kept up.
He is. Lane Kiffin saga continues. This is why I love this. So there's reports and rumors that his son is touring high schools in Gainesville. I love this. I love this silly season of college football, right? His daughter was in Baton Rouge. That was another report. His ex-wife, there was reports that she was helping him do house stuff, right?
And Ross Dellinger reported that LSU is finalizing the offer.
Yeah.
$90 million. They'd be offering roster cash around $25 million annually for the players. So a 7-year deal averaging $14 a year would make him the highest paid coach in college football. Kirby is at 13.3.
So,
which I would expect his daughter to be in Baton Rouge as well, since that's where her boyfriend is.
Right. So there are two schools of thought. One is that Lane is gone. The other is that Lane has already told Ole Miss, I'm staying, but I'm going to go do some recon for you and find out exactly what the offers would be. Like, I'll stay if you got to match this, right? You got to if you come up and say, I don't need the 13 or 14 million because he's already making a gob of money, but I need the roster money. Because if he has the roster money, he can win.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have the roster money, he can't. That's the thing. If I'm Lane Kiffin and it's like, all right, I have job security galore here, I'll get run at LSU in 3 years if I don't win. But if they could give me $25 million for a roster, I might stay. All things are pointing to him making this decision and us finding out by the Egg Bowl. That's what everything's leading toward. I think it's Friday as they play. So maybe we find something out Friday morning.
What if they told Lane, you can have $5 million more, or your roster can have $5 million more?
Ooh.
If they told Lane I could have $5 million or the roster,
Ole Miss is telling you we'll pay you $5 million more per season, or we can throw $5 million more per season at your roster.
Roster.
You think Lane takes that though, or do you think Lane says no? Screw it, give me the money.
Give me both, because he would get both at LSU. I don't know. I think he seems comfortable there. There's no guarantee that he goes to LSU and it works.
No, if he goes to LSU, I think it fails spectacularly.
I agree.
Whoa, why?
Because I think Lane can't get out of his own way, and that screws you up at places like LSU.
Okay.
There are fits. Like sometimes you're just a good fit in a certain spot. If I were him, I do think he's going to stay.
No.
At this point, I think he's staying.
Well, he's not. If I told you, okay, so you guys are telling me if he's the head coach for the next 5 years at Ole Miss or LSU, that he has more of a chance, he'll win more national titles at Ole Miss? That's what you're saying, Bob.
I don't think he's going to win one at either spot.
The likelihood is
Florida would be a better job to me for him. Just for him.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to get the roster money. I think he's not going to get an increase in salary. I think he's making $10 million now. I mean, versus 13. Yeah, it's an increase, no doubt. It's 30% increase in money. But it's not like he could do a whole lot with $13 million that you can't do with $10 million. He's getting the roster money, and then if he wins a national title, he'll already be the $14, $15 million coach. College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. What Bill Belichick's daughter-in-law or Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly.
We
need more time for the daughter-in-law.
Brian Kelly's son. What do we make of this? His son had senior night. At LSU. His name is Kenzel. He was a walk-on.
Kenzel.
So obviously,
should have gotten fired just for that.
Yeah. When you have senior night, you walk onto the field. Every senior with their parents walks onto the field. They get your jersey wrapped in a
Wait, so his
frame.
kid's on the team?
Yeah. You get your jersey in a picture.
Awkward
I know,
is
right?
that?
Yes. Well, you get your jersey in a picture frame, flowers, all the things, right? And under his jersey, he lifts up, he's got a BK. It says BK right under it. Because they would not allow Brian Kelly to walk his son onto the football field. Is that, I mean, look, I get it. He's probably going to sue him. Right, he's probably suing the school.
Yeah, maybe just because of the litigation. But I wonder if there's not a pending lawsuit anyway, or a potential lawsuit. Are they still telling him he can't go out there? Probably still saying you can't go out there, which is
protecting him from himself. It's kind of like the Jerry Krause thing, honoring him in Chicago. The widow was brought to tears because they booed the general manager who broke up the Bulls,
and he would have gotten booed royally.
Oh yeah,
he brings him out. He's booed royally,
and the kid booed.
Now the kid might get booed anyway. I don't know. I didn't.
This is a tough one.
Now, LSU could say the only reason your kid is walking out onto that field right now is because you were the head coach of LSU and you put him on the team.
I think you have to. I think you just got to make the human decision and say, all right, if you want to go out there, it's going to be a spectacle. They're going to boo and light you up. You let the dad walk out with his kid.
I think so too. Because the other thing is, like, if he walks out, I don't think as many people talk about it. But now when he's told he can't walk out, now it becomes this is kind of not cool.
I think a lot of people still talk about it if he's out there. But again, he's on that roster because his dad was the coach.
Absolutely.
That's why he's even there. But he did yell at the camera, "Free my boy BK." That's what this kid yelled.
Yeah, not smart on his part either. But maybe he was just reacting to not having Pops on the field. College Football Kegger Part 1 right here on Sean and RJ. Was Sunday's game against Filthy really a tale of two halves? Or was one team actually in control the entire time? Bobby's first real thoughts on the win over Filthy next in post-Hut Clarity, commercial-free in the Expressway after this.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it
Laser Wings.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a little beef on it? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films, Mike.
That is gross, and those people are getting paid.
Oh, baby. There was one team definitely in control for most of the afternoon on Sunday. And it was not the Philadelphia Eagles, boys. It was your Dallas Cowboys. First off, here's the first thing we're going to say in post-out clarity. Not just that. Oh,
man, this is going to feel good.
Turn the music off, Peyton. I owe RJ Choppy an apology.
Oh!
I don't know about all that. I don't know if I accept this. Sounds...
Fishy?
Quite fishy.
Kevontae Turpin may be the worst football player I've ever seen.
I accept that apology.
Holy cow. Okay, you can put the music back up. He is a problem right now. That dude cannot catch. He cannot hold on to the football. His vision when he's returning kicks right now is awful. Like he's not seeing holes any longer.
Happened?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to the dude.
You saw the speed, though, with that 48. I'll never forget like the difference in speed where he left everyone with that 48-yarder before halftime, and that's why Brian Schottenheimer is continuing. Like when they repunted, I was like, no, don't the scoreboard controversy. No, don't do anything to risk Cavante messing this up. Just take the ball wherever it is on that yard line. What is happening?
Yeah, and he had you re-kick it, and then of course you get the fake. Fair catch, which I don't know how he's claiming he didn't fair catch it. Yeah. He 100% signaled for the fair catch.
What was the fadeaway turnaround jumper towards the sideline like he was going to pitch it back?
He saw that. No, he saw the flag. He knew what he had gotten flagged for. Okay. So he jumped like that was like him pitching a fit. So he like jumped up and like was like, no way. That is not, I didn't do it. So he, I guess, thought the play was dead, which I think it technically is as soon as you can't go any further. So that's why he was jumping up, and it was more like a frustration thing. But jet sweeps basically is all I'm comfortable with him getting right now, I think, because I don't trust him to catch the ball in space. I don't want him carrying the ball out of the backfield, because you saw he can't even get out of traffic enough to not trip over somebody's calf and fumble. Like, he's just not good, and he is dropping a pass. You want to talk about drop rate? I don't know what Grok or whoever else is going to say. I got to go look up. I got to go find where the drop rates are, because that's the one stat that's not easy to publicly find all the time.
Yeah.
I would bet you whoever tracks that, PFF or Next Gen Stats or whoever, Turpin's got to be the very highest in the league. That dude is dropping a pass a game, and he's getting targeted like 3 times.
Fox Sports has Jerry Jeudy and Brian Thomas leading the way with 9, and then McCaffrey and Lamb at 7. but there's no way CD hasn't had I think all these sites are wrong. I found the weakness of the internet. It's drop passes. Because there's no way CD hasn't had one drop outside of the Eagles games because he's got 7 between the two.
Yeah, it's now with some of the analytics sites, the methodology can be different, but that's not analytics right there. That's just Gemini.
Fox Sports is claiming he has 4 drops on 26 targets this year. I think it's more than that. I think it's more like 6. And if it's not 6 drops, it's because he's like they weren't counting one because it's like, oh, where the ball placement was or whatever else. But he's bad. He's a bad football player right now.
Teams use next-gen stats for the drops, or do they have their own way of grading?
A lot of times they'll grade their own. Like, teams don't use NFL stats for pressure rate. They use their own.
Okay.
They determine what they consider to be pressure, which I prefer. I would want a team judging. I don't want a team just assuming, oh, pressure rate according to the NFL is this. If they don't, because the NFL will judge it by a weird standard. They keep track of it on their own, and that's fine. No, Cowboys were in control of this game. This was a game where
They were in control of this game.
Yes. If you want to talk about just in terms of who played better more consistently, throughout the entire game, basically, Dallas was better. The times where Dallas fell down were, and I think you said this yesterday, it was basically just their own mistakes.
Yeah.
It was them doing dumb things.
Yeah.
It was nothing Philly did to them. And in fact, Dallas was the only team in this game imposing their will at all in this football game. Even still, the NFL came out yesterday with an apology. Oh, sorry, shouldn't have called the roughing the kicker there on Maris Lee a foul. That shouldn't have, continued the drive for Philly and had them score. And then they go up 14 points there. They had the benefit of a couple different things throughout the game of like, okay, that's just a miss by Dallas, or Turpin fumbling off a calf, or a fourth down call where it's like, oh, that ball shouldn't have gone through their hands. Why is Dallas not running the football at all from the 1 yard line and on 2nd and goal, and then they throw it 3 straight times or whatever it is? Like those sort of things there. That's the only thing that potentially kept Philadelphia kept Dallas from winning this game, was things Dallas was doing.
I agree.
So looking back at this game, I think Dallas was discernibly, noticeably a better football team than Philadelphia on this afternoon. I'm not saying overall right now, but on this afternoon on Sunday, they were better consistently throughout the game. Dak Prescott was fantastic in this game. This was one of Dak's better games to me. This is the only one that's different for me, and this one is the Green Bay game. I think Green Bay is the only game where he's been better this year.
Did he seem a little...
No, Bobby. What are you...
He was.
He's still on your
seemed
meds.
a little amped early.
He wasn't amped. He was off.
Yeah, because he was
I didn't see overthrows.
The Williams 4th and 3 was. I mean, he let him too much.
That wasn't an overthrow.
When he led him too much, I think maybe he threw it too hard.
No,
the CD 3rd and 6. I mean, that was bad. It was either miscommunication on someone's part.
Somebody missed. I think for the most part, though, this was as good as Dak's been this year. I thought he was really, really strong in this game, getting through his progressions, making throws. I thought some of the throws he made in this game were some of his 3 or 4 probably best throws, top 10 throws of the season this year. He was on point, especially in the second half. Big moments in the second half. I thought he was really, really good.
It's easy to be on point when George Pickens is making all these catches.
Yeah, that helps it. To me, that's a great example.
I can't let you get away with this.
I'm not done. I'm not moving past it.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying.
I can't let you just make these statements and because
what's wrong?
Oh, I mean, you can't say it's the second best game of the year. The end zone interception was awful.
It was bad.
Awful. He should have thrown another one to Bond. I judged that in there. That was awful. I don't know what he was doing when he got the 12 men on the field and he threw the other dump off interception.
He knew that was 12 men.
Yeah, I know, but I just didn't even understand.
Well, that would be a note. That would be credited as a note. They wouldn't grade that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm just grading off my own judgment.
Yeah.
I don't know that until they turned it on. I was leaning towards star down. I just feel like he has had such a good year. There are better performances.
Well, for instance, we watched the first game against Philly. He was 21 of 34, 188 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. And you remember we looked back at that game, we're like, that's not accurate to how he played, though. He played better than that. To me, he played better than 23 of 36 for 2 touchdowns and a pick. That game could have, there was a pick that he earned. There was another that he maybe should have had. But to me, that's a game where easily he could have thrown for 450 and 4 touchdowns. And I think a lot of the decisions and a lot of the throws that he made were top-tier, elite type of mental processing decisions. So I thought Dak was really, really great in this game. Sure, did he have moments where he didn't play at his best? Yeah, but the whole of what he did, I thought, was one of his best games he's played this year. All right, Thomas versus Guyton. Do you prefer a guy who's going to be okay run blocking and just doing a solid job in pass protection, or do you want the guy who's okay pass protecting and is running things over in the run game?
Who's not going to commit all the stupid penalties on the 1-inch line? Nate?
We're gonna have to call for somebody else. We're gonna have to call in someone else because I think they're both gonna commit those. Glenn KVA on the YouTube says, OMG, Bobby. Even Brady said Dak was off. OMG, Glenn KVA. I don't care. Tom Brady's a bad broadcaster. I'm giving us. He works for the Raiders. Wow. He's still salty over a week before that. How about you keep up, Glenn KVA, with all the other calls I've made recently that have been right when you probably said I was a homer?
Isn't Sherman on the Raiders ownership team too? Richard Sherman?
I did want to hear how Guyton actually played versus just judging him off the bad moments.
I thought Guyton was solid. Guyton was not great in pass protection. That's where it's still a struggle for him. As a run blocker, he is a really good run blocker at this point.
Okay, so how do you, when you're doing these how do you do you just take off one notch for a bad play, or the false start obviously was?
No, I weigh it more on how are you actually impacting the game? And I thought on the total of what he did, he was a bigger positive. That sucked. That was a big penalty that he had. And it really impacted things. But to me,
it could have cost him the game. It could have.
By the way,
in theory,
Broadus is saying Guyton sprained ankle, and it is not sounding very optimistic for him to play on Thursday. I think he was hearing cramps for Kalen Carson.
Yeah, I would.
And Schottenheimer said Guyton did not do anything yesterday at practice, and probably not today.
Yeah, and yesterday was, so he didn't take part in the walkthrough even. And so yesterday was only a walkthrough. They were projecting participation for a practice. So, but if he's not even participating in the walkthrough, it's not good. So, yeah, I would imagine he's on the shelf now. I think he's become a solid left tackle. He's a top half of the league left tackle right now. Tyler Guyton has been.
Really?
Yeah, over the last month, that's what he's been. Now, Thomas stepped in, and we've seen a couple different instances of Nathan Thomas not playing well.
What do you think his PFF grade is?
Guyton for the year?
Yeah.
62.
58.4.
That's still wrong. It shouldn't be. It should be 62. Where's your buzzer, Peyton? No, I think that Nathan Thomas stepped in and played really well in pass protection. He was really good, and that's as good as he's played all year. So I'm a fan of what he did out there. I just don't know consistently right now. One of the things we'd looked for from Guyton for a while was just consistently making plays, and he's become consistent. So to me, he had the penalty, but if you're talking about on a snap-by-snap basis, who's going to give me more, I feel like that's going to be Tyler Guyton right now. Post-up clarity here on 105.3 The Fan. Malik Hooker's a difference maker for them. In terms of, if you want to talk about somebody who's come in, and right now, I know Quentin Williams is wrecking shop, and it's made a big difference for Solomon Thomas. It's made a big difference for Osa. A bunch of guys are playing better because of that. But Malik Hooker, I think, has been a complete stabilizer for them in the secondary. Their communication has gotten much better since he's been back there. He's making plays for them against the run. He's making plays for them in the passing game. They're not having a lot of the big coverage busts anymore. He's somebody who I think deserves credit for improving everything that they're trying to do in the secondary right now. He's been really solid these first 2 weeks. More kind of splashy plays, I felt like, against the Raiders, but in terms of just solid, doing your job, helping to communicate, making sure other guys are doing their job, he was in position and played really well the other day. Quentin Williams obviously is a monster, and that shows up on tape so easily and makes everybody so much better.
And I loved what Sam Williams said about him afterwards. This is through DallasCowboys.com, and listen to the instant leadership.
Again, Quentin Williams, he stepped up, he talked, he's like, man, I like it like this. We can go take it. You know what I mean? I don't want nothing give to me. If it I didn't get here by getting stuff given to me. You know what I mean? So that turned up the whole defense. We broke it down before the coach even came out. It's just the words he was saying, it made my heart beat fast. You know what I'm saying? It just brought the juice and energy. I just felt it from first play out. From the first play defense touched the field, we had that energy, and we did what we said we was going to do.
Did you guys talk about his Instagram post yesterday?
No. Who?
Quinnen Williams.
No, what was it?
He put up some post on Instagram and said, "God, I love being a Cowboy" or something, and the image he used was the screenshot from Dak smirking at Jalen Carter after getting spat on his jersey.
Oh, boy.
Hey, this Jerry Jones praise Jerry's leadership, saying he's one of the best owners I've had for 2 games. So every time I see him, man, we always talk, we always laugh. He always gives me positive reinforcement. It's amazing having an owner like that.
Well, yeah.
Honeymoon period.
Coming from Woody, it's got to be night and day.
I was going to say I had a friend of mine, Bethany. She was on Twitter. I saw her post it. She's a listener to the station. You don't have to look like that,
Yeah,
Jeff.
I'm more worried about Steve.
Yeah, no, Bethany. Steve gave me the cough. Bethany posted up there. She quote tweeted this, and she's like, "God, my takeaway from this is how bad are the Jets ownership. Like, he's coming here just being like, it's an oasis here in Dallas." All right, so Quinnen Williams playing fantastic. The 3 best players on the football field to me were Dak Prescott, George Pickens, and Quinnen Williams. Those are the 3 guys who were the most dominant, most impactful guys on the football field. And then last note here, Donovan Ezeraku continues to be a menace in the run game. I know Saquon Barkley has not been the same guy, and the Eagles' offensive line has not been the same. Donovan Ezeraku continues to play at such an advanced, high-processing level in the run game. To me, that's easy talk. If we're talking about who's making a big difference on defense, I now think, I bet if we look at those Vegas odds at the end of the year, we are going to be talking about him being one of the higher guys in terms of defensive rookie of the year. Because he's playing at such a ridiculous level.
Got a question from many Tolos during the game, and Tolo Issa specifically said, can y'all break down the Philadelphia offensive line technique of standing up, looking back, not getting set? What's going on with the Philadelphia?
Especially with the tap from the guard to the center.
It's a crowd noise thing.
No, but the offensive lineman standing up, looking back, and not getting down and getting set, like for a full second or 2.
Yeah. What is the rule with I think you're talking about the guard, the right guard.
Like in terms of it being penalized, like why is it not penalized? It's not. Like as soon as you can stand up, you can do all that, you can look around. They have routinely exploited the rules. For years it was Lane Johnson with the lean back, the rock back thing. It's like
that right leg angle.
They take these like super Duke Manyweather's talked about it before, that he's talked about like specifics as to why it's like the way that Lane Johnson does things, why that's not a false start, like by a letter of the law discussion. And I can't remember what the pinpoint description of it is, but there's something in there that says basically that's not a false start. We've already seen the tush push, that they do things, they move in a certain way that should be penalized, and it isn't.
Who's their O-line coach?
Who is their guy?
Who's their attorney? That's reading through all this language in the rule book. That's what I want to know.
That's better call job. Jeff Stoutland has been there since 2013.
He's a stout O-line coach.
He is. But
So it's right here with like the right guard.
Yeah.
You know, like standing up, looking back. And I wonder if that's a tell, because it seems like as soon as the guard gets set, they snap.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that can give you a faster jump.
Absolutely could. No doubt.
And I think that's the thing. I think it's more just about a timing-based thing of like you can stand up, you can look, you're checking, it's crowd noise, and it's just like exploiting a rule of like then you're getting set and snapping the ball, and it's just bang, bang.
Couple of Eagle leftovers. Pepe did a fantastic job. No more drive time radio in Philly. That's the state of Philadelphia radio. Instead, it's got to be the post-game show as he was spying on Filthy yesterday in the expressway. Well, I think their top fan and possible criminal, I thought this guy got locked up for approaching a 13-year-old. EDP, this Eagle fan who yells and screams. Aiden is giving a little smirk over there. This is where I wish I had a dump button, because I put a lot on Peyton here to bleep this dude out. This is famous and maybe creepy Eagle fan EDP melting down.
And this f***ing fumbles again! How the do you fumble on the motherfucking punt return? Holy f***ing oh my God. I hate this f***ing team. I hate this motherfucking team. I hate this f***ing team. I f***ing hate this f***ing team. I f***ing hate this team, bro. Kevin Patullo and his f***ing... Oh, my God. And this horrible motherfucking punt. This motherfucker fields the punt, and you fumble the motherfucking ball, bro. Offense is f***ing bull, doing stupid f***ing dumb motherfucking ignorant
Good job, Peyton. So that guy's melting down. And then, Bobby, Choppy, this is for you. Since you are the song creators here at 105.3 The Fan, I wanted to see if you had any appreciation for this after the Eagle L.
Ooh.
Love
21-0, the game started on a high. But in the third and fourth quarter, the birds didn't fly. Fumble here, fumble there, as they shut down Barkley.
That's good.
Yeah, they came back and won, but they're always the Cowgirls to me. Pickens would get open, and Dak would just feed him. Now we'll hear we them boys for the rest of the season. We took an L, now the birds are 8-3. Yeah, we're still in first place, and they're always the Cowgirls to me.
That song gives me the feels.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, Jalen needed some help. He can throw how he wants, but he was off a few times.
Oh, some good vocal control, too.
Oh, too many 3 and outs. We just gave him the win from 21 points behind.
Oh, man.
Congrats on the win as your team kept competing. But tomorrow keep walking, 'cause I am not speaking. They deserve the victory, we'd all agree. But they'll lose soon enough, 'cause they're always the Cowgirls to me.
What do you think, Chop?
Dude, that is fantastic. The vocals are great. The lyrics.
Robert Williams.
The lyrics are phenomenal. And that song, you're right, it's in the field. That is a all-time classic song. Peyton has never heard it before.
And you had one final note that the Eagles cannot win the title this year as we move forward to Kansas City at 8.
Yes, that's right. They're 25th in success rate this year. 25th. You can't win a title with that kind of offense in 2025. They were 16th last year. Their offense, to me, is like the Cowboys' defense. If that offense is like mid-pack, their defense can get you, enough. And the Cowboys' defense, the offense is so good, the defense is mid-pack. You'll be all right. But the last year, the Eagles had 19 design runs that went for 20 yards or more. They have 4 this year. They would need to be like the most explosive offense in league history to match that this season. Saquon has 2 carries this year that went for 20 or more yards. He had 17 last year. They cannot win with him playing like this and Hurts not running like he can, like he has. They are the 2000 Ravens with the worst defense. That's what they're looking like right now.
They're not very good offensively. That's for sure. I mean, they've got players. It's just it hasn't worked out. Here's some exciting breaking news, though. Not real breaking news, but I did see this. This will be something fun to go through a little bit later. I'm just sad that it's Peace-a-thon tomorrow, and I don't have an opportunity to go over Angelo Cataldi melting down for 30 minutes.
He's got a podcast!
He's a weekly hit on Jacob Sports, and he apparently melted down for it says Angelo Cataldi, all caps, erupts on Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni after collapse against the Cowboys.
Chiefs preview at 8. Jerry Jones live to celebrate at 8:30. We're commercial free in the Expressway. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Oh, 877-881-1053. We're halfway there. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. You can weigh in here as we do Ask Reddit. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube as we take the most viral questions being asked on the internet every week. Brian brought us his favorite segment. I also found out last week it's Zach Rowe, Zero's favorite segment. He said this is the one that he said he's got to always tune in for 2 things. 1, Ask Reddit, and he said when the Cowboys lose, he has to tune in and hear what Sean's going to say in the opening segment about it. All right.
Love you, Zero.
First question here. This is a good one to start with Sean.
All right.
We never start with Sean. We're going to start with him here because he should have an answer for this. What food has the largest disparity between being really good or really bad depending on who's making it?
Ooh. I may say chicken.
Really? Like, what kind of any chicken, or you mean like grilled chicken,
like grilled
fried chicken?
Like grilled chicken. Basic, your baked chicken. Because it's got such a small
the dry,
window
yeah.
of drying it out.
Yeah, I get that. Yes, no doubt. I was thinking, like, my two favorite foods are Mexican food and Italian food. And I feel there's a pretty big disparity with that between, like, really good and really bad.
I disagree. I think it's easy, Tex-Mex wise, to, like, make pretty standard baseline Tex-Mex food.
See, the problem is
you can't. No one can differentiate between rice and beans at different places.
No, you're right.
Queso, for the most part, is melted cheese in a lot of places.
Not California.
Your onions and your peppers in the fajita, your enchilada. I think you can have kind of baseline Tex-Mex.
I judge all Mexican restaurants by chip, salsa, and queso.
Okay, well,
and I could definitely, like, there's a white people queso and there is real queso, and, like, to me that's a massive difference.
I think there's a much greater disparity in Italian food.
Italian food's got a big one, and then with salsa, some salsa is just tomatoes and water.
Yeah,
like that's what it tastes like.
I knew somebody who their standard for Italian restaurants was always just they would order meatballs. And they would say, if the meatballs are good, then I generally trust they're making everything else right. If they're not good, then I don't really trust them to make anything else. Some of the answers on the YouTube, we've got 2K Ask You says potato salad. This is a good one here, I think, from True Texan. Meatloaf. Meatloaf can be really, really good if done right, and then there are other times where it's just dry. My answer for this, though, is going to be brisket. When brisket's done right, it's so good. Yeah. When it's done off, it's inedible. I can't do. I had inedible brisket over the weekend. That may be what made me sick. Who knows? Peyton, what's your answer for this?
So this one, I eliminated all, like, main course dishes because sure, like steak, if someone overcooks it, like, they're making it wrong. But I went with the side dish, mashed potatoes. Some people leave they don't mash potatoes all the way. They don't boil the water or leave the potatoes in there long enough. They leave little chunks in there. They're not adding enough garlic in there, enough butter. I like. Yeah, salt,
so you don't
pepper.
Like the chunks in the.
I don't like the chunks. It's got to be smooth mashed potatoes. So that's my.
I'm okay with the chunks.
And how about skin in it?
I don't mind it.
You don't mind it.
I like skin in potatoes, but I'm anti pulp and juice.
My grandmother used to make the mashed potatoes with that smasher thingy. Right, not
smasher.
Not with the
right.
the egg
beater.
You
smash the potato.
Yeah, that's how so it was chunks galore.
Dude,
go with the instant one.
See, you've shifted on
I've
that.
Shifted.
That's your ghetto take.
That's my biggest food sellout.
No,
that's my most. That's my most ghetto food. They're actually better. I mean, that artificial butter.
Yeah.
It's like movie theater popcorn with mashed potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Ebeg827 on the YouTube.
That was me coming out to my mother. That was my coming out of. I came out of the pantry to my mother, and I had to, like, shame. I hid it for years. I didn't let her in the kitchen with the mashed potatoes. And then I finally admitted it, and she's like, I sign off. I accept you.
Your dad was a little less understanding.
Yeah, my dad. Yeah, he's like,
not going to raise this.
Don't talk to me about the potatoes. Just keep it in the kitchen.
Ebeg827 on the YouTube at 949 on the.
Hey, you didn't even laugh at that. That was a golden comedy I just gave you, Peyton.
Sorry.
I was looking at your stupid mustache.
Don't give him any more courtesy laughs the rest of the day. 949 and Ebeg827 on the YouTube say macaroni and cheese. Which if you do the noodles wrong on macaroni and cheese, the cheese is wrong. Oh, it can.
So much mac and cheese is awful.
Is there anything?
It really is. Like, it's just dried up cheese sauce where it just tastes like boiled noodles.
How much worse is it though when you look at one and you're like, this looks like it's going to be good, and then you take the bite and you know instantly, like,
no flavor.
Damn it, no flavor, and the noodles are like mushy, and you've overcooked it. That is such a disappointing moment when you get that. All right, we're doing Ask Credit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy. What's the most important guy code you'll never break?
Sleeping with your friend's girl.
You won't break it. You won't.
No, I won't break it. I know somebody else that would.
That's what I was
trying to.
I mean, that has to be the one seed, right?
I can't imagine there's something worse.
Something that's
Sammy.
Something that's
Good job.
something that's a little less.
That is hilarious. Get you, Sammy.
Something that's a step below that, but I would never break before. Well, now it doesn't matter. I'm in a relationship, but either I would not date somebody that dated a friend. Like, it doesn't matter why they broke up or anything else. I wouldn't
big
do
town
it.
thing.
But I
grew up in a small town. Like it's an options thing.
Big town, okay, where I'm at, you can't do it. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You couldn't do it. And so I was like never willing to go that direction.
What are some other guy code answers though besides messing with the girl?
Talking at the urinal. That's one for some people, but I break that one all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, if the homie's girl asks, where was John last night?
Yep.
You don't tell the truth. You don't. You go with whatever he wants.
Yep. The old Mike Fisher rule.
It was with me.
Mm-hmm.
He was with me.
Yeah. You carry the lie through.
Yeah.
And then if you get caught, it's like that's what we do.
We do.
See, we had this talk one time at my other job where they were like, "What if you don't even know? You just get a call at work and you pick it up," because we were in a master control area. So they're like, you pick up this phone and it's somebody's girl and they're like, "Hey, is so-and-so there? Is Johnny there?" And then they go, you say no or whatever. And go, "He said he was going to be there. Is he not there?" And they're like, do you just go, "Nope, he's not there"? Or do you, regardless of who it is, because we had a guy there that was like, even if I don't like you, I feel like I can't be the one to tell her that he's lying to her. So he's like, I can't. I just have to cover for you even if I hate you in that moment.
The best is this very swanky restaurant in town. Some of the managers and even owners would bring in their girlfriends. Like the balls on these guys. And all the employees, right? Like you have to be on standby in case the wife walks in.
Yeah.
In order to go relay the message. And he goes, but they're so cavalier and so arrogant. And that's part of the reason I root for the downfall of that place.
What a life. Jeez.
What a life. That's
stressful.
The stress.
Yeah.
Some of the answers on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney fan text 214. You have to compliment the watch at the urinal. Not going to tell on them about being unfaithful, says the 469. 214. Keep the lies between the guys.
I'm not going to tell on the unfaithful. I don't know where you are. I don't know your whereabouts.
Right.
Yeah. You're not going to.
If my wife asks me if they cheat, I'm going to tell my wife the truth in that. But if it's if the so-and-so's, what's wrong? Your eyes just lit up.
469 should be don't mess with a friend's daughter. Had a friend older than me, started dating my daughter. 469.
Find a ditch.
Drop the address.
Find a ditch for that person.
Wherever you need me, I'm there.
Wow.
That is. I would. Oh gosh. That's worse.
How old's your oldest daughter?
12.
A lot of daughters.
That's 6 years away from all of a sudden now it's a concern.
Don't take her to the North Carolina games. We'll finish up Ask Reddit at 9:40. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces. They take over the morning show tomorrow, by the way, with another awesome edition of Peace-a-thon. Jerry Jones at 8:30. We got a different short week. Let's preview Kansas City, the 5 things Choppy wants to see against the Chiefs, and how y'all feeling about this game next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Another blitz coming. Young looking over the middle, throws, and it's picked off by Brown at the 23-yard line. The second of the game for Jair.
Feeble offense or really good secondaries? It was a turnover fest, and despite 3 picks from Brock Purdy, the San Francisco 49ers shut down the Panthers offense, and they win on Monday Night Football. The call courtesy of San Francisco Radio. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30 this morning. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Because we have the different week, we have to change up some usual staples. Usually this is Friday. We will do it today with RJ's 5 things after we give you a little injury update. Pro Bowl Chiefs guard Trey Smith is dealing with both high and low ankle sprains, expected to miss some time, including likely against the Cowboys on Thursday.
Boy, you don't normally hear about the low ankle sprain. For you to get both the high and the low ankle sprain sounds like you're messed up. But Trey Smith is he's a good player. And you want to talk about a team that's already struggled to run the ball a little bit this year. And now with Trey Smith being out and Dallas's improvements there, again, you hope that what that can do a little bit is just kind of make the Chiefs a little bit more predictable and tell them, all right, you've got one mode to kind of go at the Cowboys right now.
Let's get to your 5 things.
All right, number one, that's the second half defense that they've had against Philadelphia this year was a sight. It really has been in the second half of these games. This is also by far the best quarterback that they have faced with this new defense. Right, the new defense. I mean, no breaking news here. Patrick Mahomes is, in a related story, better than Geno Smith and Jalen Hurts. Okay, that is factual evidence. So I need to see this defense. Number 2, they got a curse against the AFC. Dak is amazing when he's playing teams he's familiar with. But he's 35-9 against the NFC East. He's just 20-17 career against the AFC. And he's 5-6 against the AFC West. He's not familiar with these teams, and when he's not familiar with them, it's not always, not just it's not always the team's best games. Number 3, keep Mahomes in the pocket. In the pocket.
This is Brian Schottenheimer yesterday on Facing Patty.
Try to mix it up the best we can. I mean, he certainly has proven the ability to win the big game, and incredible player. The ability to improvise is incredible. The arm talent's incredible. So, we have to affect him. And how do you affect him? You affect him different ways, pass rush, changing the looks, but he's seen a lot of football. So be a great challenge for our defense. Again, it's going to come down to the teams on both sides of it, and we look forward to the matchup.
So, in the pocket. When he gets out of the pocket, there's a stupid non-quarterback shovel passes and the weird run to the line of scrimmage and the just dink, dink, dink. I hate that. It's not quarterbacking. Keep him in the pocket. Make him beat you with his receivers on schedule, and I bet he can't do it. Number 4, no coaching mistakes. Whether you think going for it on the 4th downs was good or bad, we all agree the play calls that led up to those decisions and the play calls maybe even on the decisions, got to clean that up. They were not very good. So none of those mistakes. And then finally, 5, ride the hot hand of George Pickens.
WR1.
WR1. Do not throw the ball between CDs 8 and 8. Don't throw it between there. He obviously can't catch it. He's shown that. But seriously, recognize who's been playing better. Forget who is better. Forget who's higher paid. Remember who is playing better. And ride the hot hand of GP3.
What are you saying?
Oh, my gosh. First off, that was a great drop by Peyton there, the Florida drop. Look, this is the defensive coordinator. This is the defensive scheme that has routinely throughout Dak's career given him the most trouble, Steve Spagnuolo. This has been the guy that he's struggled the most with and had the most difficulty with. In fact, for his career, he's played him now 5 games. This is not just a small sample size. He did it with the Giants. He's played him with the Chiefs. Against them now, he is 2-3 against Steve Spagnuolo. His QBR for his career against Spagnuolo is 48. He is under 60% completions. He has 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 6.2 yards per attempt. This is the scheme that has given him the most problems. The one that you can be a little bit optimistic about is Vic Fangio has historically given him a lot of problems too, and he performed at a good level the other day on Sunday against Cowboys. In fact, some would say his second best level of the season, Sean.
And what is the Spagnuolo scheme?
Spagnuolo is going to do a lot of different blitzing and do a lot of different things to he'll spread out the defensive line. He likes to give wide technique with the defensive line and kind of get the defense or get the offensive linemen spread out, make them susceptible to twists, stunts, do a bunch of different inside moves, things like that. That's where in the trenches where he does a lot of things that are really difficult for Dak. But this is something where I think that Dak is playing at a really high level right now, and it has shown a consistency this year to play better against schemes and systems that he struggled with for a lot of his career. And so I look at this Chiefs team right now and see it as a very much bend but don't break defense. They've had some issues where when they get down to it, they are allowing some big 3rd down opportunities. They've had some issues late stopping teams. And I think that Dallas played at the level they're at right now. This sets up really well for them to be able to potentially have 3 in a row.
I think the number one way the Cowboys lose this game is bad tackling or letting Rashee Rice or Worthy get away from you.
If Rashee Rice plays. He does have a hamstring issue. He was limited in practice yesterday, and there's a question about how much he'll be available.
So CBS and Jonathan Jones surveyed some coaches and executives that played the Chiefs this year and last year. And we know what has happened in one-score games. Leading into the weekend, they were 0-5 in one-score games this year. Offensive coach number 1. Honestly, they're very similar to last year. The difference is they won all the one-score games. They have more explosive receivers than when we played them last year. They are still top 3 in the league in fewest turnovers lost on offense, and they were high up last year. The thing that's catching up to me is fatigue and age. They played so many seasons in a row. In the month of February, it eventually takes a toll, and a lot of people were pointing to Chris Jones not having that same explosiveness and that same step. I think the young offensive tackle Josh Simmons is talented, but you start playing the teams with elite pass rushers, it will limit how long Mahomes can hold the ball. That usually limits how he makes his back-breaking plays. Offensive coach number 2, they're older with Chris Jones on defense and Kelsey, even though those guys still make plays in spots. Jones always took some plays off, but he could win when he wanted. I don't know if he wins the same way 2 years later. He can't turn it on and off like he could. Because of that, Spags has to generate more pressure, therefore has to blitz and stunt more than he did in past years. Offensive coach number 3 took it right to Chris Jones. Then you're not afraid of the offense running away with it like usual. Worthy has not shown anything to be afraid of outside of speed. Kelsey is diminishing. Rice just got back, not playing up to par. Run game is non-existent. I think Pacheco could come back for this one, by the way. I just love the amount of steps that guy takes every time he takes a handoff. It's like pitter-patter, pitter-pitter. Front office executive number 1. Biggest difference, I think the real difference is offensive line play decline, receiver decline. Kelsey not as potent as he once was. Also, I think the secondary is average. So a lot of age, fatigue, Chris Jones, Kelsey, step backs, obviously, and then their young wide receiver. They should have a ton of explosion. This was on Andy Reid's whiteboard heading into the season. Downfield throws. Let's return to Mahomes bombing away, and it still feels like just a lot of dink and dunk, and nothing feels on schedule with it, Bobby. Like to Choppy's point of Mahomes in and outside of the pocket, every time I watch them, and I watch them a good amount because Mahomes is screwing me over right now in fantasy, I think I'm going to miss the playoffs, it's broken plays, and it's not in rhythm, just three step, 5 step out.
They've become a little more aggressive pushing stuff down the field since Rice got back in the lineup. They'll push it down a little bit. They'll get a little more vertical that way. But, yeah, it doesn't look as smooth as it has in years past. Mahomes has played at I think a decently high level this year. I haven't gotten to do a full deep dive on them yet, but he's played at a decent level at this point this year. But it's not the impossible, elite, just untouchable level that offense has been at for a number of years.
Despite my bet on the line, I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
I'm picking Dallas.
What was your bet on the line?
Oh, my God. We talk about it twice a show. The liquor bottle.
Oh,
eight versus 9
I thought
wins.
you meant the money line for this game. I was
He's
like,
going to spend. He's going to end up spending his entire Raiders winnings just to get me 2 bottles of liquor.
Maybe. Maybe four bottles that would take all that money I won.
This was we had talked about this last week. If we were to rank the difficulty of these games, 1, 2, 3 between Eagles, Chiefs, and the Lions. I think we all said we would go 1, 2, 3 Eagles, Chiefs, Lions. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think that's fair. So I have the Cowboys 23-20.
I think that Dallas controls this game. I think that Dallas's next loss is against Detroit next week on the road. 31-21 Cowboys over Chiefs.
We will preview with Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. We know RJ's already funnier than Bobby, but is Bobby the better broadcaster and color analyst? Find out next on The Fan. Chosen.
Dealers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
First half for the Texans has been worse than your wife forcing you to go to BravoCon.
Oh, that'd be pretty bad. I mean, gosh, could you imagine if somebody doing that?
I can't imagine having such a weak will that I succumb to that and go to BravoCon.
I know. I would never. I don't think any man would ever.
All right. So some of you know what we're talking about. Others don't.
Wait, I do know somebody who did that.
Byron.
So many shots. So many shots fired.
Byron Anderson, listen closely.
Hey, he made a lot of compliments to you off there.
Listen closely. That's your one slip up, because I have a nuclear bomb I could drop on you.
A dirty water dog.
When it comes to this topic, I could end you. So that's your one warning. One more, and I will say it on the radio, and it'll be over. Night. See you later.
That's
your one.
It was a great broadcast. It was a great game. Just a fantastic game as Charleston beat Austin Peay. A game they really had no business winning.
No. Do y'all know what I'm referring to?
I have no idea.
Yes,
I don't.
I caught it. I remember.
How does Peyton know it and I haven't figured it out?
I mean, y'all were kind of there, but I'll tell you in the break.
Now I'm going to have to think about it. All right.
I think you went to, no, that was you going to Taco Bell drunk another night. That was from Choppy's house.
Oh, yeah, that one. That was when.
Oh, now what? You got it?
Well, yeah.
All right, there's one.
All right, so Tarleton. Look, last time we've talked about it. We played it last time. We played it last year. The star of the broadcast. It's not myself.
No.
I mean, it is me, but it's not me.
No.
It's not Byron Anderson.
No. Is he cool with this?
Kelton Weems. The sideline reporter who has the most glorious mustache I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And his wife, shout out to his wife who had brought cookies. She makes cookies for them in the press box every single week. She made these red velvet cookies with this icing on them. They were very, very good. Shout out to Mrs. Weems. But I was very much impressed with his fact checking, because we were in the middle of the broadcast, and you know, I have the spectrum issue of whenever anybody says anything that is a lyric or a quote from a movie, I can't just keep that quiet. I have to acknowledge that it was a quote from somewhere, and that hit me with Byron, and Kelton was there to pick me up.
Hey, this is what dreams are made of.
That's right. That's
Take it to the house right here, and it's all forgotten.
That's what Hillary Duff said, right? This is what dreams are made of?
I have no idea what Hillary Duff said.
Hey, now.
Kelton, will go down to you for a sideline report brought to us by Helen Company Real Estate. What's the feeling down there? Got to be a little tight.
Well, first, Bobby was right. That was Hillary Duff.
Oh, we've got soulmates.
Derling.
Man card.
Nailed it. No, that's just knowing it.
Man card.
That's just knowing it. That's not as bad as BravoCon. That's just knowing what a song was. That was very popular.
I got one more comment from you, and I got you too. I'll do it in this segment if you want. Test me. I'm daring you to. I got yours ready too. So I'll end both of you.
Does Aaron Rodgers' heart count? He's already jumping.
Kelton's a sweetheart, man.
Kelton is he's very, and that dude. A dude obsessively keeps these notes on the sideline. He does his job.
Two-word answers. It's fantastic. I found out he grew up 90 minutes from a grocery store. Like, that's how far in the country he grew up. 90 minutes. How do you buy ice cream?
Like Overshown.
But how do you buy ice cream? He is a. In fact, this was my favorite moment of the broadcast came from Kelton. Because Kelton, like I said, that's the most difficult job in sports is the sideline reporter. And Kelton,
is it?
Yeah,
seems
I think
pretty easy in the NFL.
No,
it's pretty basic.
I've worked with some people who have some trouble with it. But Kelton Weems was talking about.
Damn, Slater.
That was not a Slater reference.
Jane.
That was not a Slater reference.
Don't take that, Jane.
That was not a Slater reference. In fact, I told Slater she did well at it. This is cut 19, Peyton. This is Kelton was getting a feeling on the sideline.
There is no wind. Kelton, no wind, right? And what was it like down on the sidelines while we have a second? Was it fun?
Yeah, very much fun. A lot of jumping up and down. Very loud, probably the loudest that it's been tonight. And no, there's not really any wind to speak of.
And I think. Did it make your whiskers tingle? It did mine.
Oh, so many things make my whiskers tingle. That being one of them.
Next.
That was my favorite one of that. I enjoy it. Kelton is the MVP of the broadcast. He's my favorite part.
Better than the 5 mile an hour win we had last week.
I didn't pull
so many things make my whiskers.
I gotta see a picture of this guy.
He legit has one of the greatest mustaches you'll ever see. It is a impressive display. I was not told they were all doing playoff mustaches. They were all wearing them. If they would have, I would have shaved it down to a mustache, but I didn't get that opportunity. But when the game was tied, they went into overtime. They had a tie game. And I decided to show off my Romo abilities just once. I needed to show it off for everybody. So this is me predicting
weird, awkward noises.
This is me predicting the go-ahead touchdown.
You gonna say something, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, they don't look like they're giving safety help over the top to the receiver. So I mean, if you want to go Cody Jackson, he's got single coverage right now.
Yes, he does. Twins to either side. That would be great. Snap back, looking left.
There
Gonna
it
put
is.
it in the air. Jackson going to the end zone. Did he catch it? Touchdown! Tarleton! Texans go crazy! Hit the works, fire the cannon, touchdown Tarleton, 44-38. The first time they have had the lead in this game, and what a great clutch throw and catch, Cody Jackson from Victor Gabalis.
And Bobby, you called it, and you're exactly right.
Bobby, you called it, and you're exactly right. An analyst doesn't just react to the play. An analyst lets you know what's coming. An analyst lets you know what team they're playing that day. It was Austin P, by the way, Choppy.
Yeah,
I know you found out in the parking lot who your team was.
That's right.
But it was it was a great job. Shout out to Tarleton. We played them during the college football kegger, and just had to Romo flex on them once.
What do you think, Chop? To compare the color analyst skills.
Well, there's a difference. One of us tries to be a color analyst. One of us tries to be a comedian.
Okay.
And we both fail miserably at what we're trying to do.
There it is. And then
I was right.
And then brought us. How much studying did you do, and how did you study?
I watched a couple different things. Like I watched a couple different games off of like ESPN Plus and did some Googling around and studying their roster.
Byron sent me an email, 2 emails. One was a parking pass. I opened that one.
He sends full prep packets that Choppy didn't even open.
And he sent me one that said FB files. I thought it was Facebook files. I thought it was Facebook.
And now we'll be able to compare these two to Broadus. When's Broadus doing his?
So Broadus has done it before, but we've not.
He's done 2 this year.
I'm telling Byron, next time he doesn't send us the audio because we need to. Now, Brian is genuinely very good doing the color analyst stuff.
My mom is already at the house asking how happy Jerry Jones is going to be. And wait till Jerry hears RJ's halftime story. We're telling it next to the owner and general manager to get you ready for the Chiefs right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What's it? Immune system?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
The Jones Show every Tuesday at 8:30 with Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And Jerry is brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I said yesterday was the second most exciting regular season game that I've covered with you for 15 years. Regular season game. The first, Seattle on the road. I think Jerry, after the game, said he'll remember this one as a final one to the very end of his days. Good morning, Jerry Jones. Did I get that right about remembering that Eagle comeback?
You nailed it, and I meant it. It was such an important win for us, and to have done it in the manner we did it is particularly memorable, but just as important, we needed it. They're an outstanding team. We all know that. They came in as number one in the league and the Super Bowl champion. We played them well. I watched the entire game again Saturday night, and looked at every aspect of the game and thought we had a great chance to win that first game in Philadelphia. But bottom line is, to come back like we did is something that you can, I know it's a cliche, but it really is meat on the bone on building with it.
Jerry, 8 straight defensive stops with this new personnel and whatever adjustments you all have made. What word or description would you apply to your defense right now?
Well, I'd say this, to come back from a 21-point deficit against a team of that stature, that performance was phenomenal, and it's there to be had. Certainly, we're playing better. Not the new players, but the players that have been here. We're playing much better than we were playing earlier part of the year. We understand what it means to, not that we didn't, but we're executing in a way that it means to rely on each other and know that the other guy's going to do his job right, you do your job right, and we'll make the plays. But to basically do it under those circumstances with your back to the wall was real impressive and real productive for the rest of the year. But we've made some changes in personnel, obviously, and those were for short term as well as long term, and that was very unique to be able to get to make those on that basis. But every change we've made, that's a long-term spot sitting there with that player in it, and so that's even more exciting to know we've got this makeup of our roster with us for long to come.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we all knew when you made the trade for Quinnen Williams, like, okay, you're getting a game wrecker. You're getting one of the best players in the NFL here at his position. I guess the thing that maybe we knew, but we've still been kind of surprised by how much it's had an impact, is it feels like Quinnen Williams is making a big difference for other players as well. Like, you're seeing Oso Odigizua making big plays and guys contributing at a level they weren't earlier in the season. Do you think that that's one of the bigger benefits of having Quinnen, is just the impact he has on other guys with the defense?
Absolutely. He was known as a player that makes everybody better around him. He was known for that. And now, that not only takes a very, very exceptionally productive player, but it takes one that's got the right mental attitude about we and about upholding each of our responsibility to each other as teammates. And I know this is a little theoretical this morning, but he is the poster child of that. We really had our eye on him. His coach is with us now that he headed to Jets, and so we had our eye on this in training camp and just couldn't get it done. And so when the opportunity came up to get him, and the opportunity to not only get him now but in the future is just too much, a proven player of his stature. You don't come along very often.
Well, he's loving you right now. He was quoted the other day. He's one of the best owners I've had, so every time I see him, we always laugh. He always gives me positive reinforcement. It's amazing to have an owner like that. So he's a big Jerry Jones fan early on. And Jerry, on Friday, I was cracking up in the car listening to you on KNC tell some classic stories. So RJ told a classic story yesterday due to his George Pickens love that we wanted to relay to you and see what you thought.
I'm a huge George Pickens fan. During halftime, the wife and I may have, tried to make our own George Pickens, if you will, and name him George Pickens Choppy. So just wanted to relay that story to you, Maybe you got some advice.
Or a jersey.
A little baby jersey.
9 months from now, can RJ get a jersey 9 months from now, Jerry?
No, but I've got the mental picture.
There we go. That's all you need.
And that's about 99% of it for me. Okay.
Jerry, it's something where we've heard when George Pickens was traded here, there was the talk of, everybody's just kind of comfortable letting him play this season out, and he's obviously responded in a big way. I know Dan Graziano from ESPN had the report a couple weeks ago saying that the likelihood is that at the very least George Pickens would be tagged. You don't envision a scenario where George Pickens is anywhere else other than Dallas next season, right?
No, I do not at this time. We've got 2 number 1 receivers, and that's just exceptional. Right at the time when, guess what? Our quarterback is probably the best that he's ever been, and there's more there's more there. And so to have 2 receivers, wideouts of this caliber, and candidly, we've got some other weapons out there that you got to look at that running back and how he's playing, and you got to look at the way that our tight ends are coming in there as a group and what they're contributing. So I'll just add the other thing. We've got a coming offensive line that is of high caliber. We've got 3 number 1 draft picks in that offensive line, and they're playing to that level and can play at a higher level. So I like what we see on that side of the ball. And, of course, after what we did Sunday, you've got to get excited about what we're doing on defense.
Jerry, philosophically, because we do have 2 number 1 receivers here, and if it got to it where the money came out and he was demanding and commanding more money than CD, would you feel comfortable with the dynamic of maybe him making more money than CD, given that CD's been here, it's his wide receiver room, etc.?
Listen, there's nothing that we can do. I know it's fun, but there's nothing that we can gain from speculating and conjecture. The bottom line is that we're in good shape. We've built a trade so that we could have potentially our options. And, of course, frankly, he's lived and is playing better than we could have even anticipated, and he's an outstanding, let me emphasize this again, outstanding teammate. And, he brings energy to the team even when he's not making some of those great receptions. So, bottom line, it's working, and it's propitious to have it here right at this time, and what we're trying to do with Dak and how we're trying to maximize having him.
Jerry Jones right here on The Fan. What else is there left to say about his game? We all knew that he could be the best in the ball, in the air adjuster in the league. Just chunk it up to him, and we've seen that this year. Then the run after the catch. Then the theatrics and clutch as well, Jerry. What else is there left to say about what he is doing? Arguably the best receiver in football right now.
I have to get into the specific skill that he has, or his whether it's mental, whether it's competitiveness, but his ability to go get the ball, compete with the receiver. His ability to, if you will, high point the ball with his entire body is unique, because he does that on the run. He does that in full stride, and that's unique, and that's very, very challenging for a defender. And by the way, makes a good target.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, coming off of the Monday night game, CeeDee Lamb obviously missed the first series due to some discipline issues. Then on Sunday, he had a number of drops against the Philadelphia Eagles. How comfortable are you that CeeDee Lamb is locked in down the stretch?
Oh, I'm fine with him in any aspect. He's proven, was proven when he got here with his great career at Oklahoma, but he's proven with what he's done since he's been here. And certainly he's the first one to be frustrated over those drops that we're alluding to. But if there's ever been a player that you can look at the whole package and you can look at go past those drops real easy when you look at what he's done, and then you look at what he is. I don't know if you noticed it, but I saw him really competing there as we were in that second half Sunday. I saw it looked like to the eyes you could just see his motor go up. Now he can catch a football, make no mistake about it, so we're not going to worry about that.
Do you think he's pressing at all?
No, I just think that he's had those drops. Everybody has them. These are these are certainly in the spotlight. But of all of the rationale that you could use, worrying about him as we look ahead, worrying about him and his hands and possessing the ball and those kinds of things, I think that's wouldn't spend a lot of time worrying about that. He can do it.
Jerry, has it come to a point where you feel like you may have like a little side conversation just to kind of let him know you all still believe, or that's not necessary?
Well, he has, of course, we've over the years have had good communication, really good relationship. And the only time it got tight at all was when we were negotiating 2 years ago. And so the reason we have where we are is because of what we believe in him as a competitor and as a leader. And it's really, they're a great combo.
Jerry Jones joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, Kavontae Turpin, he's got tons of explosiveness, the speed, you could see it pop on that slant. Where are we with him? He's been a little bit disappointing this year. Are you, I don't want to say disappointed in what he is doing, but where are we with Turpin?
Oh, I like, and I'm from the get-go. I knew as we entered this year that Shotty was really one of Turpin's main supporters, and his burst, his speed, he gives it to you. And you also have a tendency to say, "Boy, he's a little small to be carrying it up through there. It looks like the ball could get separated from him pretty easy." If you didn't have all those kick returns, and if you didn't see him run and get some of the biggest collisions you can have on those kickoff returns, then you might be a little concerned. But he gets to high speed immediately, and so the collisions are going to seem like they're good. I mean, not good, but they're significant. And because he's got the size he's got, then you're concerned about the ball. On the other hand, look at what you get with that speed and that acceleration. And he's really, when you look at the makeup of him with those two receivers we've got, as well as what we've got with our tight ends, now you've got a good arsenal there.
Jerry, a couple of fourth down decisions that in this game. One on the first drive, a 4th and 3 at midfield, and then obviously the 4th and 1 in a tie game. What was your thought in the moment on the decision to go for both of them?
Well, like to have it back on both of them, and always do when they don't work. On the other hand, it speaks so well of where we are to be able to make a call like that and live to tell about it. And so that's exactly how I look at it. You'll have some of those go for you, some of those that do work, that are meaningful. And so I, like everybody else, and I'm sure everybody involved would have said, I'd like to have that one back and get field position. But I think, to me, that says everything about how great a job Brian is doing, because he is not only head coaching, but he's also the busiest guy in town as the coordinator. But he's got confidence in what he's trying to do, and the team knows he's got confidence. Now, the team saw him go for it, and they knew what was on the line, and they knew what was on the line for him. And so that emboldens their ability to compete, in my view, even when you miss those decisions. Look at the kind of thing that appears from afar of what happens when the coach over there at Detroit goes for it. And he went for it 3 times out here a couple of years ago and didn't make any of them. But it gives confidence to the team that your coach has that kind of confidence in you.
Jerry, you guys are a couple days out from this game against the Chiefs now, obviously with a Thursday. So some of the injuries feel a little bit more pressing. Tyler Guyton and George Pickens both listed as non-participants yesterday. It was a projection, but how do you feel about their availability for Thursday?
Probably feel better about George Pickens than I do Guyton, but we'll see how it goes. But this is always a challenge. Is really between the time we play the Sunday game and the time we play on Thanksgiving Day. There's only time to, frankly, get loosened up, get zeroed in on the game plan for the team you're playing on Thanksgiving Day, in this case, Kansas City. So this is always a tight fit relative to getting over the really the iffy type availability issues. This is the hardest week of all between Sunday when you play and Thanksgiving Day. But we're used to it.
And then another injury that popped up on there, Osa Odigizua, who's played really well since Quinnen Williams got here. He was listed as out with an elbow injury. What's his status heading into Thursday, do you think?
Well, let's see what Thursday brings, and that's what you have here. When you hear we'll make a game day decision, when you play on Thursday after playing on Sunday, that is what you're doing, is you're making a decision there with 10 minutes ago you didn't know for sure. But you have to be ready for that on this game when you play it like this.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ. Set us up. Thursday, Chiefs, Arlington, Thanksgiving, Salvation Army. What prediction? Tell Jerry the ratings prediction you made.
I think this is going to be the highest, most watched non-Super Bowl in NFL history.
Set us up for it.
Well, number one, there's no question that your team, the Cowboys, have a lot of interest at this time. And there's no question that the story of Kansas City Chiefs this year is really interesting and would have me watching it no matter what part of it I'm involved in. So this is what you dream of when you think of a matchup relative to Thanksgiving Day. As we know, there will be maybe as many as, it could be as many as 70, 80 million people watching. They'll see what they measure, but still that kind of audience is out there. And it's a unique time. We've got fans that normally may not watch an NFL football game. But, I spend a lot of time getting these Cowboys out. I'll put the Cowboys in a poodle magazine. I'll put them in any house organ. I'll put them in any house organ that is moving out there. And, of course, you say, well, maybe you don't have that many fans over in that area. But when they do catch a look, then they're positive about the Cowboys because they saw it in their point of interest. That's the way you do it. And so on Thanksgiving Day, you've got a huge amount of that audience that doesn't watch games most of the time. So a lot of them will be Cowboy fans, not like that.
Jerry, do you think you're better at marketing or business?
Oh, well, I'm not so sure that I can differentiate, period, really, for me.
This is just coming down before we let you go. Pro Football Hall of Fame semifinalists. Jason Witten is included, and Darren Woodson is a returning finalist. Your thoughts on the candidacy to join you in Canton?
Well, first of all, Jason, to me, is a first ballot player, NFL player. And I don't believe that I'm being as biased as I should be and would be. But when you look at his career and you look at what he brought to the game for everybody, I'll never forget he had a cut spleen. His sack that holds the spleen wasn't cut. but we were up in New York. It was Friday before the game on Sunday, and I was in the doctor's office with him, and we were trying to see if he could get medical approval to play. And the doctor examined him thoroughly and looked over there and said, now, there'll be a few others playing with more serious injury this weekend in the NFL when you open. We were playing the Giants. How bad do you want to play? They shouldn't have asked him that. He said, well, I may never play another game. This could be it for me. And not in terms of the injury, but just he could get hit by a car. He said, I want to play as though it were going to be the last game I ever played. Doctor looked over at him and said, you should play. I clear you. And so he goes out there with an injury that, by all textbooks, he wasn't supposed to have been out there maybe for another 3 weeks or a month. That's Jason Witten. And so, by the way, he played outstanding. So the bottom line is that we're spending a little time with him. Darren Woodson, I'm shocked that we're having this discussion. He should have been in years ago, really, candidly. And say, well, maybe safeties have a little bit, and I know I sound condescending when I say it. That's a shame, because what Darren meant to this team for years and years and years, what he meant to the NFL and how he represented the game, is what the Hall of Fame's all about, as far as being included in it.
Well said and well put. Happy Thanksgiving. Go get him on Thursday.
Okay, great. It's a happy time to be on with you. Good.
Yes, sir. Let's keep it going. Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Boy, I can't wait. 2 bottles. I'm going to have 2 just fistfuls of midwinter's night dram from High West. It's going to be a beautiful day. I'll try not to be too obnoxious about it, but you know that's not going to happen.
Well, knowing my luck, I'm fine with losing the bet 8 wins versus 9 wins if they make the playoffs. But my luck, they'll get 9 wins, and they'll miss, and it'll be worse off for the draft pick. So the triple whammy.
Yeah.
And so it'll hurt my wallet, it'll hurt the draft pick, and I'll be bitter and ticked off if they miss the postseason.
If they win the next 2, they beat Kansas City, they go on the road and beat Detroit. Not just the 9 win. How comfortable do you become that they're making the playoffs?
Oh, I rely on Choppy for that playoff forecast with the numbers and all of that. I know I'm losing the bet if that happens.
Because if you go 7, if you get to 7-5-1, 7-5-1, I think worst you're finishing out the season 3-1, which means you're getting to 10 wins minimum.
So 10, and the thing is, you got to look at what Detroit and San Fran do, because they are at 4 losses. They would have to get to 10-7.
All right, let's catch back up with the Cowboys with Tommy Yarsh at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. Around the rest of the NFL, Shador should be Browns QB1 the rest of the year. J.J. McCarthy will be one and done in Filthy, and everything else you need to know as we get you closer to Turkey Day. The Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ continues around the NFL after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden Butler is getting in next to Alec Medford. We got Peyton running things as always. Bobby Belt is back, doing really inappropriate, weird things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
It's my fist pump, baby.
I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Thanks for being a total. Happy Thanksgiving. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation at 9:40. Any Jerry Jones reaction before we go around the NFL?
It's good to hear him say Pickens is going to be here. He's being a little cagey about those injuries. He's been more cagey about injuries this year. Have you noticed?
Yes.
And I don't know. I don't know when what's the cause for that flip? Because in the past he'll just be like, yeah, he's out 3 weeks. He snapped his finger. Now he's just going like, well, I mean.
And you'd think McCarthy would be like a lot more anal. All coaches are anal, but you'd think McCarthy would be a lot more grumpy about Jerry revealing injury news. But Schottenheimer, he just does it in a nicer way.
Yeah, I think Jerry just likes his head coach more this year because his head coach is a likable individual this year, and he hasn't been.
The last guy was likable too.
No, really wasn't likable. Really was kind of a pain in the ass. So
I liked him. He liked me. So, I thought he was likable.
That's how you judge things.
Yep.
Any takeaways? Mine were on Witten and Woodson at the very end. That was awesome.
Yeah, dude. I
don't know. Maybe he has with KNC. I haven't heard him make such strong statements when it's come to Woody.
I think the Woody thing is just it so upsets people who know what he did for this team. Like we talked about it with Nate. Every time it's come up with Nate will get that's as passionate as Nate gets is when you talk about anybody who's trying to talk about Darren Woodson like he wasn't a Hall of Fame player. And it's my favorite quote. We told it to Shereen Williams at Combine, and she was like, I'm using that in his presentation next year, which is that quote of, we didn't have sub packages. We had Darren Woodson, and he changed the defense. And we just said, Darren, go do this job, and that changed the way our defense looked.
I'm looking at this list of semifinalists that came out, and,
Let's talk about it for a sec.
Witten is absolutely a Hall of Famer. Witten's problem is going to be the further, if he doesn't get the earlier he gets in, the better chance he has. The further it goes,
I mean, if he's in,
is that a no-duh statement?
Well, no, but
the earlier he gets in,
for what I mean by that is
the earlier he's up and he's being voted on, the better his chances are.
Let's just say he doesn't get it. If he doesn't get in this year, with each passing year, tight end numbers his look worse. It's
the Irvin effect. It's the same thing people talked about with Irvin, where if Irvin didn't get in the first 5 years, he wasn't going to get in.
And that's going to be with Jason. Now he should get in right away.
Gates got in first try.
Which was garbage because we look at
because he got popped for PEDs on his first try.
They're mid.
And this is only 4 people last year that got in for the smallest class in 20 years. So that was kind of beneficial. But Drew Brees,
he's in. He's a lock.
He's a lock. Then you have Rivers, Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's a lock.
Fitzgerald's a lock. Brees is a lock.
And then you get Frank Gore, Jason Witten.
Frank Gore is this era's Curtis Martin, where people are like, did he just stack?
Yes,
he was a compiler. Or from your era, he's the running back Art Monk, maybe a little bit.
I would vote no on Gore. And I would probably vote it again. It's my best all-time quarterback bar argument that I start of ranking Roethlisberger, Rivers, Romo, Eli, and I don't know if I'm forgetting one more in that era.
We always had Ryan in there. All the R's.
And Ryan. I love making people put them in order and tell me amongst them who are the Hall of Famers. Is Roethlisberger one on that?
Ben's in.
Yeah, I think Ben's in.
Is Rivers too? I know you've been a Ryan guy.
Rivers will be the argument that that Cowboys fans wanted to have about Romo. That'll be an actual discussion with Rivers.
How would you vote on Rivers?
I would put him in. I think statistically he was one of the best of his era.
The way I would do it is
that's true. I'll duh you this segment. Do you think?
Yes, I think you watch his tape.
He's a Hall of Fame player?
I look at him and I said that's one of the best quarterbacks I've seen.
I would take, if we're looking at Rivers, Eli, and Ryan, and Ben for that matter, I'm cutting off the end of the years.
Okay.
All right. Because especially for Rivers. No, I'm sorry. Ryan and Roethlisberger's ends, or Ryan especially, his end just completely destroyed a lot of his stuff. Because Ryan was the only one of the bunch with an MVP.
Yeah.
Which I think that has to matter. I thought so. Ben is number one. If I had to pick one for a decade, I would take Matt Ryan over Rivers.
You think Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer?
No. I think he was easily. I don't know if he is anymore because of the end. The end.
He was on a trajectory, but he never.
No one's going to count the Indy end against him.
And the Atlanta end wasn't any good either.
Well, if that's what was his age?
Mid-30s.
Well, then this should count against them.
Yeah. See,
mid-30s? You're supposed to be in your prime still, or still good enough. What do you mean?
Quarterback prime is still your mid-30s.
I think now it is. Back then, I don't know. I mean,
back then it was 5 years ago.
Well, that was 10 years ago, mid-30s. I don't know. I just think after 33, 35, yes, you start to know the answers to the test.
Matt Ryan's 40.
But sometimes you lose arm strength. You just lose the arm strength. That happens.
Matt Ryan last played football in 22.
You can't go downhill at 33 if he did and not have that count. I mean, come on, we're not talking about 43.
Why? So wait, hold on. Is he up, or you're just saying he'll be next?
He's not up yet.
Okay, I was going to say this seems way too soon for him to be up. But no, he was Yeah, he's 40 now. Like, he last played football at 37. I mean, he was in his early to mid 30s when he started
35,
to decline.
36, 37, he was
The other
bad.
returning finalists are Eli, Fred Taylor, Steve Smith, Reggie Wayne, Jari Evans, Marshall Yonda, Terrell Suggs, and Darren Woodson. So there you go.
Holt.
That's Bobby's guy.
Torrey Holt should be in there.
It's a tough one.
Yonda's the one that I still am floored. That was not an easy slam dunk. Yep. And the one I would put in there eventually, I don't know when, but I'll split from you guys, or I think I'm definitely splitting from you. I don't know about you. Frank Gore I would put in. He is a compiler, but it's so hard for me to say the only guys in history who have more than him rushing yards are Walter Payton and Emmitt Smith. That's hard for me to say you shouldn't be in.
Frank Gore, you give credit to consistency, no doubt about it. That is second to talent, right? But I gotta watch you and be like, that's a Hall of Famer right there. And it's coming.
9 seasons with 1,000 rushing yards.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I just was never like, I'll come up with an NBA comparison of someone who just got like 21, all the time. 20, 19, something like that. You may say Reggie Miller.
What about
call him out?
What about, because I think this was the one that came up when people were talking about it'll stun you when you look at where he scored, but I don't have a great frame of reference for this. Is he similar to Alex English?
Yes, like straight, consistent score.
Which I think Alex English was the leading scorer of the 80s.
Was he?
Ugh. Yeah, because that's but you don't think it. No one thinks of him. No one thinks of Alex English.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, let's get to RJ's current NFL overreactions or not.
Overreaction or not, Jahmyr Gibbs is the best at what he does in the NFL.
Well, it's not an overreaction. You can argue, but it's not an overreaction. I'm in love with him.
No, not an overreaction.
Better than Aubrey at what he does.
Oh, I thought you meant a running back.
Oh, so that assumes slam dunk, he is the best running back, no discussion, and he might be the best at what he does, period.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out.
That's an overreaction then.
Give me the other guys.
Because I think when you're talking about at running back, you are talking about still Bijan Robinson, and you're talking about.
give me the other players.
I'm saying that there's no discussion to me about Brandon Aubrey being the best kicker. There's a discussion about who's better than Jahmyr Gibbs potentially at running back. So I'm saying that it's too close of a question of is he the best at his position for me to go he's the no doubt best player at what he does.
Give me someone else besides Aubrey to where there's no discussion at the position.
I think if you're talking about one technique defensive tackles, there's a slam dunk. Nobody's better than Dexter Lawrence. I think nobody's better than Patrick Surtain at corner. Like, those are 3 right off the top of my head that are. I think now you could say Jamar Chase is easily the best receiver.
George Pickens.
George Pickens over GP.
Stop it.
No, right now, who's playing the best versus who you would take?
I mean, Pickens is on the sideline. Chase is on the sideline for spitting on people.
Yeah,
so, he's not out there.
I apologize for that. He owned that, by the way.
I think there's
Penei
somebody else.
Sewell's the best right tackle in football by quite a wide margin.
If you want to go by wide receiver, there's a guy in Seattle who would argue with that on both Pickens and Chase.
Yeah, he is freaking balling.
He's really, really good.
So the way that you phrase it, I'll say, I guess, overreaction.
Okay, I agree. The Steelers.
But he's the most exciting, explosive running back in football.
Yeah, he's the most fun to watch with the ball in his
hands. And
hands.
Bijan is right there.
Right there.
Which I was wrong about.
Bijan Sanders.
We'll get to something you might be right about in a second. The Steelers are collapsing.
It's not an overreaction. It's a discussion, at least. Their quarterback's hurt. They've kind of been spiraling a little bit. It's at least you're looking at them and going like, okay.
Collapsing. I mean, they lost 2 out of 3. They lost 25-10 to the Chargers. Well, I guess you could say they've lost 4 out of 6 if you want to make it larger, right? Lost to the Chargers, then they beat the Bengals 34-12. They lost to the Bears by 3. Oh, I mean, collapsing, overreaction. Although it'll be easy for you to factor in if Rodgers misses another game and they lose to Buffalo. They got Buffalo and Baltimore coming up, then Miami, and then Detroit. The 3 of their next 4 is probably going to decide things for them.
Yeah, I would say that it's at least a discussion that right now they might be mid-collapse.
I hope they miss, though. I can't. I just think.
Don't you want another Aaron Rodgers run?
No.
A little bit.
There's no run to be.
You might be able to win a Super Bowl if you go against him.
Find me his wife. Yeah. If you can find me his wife, I'll root for them. I'll root for them to get the AFC. She doesn't exist.
No.
I'm calling it. It's fake.
We'll go 10. It'll be 10 full years without a Tomlin playoff win if they miss.
10? Without a playoff win?
Wow. Shedeur Sanders should be the Browns' QB1 the rest of the year.
Overreaction. I mean, if you want to have Gabriel play, Shedeur, what do you think of his debut? He's going to be the starter this week.
4 for 16 or the 11 for 20?
First quarterback with the Browns, new history to win their debut.
Dude, it was so funny when they showed, look at Shedeur Sanders' first touchdown pass. And it's a screen that's then run 70 yards. I understand. They didn't oversell it.
Right.
They just said it's literally his first touchdown pass. That's true, but it reminded me of
Arch Manning
finds, and then it's like, well.
First quarterback since 1999 in first career starts.
It was incredibly mid.
And he got the win.
But I'd like to see him have some success at this point.
He'll start the next 2 or 3, and then they'll throw Gabriel back there.
Yeah, I think that obviously
everyone
he's
has forgotten conveniently
he was drafted ahead of him.
That he was drafted ahead of Shedeur.
Yeah,
because it's got to turn into a race thing.
Yep. All right, next one. J.J. McCarthy will be one and done in Minnesota. Listen to this. He ranks
Sharif QB Academy hits again.
He ranks 851st out of 852 in EPA per dropback among qualified starters since the year 2000. The only one worse is Jamarcus Russell.
They're destroying him. It's an overreaction. He has been injured and hurt, but I love being right about this so far, especially with that Nick Sirianni faces he makes when he makes 2 plays in the fourth quarter after stinking it up for the first 3. So I'm loving being right and you and Bobby being wrong as of now.
Yeah, you threw out the you said that his EPA per dropback, the only one that's worse is Jamarcus Russell. His numbers through 6 starts are worse than Jamarcus Russell.
Ooh.
It is worse.
Not good.
Jamarcus Russell, his first 6 starts was 54.5% completions, 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. J.J. McCarthy is 54.1% completions, 6 touchdowns, 10 picks. And this is I'm stealing that from Barstool Big Cat, who did this player A, player
Barstool
B.
Cheapskate?
Player A, player B.
Cheap cat.
Blind
And you're not
reader.
going to hoard that money either that you got from Andy Staples. We're going to split it up. I've just been waiting for Big Cat to send us the full amount.
We are, huh?
But
yeah, we are.
Let's go to this discussion instead. I like this one better. You gonna split it?
I mean, I have no problem splitting it. I didn't know that was what we were doing.
Why would you get it?
Because I'm the one that did
Why would
it.
you get it? It was my idea to ask Schottenheimer.
No, it was my idea to ask him. I'm the one that found it.
You found the audio. Okay, keep it then. That's how you are anyway. You're straight one-way street.
Yeah.
Let's get it's par for the course. Par for the course.
Bobby said he didn't want it. We can't give it to Peyton. I can split it with you. We can't
I
give it to
thought
Peyton.
you had brought up splitting it in the first place.
I did.
You said in the group text you were going to Venmo everybody.
I am.
Don't Venmo me.
Nobody said
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Venmo.
You thought you could just be a little sneaky, choppy, and keep it in the gap. You keep it. You keep it. And screw you, Big Cat. I thought you were the most likable one at that entire organization, you cheapskate. I know you're seeing the tweets. It's about principle. It's not about the money.
I'm not moving on from J.J. McCarthy, though.
Tommy Yarsh. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com is next.
After we get you.
right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's your. I'm not saying this is your haircut.
DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We will crosstalk with the Kansas City Masterpiece at 9:40 as they will be at Taco Bueno, and they're taking over the morning show tomorrow with Peace-a-thon. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Morning, guys. I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty well. What did you where's the Thanksgiving going to be held for the Yarishes?
Well, my lovely family's coming up today. They're coming up here to Dallas. They did it last year. Got an Airbnb last year.
Wow.
We're staying at a hotel this time around. So excited to have them up. And you know, it's kind of funny. I'll just tell a quick story here. You know, I've learned just how good George Pickens has been this year because my great aunt. I've got four in my family. I got my great aunt. I have two great aunts, my grandma and my great uncle, and then on my dad's side, I've got my two grandparents. They have never watched this much football in their lives. And my great aunt was raving about George Pickens the other day. And she has no idea what she's talking about, but it is hilarious to just watch them go about how good George Pickens is. So I'm sure they're excited to come up and watch George Pickens a little bit closer on the television up here.
When referring to your great aunt in person, do you call her great aunt or you just call her aunt?
What is the great aunt?
The
by
aunt's
the way?
mother.
The aunt's mother.
Yeah,
the mother's aunt.
So,
right.
Yeah, it's my mom's aunt. Yeah. No, I call her Daisy. That's just her name.
You go government. I should have known. If anybody taught me, Mr. You were 3-time All Honor Society in high school or whatever. The most academic of us all. I should have known you're the one who calls your aunt Daisy.
Well, that's just her, and I don't really call them by their name. I just say hello, like how's it going? I don't say hello, Daisy. How are you?
Hello, Dolly.
It's like exactly.
But Tommy, how are you going to have the customary dinner in a hotel?
I think I'm just going to go meet up with them somewhere after the game, and we're going to do it there, if not before. I honestly have no idea, to be completely honest with you. I've let them plan all of that, and I'm just like, y'all just tell me where to be, and I'll be there.
Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What have you noticed in your preparation for Kansas City and their season?
Yeah, it's been an interesting season, obviously. They probably don't have the record. Well, not even probably. They don't have the record they want. But I think I've learned watching the NFL long enough to not put a shadow over or cast any doubt on Patrick Mahomes. He threw for 300-plus last week against a really good Colts secondary. And really, it's been cover one where they've struggled to throw against. And I was kind of looking at it for the Cowboys, and they, of course, run one of the lowest cover one rates in the NFL. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe that's something that bumps up this week, if they identify that as a weakness for their offense. And then, of course, it looks like Trey Smith, their all-world guard, won't be playing. He's one of the best in the league. So with the way that Quinnen Williams has been playing and Oso Odighizuwa has been playing and Kenny Clark's been playing the last couple of weeks, you wonder if that's something where the defensive line can really exploit things for Kansas City's offense. But I think this is going to have to be one of Dallas's best games from their secondary. They're going to need to be active on the ball. These are some fast wide receivers that Kansas City has, and Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice. So they've got to be on point, and they've got to be close to the football, because if they can get pressure on Patrick Mahomes, then you can maybe try and force some errant throws.
Tommy, Jerry wants to tell us that, hey, Quinnen's great, but it's other guys doing their jobs and doing their responsibilities. That's why the defense has improved. So let's take Quinnen out of the equation. What is the biggest reason the last 2 weeks that the defense looks different? Who do you think deserves the most credit for, hey, that guy has been a difference maker, a guy who's playing better than he was, the first part of the season?
Well, I think it's no doubt Oso Odighizuwa. I think he has benefited, the most from having Williams next to him. And not to say that some of the other guys haven't, but he's been playing some of his best football the last 2 weeks. And he and Quinnen Williams were both up there for the most quarterback pressures since 2021 when facing double teams. And, now he gets to be one-on-one a lot more. I mean, you think about the third down sack late in the fourth quarter on Jalen Hurts that he's able to get because Quinnen Williams takes a double team and he's left one-on-one. So if those are the scenarios that you're in, a guy like that is going to get his money's worth and he's going to make plays for you. And so I think he stands out to me the most when I'm watching the game back and saying, okay, this guy is really playing well these last couple of weeks.
Tommy Yarst from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tommy, CeeDee Lamb, obviously, we asked Jerry about this last hour. He was, late, obviously, and got the punishment in the Raiders game. Then he had all the drops against the Eagles. Are there any questions about focus or how much he's locked in right now? Do you look at him and say, hey, he looks like he's playing distracted football right now?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if it's as much distracted football as it is as much he's just got to, wash and have a short memory and just be like, look, I had my drops, but, at the same time, I'm CeeDee Lamb. Like, I've got to move on here. And so it might just be a mental thing more than anything. And, CeeDee Lamb is a really good player. And I will, Jerry said it too, is, he's fine with him in any aspect, and I think I'm fine with him in any aspect too. I'm not aware of any concerns that this franchise has about him or his level of focus. I mean, he's an all-pro player, and for whatever reason against the Eagles, he just has had his struggles this year. And the last couple of weeks, he has had the drop struggles. So I think it's something where we could very quickly be shifting this narrative if he comes out on Thursday and just has a huge game. If he goes for 150 yards, then it's all right. Yeah, he's back to normal, and that might be all he needs to get his confidence back. I'm not saying he's lacking a huge amount of it right now, but certainly you're going to be frustrated when the ball hits your hands and you can't reel it in, especially when you're a player of his caliber. But I'm not concerned at all.
You think it's possible he feels some kind of way, though, that there's an emergence of a player there right behind him, and that the fans are really kind of fawning, especially me, fawning over him?
Yeah, George Pickens choppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on that, by the way.
Well, we don't know yet.
But no, I don't think so. If anything, there was nobody happier when George Pickens got here, and there's been nobody happier to have him here throughout the course of the season than CeeDee Lamb. I mean, those two guys have been extremely close, and they open things up for one another. So if anything, George Pickens CeeDee Lamb should be one of the guys clamoring the hardest, and he has been, for keeping George Pickens around, because that takes a lot of, attention off of his plate, and it opens things up for more opportunities for him. And sure, George Pickens has been the one who's capitalized on more of the opportunities as of late, but you got an offense here that is capable of going either way. If George Pickens is getting clouded or doubled, or, with the way he's playing at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody triples him, then you're shorthanded against CeeDee Lamb, and eventually Dallas is going to make you pay for that, and CD is going to make you pay for that. So I don't think he feels any kind of way, because, again, he's been probably the leader of the George Pickens fan club in terms of players on the team, and not RJ.
Tommy, we're watching ESPN. ESPN's up here in the studio, and they're doing a playoff predictor, and they're literally checking off games on the Cowboys schedule and talking about if they win this one, then their playoff odds go up this much. Right now at 5-5-1, it still feels a little silly for us to be talking playoffs. So at what point does this winning streak have to continue before you start saying, all right, there's got to be a real discussion about the path forward? Is it just after this week against Kansas City? Do you have to get through the next two against Kansas City and Detroit? When are you starting to look at this as a real discussion about this Cowboys team might have turned it around?
If they win the next two, then that's when there's going to be playoff talk regardless down the stretch, right? Because I think the best case scenario that I was thinking of coming into this 3-game stretch was, okay, if you go 2-1, you have a chance, but you still don't feel great about your chances, because let's say they lose to Kansas City, all right, then you're down to 5-6-1, and now you've really got to close out the year strong. And with the way the NFC is stacking up, you probably got to win every game the way out, and you go on the road to Detroit. So it's tough, but I think if you can start having a real conversation of, okay, this is plausible, and not just, okay, if things fall in the right place. No, I think if they win the next two games, they have a real chance, I believe.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. So going back to Kansas City, why has Mahomes not been Mahomes for most of the season?
That's a good question. I think that, when you've been in this league this long, we've talked about it with some of the younger quarterbacks, but sometimes teams just figure you out. And not to say that he's been figured out. I mean, he's, I think, second in the league in passing yards and things like that. But for whatever reason, they just haven't fully meshed. I know they've had some inconsistency in the run game. Their season high from a running back in rushing yards has been from Patrick Mahomes, and he had 66 yards in that second game against Philadelphia.
Wow.
So, I misread. It was actually Kareem Hunt last week against Indianapolis. But until last week, they've had
say wow backwards.
But instead, nonetheless, they still. Well, now I can't get my point across because they're all laughing at me. But nonetheless, they have had good run games in the past with Pacheco. He's been in and out of the lineup. It looks like he could be back this week. Rashee Rice was out for a good chunk of the year, and then the defense has struggled too. At some points in the season. So it's just kind of been up and down, and they've been in some close games. Buffalo was a 1-score loss. Denver was a 1-score loss. Philadelphia was a 1-score loss. All of their losses were one-score losses. So they've been close, but they just haven't been able to pull some of it out. And then last week they finally did, beating the Colts by 3 in overtime. So that's why you can't undersell this team, because as long as they've got 15 at quarterback, it's going to be a tough challenge.
Have you decided on a pick?
Not yet. I want to wait and see what some of these injuries look like. Not that I'm terribly concerned about any of them. I think Guyton is probably the biggest one where you're probably leaning towards doubtful. But see how the rest of the week goes. See how today's practice report goes for both sides, and then go from there. But I think I'll be honest and say I'm leaning a little bit Kansas City at the moment.
Boo! Thanks, Tom. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the Winstar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please, game responsibly.
Full on Harry Carey there. Wow, spelled backwards.
I know, he didn't appreciate it. He got a little testy.
Sauce are spelled backwards. It's ASOS.
I was talking about his great aunts and trying to get into his family, and then he gets a little moody with
He's
you
a
guys.
young Chicago. He's not old enough to know Harry Carey, Chicago.
So he didn't get it.
I feel Midwest also says a little aunt.
What do I say? I say ant.
Yeah, I'm an ant guy.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. They may have to referee our next fight with G-Bag.
What?
Decide on the winner and loser. And we set you up for Peace-a-thon with KNC live at Taco Bueno after this.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
Friends, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Only Kevin Hagelin? What?
Oh, crap. My bad, dude.
Corey's here, but that's okay. Since he's not on the Zoom, I would like to start, please.
Thank you.
I'm continuing my trend of being the best Tolo I can be. I was listening earlier, and Choppy, why won't you give Sean his money?
No, us.
Oh, no, I will. I'm just messing. Here's the problem. I had it all set up. It was perfect. Okay? 125 for each. And then Bobby comes in with I don't want any of the money because I can't ask Shotty that question.
Blood money.
So now, I can't divide 3 by 500.
It's 167.
I'm not doing
or 100 or 166.6.
See, and I'm not doing that. We need to make it an even amount.
I just told you the answer.
That was a bottle that they had in mind in the Choppy household. They're like, we're gonna splurge for this. We're gonna go into. I asked the question. I know Andy Staples. This is mine. This is me, and that's the reality of it. But there's no point in doing. I wouldn't. First off, I don't want the money now. But second off, until. The big problem here is Barcool, Big Cat Barstool, who won't pay the $250 because getting $250 divided amongst us is supposed to be $500 for asking Brian Schottenheimer that question. Yeah. And I know he's seeing.
Oh, he's seeing.
I always thought of him as probably the coolest one over there, the most normal dude.
Unless he's a post and ghoster, which is maybe a possibility.
He was on Twitter a lot.
Yeah.
He is on Twitter a lot. Where are you guys?
Truthfully, by the way, I don't want the cash because I'll tell you. Hang on. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, you told Peyton you were definitely cutting him out.
The $1,000 that's over the $600 Venmo thing, I would get taxed on that. So I don't want that.
I actually think Peyton, I was expecting to cut Peyton in as well because he repurposed it and got it out fast.
Right.
He got us the video. Right.
How much did Staples send you?
It's $500.
It's $500.
Wait, he sent $500?
Yeah, and then Big Cat was going to send another $500.
Like that morning.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yes! Guys, get it going even more!
Do I have to apologize to Big Stool?
No. Barstool was going to send another $500. It was going to be $1,000.
I thought it was $250.
No. It's $500 from each.
He owes even more.
Sure?
Yes. He owes even more than you thought.
I thought it was $500 total.
No. $500 from each.
So you have $500 in your Venmo account.
I do. Yeah. But we said we were waiting.
I'll take 200.
You can't get 200.
I thought he's had $500 in there.
It's just sitting there. It's just waiting. It's a hold. It's a placeholder.
That was the nest egg he gambled on the Raiders.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 now. After the Raiders win.
Yes. I'm sorry. Where are you? What's happening, Corey?
Guys, we are live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite, 1336 North Town East Boulevard, right on the corner. Man, this is the second largest parking lot I've ever seen in a Taco Bueno.
Yeah.
The last one we packed up so much that there was spillover.
And you're almost there when you drive past Town East Mall with the giant ring pop on top of it, and that's how you'll know that you're almost there.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, we are squaring everything away for a fantastic show tomorrow also, as Peace-a-thon Eve is on the way, you guys. Here's what I think, Sean.
Sorry in advance, Sean. It's not our fault.
You get a...
we tried.
I have no clue what you're talking about. You
cut me out of money too?
The whole day off tomorrow.
Nope.
Almost every other host will be on air with us tomorrow at some point. And I think it would be awesome if you would just hook each one of those hosts up with a steak from Wild Fork. What do you think about that?
I think that's a stupid idea.
I think it's a great idea, Sean. You should consider it.
I think you should never bring up the A5 ever again in your life.
Dude, I still haven't made it yet because my kids keep bugging me about it. I'm like, it's one steak, guys. It's just one steak.
You can't split that.
Like,
You
can't
can't.
make it right now.
You better not share that with them. They can get a bite. I'll bite.
That's exactly what I keep telling him.
A5?
You're the choppy of steaks over here.
This little sliver.
I'm donating to
You get a little
charity.
sliver.
Okay? I need I was going to use the tax write-off. It was going to be under our whole names. Charity. $125 for each
He's
of us.
George Costanza. Is he more Costanza or Larry David? I think he's Costanza.
Donation made in your name.
Costanza.
Donation made in your
Costanza's
name.
got all the lying and everything. All right. A reckoning is a-coming. The next fight is happening with the G-Bag. Do you have another reckoning?
Yeah, that's probably not set for air right now.
Yeah, we'll
though.
talk about it later.
Oh,
No, my contract was up Friday.
Station business?
Whoa.
Station biz?
yeah, and
Okay.
it's pissing me off.
I'm not involved, am I? I'm out of it, right?
What was your question, Sean?
You
What was
might
your
be
question?
involved.
Whoa, yeah, can we guess?
Does it have to do
Never mind. Never mind. Move on. I'm too mad right now. Don't ask me about it.
Too mad. All right, so I think we're going to need Bobby's computer. Have you guys seen the new G-Bag decorations?
Where they put the flags over the windows?
Yes.
Oh, we moved those.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's for Carter.
Yeah, that's for Carter.
What do you mean it's for Carter?
He does.
For the
He
lighting.
puts those up for the lighting. Whenever we leave, he pulls those up as curtains to kind of block the sun as it comes into that window.
Well, he can figure it out. He can figure it out another way.
figuring it out.
We thought G-Bag...
We're the home of the Cowboys. We don't block sunlight from coming in the afternoon, guys.
And by the way,
That is.
does the sun not rise over there?
But explain to the audience what we're talking
I don't
about.
understand.
Choppy, explain to the audience.
So we have these two prison cell windows looking out to another set of windows that also looks out to the outside. We don't look out to the outside anymore. We had a wonderful, wonderful view.
World class
view. One of the 5 best views maybe in the whole city of DFW. Now we have this little tiny window that we could see, and it's the only bit of light that we're able to get inside this room. And we came in this morning, and it was blocked. It was blocked off by 2 very obtrusive G-Bag Nation flags, which we support the G-Bag
But
Nation
it's for
flag.
light purposes.
What do you mean? No,
It's
the
for
light.
camera lighting
It's I don't
purposes.
care about the camera light. I care about.
You should.
I care
Dude,
about
you
seeing
should.
the
That guy
outside
works really
world.
hard.
I want to see
That guy
the
works really
outside
hard
world.
for us.
Hold on. So you seeing out a window that leads into an office room is more important than the lighting of the show?
He wants to see all the news people walk by.
Yeah, it is.
He wants to see Chica
So you
Lane
can be like,
coming to complain about the studios.
I mean,
Okay.
you guys don't want to see. I expected from G-Bag to not want to
Yeah, they're
see any
shame
other
close people.
human life walk by and be in a little cavernous area. But this is part of being up here on the same floor. You know, seeing Alec and seeing who walks by, and the
action.
Dan Brunoff,
Seeing Aiden, we can't see our video coordinator otherwise.
So is this going to be a daily battle of the G-Bag flags being put up and down and up and down on the windows?
We could just take down the far magnets and then they drape down and then they get pulled back. I think that's what normally happens. Carter just puts them back up and nobody took them down like they normally do. But they stay pinned in the middle and then they pin back up to the outside and then they drop them
I'll
like
tell you
drapes.
this, I'm not doing this every morning. I'll just take them home with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be the first person to take G-Bag stuff home.
I know. I'll just take them home. I'll take the problem. I'll get rid of the problem. I'm like the wolf. I'll get rid of the problem.
All right, ask Reddit.
Damn, Hagee is bad. I thought his picture was frozen there for a minute. And he's not moving.
I think I'm about to be too. I think my phone is starting to get buzzed from the bosses as well. But
I opened up this can, and my apologies.
What is it about tomorrow?
Nope. Let's do
let's
it.
Move forward, Sean.
I'm willing. I'm willing if you want.
Nope.
Choppy already got me started.
I don't want to get in trouble. Reddit me.
Move forward.
I'm paying you. I'm giving you. You worry about that.
Let's Reddit you. All right, first question here on Ask Reddit. Hagee, what are you mad about currently? That's not one question. All right. What screams adult bully?
Ooh. Man, that is a good question.
You know what? I told you the other day, bullying actually does work. I have a green polo shirt that I won't wear.
That's a
because
weird
all the
take.
all the Tolos bully me into thinking that I'm an Eagles fan because I talk nicely about them sometimes. And so now I won't even wear green colors. So I've been bullied to not wear green by a bunch of adults.
Wow, your son is going to UNT.
I know, exactly. I went to Bryan Adams. Our colors are green and white.
Everything I do. The answer for this one is, for me anyway, is when you make your ball busting content about one person. If it's about one person instead of just like, oh, I take it around the room and we have fun with it. If you make it about one person constantly all the time, like I feel like you're picking on the weakest one in the room and just
like you do Peyton.
No, I don't do that to Peyton. I ball bust on all of you guys. Sean doesn't know football. Peyton is lazy, and Choppy is a money hungry greed master.
Oh my God!
Is Bobby the worst to you in here?
Yeah,
on the air, Bobby's the worst. Who's best to you off the air?
Bobby's best to me off the air. But his is personal. His is personal.
I gave you a bonus out of my own pocket.
Well, that's on air, though. You said that on air.
Is that on air?
I believe that's on air.
This is the first time I've ever said it.
Money is going to break up this show.
You know what? Screw Thanksgiving. What a horrible time of year.
Oh, this is so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Good show until the final hour.
I'm so glad I sent you that text, Hagee, telling you to ask Choppy
what does
about
Bobby
money.
do for you off the air?
Nothing really.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Oh.
I go to bat for Peyton. People know that.
Oh.
People know I defend Peyton.
I mean, I would think
just not on the air.
I would think I knew it.
You do know I go to bat for Peyton.
Well,
You know I defend
give me
Peyton.
an example.
Yeah. Okay, how often, like generally, how many times when something's going wrong with Peyton am I like, come on, let's all cut him some slack? When the mics are off, I'm saying, cut him some slack. There's a lot going on back there.
He's so hilarious. You need to overlook it.
I do
so
say that.
funny.
I do say that too. He is hilarious. He's the funniest one on the station. All right, next one. And it is Thanksgiving. Anybody can chime in with this. What will you never eat that is commonly found on Thanksgiving tables?
No, cranberry.
Cranberry sauce is at the top. Green bean casserole with the little French onions.
Oh, that's
Pass.
Yuck. What? Yuck. There you go, Hagee.
Corey?
Yeah, I guess that's the cranberry. I don't really have any use for cranberry.
Oh, these are guys.
So are you sweet potatoes? I don't touch sweet potatoes.
The cranberry cuts through everything. You need something to break up the richness. Do you even know what that means, Kevin?
I don't. That's why. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that's why I looked at Corey because I was like, I don't know what that means.
Like you got the gravy and all the heavy stuff, and the cranberry is like the refresher, sweet little tang on there. For me, it's probably like the whatever is going to have like marshmallow yams on it,
or whatever.
Although I think I've had 2 bites of it, and I did think it was good, but I've avoided it.
You can't. I don't think you can get into the candied yams marshmallow crap until you're like 40.
Right.
Nobody at 18 has ever said, "Oh my God, let me hand me some of that."
Oh gosh,
sweet potatoes.
What a group Texas is going to be at 10:01. Where are you? One more time.
As I'm not included on that text. What happened?
You're about to be.
Guys,
sweet potato Parmesan.
We are at Taco Bueno in Mesquite, 1336 Northtown East Boulevard. Your direction, Sean, so you can just come by and punch me if you'd like, man. All right?
I will be there.
I can't. It seems like Sean knows what this is now, and I don't.
We're I don't even know when we're back. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and have a fantastic Pizza-thon tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan."
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And that was underwhelming. And, of course,
that was sarcastic
and of course, the famous Alec Medford. We are live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East Boulevard. I assure you, they are open, and we're less than 24 hours away from Peace-a-thon. Corey, you do not need to raise your hand,
Kevin,
but you did.
I did raise my hand because I have a question. Because I'm looking at our list for Peace-a-thon for tomorrow. We got an awesome list of people. They're going to be on with us tomorrow, man. Jake Berger's going to join us at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Christy Scales will be on with us. I'm being told one of my hero baseball players is going to be on air with us, and so this is an exciting time.
All right, can we talk about that for just 1 second?
Before I get to that,
okay.
Give me 1 second. Who has the most difficult last name to spell on the station? It's between Chiafalo, Chuck, and myself, I believe.
It's Chiafalo because I continually fall into the trap of, does the A go first?
Yes.
And then the O later?
Yes.
And so I've had to look it up a disproportionate amount of time, and I'm sorry, Chio. You deserve better.
Well, yes. Let's go ahead and talk then real quickly about one of my baseball heroes that could potentially be on our show tomorrow at, it looks like Choppy's time. So that would be awesome for Choppy to be able to chat with him too.
Yeah, so Will Clark is going to jump on with us about noon. However, he is hunting at his ranch whilst this is happening, so I don't know about the timeliness in the hunting areas. You know, like I don't know if you see a boar go wee and you're like, that's noon.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if that's how it's going to work.
Well, I will say this, like that dude right there is one of the most entertaining storytellers of all time.
Yes.
I loved him as a kid. Even when he was with the Giants, I was a fan because, the Will the Thrill posters that I saw at the card shops and stuff. And dude, tomorrow at RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia is going to be a great day. But today we are at Taco Bueno in Mesquite, 1336 North Town East Boulevard. Kevin, right now I'm holding one of the steins. We have a few of these steins to give away today, a few of them. We have this Taco Bueno hat that I'm wearing. We have a few of those to give away, some party boxes, and we have some other things. Is that one of those vests too? Do we have one of them? No. Okay, all right. There's a lot of stuff to give away though, Kevin.
I thought you were trying to take his.
That's a shirt.
I know, but I thought he was trying to take.
He was at the Bearded Monkey with me the other night when we were giving the vests away, and those things just flew off, man. People wanted them because they were very invested.
Good.
I took your joke.
No, I just wanted to say that the person who texted in, I'm not the one who said you were whining. All right, I just want to make that very.
Hey, Kevin, why are you calling me a whiner?
No, that was not me.
He said you're not a whiner, you're a wiener.
Most all of the time, I try to put my name on the text responses.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect system, but most of the time I try to do that. All right, Alec, can you go ahead and please give me cut number 8? Because I want to talk about some positive trends for the new look Cowboys.
Eagles at their 24. Herschel handed off inside to Barkley, and immediate penetration by Quinnen Williams. I live here now, sir. The previous occupant is no longer here. You might want to think about knocking at this door again.
All right, so obviously that's an objectively amazing call from Brad Sham. Can we agree with that?
Absolutely.
All right. But I wanted to start with a couple of defensive things. All right. It's a small sample size, but in 2 games since a busy trade deadline, obviously headlined by Quinnen Williams, do you know the Cowboys' run defense stats?
No, but I can imagine it's been under 100 yards because Ashton Genty, he couldn't even get 7, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I think he did run for 7.
Okay, all right.
On 6 carries. I have to double check that.
I feel like you and Mickey know that stat.
It's not good. But here's the thing, and I find this terribly impressive. They have had 30 carries against them in these last 2 games for a total of 90 yards.
Wow.
That's 3 yards a carry. But here's what I think, and by the way, like you mentioned, it's 3 yards a carry against Ashton Genty and Saquon Barkley. All right? It's not like
premier running backs.
Yes.
Genty's had his struggles this
agreed.
season, but he's going to be an electric running back when they fix their offensive line.
Theoretically, the best running back out of the draft class and the best running back in football last year. But here is what I think is a way bigger deal. Those 30 carries, one of them went for 10 or more yards.
Didn't it
feel like every second or third one?
Yes. Now let's talk about the why there.
Yes.
All right. For two things. One, yes, Oakland or the Vegas Raiders have a bad offensive line. Yes,
agreed.
The Philadelphia Eagles offensive line has struggled in the run game this year. Those are two real things that can be true as well as this. That means your defensive front is not bad anymore.
Yeah.
Your defensive front is getting the push up front to put those guys back into the running back to create not easy blocking lanes.
Yes.
So that those gaps can be filled by the linebackers, Logan Wilson, Kenneth Murray, DeMarvion Overshawn. All those guys now can do their job because it's being held up in front of them, Kevin. This is very similar to when Ezekiel Elliott was at his best because the Cowboys could block it. That's what it's all about is those guys in the trenches create lanes. And if you don't allow them to create lanes, then your guys easily fill those lanes and make stops so you're not getting exploded for big plays.
Okay, so I agree with the mechanics of all of
that's
that.
The mechanics.
And I think that's a great breakdown.
Oh, we have Jonas Brothers tickets too.
Shut up, do we?
That's what it says on this little thing.
I probably
right here.
shouldn't have said it like that. I mean, I don't care. That's whatever. Good luck,
Holy
everybody.
crap, Jonas Brothers
tickets.
tickets.
I asked my wife, I go, Jonas Brother Christmas special. You want to watch that? And she goes, nope. And I was like, oh man. So, yeah. But
she said, not with you.
Oh, man, that's hurtful. But here's the broader picture. You're right. The Raiders have a terrible offensive line, and Lane Johnson was out. I concede those points. Yeah. But I'm not to the point, and maybe I might not even be that close to the point of where I'm ready to break down who the opponents were. This has been an awful run defense prior to those last two games. Just awful. So hopefully in 2 more weeks I'll be like, they gave up 4.1 yards. I'm not thrilled with that because this blibbity blabbity. And I think those are all fair critiques. But when you go from just the absolute worst to hold on just a minute, your run defense looks pretty good. That's a huge step for me.
I guess let's look at this for a second, Kevin. There's only really one team left on the Cowboys' schedule that even concerns me regarding the run, and that's the Lions. And that's a massive concern because of what Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery do. But the Chiefs haven't been able to run the ball well. The Vikings, they can't figure their offense out right now.
Right.
Aaron Jones will probably tear us up because that's what Aaron Jones does. But there's new look defense. The Chargers are good at running the ball. But the Commanders and Giants, I don't fear that. So I feel like there's 3 games there that you're going to get similar results for sure. And the only one that concerns me that much is the Lions. And that's one of those where you better get ready and prepared and pumped for that game because you know what they're going to try to do. So, dude, this stretch is about to be really exciting if this defense is legitimately what we've seen the last couple weeks. That defensive front and the way they're stopping the run game. That's what Jerry said that the whole reason they did all this stuff was for these results right here, and he's getting the results he asked for.
All right, next. You want offense in general or the offensive line specifically?
Offense line.
Okay, so let's go back. And the reason why I keep focusing on these 2 weeks is this is the 2 weeks post-trade deadline and post-injury bonanza of players coming back. All right, 2 weeks ago, the pressure rate against Dak Prescott was 20.6%. On Monday Night Football. That was the second lowest he's seen in a game all season.
Wow.
And then what did you see against the Eagles, who I don't think it's here to be particularly debated that the Eagles have a very scary defensive line. Eagles got 1 sack. And I didn't particularly feel like, there were some plays for sure, but I didn't feel like Dak was in danger or having to consistently run for his life whatsoever.
No.
I think
he ran when needed.
Yes.
And ran for a touchdown. I thought, go ahead and finish. But
I was just going to say, I wouldn't have thought going into it that I was like, I think the Cowboys' offensive line played better than the Eagles' offensive line, injuries or no.
Yeah, one of the great things is Dak is at his best right now, making sure he's not holding on to the ball.
Agreed.
Like, that's a huge factor in this. But having that healthy offensive line up front, and if you watch, Broadus and Wolchuk said, go watch. I said, okay, I will.
And Guyton will be out on Thursday.
Yeah, and you know what, though? Not concerned about that so much right now.
Is he last on your list?
Yeah, it's the pressure up. Nate Thomas, I feel, thumbs up. We'll wait on. And Jerry did say he felt more likely that Pickens was going to be okay, and that Nate Thomas or that Guyton might have less of a chance to play on Thursday. We already discussed that a little yesterday too. But Kevin, the three guys in the middle, go watch. If you didn't do it yet, go watch that battle again. What they were doing with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis interior-wise was so much fun. Like, this is one of those, like, you kind of have to like watching the offensive and defensive line to enjoy it, like to truly enjoy it. But if you do, you're going to go back and go, man, that was a battle. That was, some of them got lost. It was a back and forth thing, right? But those three guys in the middle are giving you the effort you need to keep Dak standing up and comfortable and able to step up into the pocket. And that, Kevin, is one of the reasons because, A, Dak's getting rid of the ball quickly, and B, that trio in the middle is doing their job. It's nice to have them all healthy right now.
Now, in terms of broader offense, going into the game against Philly, Dallas was the only team in the NFL to have top 5 players in passing, rushing, and receiving.
Nice.
Dak was 5th in passing yards, Javonte was 5th in rushing, and George Pickens was 2nd in receiving. What happened? Dak Prescott, 23 of 36 for 354 yards. Javonte Williams, 20 carries for 87 yards. And, man, did those feel like a really tough 87 yards that he picked up. You know what I'm saying? I felt like he earned most all of those. And then George Pickens, of course, 9 catches for 146 yards and a touchdown. So my point being, you went into that game, if we've talked about the defense and we've talked about the offensive line, now the greater offense is you had top 5 in all of these, and eventually, not immediately, but eventually, all 3 of them showed out for you.
Yeah, it's how demoralizing must it be to go, all right, we have forced them into a situation where they can't use Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
We've forced them into we have now double-teamed CeeDee Lamb. Good luck to him. George Pickens is wide open on a slant to pick up yards. And then you go, all right, now we're going to focus over there. And this offense just has all these different pieces that they can go to. This is nice to see right now.
And then specifically, and we're off at the Taco Bueno off of Town East, specifically focusing in on George Pickens. So, first week of the new look Cowboys, George Pickens, 144 receiving yards, 77 of which came after the catch. And then this week...
Did you expect that? Yards at yak for him?
Kind of.
I didn't. I expected...
Once I saw how the slant play works, and it has like essentially a built-in extra 6 to 7 yards every time, and sometimes significantly more.
Especially when the quarterback's hitting him in stride instead of on a point where he's slowing down.
Correct.
But then add to it, I just expected that there would be a lot of deep balls. But CeeDee Lamb's injury created a space where they had to learn more about George Pickens, and that's benefited this team a lot.
And you look at this past week, his average yards per catch was 16.2. That's the highest that Pickens has had in a game in a little bit more than a month. And like I said, I'm going to go back to this time and time again. And it's specifically the in-cutting to the left slant that I think right now is the most undefendable route in all of the NFL. Now, he can cut the other way, of course, but it's that in-cutting route that cuts into the left, I guess that's repetitive, every single time that it feels like no matter how good of a defense you're playing, that person is always like a good yard behind, and it gives the opportunity to gain extra yardage. So I love that George Pickens is getting the timely passes and that Dak is leading him, and that's leading to a ton of yak.
Yeah, and watch Dak watch Dak when he steps up to the line of scrimmage and he's surveying everything, and then watch those safeties move. and then that's when Dak goes, got it. You know, like you can almost see the moment Dak goes, I figured out exactly what we're about to do now. Because he's got a couple different plays he's working with when he gets up there. But Kevin, that's the benefit. Once he sees one-on-one coverage, he knows he has a couple different options based on what he feels that other safety is going to roll over to, okay? If that safety rolls his way, then he goes for the slant. If he rolls over to CeeDee Lamb, hey, go deep. He's got options there.
Yeah.
But the thing about Pickens' body type is you step off of him 2 yards, you've given him too much space. You step off of him 7 yards, you're screwed. You get right up on him and press him, he's blowing right by you. So that he creates these with his physical size and speed. He creates these just absolute turmoil problems for these cornerbacks, and that's he can use his body to shield, create space, and get that catch because he's got big, strong hands too. It's a nice luxury right now that not every team in the league has.
And I like that somebody goes, even Malik Davis has been running the ball well.
Yep.
And so what you have to keep in mind, though, these are all hopefully positive in the last 2 weeks. But what we have to remember is this is the first time all year you've won back-to-back games. And the last 3 times this season, the Cowboys have tried to get above 500. They're 0-3.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to point to some of these things where if you're wondering, like, how did they win these 2 games, it's because you're seeing things that are working at every single level across the defense. We talked specifically about the defensive line. Now we talked about the offensive line and then the offense in general, especially the skill position players. You've had things working the past 2 weeks at all of those different levels. Now, can you carry it out to your first 3-game winning streak? Not to be that person, but we'll find out.
We'll find out
Thursday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's navigate the NFC East with more insight into the Cowboys' epic comeback and Eagles' collapse. Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Underdog is the place to go. Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And what I want to turn your attention to, it is that time again. Feast Week is back on Underdog from November 26th, that's tomorrow, through November 30th. Check the app for daily special promos. And look, playing on Underdog, it's already easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Want to make it even sweeter? Here we go. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing it terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's T Clinic. Melt visceral fat. Get your energy levels back and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get crowd-pleasing appetizers at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on select raw and cooked shrimp through November 27th. Serve chilled shrimp cocktail or crispy tempura at your holiday party. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Polos, you can change a child's life by donating your car to Cars for Kids. It's fast, easy, free towing, paperwork handled, and a max tax deduction. Running or not, your car funds Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids a shot at education. So clear out your driveway and change a life. Visit carsforkids.org. Write off the car, not the kid.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Tolos, we're back on the road for a special edition of the 105.3 The Fan Friday Football Feast. This time it's on a Tuesday. Come join me. I'm Kevin and Corey, broadcasting live from the home of the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 1336 Northtown East Boulevard in Mesquite from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every single hour. This week, come feast on some tamales. And don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come get your pre-Thanksgiving weekend starter right to Taco Bueno, 1336 Northtown East Boulevard in Mesquite this Tuesday, 10 to 2.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. Join us December 5th from 2 to 7 with the G-Bag Nation. We'll have toys for tots, so make sure you bring by a toy and drop it off. See you there.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First and goal at the 4. Play fake, boot to the right. Prescott looking. Throwing in the end zone. Span Ford is open. Brevin Span Ford with his first NFL touchdown. This game is back on.
And and we might need to have a further conversation about Brevin Spanford either today or tomorrow, both in terms of, obviously, he caught that touchdown, but what he's done on special teams and as a blocker, I feel like has really upped his stock with a whole lot of people. But right now, it's a Tuesday. We like to navigate the NFC East always. Choose your own adventure as we go through the NFC East. Would you like the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Giants, or don't pick the Commanders?
Commanders is. Did you say don't?
That's right.
Okay, let's go with the Cowboys. They won, baby.
There you go. All right, for the Cowboys, Dak Prescott and George Pickens. And I hope we've made this clear enough. As good as George Pickens has been, like, you need a dance partner, right?
Yep.
And props to Dak Prescott for he's had so many perfectly timed passes to Pickens, especially, man, that's a lot, especially across the middle, although you've seen plenty of phenomenal ones down the sidelines as well. But especially down the middle because he's able to guide him so well. Pickens, 9 for 9. And that's a big thing that I know that you focused in on for like a decade is, hey, catches are great. But if we're going to look at shooting percentage in the NBA, I want to see target versus catch percentage in the NFL. 9 targets, 9 catches, 146 yards and a touchdown, which is why I'm glad that penalty was called on the right sideline when Pickens couldn't haul in the miracle catch, and they're like, that's a penalty. And I was like, that didn't count. That does not count.
Oh, dude, so you're thinking that way whenever, like, your brain has now already rewired itself to that.
Correct.
And here's the thing, too, about that is, Mickey gets very upset when we use that catch percentage number because he's I want to know. And I'm like, and listen, I love Mickey. You
I'm
know
sorry,
that.
Mick.
So, but he's like, no, who's judging that? And the fact is, if the ball actually is in your hands and you don't drop it, then it doesn't get judged at all. And that's what Pickens is like. I secure the ball.
Yeah.
Good luck to everybody else out there.
Kind of felt like that was a shot at CeeDee Lamb. All right. Play action.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay. You didn't, did you? We're going to get back.
But as Jerry said earlier, which we'll talk about on the C Block today, I'm not worried about CeeDee Lamb.
Okay. Man. But you think we'll get to it later. All right. Let's go to play action. Dak Prescott. He was incredible on play action 2 weeks ago against the Eagles. 9 for 11 on play action passes for 174 yards. That's almost 16 yards an attempt.
Wow.
That is bananas. That's like twice as much as what you would feel like was a really good regular per attempt.
Yes.
And a touchdown. 174 yards on play action. Mark Prescott's second highest play action yardage total of his career. Now, credit to Dak for that. Credit to the receivers. But who else gets credit for that? Javonte Williams.
Oh, really?
Because your play action means nothing if I'm never going to buy into you running the ball, right?
Right, yeah.
Like, go back to that Genty game. If the Raiders started play actioning me, I'd be like, fine, go ahead, run the ball.
Think about that for a second. What were the Cowboys so effective at late in the game on Friday or on Sunday? They did not have to worry about Saquon Barkley because they knew that the Eagles weren't concerned with running the ball. They can't run a game out anymore. That, like, I was actually talking to some people about that last night, and it's just they are flustered by it.
Yeah.
They don't understand what's happened other than degradation happens over time. Injuries occur.
Especially the year after such a high usage rate.
Yeah.
It could just be degradation in general.
Yeah.
I think it's the high usage rate.
They can't melt it away, though, or salt it away, if you will. And so they had to pass. And what happened? The Cowboys said, well, we know what we can do. Our defensive front can pressure. We can get our sack at the end of the game, and we're good to go. With the Cowboys and the fact that Schottenheimer never abandons the run.
Yep.
Now, he abandons it at the goal line, which is still crazy to me. But But even when they're down, he's like, no, we're still running the ball because it's going to set up for big plays. That's an important factor. Your head coach has the confidence in it, and your players can actually pull it off.
Now, I said we would go back to Pickens.
Say it.
What
now
do it. What do we talk about? What's the group of talent that you're in when you hit these marks? For George Pickens, he surpassed 1,000 yards in the first 11 games of the season.
All right, so he's like with Jerry Rice,
this is just for the Cowboys.
Randy Moss.
Actually, you got one of them. Here are the other Cowboys receivers that have ever done that.
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb, 2023. T.O., 2007. Irvin in 92 and 95. And Bullet Bob Hayes in 1966.
Wow.
That's it. Those are the receivers. And I know you're like, well, yeah, but all the great receivers did it. But think about it. With the exception of Michael Irvin, all of them did it once.
Yeah.
George Pickens just got here. Boom. Done. 1,000 yards, more than 1,000 yards in the first 11 games.
I give a lot of credit to a lot of people involved in that. Javonte Williams deserves some credit for that.
For sure.
Because it does come off play action. CeeDee Lamb deserves credit for it, too, because CeeDee Lamb does bring attention to – he's going to probably bring the number one. I wonder when that changes, when they say we're not putting a Dory Jackson on him anymore. We're putting Quinyon on him.
Wouldn't you change it now?
I would absolutely do that. But defenses have – they have thoughts. Schottenheimer deserves a lot of credit for the play design. You keep talking about that slant, and he's like, it's unbeatable.
Yes.
Why wouldn't I keep going to it? It's like Jacob DeGrom, my slider's untouchable. I'm of course, going to keep throwing my slider. So there's a lot of people, and then Dak on top of that for developing that rapport with him, growing with him, and trusting him, too. There's a lot of people in that offensive line.
Do you want to move to the Eagles or the Giants? And the only reason I said, don't really ask about the Commanders were on a bye, and so they'll get back after it on Sunday night against the Broncos.
Yeah, let's go with the Eagles then, because they just got beat
Man, they really did.
They got thumped.
But let's go back to how the game started for them.
Okay.
Less than 20 minutes into the game, the Eagles had 157 yards passing. Oof. That's more than they had the rest of the game.
Okay.
And so you get off to a tough start. First 3 possessions for the Eagles, 3 touchdowns. Now, I know there's a lot of stuff involved in that, but here's what I think is amazing. The Eagles, on their final 8 possessions, they got 7 first downs.
Really? That's pretty awesome.
It is. So they were averaging, even if you want to round up, the Eagles, after 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. Rest of the way, 8 possessions, 7 first downs. It's astonishing, and we talked about it. And I know you have to include special teams because of the missed field goal.
Can I ask you a question? I don't know if you have this number. Were there any consecutive drives with first downs, or drives that had consecutive first downs within?
I think there was one.
That's even better.
Let me go
back. That means
back
you were forcing multiple three
check
outs.
That.
But that is so significant, dude. And that does, if you're able to do that more frequently as a defense, you feel your offensive coordinator feels pretty confident making any call, especially the call on 4th down and 3 at the midfield. He's like, you know what? I think my defense can do it. I'm putting faith in them. And they got to believe in themselves because, as one guy said once, if a dinosaur believes in me, then I can believe in dinosaurs.
Facts. Now, think about when the Cowboys were making their comeback. Now, I'm not going to count the kneel down at the end of the first half. Here's the Eagles' drives. 3 plays, 3 plays, 6 plays, 3 plays. So from their last real drive of the first half to the end of the third quarter. So this is when the Cowboys, in that time, they scored 2 touchdowns, and they're back in the game. You saw one sustained drive with a first down. And even that drive, you only gained 18 yards. The 2 other best drives you had were 7 plays for 30 yards and 6 plays for 33 yards for the Eagles. That's it.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So do you think that this is what this defense is then?
Okay.
Or do you think that's just what that Eagles offense is?
See, and I don't think that's look, me personally, I think the Eagles offense has been more maligned than it actually should be. I'm not saying it's great, but I don't think it's as bad as everybody else says. So here's the exciting part. Do I think that the Cowboys can be an elite defense this season? Not ready to say that. However,
what do we ask them to be?
Exactly. Average. So I'm not ready to say they're elite, but they've shown tendencies in 2 whole games. So, wow, 2 whole games. But you know what I do feel confident in saying? They're not going to be near the worst defense in the NFL anymore. And, that sounds stupid, right? Hey, we're not the worst. It sounds dumb, but that's where you were sitting for, 9 weeks of the season? Now I feel confident saying you're not going to be near the worst defense in the NFL, which means I absolutely think average to, dare I say, potentially slightly above average is possible. It'll take more than 2 games. It'll take a lot more than 2 games. But you've seen some of the things set up there. Now, if you're an Eagles fan, you can point to this. The Eagles continually shot themselves in the foot. They had 14 penalties. That is by far their most this season.
Wow.
So, obviously, and they weren't all on offense, of course, but that's going to help shut down the opposing offense if they're having ridiculous false starts or holding calls or whatever.
Yeah, but for a typically
mediocre penalty team.
Yeah, there was something about their penalties though. We'll get to it later. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll get to that.
All right. No worries. And then, Alec, can you go ahead and fire up cut number 14, please, for me, good sir, because we're going to move to the Giants.
Fake to Tracy. And then Winston throws, and it is picked off. That's the Giants' first turnover today.
Now, the Giants, in terms of the construction of their record, they might be the most fascinating team in the league.
What?
I know. I hear you.
Because they've been able to start 3 quarterbacks this year, and it's been a blast every time.
All right. So, essentially, you think my contention is kind of stupid, right? That's fine. They're 2-10. But consider this. This was the Giants' 5th loss of the season in which they had a double-digit lead.
Okay.
All of them were on the road. That's an NFL record. So think about it. Yeah, that's not good.
God, can you imagine doing that in front of a home crowd?
Yeah, you'll end up like Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah.
So they're 2-10. Let's say you shift those 5. Because I'm not saying they had a lead. They had a double-digit lead. All of a sudden, you're 7-5, and that team is 5-2 on the road. Instead, you know what their road record is? 0-7.
Whew. That's because they're a bad team. Dysfunctional and a completely. It
is hard if you set a record for most blown leads on the road. It's hard to argue.
Yeah, and teams go play them, and look, they have a good defensive front. Their front four, Brian Burns is fantastic. That defensive front's very good, but the rest of the team is weak in a lot of different areas, and the sign of a bad team is blowing leads. You go in there and you're like, okay, we figured this out. There's nothing more for them to be able to adjust to, and you take advantage of that. And that's what the Giants are, and that's a frustrating feeling whenever you have a young quarterback, you have things that you are good, but you just can't figure out what that next part of the chemistry is to make it. All right, now we've passed that line. We're no longer just a bunch of guys that are running around on the field. We're actually a team that's focused on winning. Hopefully they never figure it out.
Now, a notorious Giants hater said the following. Sometimes I think they be making us lose on purpose because it's no way, bro. Throw the ball instead of running it to make them burn 2 timeouts, then you don't kick the field goal. Then they have to go down there and score. Football common sense. Am I missing something? I'm sorry, I said that was a notorious Giants hater. That is Giants player Malik Neighbors in a post that he made on social media.
And he's out, too.
Before deleting it.
Yeah, because
nobody learns how Twitter works if you have a lot of followers.
Was it Pat Riley? No, it was Jimmy Butler who went out and started talking trash, and Pat Riley was like, if you're not on the court, shut up, dude.
Yes.
You're making it more difficult for everybody right now.
Yes.
And Malik Neighbors can't go out on the field and do anything to help those guys.
And so, that's probably not what you want to hear, right? From a player who is on your roster.
Actually,
I realize he's hurt, but...
Kevin, I definitely do think, though, that he is a notorious New York Giants hater. I think that's the case. I don't think he loves being there, and I don't think he's going to want to be there forever.
Well, I mean, look, you might not be wrong about that. Now, a couple more quick things for the Giants. Jameis Winston, he completed 10 passes of 20-plus yards. 10 passes of 20-plus yards. So he finished the day classic Jameis style.
Chucking it.
Yes, 366 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception. His 13.6 air yards per completion were the highest mark in the league since week 1 of last season. So he's throwing it out there, and then the person who benefited the most...
And he got a touchdown reception, too.
Yes.
He was Mr. Everything.
Look, there are a few more exciting players in football than Jameis Winston.
On and off the field.
Wan'Dale Robinson was the big beneficiary, caught 9 of his 13 targets for 156 yards and a touchdown. That 156 yards is a career high. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite on a Tuesday. 1336 Northtown East Boulevard. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday. Mark Schlereth will join us at 4:40, and the Jake Ferguson Show about 5:30 here, Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, whether you're sending an unforgettable gift or treating yourself to everyday perfection, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. Gift USDA-certified tender steaks, juicy burgers, cozy and convenient comfort meals, and so much more. I stink at buying gifts, so you know what I do? I say, hey, you like food? Let's feed you then, and that's what I'm looking for. OmahaSteaks.com. Use promo code Corey, C-O-R-Y, and your listeners are going to get an extra $35 off. All right, so check that out for sure. But share it. Hey, if you want to send a gift for this holiday time, this is an easy way to do it. You can send it all over the place, man. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality, variety, and every bite's backed by a 100% guarantee. And the Cyber Sale is the perfect time to shop for unforgettable gifts for your family members, friends, and people that maybe you don't like, but you just want to give them something nice. Save big on unforgettable gifts with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites during the Cyber Sale and And for an extra $35 off, promo code Corey, C-O-R-Y. OmahaSteaks.com, promo code Corey at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day. When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are home to take on Kansas City on Thanksgiving Day. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 12:30 Thursday with the Cavender's kickoff at 3:30.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chopper here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh, boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry, these deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _DFS_.html for details concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
The 12th annual KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon to benefit My Possibilities is here. And for the first time, we're taking this marathon broadcast on the road. Join us tomorrow as the KNC Masterpiece take over RJ Duke Sports, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. KNC will be wheels off from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m., supporting an amazing cause. It's Peace-a-thon time, live from RJ Duke's, all day tomorrow on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
25 seconds in the half. Fake on the inside handoff. Throws it to the left post to Pickens. That's a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of North Town East Boulevard. And I know the schedule gets complicated at this time of year, but we would love to see you out there. All right, Alec, we've got NFL overreaction or reality coming up, but what would you think about a couple of new auction update items that are coming to Peace-a-thon?
Ooh, I would be so excited to hear about that.
All right, so you know how we talk a lot about FC Dallas, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
FC Dallas is owned by Dan Hunt and the Hunt family. Do you know what other sports franchise they own? Well, there's several others, but
didn't we have Gracie Hunt on during the Super Bowl?
We
She
did.
was awesome.
We
she was just so sweet.
did.
She did stuff she did the Unified Soccer, which My Possibilities hosts.
We did.
They also own the Kansas City Chiefs, Kevin Hagelin.
So coming soon to Peace-a-thon, the Travis Kelce autograph football. And I would take a Taylor Swift autograph football for sure. And, dude, that would sell. You know it would. And a Patrick Mahomes autograph football.
Yeah, I know it would sell for a ton. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce autograph footballs, which are significant value.
And we got them from the source, from the Chiefs.
Yeah, from the Chiefs. That's really cool. I think that's awesome that we've made that friendship too. We have a lot of really great people who have offered a lot of really cool items, whether it's something physical, whether it's an experience going out. Jared Sandler was just like, hey, by the way, did y'all do the Rangers experience with me? I was like, absolutely, we have, dude. We got you taken care of. We just got so many cool things. Dinner with Broadus at Hurtado. I was looking through it last night, Kevin, just kind of going through.
Noon o'clock.
Okay, we'll do that later.
Noon o'clock.
But there was one other thing I wanted to ask you. Do you think Taylor Swift's going to be in the suite?
Yeah.
Jerry said he was going to have the most luxurious seat for her available.
Only until there's a weird mashup between her and Post Malone.
You think that's going to happen?
No.
Dude, they love each other. She was on his Tortured Poets Society album or whatever it is. Department.
Then maybe.
Yeah.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality.
They did a video together.
All right, I hope for your sake it happens.
Me too.
Sunday is exactly the kind of win that can push the Cowboys into the playoffs.
Yes. It's one of those, like, this is a team that's kind of where you are. They're trying to figure out if they're above mediocre or mediocre. They just beat the Colts. That was I told you heading into the weekend that was going to happen. I was like, dude, Colts aren't going to Colts. They tried to. But the Chiefs were able to take that one late in the game. But, Kevin, this is one of those games that you kind of marked this one on the calendar for sure, because of the timing of it all. Jerry talked about that this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby. And then on top of that, it's a marquee team that's going to have lots of eyeballs on it. It's a big moment. It launches you into a different confidence level if you come away with a win, especially understanding how tight the schedule was and that you kind of got through that part. You know, there's not now the next thing is how you get to the next places.
Sure.
Because, Kevin, we're going to get done with Peace-a-thon, and we're going to be like, oh. But then you got to get back up and get out there for the next ones, and that's usually kind of one of those moments. So hopefully, I think Quinnen Williams' leadership is helping there a lot, though.
Alec, overreaction to reality. Sunday was exactly the kind of win that could push the Cowboys into the playoffs.
Yeah, I've talked about it before that I'm a believer in the idea of momentum, and I do think that this is a confident group. Yes, in your face, Reggie. I do think it's a confident group now. There's a swagger about them, and then what Nick Harris told y'all yesterday about Quinnen Williams being the guy to step up and say, hey, wake up. You know, and the fact that he's been here, it feels like 2 hours, and he's already taking that leadership role, and he's talked about, hey, I watched Dak Prescott lead a group every day, and I said, I need to be like that. But the fact that you have that guy that is as good as advertised, but he also steps up and demands more from everybody around him, I just think this team is better suited now than than they were maybe even just 2 weeks ago to make a run at this thing, and then, hey, the motivation factor is real whenever you lose a brother. So I do think that win is just icing on the cake for me.
NFL overreaction or reality. The fourth quarter and overtime against the Colts saved the Chiefs' season.
Yes.
They would have had a worse record than the Cowboys.
Yeah, and now I still don't believe in them right now.
That's fair.
I believe on game day, I watch them and I'm like, I just think that if it's a big game, I think they can pull it off. But I just don't go into games going, I think they're the best in the AFC right now.
Speaking
let alone
of that,
their own division.
You know their conference record is 2-5.
That's not good.
No,
especially
it is
if you're
not.
trying to grab one of those last playoff spots.
Exactly, Alec. Overreaction or reality? The fourth quarter and overtime against the Colts saved the Kansas City Chiefs season.
I'm going to say yes, because you can't give them more than one opportunity at these things. You really can't. And it feels like some of the teams that they've gone against, even without Rashee Rice earlier in the season, teams just give the Chiefs too many chances to find new life. And I do think whenever you're talking about one of the premier teams in the AFC and the Colts, giving them a little bit of a chance, right? I don't think that you can afford to keep doing that. That's why I am a little bit scared for Thursday and the Cowboys matchup with them. But I do think whenever you have that head coach and that quarterback duo, they've always got a chance. But when other teams are giving you other chances on top of that, it's not a great look.
Now, you know, sometimes here in Overreaction to Reality, we like to spice it up a bit. The Chicago Bears are off to their best start at 8-3 since 2018. Overreaction.
Fact.
Okay.
Reality.
Yes. That.
Thank you. Next question.
Okay. Bonus question.
All right.
Overreaction or reality? The Chicago Bears are going to win the NFC North.
I think that's reality.
Wow. I love it.
They're doing it by narrow margins. Like, this team is most of these games are very close.
Do you know they're 8-3? They have a negative point differential.
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
That's crazy.
And that's after torching the Cowboys earlier in the season,
Man,
too.
They did beat our ass, didn't they?
They're what's funny is they've kind of always been that downtrodden team in that division. Like, they get beat up by the Vikings and Packers a lot in that division, and the Lions now as well, as they've stood up in that thing. But the Lions just don't look right yet. Their defense looks like it's a bit of a problem at the moment. Right. And the Packers can't figure out their offense. And then the Vikings, their quarterback doesn't know if he is good at quarterbacking. And so
I think he knows.
Caleb Williams, while he's not the version everybody expected him to be, Ben Johnson is finding plays for him that are creative enough to get them points. And he's got that defense. Kevin, he was a hard ass on them in training camp.
Yeah.
He was making them do up downs and run gassers and stuff. And they were like, what is this, high school? And he was like, y'all act like high schoolers. You want to be pros? And now they're starting to play like pros.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Chicago Bears are going to win the NFC North.
That's a reality.
I asked Alec, not you. Sorry, go ahead, Alec.
It's a reality. And I like what Corey said about Ben Johnson creating ways for them to win and creating ways for them to score, because I still don't think Caleb Williams is as polished as we all expected him to be, but I think he's getting there. each and every week.
He really is. That's a great,
right.
I'm really with you on that, Alex. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm really with you on that.
No, because I was really disappointed to start the season when I watched that team because I was expecting a little bit more of an instant impact, which that was probably my fault. First-year head coach, new system coming in, and I expected it to be sunshine and rainbows on week one, and I didn't get that. But Caleb Williams looks confident. He looks really, really good. It looks like that offense is figuring stuff out. The protection in front of him is getting better. It's not perfect, but you're starting to see that, yes, they did invest in that offensive line in the offseason. It's starting to come together for them, and it's kind of exciting to have a little bit of a shakeup in that division.
Now, do you guys enjoy...
I agree with that a lot.
Okay, good.
It's exciting to have a shakeup, yeah.
Do you enjoy overreaction or reality?
Dude, this has been one of my favorite football season segments of all time.
What about tomorrow, since it's Peace-a-thon?
Do it 7 times.
Right now I'm only set up for 2.
Okay.
But I'll see what I can get back with you.
I don't know. We have
that.
lots of guests.
Okay.
I think they enjoy it too.
Okay, we will work on that part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Also get some rest.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. We might just have a little bit of time for a mini baseball nuggets. Next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, everybody, I want you to get the best value and the best windows for your home at Best Buy Windows and Siding. Do it right now. Prepare for the winter. You don't want to have any air coming through those windows from cracks or anything like that. So here's what I want you to do. Dax Kirk's family-owned business, reach out to them right now. 10 custom single-hung windows installed for just $59.50 plus a lifetime warranty, no extra charge. 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, making your home upgrades a breeze. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Florida State is keeping Mike Norvell for 2026, and the truth is pretty simple. This is an expensive year to fire a coach, and Norvell's buyout is huge. With the coaching market about to explode, FSU isn't eager to cut another massive check. So despite the struggles, the Seminoles are sticking with Norvell and hoping fixes in recruiting and player development are a lot cheaper than starting from scratch. I'm Maggie Gray.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This weekend starts at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, your go-to for fight nights, football, and flavor. Whether you're rolling in with the crew or catching the game with a watch party, we've got the setup. From Friday through Sunday, enjoy $5 off select 100-ounce balones and buckets, $3 shot specials, and ice-cold 29-degree beers served straight to your table. 60 FW locations, all tuned into the action and turned up for the weekend. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Fort Worth, get ready. Your Uncle Julio's on Camp Bowie. It's making his big turn unexpected break. We've been hard at work behind the scenes, rebuilding, refreshing, and re-imaging your favorite spot.
We've added new menu items, fresh decor, and beautiful landscaping, all while keeping those mesquite grilled favorites you can't stop craving. Your patience and loyalty have meant the world to us, and we can't wait to open our doors once again, welcoming you back to Fort Worth's hometown Tex-Mex since 1989.
Thanks for waiting, Fort Worth. Your table's almost ready at Uncle Julio's.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan, we are live, and I figured out how to turn on my microphone from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East Boulevard. Alec, I'm very sorry about that. I heard everything you said. I started to talk, but I also flipped my microphone off in terms of I turned it off, not in terms of like, boom, here's for you. Sorry about that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and our North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Here's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're doing good, and I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Can you text me once the segment's over times you would be available tomorrow if we have to move you from 11 o'clock due to someone else's scheduling, because we're going to be on the air for 13 hours. We got a whole lot of time.
I know. How about if I just text you what I can't do?
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's awesome. Absolutely.
That might be easier because I can be pretty flexible.
Now, we were just thank you. We were just talking about this, and I realized you're like, hey, none of this is going to matter depending on what happens Thursday if you drop the ball there. But do you feel like the kind of comeback win you got against a quality team in the Eagles could be the thing that could spark a continuing run this season? Like, I guess, how do you believe in momentum from week to week?
Yeah, I think even momentum's one thing. I think confidence is another. I think that once you go out there and kind of show, we weren't perfect, but we still did this against a team that was the number 1 ranked team in the NFC. So I bet we can do this again, especially if we clean up a few things that we let get away from ourselves, even during the comeback that was in progress, right? So I think from
what jumps to mind
standpoint. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mickey. What jumps to your mind when you're talking about the things to clean up? I don't disagree with you at all. But, like, what is it that's at that forefront of, like, hey, you still got to work on this?
First and goal at the 8, and you don't score?
Yeah. That's a good one.
there had to be some either execution problems, problems with the type of plays you did call. And, Schottenheimer will be the first ones to say, hey, I got to go back and look and see if I did what I should have done on the play calls. And I'm not talking about the gambles on fourth down that they did during the game. It's just that when you have that opportunity, you got to score touchdowns. And, I'm of the belief, and I know I'm in the minority, I want touchdowns. I don't want
I'm with you, Mickey. I'm with you.
And so I got no problem with that. So yeah, when you get those opportunities, you got to cash in, and they even earlier, right? The interception in the end zone, you can't have it, or you can't have the drop in the end zone that occurred. So yeah, I think there's things that I was joking yesterday, and I don't know if I said it to you guys or not. I said the Cowboys were so good they couldn't beat themselves.
That's nice.
Right? I like that. Yeah, because you're right. I like that.
I mean,
I do.
They did everything they could to lose that game, yet they were good enough to come back and win, and not just from what the offense did, but what the defense did. They had all those possessions in a row that they stopped them after it got to 21-0, and throw in the fact that they eliminated a possession with the fumble recovery on the punt return.
Yes.
So they eliminated a possession. So I'm not saying you're going to play that well down the stretch like that, but again, if you can do that from the start, even though you got put in bad situations because of three different things, one on each possession, with the Eagles getting the ball at the 50-yard line, and all they had to gain is 50 yards to score a touchdown, or the screw up on the block or the tip punt, that they got another possession, you already stopped them, and then the miraculous catch that Devontae Smith had when the coverage wasn't all that bad. Those three things led to 3 touchdowns, if you think about it. So, you clean things up. You don't let those things get in the way, and they won't turn out that way all the time. Then they were pretty dominating in that game, and the fact that they gained more yards, total yards against the Eagles, was it 473 than they had given up all season long.
Wow, man. And so one of the things he mentioned, and I know Jerry said this morning, he's not worried about CeeDee Lamb, and I get it, and CeeDee Lamb has a great track record across the NFL and with the Dallas Cowboys, but I have to admit, I'm just a little bit worried. I'm not worried that CeeDee Lamb will never be good at football again, but I am worried about these drops and some of these drops in vital situations.
Yeah, big times.
Yeah, but it's happened basically in 2 games, right?
Yeah, against the Eagles. Yeah, that is weird.
Eagles. So they don't have to play the Eagles just yet again, right?
Right, right.
I think once, guys like him, I think once it happens or twice it happens, then you start pressing. And then you're trying too hard, right? And then you start making excuses for yourself. But we checked yesterday. He wasn't out on the jugs machine, okay, early in the morning. So,
like last time,
right?
Yeah, last time, right? So, I you know what? On Thanksgiving, first play, throw him a slant pass. Just get him going again, and I think he'll be fine.
That was always, I mean, and we've seen this a lot. I just credit this to Jimmy because it just always felt like Michael Irvin needs to be involved early, and Jimmy was like, get him the ball now, right?
All right. Then, guys, I've got a controversial new game plan for you.
All right.
Now,
Two footballs.
I know you just talked about how the Cowboys offense was unbelievable in racking up yards. My new controversial offensive strategy, throw nothing but slants to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Every play, all of the time. Because it feels like the slant on this team cannot be stopped.
Well, if they're going to play you in man, and they're not going to zone it and get a linebacker in the way, and play action will keep a linebacker at the line of scrimmage, right? As long as you can run the football. This is another chore against Kansas City on Thanksgiving to be able to show that you can run the football and not run for gobs of yards, right? But run it effectively. Make it 3 yards, 4 yards. Make them notice that they got to take care of that. Otherwise, in 3 plays, it's a first down. So that helps with the slant, especially if the linebackers have to be conscious of the run and that they want to play man. And you better have somebody that can man up against these 2 wide receivers because I think it's laughable when I see them trying to cover, I don't know, a George Pickens with a Dory Jackson. Seriously? Right. I mean, sometimes you've got to self-scout and know what your guy can do and what he can't do. And I think they proved in the first time around that, they couldn't cover these receivers all the time in man.
Now, I need you to make my day better by telling me I shouldn't worry about George Pickens. I know it's just a walkthrough yesterday, but that I don't need to worry about him playing on Thursday.
Yeah, I think that the fact that he came and finished the game, I thought that's a good indication that, he should be good to go. I think in a situation like whatever he had, it was a knee, calf, whatever. The
both,
fact that it's a short week. Yeah, it was both. You're right. A short week like that, a lot of times you just give the veteran a day off and say, okay, let's not worry about it today. I got to get you to Thursday. And I think probably the same thing with guys like Clowney and Fowler, Hooker, Wilson. They were all limited. It's like, I don't need you. And what they did yesterday was basically a glorified walkthrough practice anyway.
Yeah.
So
most of this week
today
will be that,
will
right?
be the only sorta, and I qualify that, sorta real practice they have before the game because they won't be in pads any day this week.
Now, you know what I love to do in this segment is I love to direct people to your content on DallasCowboys.com. I would recommend they read your latest column, but I wanted to focus in on one of your answers on the mailbag, talking about culture. And this is always something that's been like really difficult to define for me. It's like I understand the concept of culture, but sometimes I think people ascribe culture to, man, you've got a lot of talent and you're winning, it must be the culture, or vice versa. Like you have a garbage culture if you keep losing, even though it might just be like a lack of talent. What do you think about the Dallas Cowboys culture, what it is, and how it factors in right now to what this team is doing?
Yeah, I think the culture is kind of one of those crutch words that you use. No team that's ever been successful has had bad culture, right? And no team that's unsuccessful, but the culture's good, right?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things. I think more than culture, I think it's doing what you need to do to develop confidence in your team. And I think that, I think the question was, did that win further their culture? No. If there is a such thing as culture, it was already there. Because if you didn't have that, you wouldn't have had the wherewithal at 21-0 to keep fighting and keep playing hard, right? And to think, we can do this, right? And then you have guys like Dak Prescott and Quinnen Williams, talking to these guys and knowing that, they've all been in situations like that before. and you just put your head down and keep playing. You don't quit. You don't say, okay, the fans can say, okay, I'm turning the TV off. I'm done, right? Well, you don't play that way, and nobody does. And I think that all everybody had to see was the social media explosion of Elijah Clark after he gets knocked down as a gunner 3 times, and then gets back up and makes the tackle and causes the fumble with Marquise Bell. I think that when you see that, then you know that whatever the head coach is doing, whatever the assistant coaches are doing, they've got through to these guys that you just got to keep playing no matter what. And so if that's culture, okay. I just think it's you've already established that. Now, this game, as I said before, I think creates confidence that no matter what, you can overcome the adversity. And think about the adversity they've been overcoming this entire season, not to mention the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I do like that. Maybe this is for a longer conversation, but Mickey, you were there for the Super Bowl times. Michael Irvin saw a culture of a bunch of guys that were collecting checks, and he made that well known to the people that were in charge, and then the culture changed a little bit. Would you agree that those were 2 different cultures whenever with those teams?
Before they started winning or after they started winning?
Before they started winning, whenever Michael Irvin got there and was like, this is bad, because there were guys that just wanted to collect checks. I am sure, you know what, there might still be guys that are just there to collect checks.
Maybe.
But they get through with it. Mickey?
Yeah, I think more than culture, and that might have been it, especially that 3-13 season, his rookie year. Because he lost more games in one season than he probably had, for sure, his entire college season, and I don't know about high school, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure he saw some veterans that were like, okay. And then in 89, when they went 1-15, they were just bad. It had nothing to do with guys just collecting checks, because I think the guys knew, especially the veteran guys knew, that Jimmy was preparing for the future, and young guys were going to play. And then you win a few games in 90, and all of a sudden it's like, well, okay, maybe we can do this. And then the biggest change was hiring Norv Turner as the offensive coordinator. That ended up putting everything together offensively, because defensively they were building things. I think that, I don't know that Michael Irvin changed it from guys collecting checks to guys collecting checks that were good enough to earn those checks.
Do you think it'd be a funny bit if people who are really successful in college took the same logic about their record into the pro locker room? So, like, if your team was
lost any games.
if your team was 9-3, and you're like, this team is garbage, and you're like, oh, but we're 9-3, man.
Well, and I'm sure that's happened to a lot of guys, right?
Yeah.
Is it not happening with Cooper Flagg right now?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Cooper Flagg
point.
gave the saddest quote I've ever seen. He goes, I'm pretty sure this is more than I lost in college and high school combined.
No.
And it made me sad.
Oh, yeah, but it's true, right?
It is. It
And
is.
you know what hurts
fixed,
you?
though.
And not to get off track, but you know what hurts anymore is they play just well enough to get down to the last minute.
Yes, we saw that again last night. It's the story of the season. Yes, I'm with you, Mickey. Story of the season in that entire game last night.
Yes, it is.
All right, we will catch up with you tomorrow at an undetermined time, but we'll be on for 13 hours, so I bet we can figure
something out.
I bet you can over 13 hours, and remember, I'm pretty flexible, even if we have to go into the evening.
Okay, well, the next thing I'm going to try to do is convince you to come out on site to where we are. That sounds like an off-air conversation. Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, see you guys. Enjoyed it.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. Did he? From DallasCowboys.com.
When he says flexible, does he mean bendy, or does he mean, like, what does he mean by that, Kevin?
You know, I'm really glad that you...
your thoughts on that one?
You know what? You're going to regret asking me that. So
we got to go.
I know we do. Alec, I'm going to request 30 seconds, please.
Go for it.
All right, so if you've never seen the show The Traders, it is the greatest game show that has ever been invented in the history of mankind. You can watch it on Peacock, and they're doing Celebrity Traders UK because there is no version of the show that I will not watch. And they were talking about somebody being flexible, and this comedian, he goes, she's out there with her legs akimbo.
Okay.
And so, I mean, it was freaking amazing. So... my answer is maybe.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Northtown East Boulevard. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus a cool promo gone wrong next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, I absolutely love a feast. I absolutely love it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, man, I'm about to feast
Thank
on some
you.
Taco Bueno out here right now. I got to get done with this quickly so I can go put my order in because I want some beef roll-ups. I want one of those the Bueno burgers, the potato chicken burrito. There's just so many options. The whole lot of platter. That's what I want, dude. Everybody should get out here today because it's a feast time right before we get rolling for some big stuff this week, Kevin.
You know, Corey's got lots of money. If you guys just want to text in right now and give us your order, maybe we can see if we can make that happen. I'll start. Can you give me 2 beef roll-ups while you're at it?
On it.
We're
I'll be
at
back.
Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Northtown East. If you want to come and see us, it's the last stop before Peace-a-thon. We're having a blast. We're doing giveaways. Hopefully you're enjoying the content. Come and see us. We'll be here until 2 o'clock. Taco Bueno in Mesquite.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need dummy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kid was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Hey, everybody. Men's Health Awareness Month is here. November is all about preventative care, prostate health, and mental health awareness, causes that Men's Tea Clinic is dedicated to all year long, but honored to shed a light on in each November. For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's Tea Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals. From preventative care, hormone optimization, weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement, there's so much that they can approach and customize just for you. Underlying cause focused, all right? That means there's something going on that you don't even know about, and they can help you find that. And then there's dynamic tracking so that they can make sure that you're on your right trajectory. Men's Tea Clinic, one team. The only team you're going to need to tackle your total wellness, and Men's Health Awareness Month is a great time to do it. No one does total male optimization like Men's Tea Clinic, so get to them right now. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance is accepted. Visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
Join G-Bags, Zach, and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party. Friday, December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. Win or lose, Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior Light Beer. Enjoy responsibly. 2025 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. 95 calories, 2.6 gram carbs.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here from my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh, boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors They help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery, chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Sunny skies this afternoon with a high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. Join us December 5th from 2 to 7 with the G-Bag Nation. We'll have toys for tots, so make sure you bring by a toy and drop it off. See you there.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East Boulevard in Alec. I'm really sad that you couldn't see Corey run across the lobby of the Taco Bueno with his drink once he heard that the show was coming back. I'm sorry that that's a moment you had to miss. But I do understand you will be live for a good chunk of Peace-a-thon tomorrow at RJ Dukes in McKinney.
That is true. I will be out there sometime in the noon o'clock hour. I'm going to run things from here from 6 to noon, so about the first little bit less than half of the show, and then I'll be out there to finish out the rest of the event with you guys.
Outstanding. And guess what? You'll get it right now, and you'll get it tomorrow. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
Burrito. Ooh. I like that better than sandwich. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus a cool idea by a very big brand that went totally wrong. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, we consult the National Day calendar, as we always do. My favorite national holiday is actually tomorrow with Peace-a-thon going underway, as we just mentioned.
Awesome.
That is my favorite. Nice. But unfortunately, that is still not today. So we're going to go over today's national holidays real quick. Very interesting days, kind of all over the place. It's National Parfait Day, so if you're a yogurt fan, there you go, I guess.
Dude,
okay, yeah,
Lucy loves a parfait.
Let me just stop you real quick.
What do you mean stop?
No,
Parfaits
I'm not. No, I didn't say they weren't. I am not positive I understand what a parfait is and how it's different from like regular ice cream and stuff.
It's not even ice cream; it's yogurt.
Okay.
So there's
well,
one.
Fine.
There's
I'll
one
admit
reason.
another thing. I don't really understand what the difference is between ice cream and
you
yogurt.
Got berries, all right? You're going to get fruit. You're going to get berries. You can get mango. You can get all sorts of stuff in the bottom, all right? And then in the middle, you can get your yogurt. And then on top of that, you can do whipped cream if you like. I don't know. And then on top of that, some nuts and some oats, some like a horse? Some grains of some sort. You mix it all together, and you got soft, sweet, crunchy, all the flavors in one little cup.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Okay.
I'm in favor of it, though. I just didn't know that it needed its own day.
I mean, I feel like a lot of these you go to are very fringy days.
Yeah,
but this one specifically.
Alec, you know how it's like the city will be like, today is so-and-so day, and we got to give them the key to the city. Is it like that for each one of these? Like every city has to celebrate this way?
What are you going to give it to? That cup of oats and yogurt that you just talked about?
The creator.
It can't cut the ribbon or get a key.
That's valid.
What's a yogurt going to do with a key?
Okay, I'm saving that for some reason. I mean, I guess theoretically you could put the key in the yogurt and it's holding it, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it.
The yogurt off of the key.
Yes, I don't know. I'm trying to make sense. Jeez.
It was a trick question. It was a key of cocaine.
Oh, my gosh.
Submitted to that.
Yeah, you would know about that, huh? It is also...
Oh, yeah.
Too heavy for that.
All right. It's also Shopping Reminder Day. So it's supposed to be a reminder for you to start taking care of your holiday shopping, which I kind of respect. It's like, hey, it's the days before Thanksgiving, and usually it's Black Friday that people are like, oh yeah, I got to shop. And whoever created Shopping Reminder Day is like, how about we get a few days in front of that so you don't get yourself in trouble whenever a gift gets delayed and then you don't have it on Christmas Day or whenever you actually need it. I kind of appreciate that. But I'm actually going to go to a birthday for today's question of the day. Today is Dolphins wide receiver Jalen Waddle's birthday. And I think he is an objectively awesome player, but I think his name is even more awesome. What are some of your favorite athlete names of all time? 877-881-1053. Because, not going to lie, I know it's pretty simple. Jalen Waddle is actually high on the list for me.
So, there was a tennis player named Anna Smashnova that I always thought should have been like the best tennis player. And, you know, she's fine. But, like, I thought she should have been awesome because her name was Anna Smashnova. And then on the flip side, I always thought Bob Walk should have been a terrible pitcher.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I always think the best athlete names are 3 syllables.
Okay.
Ted Williams, Hank Aaron, Lou Gehrig.
Hey, do you know we have
Mike Jordan
autographed?
Mike.
No, to that. Do you know we have an autographed Hank Aaron jersey that's framed up for Peace-a-thon?
Are you serious?
Just saying.
So you're telling me?
Gorgeous, by the way. Yeah.
I am telling you.
Huh. Okay.
Hold on. What is he telling you?
Oh, Cocoa Crisp. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good name. But I always like those ones that look like Ted, Bill, Mike. Like, those are really strong names to start with right there. I like those.
Do you know I had a couple of friends named Ted and Bill? They were in this band called the Wild Stallions.
No, they weren't.
You
this
check
is a
them
movie,
out.
Bill
It's
and
a good
Ted's
time.
Excellent Adventure. Don't let him lie to you. I also thought that Mia Hamm was a cool name. I just thought that, somebody named Ham was going ham.
Did you
kind of
hope like she went back and forth with like Stephanie Sandwich or something? And like I think that would have been really fun.
Yeah. Chandra Cheese. Yeah, that'd be
yes.
great.
Let's see, from the 214, Booger McFarland. Yeah, Booger is objectively awesome. But let's see. Lots of Cocoa Crisp coming in. From
Cocoa Crisp and Milton Bradley.
Yeah. From the 817, James Thrash. That's a great one.
Oh, yeah.
From the world of racing.
James Thrush.
Oh.
Dick Trickle.
That's right.
I was waiting for you to read that one. Thank you. From the 972, from the world of racing, Will Power.
Yeah.
Good. I didn't know. That's a good one.
I've heard that one before. From the 817, the obvious answer. I shouldn't have even done this question today because there's one answer and one answer only. Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg's fantastic name.
Nope.
I love the player. That's really the whole important deal, and I love the way that you did
Why
that.
isn't he on Peace-a-thon tomorrow?
But it's God Shamgod.
Oh.
God Shamgod is his name, dude. That is an awesome name.
Let's see, from the 682, Sauce Gardner. Yeah, and, I think my favorite bit with Sauce Gardner is anytime he has a bad game, everybody on Twitter is like, you lost the nickname. You're a mod again.
Oh, man.
You're a mod, Gardner.
What? I guess I did kind of do that some with Tank, and I was like, he's not playing well enough. That's DeMarcus Lawrence.
Exactly.
And then he came on with us, and they were like, what are you going to do after you get all those sacks? And he goes, what's my name?
Dude, I tried to win this card last year. I believe it was last year. Maybe it was 2 years ago. Vita Blue.
Oh, yeah.
Vita Blue is
that
just
is a cool
such
name.
a cool name, and I tried to, like, was Was it last year? It was such a cool looking card too.
I remember
and somebody
that.
outbid me at the last second.
I remember that.
That was one of those, like Kevin, when you're like, I am winning this no matter what, and then the last second happens, and you're like, darn it.
Yeah, a couple of years ago at Peace-a-thon, I was bidding on a Luke Skywalker rookie card, and I fell asleep because I was exhausted, and I got outbid. I was like objectively angry when I woke up at like 1:30.
How was he a rookie?
Because that's his first card.
Did it have RC on it?
No, they didn't do that yet. But they started to do that on they have a little medallion that says like first appearance or whatever on Star Wars cards.
I like that.
Let's see. Rampage Jackson from the 972. That's really solid.
That is a good one.
From the 214, Spud Webb.
I'm sorry to turn this into a shameless plug. We do have an autographed Spud Webb jersey available at Peace-a-thon with the inscription of 86 dunk champion. Thank you very much, Dallas Card Show.
Let's see. From the 214, General Booty. That's a great one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great one.
What is that? Oh, you read that one.
Fabian Asman.
That is not what it looks like.
It's Asman.
It says ASSMAN.
Huh. I'm not reading that.
See, but Alec, wouldn't you wouldn't you pronounce your last name different? Like if your last name was Butthole, wouldn't you be like, "Hello, my name is Alec Bethole"? Like, well, you would say it.
Dumas.
Yeah, you would say it different.
Yeah, I probably would, and there are some names out there, especially in high school football, I've noticed, that are really toting that line, and
Yes.
I'm like, huh. And then they magically somehow get signed to like a Leaf exclusivity deal, and I'm like, huh,
Smart.
how convenient, get that name out there for everybody to mispronounce. And maybe that's a game we should do sometime, is just give Tom Brady a bunch of Leaf trading cards and have him try to read those names and see if he gets them right or not, and if he has a job afterwards. From the 972, Clinton Dix, the Cowboys legend.
Oh, yeah. Kool-Aid McKinstry, then, is who I want to throw in that group. I thought that was
Peekaboo Street.
Oh, the
skier? Yeah, that was a good name.
Yeah.
I think you need a good, strong skiing name.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. From the 469, you texted in the exact name I was referencing that Leaf has just signed. Thank you for that. If you are interested, just look up Leaf's library of athletes that they have signed and go to the high school tab. You will see the exact name I'm talking about. It is so close to the actual word, I'm not going to read it on the air. Rowdy Beers from the 321. That's a good one.
Oh,
that's a really
that's
good
a
one.
fun one.
I think one of my favorite ones just got texted in here recently from the 512, Lad McConkey. Like, what a name.
Man,
That's a footballer
that is
right there.
a fun name.
That's a football player right there.
Whenever you do the intro to the level of concern, that feels like that could be the intro to Lad McConkey.
I agree with that. It does feel, though, that like he should be playing football in a kilt, and I just don't, he doesn't, and that upsets me a little bit.
We're not far from that in college football with the shorty shorts.
Oh, my gosh, those are short shorts.
Yeah.
Kirk Herbstreit was so mad about that, and I kind of respect it. Guys, a massive name that you have all heard of and probably shopped at one time did what I thought was a fun promo. I believe last week is when they announced it, and it did not go as expected. GameStop, the video game and technology giant at one point that had a resurgence a year or two ago, and I don't know how they're doing right now, but I know they still exist. So they must be doing decent, I guess. They did a promo where you could trade in anything. It's called
I heard about that.
Trade Anything Day. And there is a TikTok account called Winter Train Ride. It is a man that claims to be, and I believe him from some of the info he gave, that he works at the more corporate managerial level of GameStop. And he talked about how much of a trouble this ended up being. And you must wonder, why would this be troubling? People trading in anything to get store credit. That can't possibly go wrong, right? Well,
you should have seen my son's ideas for this.
Yes, and this TikTok user, along with Newsweek, put together an article with some confirmed calls that GameStop locations have gotten asking if they could bring these items in. Some of these items that they have been asked or have been brought into stores include hazardous waste, weapons, ammunition, dead or alive animals, but keep this in mind, taxidermy was accepted. Dead or live animals, not. So there's a strong line there. Explicit items, and in parentheses it says sexual, and then items that may have resembled body parts. What? So people were getting a little too comfortable with this, and they were having to tell like local managers, hey, just be ready for this and be ready for the chance that you might want to call the police for some uncomfortable items that may come into the store or calls that you may get.
Did they have some sort of scale or chart to set up what kind of trade you would get for it?
Oh yeah, they did have a system in place that because they were probably hoping that people would just bring in like super old video game like memorabilia or consoles and stuff that they usually wouldn't take, right? So it's like bring in anything video game related, but it turned into you can bring anything and we'll try to figure out some sort of scale like you said. So I bet if you brought some like cool action figure in or something, you could get a couple bucks or something, but people took it and made it weird.
Yeah, it's like they don't know how our society works. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the NFL units that most need a wake-up call. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday. Mark Schlereth will join us at 4:40, and the Jake Ferguson Show about 5:30 here, Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
There is nothing better than the holiday smells that you get around the house, especially when the cooking's going on, and you want to make sure you have some good steaks to be able to cook on the grill whenever you're having the family over, have some people around. You got to do it with Omaha Steaks. OmahaSteaks.com is the place to start, and now during their cyber sale, you can get 50% off site-wide and extra 20% off select favorites at OmahaSteaks.com. Don't miss these deals, all right? Plus, our listeners, this is exclusive for you. Get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey. That's CORY. Get that at checkout right there. And you know what? At Omaha Steaks, you're sending more than a gift. You're sending an experience because they're going to have that in the smells in their nose. They're going to have the flavor. It's going to be so great. From the moment it arrives to the moment they enjoy it, they're going to be thinking about you. So do that right now. Get that on the ledger for yourself. Backed by a 100% money-back guarantee as well. Save big on unforgettable gifts with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites during the cyber sale right now. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code Corey, CORY at checkout, omahasteaks.com. Promo code Corey. Terms apply. See site for details.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Cowboys fans, Taco Bueno's got your playbook for flavor.
Fuel up with a legendary whole lot of platter stacked high with tacos, burritos, beans, rice, chips, and queso. It's everything you need to feed your whole team and keep the energy going from kickoff to the final whistle.
Then sweeten the score with our cheesecake chimneys. Crispy, creamy, and served with your choice of rich chocolate or tangy raspberry sauce, because every great game deserves a great dessert.
And don't forget, when the Cowboys win, you win too. Stop by Taco Bueno the very next day to score a free crispy or soft beef taco. No coupon, no catch, just Bueno flavor celebrating a Cowboys victory.
How's it going? You see that Cowboys game?
Oh, I watched. Been seeing some good things.
Totally. They have some talent.
Yup, some great talent.
And they got some fight.
Hoping this is the year.
Me too. Oh, I'm Cody, by the way.
I'm Travis.
Nice to meet you, Travis. Go Cowboys.
Go Cowboys!
Make a new friend based solely on their shirt choice. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation.
Texas tailgating is serious business, and as an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, nobody knows that better than Specs. Fuel up with a big league selection of ice-cold beers, hard-to-find spirits, world-class wines, and gourmet snacks, all at peewee-sized prices. Gear up for game day with 2 Texas originals, the Dallas Cowboys and Specs. The fun starts here.
Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout cheers to savings.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tolos, did your building take serious roof damage from the storms this spring or summer, and your insurance company denied the claim?
I'm Josh Vining with Greystone Roofing. We're licensed through the Roofing Contractors Association of Texas, and I'm a Hague-certified roof inspector and licensed insurance adjuster. Our team of engineers, consultants, and envelope experts specialize in overturning large loss denials, and we've done it many times.
So, Tolos, don't settle for less than what's owed.
Call Greystone Roofing or visit greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Discover true in-home fitness workout and recovery at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Their stores feature the largest selection of massage chairs in Texas, leading brands like Osaki and Panasonic. And you step in, you take a seat, and you experience the comfort performance that makes these best sellers a must-have for your home. 15 stores in Texas, 7 in DFW. There's a location near you. JohnsonFitness.com. Find your closest store. Relax in a massage chair today at JohnsonFitness.com.
Join the Fan and G-Bag Nation as we support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Tuesday, December 9th from 4 till 7 p.m. at Globe Life Field. Rangers players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters will be signing autographs while supplies last. Fans who bring new unwrapped toys will receive a ticket to a select 2026 Texas Rangers home game. It's a fun-filled afternoon supporting a great cause. For more information, go to rangers.com/toy drive.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
So it's 5 wide, empty backfield this season. And will remain there. So it's 5 wide, empty backfield. Hurts, slant, Brown, no. Rakusin with the coverage.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Northtown East Boulevard. If you want to come out and see us, I got a quick baseball note for you. The Cardinals did, in fact, trade pitcher Sonny Gray to the Red Sox, and then Shohei Ohtani is planning on coming back to play for Japan once again in the World Baseball Classic, as he was looking for another type of repeat championship.
Mm-hmm. So did he win MVP of the World Baseball Classic before? Do you know
what? I don't know, because all I think about was that showdown with him and Mike Trout.
It was amazing. The reason I ask is because I'm trying to figure out what trophies he doesn't have. Go back. You know the Michael Jordan picture where he has all of his trophies, and then there's the one where Kobe has like half of that, and LeBron has even less.
Well, I kind of feel like, Alec, we just saw that when John Cena needed to win the Intercontinental Championship, because he won like every other championship ever, and I know that's going to make people mad by comparing those things. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yet you did it anyway.
Yeah.
You knew that it would make people mad.
Look, you know me. Story of my life. Things that I knew probably wouldn't work out for me, and I did them anyway. The Kevin Hagelin story. All right. Now, I want to get to the units that need a wake-up call the most, but we have a lot of ground to go through, so let's see how it plays out. Go ahead, Alec, if you can. Give me cut number 1, and let's talk just a little bit more about that Monday Night Football game.
Purdy takes the snap, another toss play to McCaffrey, gets to the edge on the left side, Black from Juszczyk gets to the 5, still on his feet, into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. Now, the 49ers win this game 20-9 in what actually was a shockingly important game because...
It was kind of boring, though.
It was.
As we predicted, because of the defensive teams.
Well, and part of the reason is those two quarterbacks combined for 2 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
And the 49ers were able to overcome the 3 interceptions from Brock Purdy. But if Carolina would have won, those 2 teams would have had the same record coming out of this game, which is pretty wild. For Christian McCaffrey, he joins Larry Centers and Marshall Faulk as the only running backs in NFL history to have 50-plus receiving yards in at least 50 games.
Dude, and he's
for running backs.
He's a special player. There was a lot of questions about him coming out of college, and then while he was with Carolina, you were like, wow.
Yeah.
Just like the production's impressive. But then he just continued as he got to with the Shanahan program. It's just turned into you're everything for us.
And that's one of the things we talk about, just as a side note to that. You'd be surprised how affordable his cards are.
Oh, really?
Because we talk about like so much of football cards is driven by the quarterbacks. Like Emmitt Smith, his cards are relatively affordable, especially with some of like the equivalently great players.
Marshall Faulk, those two are similar.
Marshall Faulk's cards are very affordable.
That's fascinating.
And you know what?
What about Derrick Henry?
Here's my tease for the next segment. Ooh, we'll get to that. I've got a story about one of our Peace-a-thon items that is going to change your thoughts about the best auction item.
You know what I say about stories, Kevin?
Yes, and this one is going to make it sell immediately, I think.
I have a question about last night's game. Did you see the moment you had the interception? Where was it? Maybe the second interception, and Robert Saleh is just losing his damn mind. And I was watching him and then watching his interactions with these players and watching also how San Francisco still hits as hard as they usually do. And that's something that, like, when Saleh was there, he was good at. When he went to the Jets were good at that too. And now he's back with San Francisco, and they're good at that again. Do you think he gets another head coaching opportunity at any point, or because he got essentially pushed around by Aaron Rodgers, that won't ever happen?
I think he might. I do. But then again, like, if not for the lawsuit, I would have thought Flores would have gotten another head coaching job. But again, like, if you file a lawsuit against the NFL, I can see how that complicates things. I think there's a chance. Yeah, I do. By the way, after the game, Juwan Jennings got into it with Morig, and he, I don't know, I want to say hit, but like he kind of did the Will Smith to Chris Rock. And after the game, Jennings said, I was just responding to some childish behavior. Kyle Shanahan said that Morig had a cheap shot on Jennings. And so just keep an eye out on that, because we've talked about it. Like, regardless of the reasons that it happened, the NFL can still punish these things. Speaking of, Jamar Chase issued an apology after his suspension for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. He said, look, what I did was wrong. Now, did it take after he denied it happened, then there was video evidence and he got suspended? Yes, but eventually we got in the right direction. I think we've all been in a situation where we've probably apologized later than we should have. So,
you think so?
Yeah. I would agree with that.
How long does it usually? How long? Like, I'm pretty immediate with them. There are times though whenever I'll be like, you know what? I feel like I'm in the right here, and I'm not going to. And then I hear their side. And I'm like, All right. If I can make everything go away right now by saying I'm sorry, it's worth it to me.
We can't have too many story of my lives in the exact same segment.
Okay, we can do it later then.
The point is, I definitely understand what you're saying, Corey. Like a lot.
Kevin.
Like a lot.
We have some
you
information.
Fact-check this?
This is from Mark Stein's Twitter.
Okay.
Mark Stein, A1, Anthony Davis scheduled to practice Wednesday in a bid to be cleared for his first game action since October 29th. They play the Lakers on Friday, so maybe he'll be there for that. But it is feared that the Mavs face an extended injury absence for Derek Lively. Held out Monday in Miami for right foot injury management, Lively has played in 7 of 19 games after offseason foot surgery and a recent knee issue.
So this one isn't.
This is a fear at the moment.
This one isn't going to go my way. Usually when I shameless plug that we have an item, we do have a Mavericks authentic autographed jersey from Derek Lively.
He's amazing, dude.
But it's becoming DeMarvion overshown, right? When he's out there, you're like, man, this is badass. I'm so glad he's on
Seager,
the team.
right?
Yeah. See, but I at
Seager's
least
a little bit
Seager
different.
will play more, but like I feel like you're like, yeah, but this is what comes with it, and I know it's tough to build going forward around that.
Yeah, it's
like, is he one of your core players?
Yeah, and then every time, Anthony Davis might be coming back.
Yes.
One of our other bigs has to sit, and I know like that's a good problem to have because at least you have bigs, but you're never getting any continuity with the group, and that's bad for Cooper.
It is hard to argue against
as Mickey
that.
said earlier.
Yes. By the way, we talked about we think it's going to be okay for George Pickens. Probably the same thing with Lamar Jackson. He did not practice with the aforementioned toe injury, which we brought up yesterday, and they've got a short week. They've got the Thanksgiving game against the Bengals, so just keep an eye out on that. Good news for the Bucs. Baker Mayfield has a low-grade sprain on his non-throwing shoulder. So, look, does that mean you should probably still take a game off? Probably. Will he? I would be willing to lean towards.
Should I pick up another quarterback for fantasy for the rest of the year?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm taking Kevin's word for it. If I lose this season, it's all on you.
So, man, if this is the pivot game, all right. And then I wanted to go back to the Packers win over the Vikings. Micah Parsons had 2 more sacks in that game. And then the defense as a whole was unbelievable. They gave up 4 yards on 15 second-half plays. Total. Not average, total. So that defense looked incredible. I know we've talked a lot about the struggles of J.J. McCarthy, but outstanding individual effort for Micah Parsons and then outstanding team effort from that Green Bay Packers defense. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's the segment I'm most excited about to talk about today, and I hope that's okay. Power ranking, the NFL Power Rankings, and all of the wonderful things in store for Peace-a-thon. Coming up next, live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East Boulevard on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Kevin, say it.
You know, I think you should say it.
Okay.
Because you're still in the recovery process.
Shield it.
I can hit this table really
Shield
hard.
it is what I want you to do. Kevin, we saw, what did we see yesterday? Pouring rain all over the place. And then today, we got beautiful weather outside. It's about to be really cold this weekend, like sub-freezing.
And so just think about that. Torrential rain, lovely day. Tomorrow it'll start to get cold in its way to getting really cold.
And that wreaks havoc on your home in lots of different ways, especially if you just put regular paint up on your home. If you're just throwing paint up there, that's just colored water. You want something that's actually going to protect your home, have a shield around it, and that's what you get with Rhino Shield.
You are wasting your time, your money, your labor. It's a hassle. Every time you put paint on your house, it is a money pit. Instead, go with Rhino Shield, 25-year transferable warranty. Plus, right now, to celebrate the holiday season, you can take 20% off Rhino Shield's regular price to jumpstart your project for the tumultuous Texas weather. It all starts by scheduling a free estimate at 844-744-6628 or rhinoshielddfw.com. Remember, why just paint your house when you can shield it?
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Baker Mayfield was an early season MVP candidate, but injuries to him and pretty much everyone on the Bucs offense have slowed Tampa Bay to a crawl. His MRI showed only a low-grade AC sprain, but his status for Sunday is still shaky after that blowout loss to the Rams. With the Bucs dropping 3 straight and sitting at 6-5, the NFC South is suddenly wide open again. I'm Maggie Gray.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He's a world champion arm wrestler and one of QC Kinetics' most outspoken advocates. When Monster Mike Todd severely injured his bicep, doctors recommended a career-ending surgery.
Well, I definitely was never going to do that because I'm a competitive athlete.
And he didn't have to because the QC Kinetics medical team jumped into action, treating the damage using Mike's own orthobiologics. No need for surgery.
I think QC Kinetics was a huge help in my recovery. The percentages were that I would never make it back to this level.
QC Kinetics regenerative treatments have helped transform, relieve, and restore thousands of patients with injuries and joint pain.
There's a pretty good chance that with under 15 weeks, I'll be competing for the heavyweight world title. Yeah, so I might be 24-time world champion by the end of the year.
You got this, Mike. And for anyone listening who's dealing with joint pain, the QC Kinetics consultation is free. So give them a call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Guess what, hockey fans? Dallas came to play, and so can you. Arby's is proud to be the official roast beef sandwich of the Dallas Stars. When the Stars sink 3 shots in the net, you score a free classic roast beef sandwich the very next day. No coupon, no hassle, just a victory for your taste buds. And while you're there, don't miss our new limited time steak nuggets. Tender, juicy, and only at Arby's. So bring your friends, bring your appetite, and make it a victory lap at your local Arby's.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Go low, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Northtown East Boulevard, and I am freaking jazzed.
Why are you telling everybody?
For this segment.
Why are you telling everybody where we are? This is supposed to be a secret. This is super secret.
When we started the show, I did kind of think it might have been a secret.
But it is
But luckily now, a lot more people have
Word got
showed
out.
up.
Word got out.
The next couple days. That's okay to say. All right, so we're going to power rank the NFL power rankings. Or if you want to wait and get to that in just a minute, we can start talking about Peace-a-thon.
I will let Alec decide because I am undecided on this one.
Peace-a-thon!
Okay, good. Thank you very much for making that selection. All right, we have all kinds of amazing things that are going to be happening for Peace-a-thon. I'm going to try to give you a quick overview, and then I'm going to tell a story that I think is especially going to touch the heartstrings of one Corey Majors.
Okay.
All right, so among the things we're auctioning off.
Are you trying to make me cry on air today?
Yes.
All right.
There's a suite for the Dallas Cowboys. There's a suite for the Texas Rangers. There's dinners with the shows, in-game experiences, golf, cabins, sports trading cards, Pokemon cards, and a chance to be on the show with the KNC Masterpiece. And I'm going to give you part of the list of autographed items. This is not even close to all of them, but how does this sound? We will have autographed items from Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Gordie Howe, Wyatt Langford, Paige Beckers, Drew Pearson, Matthew Stafford, Ed Belfour, Brett Hull, Bobby Hull, Ricky Williams, Vince Young, Ronald Reagan, Mike Trout, Jay Novacek, Dan Marino, Derek Lively, Ian Kinsler, Earl Campbell, Jason Terry, Chris Jericho, Zach Martin, Brandon Aubrey, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and I'm just going to stop there.
And if you check in every hour via text or texting Kevin or Twitter or Facebook, you will have Kevin's adoration.
I'm
not lying. I think Kevin thinks that's one of the coolest things about Peace-a-thon Day is how many people are like checking in for hour 4, checking in for hour 8.
It is a really long day. And so one of the things that gets you through it is seeing like the people who are like, oh yeah, man, this is like part of our Thanksgiving rotation. This is like part of the build-up to Thanksgiving. Seriously, that is so freaking cool. It really, really is.
Kevin, somebody did ask from the 469, Ronald Reagan, is that from the president or the actor?
You know what? I'm going to say the president, but it is like a picture of him riding a horse. Mm-hmm. So maybe you think it's more of an acting thing.
Or maybe when he was president, he was just acting.
Whoa.
President.
It kind of just blew my mind.
You're welcome.
And by the way, for people asking if my address is still up for auction, if you show me that you donated a lot of money, hell yeah, I'll give you my address. I told my wife that. She did not think that was a good idea.
You know what, man?
What can you do?
That's up to you. You
all right.
Say no.
Yeah. I don't think you understand me as a person at all.
Gotcha.
All right. So, Alec, you're super into cards.
That's right.
I have a PSA graded Jim Brown rookie.
What?
It is so old.
I saw this thing. It looks awesome.
His name on there is Jimmy Brown, which
what?
I just think is amazing. But what I learned from Corey is it's about the story. So I want to tell you the story about the Jim Brown rookie.
Okay.
But first I want to tell you this. Go to 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. Because that auction link, ladies and gentlemen, it is live and up and running and ready to go. 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. And I want to turn your attention to, I should have looked up what package number this was ahead of time. This is from, I don't actually know if he wants me to give out his name, but I got a card from one of our I got this card from one of our listeners. I've been looking for a charity to give this card to and heard y'all talking about this today, and I thought it was perfect. I don't know if you know much about AA, but one of the steps is to make amends for wrongdoing. I took one of these cards from a friend when we were kids, so I bought one to try to make it right. I went and I offered it to him. He refused to take it and said he was just glad I got the help I needed. So I told him I'm giving it to the charity, and here we are. And I told him we were going to use it and everything, and he said, thank you for allowing me to make amends on this and bring it full circle.
Oh, that's really cool, man.
And you told me, kind of the story is one of the things. So this isn't just a PSA graded Jim Brown rookie card. It's something that has been a big step in making somebody's life whole again from mistakes they made as a kid. And as somebody I stole things when I was a kid, I feel like we've talked about that quite a bit. I very much appreciate him trying to make it right, and I appreciate him making it right for charity.
I do too, Kevin, and I think it's a wonderful gesture. That card is awesome. I saw it, like I said, I saw it last night as I was perusing.
Right.
Before anybody else could get a chance to peruse, because I have the freedom to do that. And
yes, you do.
The person who puts everything up on the website sleeps next to me. So I was like, hey.
Scandal.
By the way, we are also, as I think you said, we are benefiting the Sandlot Children's Charity this year as well. So that's a really awesome. Now we kind of get to expand the portfolio a little bit and help out more and more. And next year, I think we have even bigger things for the entire year planned. Yep. Things that we want to do, and hopefully we'll be able to pull off. I do love that a lot. Kevin, you said you have stolen things in your life.
That is true.
Do you still have the things that you stole, or were you forced to give them back?
See, I still have them because, unfortunately, until I got caught, I was good at it. And I think that's one of the reasons every year that there's a couple of lots of my cards in it. Because they're not the same card. Yeah, they're not the.
I was literally going to get to that. I was like, Kevin, why aren't you doing the same thing? But that's really cool.
They're not the same cards. But if you look every single year, there's different lots of my cards. Because I'm like, you know what? Do I need these cards? Not necessarily. And
so your mom didn't punish you by taking all your cards away.
She did.
Oh.
So she thought. But I woke up. Look, man, I'm not proud of this, and I actually don't know if my mom knows this or not. I woke up when she was taking them away, and I stashed a whole bunch because I was a punk kid and I hadn't learned my lesson just quite yet.
Wow.
So,
I got a lot of respect for it because I believe that my kids would do the same thing. But at the same time, what you've done, dude, you put a lot of effort and work into this thing every year, and it's not pizza thong, okay? Stop typing that. It's not going to work.
Yes, and Jim Brown, it's him in a I almost said a football outfit, a football uniform. So it is for Jim Brown, the football player. But yes, he also was a prolific actor.
Watch me.
And that's James Brown. This is a different person. But so
it's my prerogative. I can do what I want to do. That's Bobby Brown, Kevin.
So just wanted to give you a heads up.
I used to coach at Florida State. Then I went to A&M.
That's Jimbo Fisher. I was about to say Bob. Anyways.
All right, that was Bobby Bowden.
Anyways.
Yeah, man, no, that's a really cool story. I like that a lot. I really do. That's impressive, man.
And so we start tomorrow at 6 o'clock. The auction, the link for the auction to bid is live now. I just want to tell everybody this. I talk about this a lot every year. You can also donate. Because we have conversations. Look, we have things priced valued between $20 and $9,000. That's a very wide range. But if even then you're like, I just can't, you can support by donating if you want. You can also support by spreading the link to people you know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, your rich friends.
Yes, exactly. And you can also support the cause by just listening. I can't understate how big a deal that is for us along the way.
Yeah,
and it starts at 6 a.m.
Yeah, the Whataburger pack too, $10 gets you into the raffle. So if you're just like, I only have $10, okay, there you go. You get a chance to win that. If you don't, you were going to donate it anyway, but now you have a chance to win that. So that's
tell you we added to that pack? There is don't worry, it's already in the description. In addition to Whataburger for a year, it's a Whataburger swag box, and it also comes with a $100 gift card to Whataburger as well.
That is amazing.
And somebody asked, is there an in-person event? So, this is the first time we're ever doing it like this. Tomorrow,
taking it on the road, baby.
RJ Dukes in McKinney. They're going to have all kinds of fantastical sales, but they're also going to have about 120 repacks. And so a repack takes just all these other cards, puts it together. They'll be $25 a piece. Ryan, the person who owns RJ Dukes, said every pack is going to be worth at least $25. There are all kinds of cool chase cards in there, so you have a chance to make more than that. But all of the proceeds for that, 100%, will go to Peace-a-thon.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, if we sell them out, that's $3,000.
Okay, then let's sell them out then.
Yes.
When does he package them? Are they like? How does? I'm just curious.
Sometimes it depends. Sometimes people.
Does he have a packaging machine at the place?
I don't think so.
If so, I would like to use the packaging machine during Peace-a-thon.
Okay.
And see if the things that we can package.
Why do I feel like this ends with you on the news and now you only have 8 fingers because I got lopped off in a packaging machine accident?
I can see that.
I don't know. Sometimes they just go in envelopes. Everybody does it a different way. But yeah, that will be not an auction, but another thing happening on site. Pizza ISD will be in McKinney, and they will be selling pizzas, and a percentage of that will go to My Possibilities.
We have 84 dough balls for Pizza ISD. 84 dough balls, and like you said, percentage goes to them. They just celebrated their 1-year anniversary.
Yeah,
being around, so that's cool. And Kevin, you said Wild Fork,
and Wild Fork as well will be donating. Is it 15% of their sales?
15% of the sales. All you do go into a Wild Fork any day, anytime tomorrow, and mention Peace-a-thon, and they'll donate 15% of your proceeds to Peace-a-thon. Plus, we have 2 awesome auction items from them as well. Thanks to Sean Sharif for setting that up for us. Really appreciate that. That's a good dude. He's a good guy.
Absolutely. So it's an extravaganza, and it's happening tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to go through this kind of quickly. Power rank the NFL power rankings. We're going to focus in strictly on one set of power rankings today. What's wrong?
We have missed an opportunity.
Oh, what do we do?
Next
or
year,
not do?
Next year, we have to get some pizza thongs for auction.
You know who we need to talk to about that.
Alec was all in on that, Mike, because Mike always wanted one. Yeah,
but you need to talk to Kyle.
Kyle
from Dallas Card Show.
Okay, all right.
He 100%.
He wants that to happen.
No, he's created Dallas Card Show like trunks. And I believe he has a lot of them. He told me he has a lot of them. So, yeah, he's got those. I bet he knows who we should talk to. Who do you think is the worst team in all of NFL football? This is a good point, too. Pizza ISD will be there selling pizza, but you're not going to call it Pizza-thon. That's a fair point. It really is.
I bet he calls it Pizza-thon.
That's a good point.
You know, he's a great dude out there. Shipping also is available on the website, so if you want
for some items,
for some of them you need to purchase some shipping. I'm going to say the Raiders, even though it's the Titans.
From the 817, I want to see Kevin get ham slapped again. Look, man, if you donate enough money, we can make that happen. If you're like, hey, I want to donate, I don't know, like $1,000 or $500, and I got this piece of ham to slap you with. Deal.
Yeah.
We'll make that happen.
Absolutely.
The Tennessee Titans are, in fact, the worst team in all of the land, but you just wait until Cam Ward gets it all together. League's in trouble.
When do you think that's going to happen? Next year?
Never, yeah.
I think next year's a better time.
No, I agree.
Because they are with interim coach right now.
Sure.
And that's not a good environment.
I
right
agree,
now.
But he said when he gets it together, the whole league will be in trouble. I think he'll be better to the point where the whole league will be in trouble. I vote no.
Okay.
The Raiders are next to last, followed by the Jets, Saints, and Browns to round out the worst
Browns,
5.
The Browns just won a game.
They did. That's why
the Giants on there.
They're up from 29 to 28, and the Giants are 27.
Giants are 2-10. Browns have 3 wins, bro.
5 games with a double-digit lead.
5.
Where would you put the Cowboys? Alec, where would you put the Cowboys in the power rankings?
I would put them at number 17, Kevin.
Right dab in the middle.
They are mediocre.
They really are.
And I would put them right there in the middle, too, probably 18.
Okay. I think they're maybe 1 or 2 spots too low. They are 19.
Okay, that's fair.
But here's the thing.
That's fair. There are a lot of middle-of-the-pack teams right now.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand that. Here's what I don't understand, though. The Eagles were second. So you beat the second team and moved up from 21 to 19?
Mm-hmm.
That feels like maybe 17?
It's because you barely beat them, you know? You had to rely on Brandon Aubrey, rather than going... What did I tell you? I only want Brandon Aubrey to kick extra points and game winners, and that's what he did in this one.
Just a reminder, we have a Trent Sig, Brandon Aubrey, Brian Anger, triple sign football that they also inscribed Peace-a-thon 2025 that is up on the site right now. Who is your number one team in all of football?
I think it's the Patriots.
Okay. Alec, would you like to also go with the Patriots?
Or the Rams?
I wanted to be the Patriots, but I think they still have the Rams at number one.
The Rams are, in fact, number one. The Patriots are two.
Okay.
Rounding out the top five, Broncos, Eagles, and Seahawks. Can you imagine going back to somebody at the beginning of the season and saying after teams have played about 12 games that it was going to be Rams, Patriots, Broncos, Eagles, and Seahawks? That person might have passed out.
Yeah, they would go, I can see the Eagles being in there, but the rest of the teams, they would have been like, what are you talking about now?
Agreed. And then I'd be like, oh, yeah, Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones really. And they're like, oh, they're going to fall off.
It's turned up.
Yeah, you might be right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. A huge weekend for SMU. Was this really a dumb question, and was this a wise bet? We'll do all of that with Carter Freeman next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Jennings wants to throw it, the pump fake, the hesitation, against the grain, shovel pass, why not? Harden into the end zone, SMU extends its lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite, and the good people of Mesquite have showed out. I wanted to say the Skeeters, but then I felt like I would alienate some Stallions, and I don't remember Petites, the Pirates.
Can I?
Maybe
I would like to shout out the Sunnyvale Raiders and Peanut Cross.
Okay.
Shout out to him.
All
I know his
right.
name is Jaden, but I'm also going to throw Peanut in there.
I mean, that's just more fun. Mm-hmm. We were talking about
We
the
did fun names
earlier.
earlier, yeah.
That's subjectively more fun. The Peace-a-thon link is live, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. And look, I'll tell you this. If you're donating money, we can negotiate. All right?
I don't know.
They were like, hey, what if I donate $1,000 for every wheel spin? Yeah, I'm willing to listen.
We don't have anything currently on the wheel right now.
Well,
and the
maybe we can have a human wheel.
Whoever,
and I'll be like this. Boop, 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 boop.
That seems like you would pick what you want.
Yeah,
You'd
but
be
how
like,
fun would it be to see that happen again?
I just saw it just now.
Yeah,
Carter.
Carter, you thought that was a blast, right?
I'm here for it, especially for Peace-a-thon donations. I think you just offered to sing potentially for a Tolo tomorrow on air, so I bet that can be facilitated too.
Exactly. Now, we move into the Tuesday tailgate. There is a lot to cover, but I want to start with what continues to be a perplexing decision. Lane Kiffin. Feels like he's been like, oh, yeah, Ole Miss, don't worry about it. And now they got the Egg Bowl on Friday, and then he's going to have some kind of press conference or something on Saturday to decide whether he stays there or goes to LSU or goes to Florida, and they could still be in the SEC championship game. What the hell is going on?
I think what he needs to do is do it like recruits where they have the three hats in front of them, and then he picks one up and throws it away and then picks the other one up, pulls one out from under the table, and he's actually going to Auburn, right? Like there's a secret hat somewhere else. But
did you know that I figured out where recruit was going for one of those? because I walked by the table and inspected them and saw that one of the hats had been flexed and everything, and I was like, it's that one.
Yep, that's going to be the one. The Kiffin stuff is so unprecedented because what if they lose to Mississippi State on Friday? Lane Kiffin leaves. What is the committee going to do with that Ole Miss team? Because, I mean, look, they've beaten Oklahoma, a top 10 team. They have other good wins on the season. They've looked very good for the entire year, but we saw 2 years ago where the committee left out an undefeated Florida State team from the 4-team playoff because they didn't have their quarterback. And this would be a similar thing where one of the driving forces of your success is no longer there. And he would have left for a place that is in much more flux than what he's built at Ole Miss right now.
And the same thing for Ole Miss as it is with Alabama. They're games that they should win, but they're not games that are like so lopsided that you could not conceive of a way that either one of them could lose.
They're rivalry games.
Yeah.
And both of these will be road games for Alabama and Ole Miss. They're at Auburn and at Mississippi State, respectively. And
I know we'll talk about this more later, but A&M's on the road against Texas as well.
Yes, which I'm efforting to be in Austin for that game. We'll see if that happens or not, but I'm very excited to see that environment after Texas, has continued to play well ever since they lost to Georgia and, score a lot of points. And Arch Manning has really turned things around. But just think, if Ole Miss goes on the road, their team's not fully in sync because of the stuff going on with Lane Kiffin. If they get down 10, 13 points at the beginning of that game in Starkville, what's going to be ringing in their ears the entire time? Those cowbells.
Yeah.
That is not an easy place to play. And Texas almost lost there earlier this year.
Yeah.
So that's not a gimme at all for Ole Miss.
Now, we just talked about Texas. Go ahead and fire off that highlight because Arch Manning was doing it all against Arkansas.
Manning to take the snap from under center. On second and goal, Arch with the snap, turns, hands it. It's a flip back, and look out here, Livingston to Manning. Caught! Touchdown, Texas! Yes, Arch Manning can catch touchdown passes as well as throw them. Parker Livingston throws the first touchdown pass of his collegiate career, and the Longhorns have had 2 possessions and 2 touchdowns.
Now, I know Arkansas is not the best team, but there's a few things that stood out from this to me. Obviously, the 6 touchdowns, 389 yards, but this specifically, all season going into Saturday's game, Arch Manning had 2 completions in which the ball traveled more than 40 yards in the air. In just that game against Arkansas, he had 3. Is that a product of Arkansas? Is it a product of he's been moving to get more comfortable, offensive line's giving him more time? What do you make of that?
Well, ever since they lost to Florida earlier in the season, Texas, that is, Texas, Sark and the offense have done a lot of short passes, I think, to get Arch's confidence up, because I think one of the first plays from scrimmage in one of Texas's games after Florida was it was against Vanderbilt. It was a little dump pass to the running back who then took it, it was a receiver, took it 75 yards when it was only like a 5-yard pass in the air. Right. So I think they've been building up to this where, early in against Ohio State and against Florida in that first month of the year, Arch was not comfortable doing that, and he was pressing and he was throwing interceptions, and he would have a big splash play here and there, but it wasn't consistent enough. Now that he's played in 11 games now, gotten his sea legs under him, I think they're like, okay, Arkansas is basically like throwing against air, so this is a good time to get let Arch loose, and he played really well, in those conditions.
And I think we mentioned it. We'll talk more in depth about the upcoming slate of games tomorrow morning with you live from RJ Dukes. Now,
8 a.m. hour.
That's right. I mentioned earlier Kyle from Dallas Card Show. Yeah, we need to figure that out too. He has been a big contributor to Peace-a-thon, but also he has Drew Mestamaker fever like maybe nobody else that I know. Mestamaker, 469 yards passing. Wyatt Young, 8 catches, 2 touchdowns, 295 yards. But I wanted to zero in on this Mestamaker stat that I think is astonishing. Outside the South Florida game, which did not go well.
Did not.
He has 24 passing touchdowns and just 1 interception. I realize you can't just remove that game, and that was a hugely important game, but he's been and their offense has been a wrecking ball this year.
Yeah, and that's credit to him and credit to Eric Morris for finding him and developing him and everything. Last year, their bowl game against Texas State, it was a fun story. This is the first time he's played in 4 years. He didn't start in high school, and he came on and he had a good game. But for them to, continue that success and bounce back from that South Florida loss and just pretty much dominate everyone they've played since then is it's a testament to the whole football program. And Eric Morris has done that, has been doing this in little bits for a couple years now, but now he's finally found the dude that, the diamond in the rough with Mestamaker, and they still have a very good chance to play in the American Championship game. It just doesn't look like it's going to be in Denton. So they'll probably be on the road at Tulane if Tulane and UNT are both to win this weekend.
But realistically, you beat Temple, you're in the conference championship.
You should be.
You beat Tulane. And
you're in the playoff.
Okay.
No, I think for sure the American champ is going to be, whether that's Tulane, whether that's UNT, or whether that's Navy. They're not completely out of it. And UNT and all those teams we mentioned, they got a huge boost this weekend because East Carolina lost big on the road to UTSA. Not a very good UTSA team, but they've knocked off. They knocked off Tulane earlier this month, and they knocked off East Carolina. So don't go to the Alamo Dome and expect to win. Those Roadrunners will run you over.
And, we were talking about local teams. Another one, it is amazing the success, the continuous success that SMU has had in the ACC. They now, in what could be a doomsday scenario still, is what I've heard it described as, SMU still controls its own destiny.
They do.
After Pitt beat Georgia Tech, and you're looking at SMU has just lost one conference game in 2 years.
By 1 point. That was a 1 point road loss, and that was, I think it was a late Wake Forest field goal earlier this season that fell them in that game. But yeah, they've been phenomenal in conference, and right now in the ACC, nobody's playing better than SMU. Like Pitt, they had a good game against Georgia Tech, and the Georgia Tech's totally fallen off. They've given up like 1,500 yards in their last 3 games. Their defense has been horrible, but Pitt just got blown out by Notre Dame the week before. And Louisville had been playing well. They'd lost some close games, and SMU embarrassed them on Saturday. So the Georgia Tech loss helps because, if SMU wins this weekend, they're in, and they would play probably Virginia or Pitt or another team that's not playing as well as they are right now.
For anybody out there that just hasn't picked up on what SMU does, because we kind of have this real fun idea with UNT that Mestamaker goes out there and just chucks it. They have a pretty good running game to go along with it, too, with Hawkins. But for SMU, what is it that they do that puts them in this place right now?
I think the difference is, Kevin Jennings, the SMU quarterback,
he's exciting, man.
He is, but he's been there. He's started for now 2 full years, more or less. So everything about the Rhett Lashley offense, he knows it, and he knows how to run it well. And whether it's, a guy like R.J. Maryland maybe hasn't been the breakout tight end like we thought he might be coming back from injury, but they've had several other guys step up, and there's just no shortage of playmakers that they have on offense. That's the Rhett Lashley specials. They're going to find ways to move the ball, and their defense has been timely, I think, especially, and it's gotten stronger as the season goes along. Like a running back, they get stronger as the game goes along. Mm-hmm. That's kind of been SMU's defense. It's really stepped it up ever since that Miami game, especially in this month of November, for them to continue to win as some of the other teams in the ACC have fallen around them, and they're just taking full advantage of it.
I like it. Both SMU and UNT, I do believe, will be pretty decisive favorites going into this weekend.
Yeah, UNT's at home on Friday, and they host Temple. And then SMU is on the road Saturday. They're at Cal, who just fired Justin Wilcox, their head coach. So you hope that Cal doesn't get that fired head coach bump. Sometimes that can be a thing.
Right.
But the Cal has been very up and down, and SMU has been playing awesome. So they should be a pretty big road favorite.
Now, love from Notre Dame and Pavia for Vanderbilt. Pavia had a big day, 484 yards passing. Are those two back in the Heisman mix at all, or do you still think it's kind of the 3-quarterback top 3 teams kind of deal?
I think Love more than Pavia.
Okay.
Just the current run that Notre Dame is on is all powered by Jeremiah Love, and he's been awesome. I got to see it in person when Notre Dame hosted USC. I got to go up to that game in South Bend, and it's like the second play of the game, he had like a 70-yard rush. And for the rest of the game, he ended up with like 250 scrimmage yards, and it's been that week in and week out ever since. And you can say that Notre Dame hasn't played the strongest competition. They're not playing an SEC or a Big Ten schedule, but they're blowing out the teams they're supposed to blow out, and he's been a big part of that. I just look at Pavia with he's putting up the big numbers. He'll be mentioned. He might get an invite. He might be like the guy who finishes 5th.
Yeah, that everybody knows is,
But if I look at Marcel Reed, if I look at Fernando Mendoza, and if I look at, I guess Julian Sane, we'll still throw him in there as well. They just have bigger moments, I think. Pavia's the big voice, the big boisterous, Johnny Manziel type. But lost to Texas, lost to Alabama. I'm just trying to think of where his big moment was. It was probably against an Auburn team that's not very good.
Right. Now, you talked about how you saw Notre Dame against USC. I have no doubt that you guys have Lincoln Riley thoughts, but hold on to those for just 1 second. So Adam Bradford covers USC for USA Today. He was talking to Lincoln Riley after he lost yet another big game to Oregon, and there was a sign at that College Game Day from an Oregon fan that read, "Extend Lincoln Riley's contract." And he used that as a starting off point about how opposing fan bases view him and whether they see the Trojans as a legitimate threat in the Big Ten. Lincoln Riley responds, "That might be the dumbest question I've been asked as long as I've been a head coach, and I've been asked a lot of questions. You ought to be a little embarrassed to ask that question. This is a professional thing. You ought to try it." What do you think about the reaction that, I'm going to be honest, I know it was a negative slant of a question, but I did not think it was that embarrassing of a question.
I try to take my Oklahoma bias out of this and just look at it. I think if you ask a question like that, you're inviting vitriol from the head coach.
Probably.
Right? It's going to be like that regardless.
Sure.
But I don't know. 4 years in, this is, like you mentioned, another big game that I picked USC to win this game, so they disappointed me in the way that they played. But I don't know, man. It's you're running out of excuses, and I don't know if it's all, Lincoln's been making a ton of excuses for the way that they played, but push has got to come to shove, and 4 years in, you are 8-3. You've improved over the last 2 years at that, but USC expects to compete for Big Ten titles. They expect to be in those places, and we don't know the buyout or we don't know the salary because USC is a private school, so we don't know how much it would cost for them to part ways. But it's not a good look to. It's a question that could have been answered and just shrugged off. But
Sure.
the way that you go about, singling that out and trying to, I don't know, just so defensive when you're already hurt.
Okay, I gotcha. Norvell is going to be back at Florida State for 2026. You just mentioned we don't know the buyout at USC. Is this let's give him another shot, or is this a buyout situation?
I was going to say we do know the buyout at Florida State.
And it's a lot,
$58 million. And just for Norvell, and then you'd have to throw in another probably $8 or $9 million for all the assistants, right? So that's a lot to pay a guy to not coach. If you're not Texas A&M or Ohio State or Texas, where your athletic budgets are that much higher than anybody else's, I think that's a tough ask, especially when the ACC's not bringing in the revenue from their TV deals or their partners. What may have it that SEC schools may bring in to say, okay, we can pay for this, or Brian Kelly, right?
Yeah,
if we're talking SEC schools and LSU, but
yeah. By the way, man, that situation continues to get messier and messier with Brian Kelly being like, "Hey, I'm stuck now because of all of this," and I'm sure LSU might kind of feel the same way.
Yeah, they really were a perfect match. Dysfunctional school and the way that things often go on behind the scenes there, with the extreme success you can have on the field, and then just a pompous I'm always right kind of guy like Brian Kelly. That was just a match made in heaven. The interesting thing with Norvell, I want to say this really quick, is sometimes you hear about coaches or teams take out their best game and take out their worst game, and you'll have a better idea of what they are. Do that with Norvell and his coaching tenure. So
okay, I like that.
13-0 in 2023.
Yeah.
2-10 the last year. So if we wipe all those out, he's had one winning record in the other 4 years. It was 3-6, 5-7. If he loses to Florida this weekend, he would be 5-7, at best 6-6, and then 1 year it was 10-3. So on the whole, they fired Willie Taggart, the guy before him, for the same reason, because you were going 6-6, and we expect to compete for ACC titles, right? And you don't have the level of competition you might if you're in the SEC. But now they're keeping Norvell for basically the same reasons, because they extended him when Alabama wanted him. That hasn't worked out, and they just seem like they're kind of stuck for the time being.
And somebody asked, and I feel bad about leaving him out, Jacob Rodriguez, an illustrious guest of Fan University.
That's true. He was awesome.
Is he in the mix to be a finalist? And would that be another situation where you think he'd be 4th or 5th? Hey, congratulations, you made it. You're not going to win.
That's probably where he'll end up. I mean, I'm trying to think of the last defensive player that non-Travis Hunter that finished second or third that finished like really high, because it's always going to be quarterbacks are up top. I mean, Charles Woodson was the last pure defensive player, and he might be the only pure defensive player to win it back in '97. And he did it over like Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf, right? Like that's just kind of funny to look back on that, see who we beat. But I would have Jacob Rodriguez there if I was I'm not a Heisman voter. I did not get that.
Who would be your group
right
now?
Why aren't you a Heisman voter yet?
That's a good question.
We've only got 13 fan universities under our belt. I think we rack up a couple more. Someone else.
Let me get to 20.
How do we push for this, Kevin? Like, what do we need to do?
That's a great question.
Because we're working on getting Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame in the NFL. So we got to now. This is step 2.
We'll look into it.
It's from you. It's from Darren Woodson to you, man. Not too many far steps down.
I'm happy to be anywhere in the remotely close to being mentioned in the same sentence as Darren Woodson. So I'll take that. I don't know. Do we go to Heisman.com? I'm not sure, but Jacob Rodriguez would be in my 5. I think it would have to be Marcel Reed, Fernando Mendoza. I would have Jeremiah Love in there. I would have Jacob Rodriguez in there. And then after that, you like Julian Sayin, you like Diego Pavia. I think it's kind of up for debate after that. But I saw On3's Heisman ballot this morning that they're one they vote on themselves.
Yeah.
They had David Bailey in their top 10 and not Jacob Rodriguez. And I think David Bailey's awesome.
Really?
But I think Jacob Rodriguez is the heart and soul of that defense, and he forces a turturnover a game.
And he's going to be in the playoffs.
He's having a linebacker season which we haven't seen since like Manti Te'o or someone 7 or 8 years ago, right? So I think when you have a season like that, he's going to get the best linebacker award, but put him in the Heisman conversation too. I think he deserves it.
Just look, Kevin, you have to go to the Nissan Heisman house, knock on the door, and request a vote from Barry Sanders. And
isn't that just a commercial?
I'm pretty sure. I just looked it up, and that's what I gathered.
I went to OU, and he's Oklahoma State. You think he's going to?
Baker's also there. Baker's also
there. You think he'll vouch
so
for me?
I think y'all can just kind of work him over a little bit. Maybe get Travis Hunter in on this thing.
Did you say work him over?
Yeah.
I don't.
Does that mean like beat him up?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Just kind of massage the thing.
Thank you very much, Carter. We appreciate it. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Don't beat people up. Knock on the door, but don't beat people up.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you very much. Alec, if you can keep us informed about Schottenheimer and whenever he is ready to go. In the meantime, we wanted to throw this out there. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. 877-881-1053. Those triumphs and tumbles as we get closer and closer to the end of the regular season for fantasy, moving into the playoffs, and hopefully for everybody listening, you will be in the mix for the championship in those games. Corey?
Yep.
How are you looking fantasy-wise? Fantasy football-wise, I really need to clarify.
Kevin, this is yes, you do. This is the first week. I'm not in first place.
Oh, what happened?
There's been a couple of different. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
This will go fast because one's missing.
It will be fast.
So this will be good. One's missing.
Hopefully. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How did you assess how Deron Bland has played the last 2 weeks?
Excellent. We ask a lot of Deron. He gets put in so many positions, Calvin, in terms of, playing the boundary corner and then having to move into nickel to cover matchup with some of the best receivers in the game. And I just think the confidence that he's playing with right now, some of the, pass defense and the PBUs that he's had, incredible. But what I love about the guy is he's not afraid to tackle. I think when you get a guy that's got shutdown corner ability like he does, but will stick his face in there, you love that and you respect him as a football player. So I think he's playing with a ton of confidence, and we're not surprised, but he's playing with a ton of confidence at a very high level.
Did you learn a lot more about him after that Arizona game? Because we had talked about he had some struggles, and he's a veteran guy. He just got a new contract. Did you learn about how you respond from adversity?
Absolutely. I think it's it's the big part of the story that you use with the young corners that we have, whether it's Kalen or Vaughn. And, it's a humbling position. You're out there on an island and you're playing a lot of man-to-man, and you better have a short-term memory. And, what do? You don't fret about it. You don't worry about it. You look at the film. You make notes, which he certainly did. And there were some technique things for him to clean up in that game where, you really should be getting his hands on guys, even a guy like Marvin Harrison that's so big. But just get back to work and just practice, and that's what this league is about. And the sooner you learn it as a young player, the quicker you're able to adapt.
I'm Brian Todd Archer, the ESPN. What's the hardest part about going against this Spagnuolo defense?
Multiple, just how multiple they are. Todd, Steve's done a great job. I've competed against them a number of times. It's always the same. Short week doesn't make it any easier because they are so multiple in their personnel packages, and they've been there a long time. This defense has been playing together for a long time. They've got some great pieces, and it certainly starts in the middle. With Chris Jones, and the way he plays is incredible. And Bolton and Tranquil, I think, are two of the better linebackers in the league. They're aggressive. They're both good in the run and the pass. And then McDuffie's a great player. These guys are just they're very talented, but it's the multiplicity. It's the different fronts, the different coverages, the different pressures, the things that they're going to do. The disguise is really, really good. And so, you look at them statistically, I think they're top 10 in almost every category, and they're not letting people in the end zone a lot, and that certainly plays into their good fortune because they're talented on offense.
Yeah, and speaking of their offense, a lot of people think they're having it down here. They're still 9th in points, 5th in yards, and Mahomes is 2nd in passing yards per game. Seems not to be a down year.
Yeah, I don't turn on their film and be like, man, they're really having a bad year of it. I don't think that at all. I'm like, man, he's really fast, and he's super fast, and that guy's fast, and that guy's a good runner. You look at, sounds like they'll, potentially get Pacheco back, and he's a great player, and Hunt's playing great. We all know what Travis Kelce can do. I think he still leads them in receptions, but the speed of, Hollywood Brown and Worthy and, Rice, those guys, he's just got weapons, and it's going to be a fun battle because you got two very talented and experienced quarterbacks going at it, and it should be a fun game.
John Michaud with The Athletic. Do you expect George to practice today, Pickens?
I do.
And then there was obviously a time there where you were spending a little bit more time in the defensive rooms. Are you still doing that, or is it as simple as adding Quinnen Williams and getting DeMarvin over?
Yeah, I gave Quinnen my seat. I said, okay, you sit here, I'm leaving. No, I'm still in there. I have not been in there this week because of the short week. But no, I'm still in there. And again, it's not that, I want to question things or that I'm the defensive savior. It's just, I need to know what's going on in all three phases, and that's special teams, offense, and defense. And but I will say this, what you guys are seeing on the field is what you're feeling in the classroom. The communication's great, the energy's great, and there's a lot of confidence with that group right now in the way that they're playing. And I think that's very good for us because I think we're playing with some confidence as a football team at the right time.
Nick Harris, Full Star Telegram. Not only is it a short week, but two physical teams on either side of this short week. How do you balance during practice, wanting to get back on the field and improve on some things that didn't go so well on Sunday, but also trying to be light on these guys' bodies?
Yeah, you have to. We played the Monday night game, and then obviously came and played Philly, and then now this game. And so we'll go out there, we'll run them around a little bit. We'll stretch them, we'll do some full speed individual, we'll do a rack or two full speed, and then we'll kind of take the helmets off. A lot like last Thursday. You just have to be smart. The only difference is it's going to be a beautiful sunshiny day out there and no rain. So Ed doesn't have to have his jacket on.
With CD, after that week one performance, he responded really well, you guys said, and was able to attack that next week of practice. What have you seen this week from him after 4 receptions on 11 targets on Sunday?
He's got that look in his eye. He's ready to go play. And he loves the bright lights. He's an incredible football player, and he's got that look in his eye that means business. And it's the same look he had after the first Philadelphia game. And I think I let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but there'll be plenty of balls going to 88 on Thursday afternoon.
Tommy Arch, DallasCowboys.com. Chris Jones has been a big part of their interior defense for a long time. What's made him so good sustainably throughout his career?
Yeah, the size and the strength and the quickness would be, really what jumps off. But his hand usage is incredible. He's already a penetrator, but he's got the length to kind of create separation with offensive linemen. He splits double teams, which he gets a ton of double teams because of how talented he is. But the motor and the way that he plays the game is awesome. And we haven't played him. I haven't played him in a while, but he's still playing at a really, really high level. And last week in the second half, quite honestly, he was dominant against Indianapolis. He was in the quarterback's lap basically the entire second half, and it's what you deal with, and the good news is they have one to deal with on our side, and with Quinnen and Kenny and Osa and those guys. So, but great player. Chris is a great player.
And I know you were busy working to win a national championship at Florida, but 95 was the last time these two teams played on Thanksgiving. You remember that game at all with your dad coaching and how it went down?
No, I really don't. And the reason I don't is because I was at Coach Spurrier's house having Thanksgiving meal. That was kind of our thing that we did. But I don't remember who won. Did the Cowboys win? Yeah. You should know that Cowboys won. Yes. The Cowboys won. Well, good for the Cowboys. Sorry, Dad. I'm a Cowboy now. So, but I really don't. I do remember though going to Coach Spurrier's house, and we were always watching the afternoon game. So I'm certainly sure I was. Watching it. And that's, I think, when he offered me the beer because he said you're not playing in the game. So probably had a few pops with the old ball coach.
Babe Lofberg, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio Network. So Brian, different coaches do it differently with these Thursday games in terms of some like to kind of work on the game a week ahead. Some say I don't want to put 2 game plans in my head. So how do you approach it?
Yeah, the coaches all work ahead, babe. The play callers don't. So, I didn't work ahead on this because I didn't want to be thinking about Spags' blitzes when I'm getting ready to, play against, Vic Fangio, and it's just hard. You can't do that. But the coaches all work ahead. Flus did not as well. And you lean on your coaches going into a game like this. And by this point in the season, you kind of have an idea of who you're going to be, and you normally carry a little bit more into that Sunday night game. So we carried a little bit more into the Philly game, knowing that there would be some carryover going into this week, because if you think about it, we're going to get very few full-speed throws. We'll get a handful of them today, but not a whole lot. And so you need to do things that you're good at and that you believe in. But that's kind of my philosophy. And then, of course, we were blessed to play Monday night in Vegas and then come home on a short week and then have another short week. And then we play again next Thursday, if you guys didn't know, in Detroit.
There you go. Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live from Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Town East. It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Let's do it.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Football season is here, and Underdog is the place to get all of your fantasy plays in. Underdog is the #1 spot in all of the United States, and now you can play it right here in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app, use the promo code MASTERPIECE for $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions are powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Cleveland Browns don't always make the decision you'd expect. After Shedeur Sanders won his first start in the NFL, head coach Kevin Stefanski wouldn't commit to who was starting the next week. He finally announced it would be Sanders over fellow rookie Dylan Gabriel. The Browns have given every indication they're just not that into Shedeur. But after the guy won his first game and had some promising plays, they really don't have a choice. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
What's up, Tolos? It's Corey here for my friends at MoneyWorks Group, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most people, you're worried about paying too much in taxes when you stop working. My friend David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group, he can help you keep more of what you've earned. That's very important for all of us. David's helped tons of folks right here in DFW create smart, tax-efficient retirement strategies, and right now he's giving away a free copy of his book, which you need to read immediately to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for a free copy of this book. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Pay less in taxes. Keep more for retirement.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Bake your favorites with Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off 365 brand select baking essentials with Prime through December 2nd. From pumpkin pies to sugar cookies, we've got your recipes covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey Dallas, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Dallas hockey fans, get ready to score big. Freebirds is proud to be the official burrito of the Dallas Stars. And when the Stars score 3 goals, Rewards members eat free.
That's right. When the Stars put 3 on the board, you get a free chicken burrito the very next day. Not a member yet? Just sign up for Freebirds Rewards and skate on in to claim your victory.
Join Rewards today to unlock exclusive offers, fuel up with flavor, and cheer on your team. Because in Texas, when the Stars heat up the ice, Freebirds fires up the grill.
Don't forget, when the Stars score 3, you eat free. Only at Freebirds, the official burrito of the Dallas Stars.
Hey Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield won't chip, peel, or crack. It's UV ray resistant and helps insulate your home.
And with easy financing, Gary can even get your payment under $200 a month.
Protect your home for the long haul. Get 20% off now through the holidays. Visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and what a fascinating day it has been here at Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of Northtown East Boulevard. You still got an hour to come out and see us, and then tomorrow you can see us all day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at RJ Duke's in McKinney for Peace-a-thon. Right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Kevin, I have a question real quick.
Yep.
And both of us were involved in some discussions during Shoddy, so I kind of missed some stuff. Alec, maybe you have an answer for this. Tolos, you can help me out too. You haven't heard him talk much about Kansas City, right? Like just in that connection. I haven't heard that with him yet, and I wonder when that's going to start. And there's got to be a feature, right? Before the Thanksgiving game, there's going to be some, hey, don't forget this is the team that his dad coached, and in that conversation. And I wonder what that's like. That feeling of knowing that uniform, having seen, been on the sidelines with it, and knowing that organization inside and out pretty well too. I'm just kind of curious. I'm looking forward to potential pieces on that. Also, man, I will say this too. If you do not listen to the pregame show, you're doing yourself a disservice. The pregame show is fantastic, and Brad Sham's interview with Schottenheimer each week is phenomenal. I enjoy it every single time. I've been very lucky on these drives out to the Bearded Monkey to be able to check this out, so it's nice.
This pregame show, they're going to have Tracy Wolfson on, and then CA. He's just been knocking out great player profiles every single week.
As always, dude, Chris Arnold always does great work. All right.
Shocker.
It is time now, ladies and gentlemen. I know Alec has been waiting all week for this, for the level of concern. Oh, man! Yeah, that's fits perfectly for this segment. Jerry was on this morning, and Friday, Sean texted and was like, dude, you guys have got him going. Like, Jerry is fantastic right now. And I was like, yeah, I've really enjoyed it this year. I think this year, too, last year I think they knew they didn't have the team for Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
And they were offended by the fact that everybody figured out that they didn't have the team for Mike McCarthy.
Way to do your job, you jerks.
And so they got defensive with everybody last year. This year they knew.
Unlike the beginning of this year when we got defensive with nobody.
Yeah, exactly. This year they knew they weren't good, and they were like, we got to go into this thing a little more lighthearted, gentlemen. We got to make sure that everybody. And Jerry's been, I think, very likable this year, and last week he told some really interesting stories.
He did.
He was making us giggle, and this week with Sean and RJ this morning, he was very good again. So he did go. Let's go to cut number 2. How would you describe your defense right now?
Well, I'd say this, to come back from a 21-point deficit against a team of that stature, that performance was phenomenal, and it's there to be had. Certainly, we're playing better. Not the new players, but the players that have been here. We're playing much better than we were playing earlier part of the year. We understand what it means to, not that we didn't, but we're executing in a way that it means to rely on each other and know that the other guy's going to do his job right, you do your job right, and we'll make the plays. But to basically do it under those circumstances with your back to the wall was real impressive and real productive for the rest of the year. But we've made some changes in personnel, obviously, and those were for short term as well as long term, and that was very unique to be able to get to make those on that basis. But every change we've made, that's a long-term spot sitting there with that player in it, and so that's even more exciting to know we've got this makeup of our roster with us for long to come.
Now, Kevin, we know Jerry is very good at sell.
Yes.
We know he is always in that mode. What is your level of concern that what he just said about this defense is a sell? Because I believe that after watching this defense the last 2 weeks.
A little bit below average.
Okay.
Because I think it is a certain part of a sell because he just can't help himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, like that's just the way it's going to be. Like the way I sound, and you're like, oh, you sounded kind of douchey there. Well, that's just the way I talk.
And so, but I think it's below average because I think you have seen encouraging things the last 2 weeks. And you went from we're the absolute worst to encouragement for the last 2 weeks. So I see reason to kind of believe.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Not all the way believe.
There have been plenty of times this year where he's been saying words that I've just been like, that's not true at all.
Right.
And
sometimes
now,
with us.
Yeah, and then we're like, hey, we need to ask you a question about this more now. And he's like, I don't want to answer your dumb question. And we're like, it's a really good question. He's like, you're right. It's just difficult to answer right now. But I've heard a lot of times him say things that I'm like, no, you're lying.
Yeah.
That's a sell. Right now,
I don't think that was.
I believe he saw that defense, and he's even a little surprised that it's turned out so well in 2 games so far.
So is there just one thing I can say that sometimes my concern level is really high? Is I think people misunderstand Jerry in terms of he's always selling. Sometimes I think, and this is scarier, I think he really believes it.
Okay.
And, to me, I'm not saying that for this instance. I think he's on the level with this. But sometimes I get more scared that he really believes what he's saying. This is complete and utter nonsense.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna get to one of those in just a minute.
Right?
We're gonna get to one in just a minute. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that because I already had this lined up for that. You know what? Screw it. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go to cut 8 here. Do you have a concern about CD being locked in?
Oh, I'm fine with him in any aspect. He's proven.
Stop. All right. Because I know what he's about to say. And he started to say it. He's proven over the games, over the years, and I get it. But we talked about with Mickey, I don't think anyone is asking the question, do you think CeeDee Lamb's going to be terrible at football from here on out? And that's one thing I get annoyed about is sometimes people misrepresent your question. It's completely valid that he should be concerned that CeeDee Lamb has dropped key passes in key situations. So I'm going to let him talk.
Okay.
Eventually, but I wanted to point out I disagree with his answer already because I think not at least acknowledging that there's been troubling drops in a couple of games, even if they're both against the Eagles, I think that is disingenuous with real life.
All right, roll back the audio, Alec.
He's proven, was proven when he got here with his great career at Oklahoma, but he's proven with what he's done since he's been here. And certainly he's the first one to be frustrated over those drops that we're alluding to. But if there's ever been a player that you can look at the whole package and you can look at go past those drops real easy when you look at what he's done and then you look at what he is. I don't know if you noticed it, but I saw him really competing there as we were in that second half Sunday. I saw it looked like to the eyes you could just see his motor go up. Now he can catch a football, make no mistake about it, so we're not going to worry about that.
That is true. He can catch a football. We've seen him catch it many, many times. We've seen catches that were like, that was impressive, dude. I'm so glad I have CeeDee Lamb on my team. We've seen one-handed grabs, diving out of bounds. But you're right, Kevin. The right now is that things aren't perfect, and he's trying to attain that, and he's not there right now. I would be concerned. I'd be like, hey, how do we figure this out a little bit? What do we need to do to help out? And right now, here's the thing, though, Kevin.
I'm sorry. This is just really irritating. I apologize.
On this, I do believe this is a Jerry Jones, Chris Young thing. What did Chris Young do all year last year? Of course I believe in these guys. Yeah. Because if Jerry Jones says I don't, then that's a problem. And he knows that's a problem, too, because then everybody's like, all right, let's go ahead and move on and get George Pickens in here and sign him.
So can I tell you, I think there's even a difference in that analogy is I feel like Chris Young will tell you like it is. And, like,
they're not playing well, but we believe they can.
Outside of Trayvon Diggs, it feels like we sugarcoat everything with every player here. For whatever reason.
And Micah.
Yeah, for whatever reason, nothing gets sugarcoated with Trayvon Diggs or the person who we're not allowed to talk about, Micah, like he's Voldemort or something like that. But when he goes, going back to Oklahoma, he's been really good. Yeah. Again,
that's not right now.
Nobody's saying that CeeDee Lamb sucks at football.
Correct.
And when he's like, I'm not concerned at all. Really? Were you not concerned in that first game when you lost because of his drops? What are we even talking about? It's okay to be like, yeah, it was not his best game, and then go into, I believe. Instead, he's like, why would anybody ever doubt CeeDee Lamb?
And from the 559, Jerry is speaking confidence into his player. I hope so. I hope so.
And I get that, but if anybody is out there that I don't need to hear from, it's him, because that's what he always says.
Yeah. Let's go to cut 4 here. One RJ Choppy informed Jerry Jones about some special action that happened.
Dear God, did he ever.
At halftime.
I'm a huge George Pickens fan. During halftime, the wife and I may have, tried to make our own George Pickens, if you will, and name him George Pickens Choppy. So just wanted to relay that story to you, Maybe you got some advice.
Or a jersey.
Or a jersey, a little baby jersey.
9 months from now, can RJ get a jersey 9 months from now, Jerry?
No, but I've got the mental picture.
There we go. That's all you needed.
And that's about 99% of it for me. Okay.
Kevin, what is your level of concern that middle picture will be stuck with Jerry Jones for the rest of his life? And all of us, too. Because we know his
My
wife.
concern is now to me. And I'm sorry. I'm about to make it worse before it gets better. Alec, I'm sorry. Now, especially because their next game is on Thanksgiving, every time George Pickens makes a catch, if they make some allusion to stuffing, that's all I'm going to be able to think about. And now they have ruined it for me. My level of concern for Jerry, low. My level of concern for me, my enjoyment of Thanksgiving, not thinking of George Pickens Choppy, is very high. I don't like it.
And then last, we're going to go ahead and go to cut 12 on this one, on Schottenheimer going for it on these fourth downs.
Well, I'd like to have it back on both of them, and always do when they don't work. On the other hand, it speaks so well of where we are to be able to make a call like that and live to tell about it. And so that's exactly how I look at it. You'll have some of those go for you, some of those that do work, that are meaningful. And so I, like everybody else, and I'm sure everybody involved would have said, I'd like to have that one back and get field position. But I think, to me, that says everything about how great a job Brian is doing, because he is not only head coaching, but he's also the busiest guy in town as the coordinator.
Now, the level of concern there is on Schottenheimer going for it, being not conservative in these situations. I love it. I'm perfectly fine with it, and I agree. When you tell your defense, I'm telling you that I think you guys can do it, and they actually believe they can do it, you're in a better situation. Now, you got to be smart, but I'm very happy with a lot of these situations.
Yeah, and I agree with you. My level of concern on that is still low, because I really liked going for it on the first drive. I know you and I might not agree on that. It was the last time they went for it, because the defense was playing so well, and it was tied, that I was like, take the points. I wouldn't have thought we would be in a situation where I was like, take the points, the defense will be fine. But in this scenario, I really was like, man, why take the points there?
Yeah, and that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, where Corey is slowly ruining all of our lives, right here on 105.3.
Oh, the whole choppy thing?
Yes.
That was on them.
Correct. Yeah, and see, now you can't even say that was on them without me thinking about weird stuff. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Wings General Manager and EVP Kurt Miller right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, maybe that could be your Black Friday extravaganza. The place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. They call them Platinum Prices for a reason, because they are the best in town. I also love Platinum Chevrolet because of the people, the service, the always increasing selection. Love everything about Platinum Chevrolet. That's why my family has bought 4 cars from them in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and Kevin, you know, all remaining 2025 Suburbans and Tahoes, $6,500 off MSRP. And right there, man, those are big, beautiful vehicles. And you know what you can do there? Tow Logo. Over 30 2026 Traverses in stock, 3.9% for 60 months, available for qualified buyers. Plus, you got clear upfront pricing. The price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start today.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a Total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the City of Grand Prairie.
Grand Prairie invites you to a brand new holiday celebration, Main Street Magic. Experience free family fun from dazzling lights and joyful performances to a holiday pet parade, dazzling drone show, and, of course, Santa. It's Main Street Magic, only in downtown Grand Prairie.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Clark. Off the screen, has it taken away. Just a second turnover for Clark. As Beckers snaps that one. Beckers through the contact for the bucket and the foul.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk with Dallas Wings General Manager and EVP Kurt Miller in just a minute. But in the meantime, I was hoping we could at least start and get into a Dallas Stars and Dallas Mavericks super segment.
I love super segments, dude. They're always my favorite.
Now, it would be my favorite if the Mavericks were better. We were talking about this. Mickey made an allusion to it. It felt like last night's game was honestly indicative of kind of what you've seen from the Mavericks all season. You were able to, well, you fell behind. You were able to make a big old comeback only to see it lost in the final couple of minutes. Yesterday, I think what really came back to kind of hit you is, I guess we start with some things with P.J. Washington. Sorry, I hate to say that, but P.J. Washington had a turnover in the final minutes. He missed 2 potentially game-winning three-point attempts, and those are the kind of clutch things that you're just absolutely going to need when your team is not quite as talented as we would like.
I saw Jared last night tweeting about the Cooper Flagg passing the ball when he had an opportunity. And this is something we've said a lot.
For sure.
Cooper Flagg tends to make the correct decision. It's whether or not, like that Jason Kidd, this goes back to the Scalabrine moment, right? I made the decision. You needed to execute the shot. And that was Jason Kidd that said that. Cooper Flagg makes good, smart decisions. But is there going to be he's got to go into a different mode?
100%.
I remember, can I tell this quick story?
Sure.
I was listening to Brian Shaw talk about when he was playing with Kobe and Shaq. Maybe he was coaching at the time. But he said that when he got some German Shepherds, they told him, don't tell this dog no for the first 11 months that we have him. Because we want him to believe he can do anything. And he said he was watching, and Phil Jackson would just rip Shaq apart. But Kobe, he never said a word to. And so one day he asked him, and he said, why do you never say anything to Kobe? And he said, because for us to win, he always has to be in attack mode. So I always want him going. I never want him thinking that he can't. And he was like, that reminded me of that German Shepherd thing right there. And I wonder where we are with Cooper Flagg, and like we need to get more confidence in him or stop being the correct guy, go be effing Cooper Flagg, like you said while I was out one day.
Yes.
I'm just kind of curious on where we stand there. And he doesn't have Shaq, so that's another thing too.
And so I think this is going to be a thing that you see with a lot of young players, but I'm going to specifically bring up another young player from Duke, that went to Duke, Paolo Banchero. He would run into these things where he would almost want to be like DeMar DeRozan and be a mid-range god, and I'm like, no, get to the basket. Like, Paolo to the basket is a force, man. And I think it's kind of the same thing. Not exactly you got to get to the basket every time, but it's the same thing in terms of Cooper Flagg is passive sometimes. But I think one of the issues that's not helping with that, and you saw this last year at Duke as well, he is starting off the season shooting horribly from distance. And so I don't recall if that particular play Jared was talking about was
I think it was a three-pointer, yeah.
And that's the thing. He's shooting 26% from three.
So his confidence isn't there.
And now the good thing is...
But Rick Carlisle was always very adamant about being confident stepping into threes with all of his guards. So I do wonder... Go ahead, keep going.
No. And I was going to say, the good news is he only takes 4 3-pointers per game, and so it's not like 8, 9. He's not a volume 3-point shooter, but that's one of the things. How did he get better at Duke? Well, he didn't just magically get better. He kept shooting, and he shot himself out of that. But he might have been like, look, at Duke, I'm the big dog in college basketball. With the Mavericks, I'm a guy.
Yeah.
I know he's the number 1 pick, but he's a guy.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that comes down to it, if everybody else is treating him like a guy, or if they're treating him like, no, we need you to be in attack mode. Like we're taking leash off, go get it, while learning. But I'm hopeful. But this team, it's so much more than him.
No,
it's so much more.
But I'm really glad that you said that, because let's go back to the Pelicans game. So we're a couple of games removed from that. Shocker, they were both losses. But you had a span for Cooper Flagg where he had 7 games, and the Mavericks went 3-4, which is not good, but a lot better than they had been doing, right? Mm-hmm. So they go 3-4. Here is Cooper's stat lines in those games: 19.3 points per game, 6.1 rebounds per game, 4 assists, and a steal and a half. Like, that's really good, especially given that he's still 18. And that was kind of what you're hoping to see. And then I think you've seen a bit of a regression again against these two teams. Now, they also beat up on some garbage teams, but that's a 7-game run where you're like, that Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've seen him be that guy.
Sure, and you're going to get...
I know he can be. And
for sure.
Listen, dude, Kobe's lore is what it is. We probably don't remember all the times that Kobe was bad, right? Like and had moments where, hey, it didn't go well for him in that game, even though he was trying, and he had to overcome something along the way. And we're just like, be Kobe. And he's like, I'm not there and I'm not him. So let me take my own time to get to that place. But at 18 years old, this is a great opportunity to really learn what you are and are not capable of.
And that's one of the things we just bring that up is because he should be a freshman in college now.
Okay.
Like he's...
But that's, dude, I watched him beat up on Team America.
Yes. Yeah.
Like that's probably my own fault for being like, that guy, the dude that just was unconscious against guys that are so much older and better than him.
Yeah, and you've seen flashes of it, but unfortunately, down the stretch, and at a certain point, some of this falls on the head coach, of course. Now, like, I'm thinking PJ is one of the people I want to get the ball to, but when you consistently are failing in these last-minute situations, I don't think the head coach can walk out of that scot-free. So that is a concern, and unfortunately, probably a bigger concern is the Mavericks fall to 5-14 this season. They have been god-awful on the road, too. Just awful, 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 awful.
By the way, the Cowboys have a video of Elijah Clark breaking down his video of him.
Goodness.
He starts off and goes, I did kind of trip over my feet just a little bit, and then he took advantage of me. But so that's a fun little video to check out.
All right, so maybe it wasn't all because look, you want to represent yourself well. You don't want to be like, I kept getting knocked down. I think I might prefer that to I tripped over my own feet, but that is just a matter of opinion, perhaps.
But he finished strong.
In the meantime, we did say Mavs and Stars. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 9, please, Alec?
Ope Yansu has to score. 2 for 12 in his career. Inside Devin Cooley. Stopped by Cooley. And the Flames will win back-to-back games with Cooley and net.
Now, for whatever it's worth, because the Flames are not good, you go back a couple of days, and the Stars have Edmonton tonight. You lose in the shootout against the Flames. You do at least get 1 point out of that. And in the meantime, Mikko Rantanen was given a 1-game suspension. But that's just kind of that's a procedural thing because, like how in the NBA you have X number of technical fouls, you get suspended for a game. This is the same kind of thing. It was more procedural as opposed to just this one play right here that we had talked about and that he got fined a little bit for. And so he did end up missing he is missing a game, but the Stars continue to get some points, and I think this remains the most positive thing for people who are Stars fans. You got yet another goal from Jason Robertson.
Dude, I don't like you were on it this year. But at the beginning of the year I was like, no, I just don't expect it. But here we are. What's the importance of where Jason Robertson is right now, Kevin? One of the 3 main motivating factors in the world. Do you pay a man because of a contract season and expect contract season from here on out? I think Jason Robertson is a phenomenal player. Right. I have questions about playoffs, but I'll save and reserve those for playoff time. Right now, dude's on a heater that we haven't seen from him in quite some time, since 2 years ago maybe, and I'm loving what we're getting from him.
Do you know he scored goals in 6 straight games?
I didn't.
Before that, he hadn't scored a goal in 9 games, which is really bizarre. The thing working for Jason Robertson as well in terms of the contract year theory is you're just a couple years removed from him having the greatest singular offensive season in the history of the Dallas Stars.
Yes.
Like better than Madonna, Hull, Newendike.
And maybe he wasn't completely healed coming into the next season whenever he was coming off an injury, too. So maybe that's another factor, and this is the actual version of him.
Yeah.
By the way, our friend Robert Tiffin wrote a good piece on Miko Rantanen. If you want to go check his out, you can go check him out on at Robert Tiffin on Twitter.
Okay.
And, starsthoughts.com. He'll be on with us tomorrow, by the way.
Ooh, is he coming into RJ Duke?
Oh, I just got a cramp. It was terrifying for me, and I made it so for y'all. I think he is.
He better. Or else, how else are we going to do breakfast at Tiffin's?
We can't do breakfast at Tiffin's.
Yeah, like that's. We've been planning this out forever. And by the way, as long as we're talking about the Stars and shamelessly plugging Peace-a-thon, that website and auction is now up and to go. We have a really cool Stars package. It's for a pair of lower level Dallas Stars tickets, I believe, for the December 5th game, and also comes along with a Miko Rantanen autographed puck.
Dude. That right there, like that's your moose right there.
But you know what? We did once again say it's a Mavs and Stars super segment, so I feel the need to let you know that we also have a pair of lower level Dallas Mavericks tickets that are being auctioned off as well. So we have all kinds of stuff happening, and I'm excited to see the Stars in Edmonton tonight.
It is being said that the further timeline on Lively Stats will be provided in approximately 7 to 10 days. He's got some swelling in his foot and discomfort in his right foot, so they are going to be he will miss the team's upcoming 3-game road trip, and they'll provide a timeline in about a week or so.
So
that stinks.
No, it does. Not to be flippant about this, but you know it's really bad when the timeline for their timeline is 7 to 10 days. So think about that. It's a timeline that you have to wait because it's so problematic now. You can't give a real explanation. So this is a months long issue, wouldn't you assume?
I would not try to say that this is going to be a short time thing. And Kevin, this also does come back to maybe the injury. Maybe they pushed it a little too quickly. With him. Trying to get him back because he needed to be on the court. And we've seen and experienced this question a couple different times with this organization since Casey Smith left. And I just wonder where we stand with that. So that freaking stinks. That stinks for sure.
It really does.
Because he's fun to watch.
No,
for
he
one.
is.
And for two, I mean, you love that Duke connection.
I mean, I do. But you know what I really love for the Mavericks is the triple-headed interior monster, of which you have barely seen two of them all season.
And that was Kevin, that was the only saving grace for this Luka trade for me, was that I could see that, and I have never even gotten a glimpse.
Now,
maybe I got 34 minutes of it.
And it looked spectacular, which felt extremely cruel to be like, this is what it could look like. But guess what, Jack?
Sorry, bees.
You don't get it. So somebody asked about the guest list for tomorrow. Peace-a-thon at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Look, Corey corrected me yesterday. I do believe it will be the third biggest event in the history of the station on air, surpassed only by the Rangers winning the World Series and the World Series championship. I was put in my place on that.
True.
But we'll be at RJ Dukes in McKinney tomorrow. Derek Holland is going to be doing the entire show with us, and he is ridiculously hyped. But to go along with that,
what do you think he's going to dress as Wolverine?
I hope he dresses in the Dumb and Dumber suit.
Okay,
I really
see.
like
Let's
those.
Let's see.
Broadus is going to be in for the 6 o'clock hour. Carter at 8. Chiafalo at 9. Wolchuk at 10. Peyton at 11. RJ Choppy at noon. Bobby Belt at 1. Gavin Dawson at 2. In addition to that, Christy Scales will be on. Marty Turco, Flula, John Machota, Robert Tiffin, Nick Eatman, Jake Berger, Kyle Yeomans, Will the Thrill Clark. We are stacked tomorrow. It will be guest after guest. We'll be having fun, probably doing ridiculous things, all while raising money for My Possibilities, and the Sandlot Charity. Check us out. Come see us in McKinney or go to 1053thefan.com/peaceathon to start getting in on those donations and those auctions. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 1053 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 1053 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a Peace-a-thon takeover from the KNC Masterpiece. Amazing guests, amazing laughs, and an amazing cause. Wednesday morning with KNC and the Peace-a-thon on The Fan.
You want to be the best gift giver this holiday? Do it with Omaha Steaks right now. Whether you're sending an unforgettable gift or treating yourself to everyday perfection, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. Gift USDA certified tender steaks, juicy burgers, cozy and convenient comfort meals, and so much more. And now during their cyber sale, you can get 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites at omahasteaks.com. Don't miss the best deals of the season and the exclusive limited time offers. Plus, our listeners, this is just for you, all right? Exclusive. Get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey, C-O-R-Y. Terms apply. See site for details for sure on that one. But you don't want to be the one that's showing up with, just a plant or something like that. You got some bad gift that you're giving out. No. Use the cyber sale, the perfect time to shop for unforgettable prices, exclusive limited time deals, and so much more. Plus, orders placed by 6 p.m. that day. That's Eastern, by the way. Ship same day, so you can get that rolling immediately. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites during the cyber sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code Corey, C-O-R-Y, at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code Corey. Terms and apply. See site for details.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day in college hoops is Northern Iowa, laying 7.5 against Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago has had a season to forget so far, sitting at just 1-5, but even worse, they haven't covered the spread in a single game. Even last game, losing outright as 12.5-point favorites. The Loyola offense is going to have a tough time getting going against a Northern Iowa defense that ranks in the top 50. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know unfortunately gets injured in that car or truck wreck, I want you to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW. That is the Frankels. Their experience having helped people out in the Metroplex for almost 30 years. That also gives them that trust factor. They're family-owned, local, highly awarded. You call the Frankels first because they put the clients first to get you the resolution that you deserve. Plus, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. What do I mean by that? Well, you set it up with a free consultation. And then the Frankels, they only get paid when you win. So if you or a loved one unfortunately been injured in that car or truck wreck, I want you to go to frankelfirm.com or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel & Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE. code for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Saloom Restaurant on Cole Avenue is celebrating their 20th anniversary.
We've prepared a special 20th anniversary menu for both lunch and dinner, featuring many of our favorites of the last 20 years.
Make reservations today and join the 20th anniversary celebration at Saloom Restaurant.
Hey, Tolos! Join Shiner Spirits and 105.3 The Fan's Fan University live this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. at Jake's Burgers, 10031 Marsh Lane in Dallas. A Shiner truck will be on site with prizes. Grab a loaded Bloody Mary or Texas Special. JakesBurgersandBeer.com.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Bam! Stole the inbounds! The captain stole the inbounds! Game is tied. 44 seconds left. Hero to the paint. Got it! Tyler Hero is remarkable.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have had a great day at Taco Bueno in Mesquite off of North Town East Boulevard. Just want to remind you, tomorrow we've got Flula is going to be on the show as part of Peace-a-thon. Will Clark's going to be on. Jake Berger is going to be on. We're going to have people all day long, and we've got all kinds of amazing autographed stuff as well. That site is live, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon will give you all the information you need tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. Right now, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Amazing, Higgy. How are you?
Yes.
I am doing good. I'm looking forward to, and one of the things I appreciate that everybody at the station does that's really great is you guys all participate in Peace-a-thon, and I think that's really cool, and I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow.
It is one of my favorite days of the year, not just because I get the day off. I love watching you guys work in this whole thing together, but I might love it more when you're at Taco Bueno because it reminds me to pick up some tacos on my way in, so I enjoyed some today.
Okay. See, I like that. We're here to help, and they got sales at RJ Duke's tomorrow. Maybe you'll go ahead and buy some.
These tacos are very good, though. Man.
Buy some stuff for the ones that you love. Now, I don't know. It's not tacos. I said at the card place. Jeez. All right.
You guys have the taco reminder show of record.
Yes. Thank you.
We're trying to be the records show of records.
Yeah.
Most records
records
that are possibly out. Yeah, we just want all the records. That's what we're shooting for. But sometimes they're just unattainable. You know, some shows already have those records, and we'll let them be that.
Are there any particular records out there, Corey, that you are hoping to attain that you think could be unattainable?
Most hosts on one show in one day. And G-Bag has done that. But we're going to have a lot of people on tomorrow. So maybe we'll have the
break
most.
that one easily.
Yeah, so maybe we will be able to do it. And then most tacos taken down in one sitting. I don't know what that record is yet.
I think I can understand why the answer might be no, but were y'all locked in on Mavs at all? Have they become kind of a second, third, fourth, whatever it is, option?
I really appreciate the fact that Dawson came in this morning and gave me like scouting talk. He broke down 4 or 5 players last night. And he and I were having a discussion about that. Not one moment of Mavs talk last night. So,
okay.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, talking about scouting, this is a huge weekend for college football. I know just watching a game is not always only scouting, but, man, this is a really fun weekend for college football.
Yeah, it is. It is, it's what, rivalry weekend?
Rivalry weekend.
Yeah.
That's right.
Ohio State, Michigan. That's going to be a big one. Keep your eye on all those Ohio State Buckeyes on defense.
Yeah, they'll be. Yeah. It should be fun to. That's the great thing about it too. We get the rivalry weekend, and then you'll start to get the playoff games. That's some really good tape to watch when you get down to it because you get some good matchups overall. So if anything, I enjoy the playoff system now because I get better games to evaluate for the next month.
You know, I've always been curious about that, Broadus. When you are scouting, I know like who you're facing, either individual player or level of competition is important. How much, if at all, do you factor in like the stakes? Like, is there anything more that goes into, man, they played really well in that playoff game versus like whatever your run-of-the-mill Week 7 game?
Oh, no. I mean, you absolutely do. You look for the guys, I mean, Golden, the receiver last year for Texas, and the way he played down the stretch. You know, you got some guys, I mean, with Scattaboo, people like that. You just watch these games when they're playing in these conference championship games and then the playoff games. But yeah, guys show up for those. They're going to show up for you on Sundays and Mondays sometimes.
I think the real goal is finding those individual matchups against fellow NFL players, though. Like, if you are in a high-stakes game, but your matchup is not going to play on Sundays, of course you're going to have confidence, right? I think the more important thing is, are you up against guys with measurables, and do you excel in those situations? Like, you get that double combination of it was all on the line, he was against a guy who's going to be a first-round pick, and he was excelling. I think you love to see that. And, for me, it is definitely about watching the football, but the Mavs are super important. I just don't want to watch, because it's depressing and gross on offense, but I am eagerly checking these scores and hoping for losses, and we're in the process of confirming a 60-loss pace here over the course of the next 4. They might fall to 5-19, I believe, so it's getting a lot of fun if you're a veteran team tanker like I am, and I feel like Cuban is. You're seeing the Cuban effect.
Can I interest you in watching any more Kansas or BYU basketball to potentially scout out those top 2 picks that you can try to pick up? Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge college sports fan. I only am watching their games because of the drafts in basketball and football.
He dabbles.
I get it.
For that purpose.
By the way, has there been a BYU player that we need to talk about here? I mean,
yes.
Like who is? I know there's one now. How
yeah.
Jimmer
Fredette.
Is that?
Yeah, Jimmer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they had Jimmer Fredette. Yeah, there you go.
Danny Ainge.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe so. I was just kind of curious on the front of, like, can you ever separate yourself from the scout? Because this kind of takes me back to that Oxnard moment. We saw that kid walk in, and I could see Broadus go 5'2", 185. And then he started, like, in the first thing
Did you say 5'2"?
Yeah, something like that. He was a kid. It was a kid. He had his first hats on.
Okay.
And first question Broadus asked is, like, he's like, how did we win or not? And I was like, oh, my gosh, this guy's scouting right now. Is there ever a moment you would just watch a game, or are you always like, nope, it's just in me?
I try and watch games. I really do. I just hate watching games with other people because they ask me ridiculous questions.
Like, can you separate the scout from the person? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Man,
That's
I love that. Okay, what's worse, that or the person, especially knowing what y'all do for a living, that walks up to you or tries to have like a small talk conversation and goes, how about the Cowboys? Like, and do you ever want to be like, yeah, what about them? Like, what is it that you want to know?
No, you got to be nice about that. But, like, it's the people. Sometimes you go to these events and you watch games with people and they act like that they want to explain to you what inverted coverage is. You know, and then you're like going, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's, hey, the fans are the fans, so it's cool. I mean,
the fans are
the fans, it's cool. But yeah, when sometimes you get people that put it up on the table and think they know what they're talking about, and they really don't.
Do you correct them like you would on Twitter?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, absolutely. I'm like, well, who did you pick this up from? You know, I mean, I'll ask those questions. You know, you try to get the genesis of the question, what they're asking about. You know.
That was one of my favorite things in like the last week and a half when we've talked about Broadus's Twitter responses are on point, is you were just responding to somebody about whether or not you had scouted a player, and this person tried to go off on you, and you're just like, yep, I was just responding to another person's question about if I've scouted them. Thanks.
Yeah.
I love those responses so freaking much.
I had one at the game the other day, like a guy was going after, like the whole game, he was just bitching about the game. And I'm sitting there, and it keeps popping up on my timeline, and I'm finally. And then he asks a question, and he's asking me how he's doing, and I had to remind him, like, sir, please, you were bitching the whole game about, you know. And I just said he has a knee problem; it's his other knee, you know. And I just
this guy that's asking about Diggs.
Yeah,
what is where does he live under a rock?
I don't know.
Does he not consume any Cowboys media? Where he's still asking what's going on with Trayvon Diggs?
I don't know.
Come on.
I was just trying to explain, but the guy was bitching the whole game.
He had to be doing a bit.
And I recognized his Twitter handle because of how much he was on my timeline for some silly reason. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah. Man. But yeah, if you don't, first of all, you should follow all the fellas on the show.
Yeah.
But just make sure you ask respectable or you ask in a respectable way questions to Brian Broadus.
If you're bitching the whole time about something, I generally just going to turn you off. I'm just going to
Kevin, Tyler Guyton not seen it practice during the media portion.
He ain't playing
Kalen
Thursday.
Carson said he was experiencing cramping and dehydration, and he's good to go for the Chiefs.
Okay. All right. I like to hear that. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We are going to talk Cowboys Chiefs right out of the gates here. We have the Jake Ferguson show tonight at 5:15.
All right, I love it. Roll home. Those Jake Ferguson interviews you guys have had have been really top notch all season
Appreciate
long.
you told on, dude.
All the credit goes to him.
Okay, I think a little credit should go. We'll find out today. You should ask him what's the credit breakdown of how good these interviews have been. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll see you tomorrow, 12th annual Peace-a-thon, RJ Duke Sports in McKinney, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say happy Peace-a-thon Eve, Kevin.
Happy Peace-a-thon Eve to those who celebrate.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 49ers are 8-4, but they're hard to figure out because of their schedule. Last night they beat the Panthers 20-9, but that might not mean they can beat better teams. Their quarterback Brock Purdy threw 3 picks and has been dealing with a turf toe injury. Their defense lost Nick Bosa and Fred Warner earlier in the season. Maybe you are what your record says you are, but sure feels like a soft schedule has been the defining characteristic of the 2025 49ers. I'm Andrew Perloff.
paid for by through provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call...
(972-8610). 972-972-8610.
Ojos Locos Sports Cantina is where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce balones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that'll keep the crew coming back. 6 DFW locations. This is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos. Más tacos, más wings.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are home to take on Kansas City on Thanksgiving Day. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 12:30 Thursday with the Cavender's kickoff at 3:30.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Is pain holding you back? Corey Majors here. If you've slowed down or stopped living an active life due to pain and are seeking clear solutions for lasting healing, do what I did. See the team for Total Male Optimization, Men's T Clinic. Men's T Clinic's natural regenerative therapy offerings are customized, built for men, and expertly guided and delivered. Kick surgery, downtime, and quick fixes to the curb. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with Men's T Clinic. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit men'sTclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 5 hours of sports packed in for you here. And looking forward to chatting about it all with you. We got Cowboys. We got Rangers. We got Mavs. We got Stars to talk about all in this first 15 minutes alone. Jake Ferguson's joining us at 5:15. Mark Schlereth at 4:45. So we're excited. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman somewhere coordinating your video, probably. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. How you guys doing?
Man, doing great. The rare Tuesday that feels like a Friday.
I know, dude.
Are you kidding me?
This is one of my favorite days of the year. We get our Thanksgiving sounds. We're going to do our top 10 Thanksgiving foods. We're getting ready. It's a short week. So you go right from okay, we recapped what happened with the Eagles. Now we're prepping, getting ready for the Chiefs. We got Peace-a-thon. It's Peace-a-thon Eve. Families in town. It's football, food, family. I love this week. This week in general might be my favorite of the entire year.
The Cowboys have won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
This is one of the best Thanksgivings in memory, Brian.
About to run the damn table, Gavin.
Yeah, it'd be even better, though. You find a way to get after these Chiefs. You know? And there's possibilities there.
Screw those Chiefs.
There's possibilities there.
What are you previewing for us today in the corner? We jumping into this already?
Yeah,
or?
why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, I'll jump into that thing. I was up at 5 this morning doing it, so might as well get after it.
And you're head first. And he's doing the 6 a.m. shift tomorrow with the masterpiece.
Yeah, I'm going right out. Because I got 2 shows after that. So we're not stopping, man. We're not stopping to doing this stuff.
Well, the Chiefs are 3-point favorites, and that's where I want to start. I think that's just a gift from the gambling gods. You know, I can't guarantee anything. You want to call it a lock, go ahead and do what you do. But I could see the Cowboys winning this game outright. Maybe you want to play them on the money line. You know, get a little extra value in there for you if you believe in them that much. But I think +3 with as many close games as the Chiefs have played, with how they've been kicking away close games where they just haven't been clutch enough to go get the job done. I think what this is the public overvaluing the Chiefs, so the sports book setting their numbers in favor of Kansas City, knowing a bunch of people are just going to bet on them anyway.
Well, both teams are desperate as heck. You know, that's something you got to kind of throw in there too. And
desperate team theory is a wash. You think?
I think it's a wash in this one. And to me, because Kansas City's fighting for their lives, and Dallas is doing the exact same. And but like when we get into it 340 about with how this thing's kind of break down, this is not really the same Kansas City team that we've seen in the past. And I think there's things that Andy Reid is doing to it to not help it probably be the best team it could be.
Oh, not Andy Reid's best coaching job this year.
I don't think so. And I love Andy. Andy is like a brother to me. It just seems like a very, very different way of they're doing things offensively. And you watch them play, and I'm like, man, Andy, that's not what you do. But the thing, he's still got some great players. But this offensive line, with Trey Smith not playing for them,
it's big.
That's a huge, because one of Dallas's strengths, as we've seen here the last couple of games, is their ability to play in the middle and play with power. And now, when you're going to put Mike Caliendo in there at guard, and he's a guy that he's played in games. They've had a lot of injuries. They've had to kind of shuffle guys around. But he's one of these guys that gives up, for the number of plays he plays, he gives up a lot of pressures. And whereas Trey Smith, Trey Smith, one of the best 7th-round picks I've ever seen.
Well, he's just one of the best guards in football, period.
Crazy how good he was coming out of Tennessee.
And then they've kicked our guy, Kingsley Suamatia, inside.
Yeah.
And that's a big body, but he's slow-footed.
Yeah.
So I think you look at this.
Yeah, there are
a lot of ways to win.
There are a lot of ways to win this football game. And, still I'm going to pick Kansas City to win because I picked Philadelphia to win. So,
Appreciate your sacrifice, sir.
Keep that going on.
I might have to do the exact same thing.
Yeah. I just kind of feel like, though, that to me, when you got two teams that this is going to be I think it's going to be a really, really, really good game.
Dogfight.
Yeah.
It's going to be tight.
And they are, because I think there's things Dallas does offensively that will give Kansas City some problems.
Chiefs 0-2 on the road this month. Patrick Mahomes completing 59% of his passes in those two losses. The Chiefs rank. Okay, we were just talking yesterday in depth about how the Eagles can't get any more explosives, and now Saquon Barkley is getting an explosive once every 92.5 carries. The Chiefs are one of the few teams actually worse than the Bird Turds in this department. Last in explosive run percentage, have just 8 carries of 12-plus yards.
Yeah, see, this is when I broke down this morning, and I like to always look at the 10-plus runs, 10-plus yard runs, you know?
It was all Mahomes.
It's all Mahomes. There's 35 of these runs, and probably 25 of them are Pat Mahomes running from pressure. You know, that's where this game I think is really going to kind of hinge a little bit for the Cowboys. Can you find a way? Now, Kansas City's got some speed. You know, they've got some speed on the outside that you're going to have to kind of. But the thing with Mahomes, you just got to be ready, because what's going to happen is he's going to hold the ball. You got to keep in coverage. You got to keep in phase. All those things, keep in phase. And find a way to, like, make it sure that he doesn't have anywhere to throw this ball. But the danger of that is he will take off running, and he will make a lot of big plays with his feet.
Chiefs, you think we're getting carried away? If you're optimistic about the Cowboys, you sound like you were going to pick the Chiefs there?
Well, I was just doing the same thing that Broadus did. I picked the Eagles to beat the Cowboys, so I'm wondering if I need to just keep that thing moving here, because I do see a real path to victory, especially with Trey Smith being out and being able to own the line of scrimmage there. I think. And not only that, but also the special teams factor. Like, the Chiefs on special teams have been one of the worst teams in the league this year. So that could be a factor in a game that we all anticipate to be a super, super tight game. And the other thing, though, is don't we imagine Eberflus has to pivot from the zone coverage? It works beautifully versus the Eagles, but Mahomes' numbers versus zone compared to man, it's night and day. If you're going to play zone against him, he will pick you apart at a nasty level. Okay. You play man against him, his numbers look quite a bit different.
What's the deal with Rashee Rice, too? He's a guy whose splits look really funny against zone coverage. He's unstoppable, and like you said, against man, he can't get out of his own way.
Yeah, I don't really know. I think a lot of it does have to do with just the fact that they don't have real great receivers, great weapons that can consistently beat man coverage. And Rashee Rice would be the one guy that maybe you would think could do that, but they could send a lot of attention his way.
Yeah.
And so they just don't have the weapons to consistently beat it. I don't think it's Mahomes can't throw versus man coverage, but they don't have the weapons to create the separation. And you could just throw all your resources defensively at Rashee Rice because he's the only guy that really scares you. So that's the thing for me is, like, do the Cowboys have the capability to just go play man coverage in this game? Because I think you can dominate the line of scrimmage, but the back end there, Mahomes will just pick you apart.
Yeah,
I think it's not even just man, because the Cowboys will play some man, but they'll still give that cushion. You need to play tight.
Press.
Well, but on the 3rd and 2, the sack play, when you go back and watch how they play press. Finally, they're not 7 yards deep on a 3rd and 2.
And that's huge to me.
Bland, like, jamming at the line of scrimmage. Ravel on the other side jamming on the line of scrimmage.
And I think Bland's at his best doing that.
And
totally you've got two smaller receivers in Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy. Yeah. And that was one of my questions with Worthy when he was coming out of Texas. Could you get off of press man? You know, is he, because he's a speed demon, and if he does get a free release, he's going to cook you. But if you're able to kind of get your hands on him and play him physical, the one guy that I think has had success is Tyquan Thornton. He's come up with some big plays down the field for Kansas City. That might be a name to look. And then Juju Smith-Schuster randomly will just come up with a big third down catch for you, and they'll line him up kind of in the slot. But I would play real physical with these guys. I think you can dominate them inside, much like the Eagles did in the Super Bowl with Milton Williams. I think Quinnen Williams could have that type of game. But I want to bully these wide receivers, much like New England used to do when they would go up against the Indianapolis Colts.
I like the sound of that. You know, I think there's multiple ways to win this game. You come up with a good defensive game plan, and that man versus zone was such a big part of the narrative for September and a little bit of October around the Cowboys. Hopefully they're more prepared, and Shoddy was head coach whispering to Eberflus about looking at the analytics and saying, hey, man, might not be our favorite thing, but we're going to have to do our best job this week. But you could also just outscore them. Like, this defense isn't the same either. And in some of the stuff, like Chris Jones looks like he might be well on his way to being washed up. Okay, among the takeaways from the Rangers media session around the trade of Simeon for Nimmo, it came out, CY assured Nimmo, we are not rebuilding, we are just reloading. And that was one of the reasons that he agreed to the trade on his side, even though he had a no-trade clause. That makes me feel better. Like, if you're out there convincing outsiders that, hey, we're going to put this thing together. But I also feel like CY's been selling guys for a couple of years now. Sold Evaldi on that same deal to come back. Mm-hmm. And when he initially put together the World Series team, I think it was his vision and his ability to sell people on that got everybody together in the way that it did. So I hope that, he can follow actions with words. But words with actions. But if you're Nimmo and his agent, you probably want more details of the plan. So I'm, 10 to 15% more optimistic. CY also, talked about them opening up the additional $5 million and what they could do. He said, well, we put together a 10-man bullpen last year with about $10 million. So maybe this is a half dozen players as well. I just love his ability to convince guys that they are going to be successful, and whether it's in 2026 or at some point down the line when the resources get a little bit better, I think this is eventually going to turn around because in CY I trust. Let me ask you this, though, guys, because I know we've had a lot of fun the last couple of springs tracking Sebastian Walcott. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
You put him out there? Do you say, hey, we need a player in his prime that can produce offensively? We'll give you one of the top 10 prospects in the game.
You're saying to trade him or just to have him start?
Yeah, we got to trade him.
You could trade him.
Oh, starting him at second?
Yeah. I mean, I think that he's a guy that if coming into the spring, like if he's dominating, I'm not against. You're seeing this more and more now. If you got a player with upside,
just putting him out there,
teams are starting to just play these guys. And I know the Rangers have been super patient. I wouldn't be against. And I don't know. It's not like I have any insight that they're considering this, but I would not be against considering playing Sebastian Walcott and having him on the opening day roster.
Okay, so what would you rather do at 877-881-1053? Rangers fans, we're talking to you here in the nation on your home of the Rangers. Trade him or play him. I didn't think he produced well enough in the minor leagues last year to suggest that he was ready for a step up. I think this is another year in the minors, and hopefully that he pushes his OPS into the 800s or 900s, and you'd feel good about it. And who knows? Sometimes a winner, especially at 19 years old, you can come back a totally different guy. It's just a matter of when. But I think if you do put him out there and he really, really struggles, that's not going to help his trade value. I'd want to know what you could get for Sebastian Walcott right now.
Yeah, moving him, gosh, you better get yourself a haul because you will have nothing of value. Like, your farm system's already pretty depleted. I think they're at best middle of the pack, and they're probably in like the 20s on most sites you're going to look at in terms of farm systems. They're trying to kind of retool that thing. So you got to be able to get a pretty good haul if you're going to move Sebastian Walcott. I don't think that they have a plan in doing so. I think he's kind of a guy that they're not going to move. But he had some stretches last year where he was tearing the cover off the ball and he had some home run streaks. And then I think he got kind of banged up. He was playing spring ball and then they shut him down in Arizona. But I'm kind of open to seeing what this kid can do in the spring when we get out there to surprise. And
he must have finished strong. OPS 741 last year in Double-A for his skill.
He had a really good month. I remember looking. It was like every day it seemed like Sebastian Walcott was just hitting a home run. And defensively, it's amazing how he moves for his size. Like, he's a very unique athlete and super, super young. I'm kind of just, let's play the guy.
He might be a more natural long-term fit at third base if you're not going to go with Young. Yeah. Maybe third base, second base, as long as Corey Seager's here. Shortstop's going to be occupied. Mavs fall to the Heat 106, 102, trending towards 60 lost season. Derek Lively has a sore foot again. Yeah. He's going to miss the road trip and be reevaluated further, I guess, in a week or so. That sucks, though. If that's going to be a long-term foot injury that maybe he's got to go into the night for or something like that, that just further reduces your win probabilities. I believe Mark Cuban's pushing for the tank. And the chance at one of those franchise changers is worth it, especially if you're not going to have control of your draft picks. Stars are at the Oilers tonight. No Rantanen serving a suspension for pretty much going on a boarding rampage.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if his actions and his intent deserved a suspension. Who was it? Was it the Islanders who were calling him dirty and thinking?
Oh, they were so pissed.
Weird stuff happened in front of him.
Yeah, I think he kind of got tripped up there on the first one. I was surprised to see the second straight game he had another issue. I mean, it's like an automatic 1-game suspension when you have back-to-back major misconduct penalties like that.
Should have been a major.
5 minutes, but. Gosh, it's not a great look. I mean, to me, he's never had the reputation of being a dirty player, and I know that now there's other people in the National Hockey League that are kind of throwing that label out on him. But hopefully this is one where, you give him a night off. Edmonton certainly has been the Stars' kryptonite anyway, and, he comes back a little bit refreshed and refocused. But I'm with you. I didn't really see any intent to injure in either of those hits.
Yeah,
hockey.
If you're a dirty, nasty player and you're taking guys and running them into the wall like George Pickens back at Georgia, I totally get it. But if you're skating and trying to play physical hockey and getting ready for contact, and right before you arrive at the guy, he turns from sideways to show you his numbers like in a split second, or the guy behind you trips you and the guy in front of you bends over at the same time and you accidentally run him into the wall, it sucks. I think that dude's out 5 to 6 months.
No, it was such an awkward way that he went into the boards, and I mean, you hate to see that at any level. I mean, Patrick Wall though was just MFing Mikko Rantanen. I mean, he was going off, but again, it's the intent here. I mean, we've seen Mark Stone be that guy. I mean, he takes out Miro Heiskanen last year against the Stars. I don't view Mikko Rantanen as one of those players.
It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 here at 2:20. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Man, it is our last show before Thanksgiving as we have Peace-a-thon all day tomorrow. 877-881-1053. What's on your Thanksgiving plate? The top 10 Thanksgiving foods of 2025. That's next in the nation.
But Fort Worth, I bring you good news because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. And I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's a big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he is delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And do not miss the fall tire event at Alliance Hyundai. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. From brakes to maintenance, they've got it all through November 30th. Okay, you got 5 more days to capitalize on the fall tire event. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 at Alliance Hyundai. Now, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. Make sure you check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Now, their state-of-the-art facility features Hyundai-certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole 9. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
more. If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tolos, as parents, we'd all hope that someone would help our kids if they were in need. You have a chance right now to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's easy, free towing, paperwork done, and a tax deduction. Your car helps at-risk kids at Texans Can Academies earn a diploma. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Let's talk about a very special place. That's RS Diamond Broker. The best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mined diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. And it's also my dad's new store. That's right, my personal family going to give you that actual family care that you, the Tolo, deserves. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. Check them out at rsdiamondbroker.com. Again, that's rsdiamondbroker.com, and just ask to see my dad, Robert. RS Diamond Broker. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the DFW Airport.
Holiday travel is in full swing, and so is construction at DFW Airport. Arrive extra early for your flight and enjoy smooth travel. Download the mobile app for security wait times and more. DFW Airport. Travel transformed.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got a lot of good coming up in today's show, including the Jake Ferguson Show at 5:15. Okay, so we're less than 3 hours away from checking in with Jake here on the short week. Wanted to get it in here on a Tuesday for you. So let's get to Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a minute. But before that, the G-Bag of the Day Champion brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the pimp.
La-di-da-di-da.
Here he is.
This is day one, going for day two of this champion audio. Stick around at 5:30. I got some John Blaze.
Go.
John Blaze. Damn near everybody I know on social media sent me one particular piece of audio you might want to hear at 5:30. But our champion right here, Trap House Sports, they made an Eagles diss track. Tell me, do you like it? Here it is.
I'm your biggest hater, ain't no other like me. I'm talking fly, Eagles fly your ass back to your seats. Going up by 21, don't mean none, cause y'all still came through and put the L in Kelly Green. Belt dash, AJ Brown teeth look like toilet seats. He look like he capable of biting a chunk out of a knee. Belt dash, I got CTE, so please don't come for me, cause I heard that they E and Eagles stood for EDP. Yeah, Sunday night, I turned my hatred on. The game was in their hands, but they ain't stay that long. What? So why they grab his ass? Bro, that's the play they call. Why his face that long? I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. CTE.
Shoot, yeah. It's going to take some John Blaze to knock off Trap House Sports coming up at 5:30 here. The champ faces challengers in the 5 o'clock hour, the G-Bag Nation. Here he is, Wolchuk, Zach with an H. You're Willie Bully.
I love it. I love it. Our last show prior to Thanksgiving, so always try to get into the top 10 Thanksgiving foods. This is circa 2025 edition, as we've got a new list for the new year. We do have some Major League Baseball news. Got a trade today as the Boston Red Sox being aggressive here. They acquire righty Sonny Gray from the St. Louis Cardinals. Boston getting Sonny Gray in cash. The Cardinals getting lefty Brandon Clark and righty Richard Fitz, who's just giving people fits. Gray previously was due $35 million in 2026. He's got a $5 million buyout on a $30 million club option for 27. Not known exactly, per Ken Rosenthal, exactly how much the Cardinals are sending the Red Sox, but we do know that there will be some cash involved in that. And then we did get great news. Shohei Ohtani has confirmed he will be going for the repeat. He will be playing for Japan in the World Baseball Classic.
Bring it on, Shohei.
Always want, that moment we got with Ohtani versus Trout, USA versus Japan, it was just baseball at its finest right there. So maybe we can get something again with Ohtani. This time, who knows? I mean, maybe it'll be like Wyatt Langford at the dish, or I guess Aaron Judge. Maybe, we get the dumpster man himself, the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, out there for Team USA. But let's get to it. Our top 10 best Thanksgiving foods. 877-881-1053. Did you guys get the Kevin Hagelin text over the weekend?
Sure did.
He's putting together the bracket.
Yeah.
And they'll do this at some point tomorrow during Peace-a-thon. Well, they'll do their Thanksgiving seating, and they'll go through the bracket, and I don't know if Rolls will win again. I thought that was a bit of a shame.
That was my number one seed.
The Rolls are number one for you.
Yeah.
Is it a specific kind of roll, or just like any type of dinner roll?
I mean, there's a lot of great rolls. I think the current best roll out there is your Texas Roadhouse roll that they have made popular in the freezer section. Sometimes they're sold out because I think they went viral on TikTok. So I like those. But, I mean, lots of different kind of rolls. Yeast rolls, the old school ones that you get over with the bread. That kind of look like a chef's hat. I don't know what you call those, but there's just all kinds of good rolls. It's hard to mess
rolls,
them up.
Those Pillsbury crescent rolls.
The crescent rolls, are you kidding me?
Those things might be, I think, like the flakiness of them. They've got the layers. Those are pretty darn delightful.
I think I'm going to have to get some of those tonight.
Yeah, those crescent rolls are pretty darn good. Shout out to Tolo D. She has just updated that Rashee Rice not practicing, dealing with a hammy issue. Now, maybe on a short week, this is just, we're going to rest you. I'm sure he's going to play. I'm expecting him to play.
I expect him to play, too.
But that would be their number one wide receiver, and they're definitely not quite the same team. I mean, they haven't been a good offense, but without him, they're definitely not nearly as good.
It would be appropriate coming back to Dallas if they arrest him again.
Oof, just rest him. Just rest him. All right, Lucius.
Yo!
Your top Thanksgiving food. So what do you got to have on your plate?
I want the turkey leg. Give me the turkey's leg, please. There's two of them, so we can negotiate.
Okay.
I want the turkey's leg.
Perfect world, you get both of them, though.
Perfect world, yeah, I would. I got a son, so I'll let him have the other one, you know what I mean?
Okay, so usually it would be you and the son. When you were growing up, did you have to fight like siblings for this?
Nah, it was given to me. Pops made sure I got that damn thing.
There we go.
Didn't want to disappoint.
Nah.
Lucius.
Next to some deviled eggs, too. I got to have them joints. I know nobody's going to say those, so I might as well say them now.
Okay.
I've come around over the years on the deviled egg.
You're no longer picking out the middle and just eating the yolk?
Or just the egg
shell,
white.
like egg white?
No, I'm actually going for the whole thing now. I don't know. My palate has changed in a way that allows for me to just eat the whole thing.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm serious. They're pretty good, man. They're
The mayonnaise
good.
ones?
Yeah.
Or the mustard ones?
Well, I think probably a little bit more mustard. I lean mustard.
Yeah, he's a mustard guy.
Yeah, I am. But in terms of what I got to have, the mashed potatoes, the turkey, and the sweet potato casserole. Those are the three must-haves.
Are you making...
Sweet potato casserole is amazing.
Yeah, the sweet
Does it have the
potato
nuts in it?
Yeah, the pecans, right?
Gotta have that.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you feel about the toasted marshmallow on top of the sweet potatoes?
It's incredible.
It's great.
It's beautiful. It's like one of those things where it's like, is it a side or is it a dessert? I make it both.
Yes.
I double dip.
I think it's a must for me. I had somebody on the Twitter reach out and say, if you're putting the marshmallows on the sweet potatoes, you're doing it wrong. I could not disagree more. That's a staple on Thanksgiving. I think you've got to have, however you like to do your sweet potatoes, but you've got to put the little marshmallow.
Yeah, and you get that sort of that golden crisp
crunch
on the marshmallows.
That's the way.
I'll tell you what, though, if you ought to substitute brown sugar and go with some syrup and brown sugar.
Yes, brown sugar with the sweet potato is a must.
Yeah, lots of brown sugar and butter. It is a dessert.
Yeah.
You know, I've never done the casserole because I got a mental block. Anytime the word casserole is attached to something, I immediately start gagging.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was from the green bean casserole my mom would try to feed us.
Right.
Oh, man.
Every couple of months.
So good.
Easily mess up green bean. I've had some like watery, gross.
Yeah, I can't have that.
Honestly, I've started to
you gotta
skip it.
Instead of using like the Campbell's cream of mushroom soup, you like actually do the mushrooms and onions yourself. You saute them and then make it part of it.
Yeah, I bet that's phenomenal.
Yeah,
I bet that's phenomenal.
And then
fried onion strings.
And then you take shallots, which are a little sweeter than onions, and you make them, and then you deep fry the shallots.
Okay, that's the way right there.
That's your crunch.
You're getting into it here.
Like whoever's making that at Thanksgiving, like just know that you can really never have too much of the fried onions or the fried shallots. Like just throw more in there. As soon as you think there's enough, you probably need some more.
I have started to just skip it. I don't trust it.
You don't trust it?
I'll let somebody else try it, and if they say it's good, maybe I'll dabble. But I think there's just better items, and I have had so many that have just been bad.
Do you ever feel like though you need to take at least a small scoop because somebody made it?
I never really feel that pressure.
I don't care anymore.
I don't.
Not anymore, no.
Because you can push it over.
I mean, if you get somebody that's super hovery, like they're hovering over their item to make sure that people are working it, then you might do one of those sort of sympathy scoops.
Yeah.
But usually I'm just like, man, this is just first plate. Hey, this is just first plate. You know what I'm saying? I got like all day here.
I'll be crazy.
Like, come on, give me back. I got 3 or 4 more plates in me.
I'll circle back. Don't worry. It'll be
saving
okay.
the best for last.
Especially if you know who made it. If this person has a reputation of being a good cook, then all right. If they don't, I'm sure as hell not touching it.
Yeah, your track record matters on Thanksgiving.
It's like knowing which coaches can evaluate the
Absolutely.
draft. Yeah, you don't have to listen to that.
I mean, have you ever tried the macaroni and cheese again, Eric, or have you just punted on this entirely?
Totally punted. I've just been the ice guy for the last half decade.
Which, there's a role, and that's a respectful role because you need that. Ice is always a must. Is your wife bringing anything?
I don't even know because I'm doing the game on Thursday, so I have not. I've just ignored the big family group text of like what everybody's bringing, so I don't even know. Like they can just have at it. I'm not even worried about it.
Well, last year, my wife made me a plate for after the game.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
She dropped the ball, didn't she?
Oh gosh,
it was everything she likes.
Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing, honey?" I'm going to have to teach her this year. This is what we do.
Yeah, this is what a real woolly-bully Thanksgiving plate looks like.
This is how we concoct the plate.
As a matter of fact, we'll hear a very woolly-bully Thanksgiving later on in the program.
Well, I'm very excited for that. That's one of my favorite staples of the year, Sounds of the Sports Day Thanksgiving edition. Green bean casserole with shallots, deviled eggs from Allen and Cape Coral from the 575. My green bean casserole is the best. The secret is the jar of Cheese Whiz from Walt and Waco.
Cheese Whiz in the green bean casserole, Walt?
Sounds like progress to me.
Take your word for it.
We'll take it.
Here's how you make that dish better. Squeeze some fake cheese out of a can onto it.
214, they're a sucker for the broccoli cheese casserole.
Yeah, broccoli rice.
That's good.
Yeah. Sweet
potato souffle from the 817.
Okay.
We've got a lot of the gravy, a lot of mashed potatoes.
Okay, this is something I absolutely have to have.
Gravy?
The gravy.
If the gravy is jacked up, you can jack up the whole meal.
Yeah.
If your gravy sucks,
it's going to set it off.
Do you go gravy at the end? Like you get your whole plate and then at the end you just lather with the gravy? Or are you only gravying certain items on your plate?
I am like getting it all together and I'm putting the gravy items next to each other.
Okay.
So like then when I just gravy it all at the same time. That's what I like I said, if the gravy is bad, it can ruin a Thanksgiving meal for me.
Did you guys see there's actually Heinz has released a leftover gravy sauce that you can actually get out of the bottle now?
No.
This is for like next day, like day after Thanksgiving when everybody's doing the sandwiches, the next day, the Black Friday sandwiches, which are a total staple.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have. I guess it was inspired, and this isn't a show that I'm super familiar with, Wolchuk, but it's inspired by Friends. And apparently leftover gravy sauce. I don't know. There's something about that, but they've turned it into a condiment now that you can actually squirt onto your Black Friday sandwich.
There's an episode where Ross has it's a sandwich his sister makes, and somebody stole the sandwich out of the. It's the moisture. Okay, I'm going to mess this up.
Yeah,
it's the moist spread.
Moist maker.
The moist maker.
Yeah, I see that quote here.
Yeah.
And it's true because it can be a little dry.
Yeah.
The honorable mentions here on the list: the green bean casserole, anything cranberry related, and you know me, I am the cranberry from the jar.
Are you?
The canned cranberry.
Yeah, he wants to see the wrinkles.
It's not that hard to make your own.
I've had the homemade. I don't like it. It doesn't hit the same way.
I wonder how much people are punting on certain items this year, though, because of the whole Campbell's soup fiasco that's taken place.
What I've seen stuff about this. I have not really
bad time of year.
Is it just? Are we having issues with quality control?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, according to one of their top people, I don't know if it was their CEO or somebody at the top of Campbell's, was like just ranting about how awful the ingredients are, 3D lab meat and things like that as ingredients. They've had to come out and do damage control like, no, our ingredients are incredible, but I wonder how much Campbell's is going to suffer for that. This is probably one of their top times of the year in terms of selling cans of fake garbage.
Cream of mushroom, because I like the gelatin version of like the cranberry sauce. There's something about it to me. It's just comforting. I only have it once a year. But I don't care about the actual. I'm not a big cranberry juice person, so I think like the actual cranberries, you like mash them up, like it's just.
Well, you let them cook down. They reduce themselves.
Cook it down, Tatiana.
Cook it down. Apple pie, Brussels sprouts, and candied yams. Your other honorable mentions. Number 10 is your bread rolls or cornbread, and I am a big fan of cornbread somehow making its way onto the Thanksgiving table.
It's stuffing, yeah.
Dressing.
Not as I
like the dressing.
Yeah, the dressing,
Stuff
but
comes in a box.
Yeah.
No, that's
like stovetop.
Yeah, that comes in a box.
Yeah.
I might eat it throughout the year, but on Thanksgiving I want real live dressing.
There you go.
And that
like
to me is the
take
one
day-old
seed.
bread and cube it up.
Made by some Annie with a big fat shoulders and heavy elbows.
And that's going into the butt of the turkey, right?
Well, you can make it on the side.
Make it on the side.
Body cavity.
You got to make sure. That stuffing part. He's talking about almost like on the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like. There's like if you're putting stuff in the bird, man, to get the temperature right to get that stuff cooked.
It's a tough needle to thread.
It is a tough needle to thread.
The mac and cheese comes in at 9. Some people were texting like, "Is mac and cheese a Thanksgiving food?" I think absolutely it is.
I think if the Pilgrims had a jump at it, they would have gone with that.
They would have said yes.
There's no doubt. They're not going to turn down the mac and cheese if it was there and
Nobody's
available.
turning it down.
I'll tell you, there's more videos on how to make really good mac and cheese than any other cooking thing I've ever watched.
You were watching it yesterday, man. They're fun.
Yeah, I fumble farted with one of those videos about 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's okay, buddy.
Did my best.
We learn and we grow.
Hey, shout out to our buddy Riffy. Cinnamon butter rolls, turkey with maple syrup and bacon on it, and pumpkin pie with Cool Whip.
Yeah.
See, that's crushing it right there.
That's putting together a plate right
Everything's
there, Coach.
bordering on dessert.
You're doing a good job there, Coach. You're doing a good job. 972, I think those are false rumors. All right, let's not be spreading that. I think those are false.
That's somebody from the Campbell's.
Listen, it's not a false rumor that one of the top folks inside of Campbell's went on a rant. Now, maybe he was ball-siding
it has nothing to do with that one. I think that you're right about that. This is like a Cowboys rumor that we've been asked about. I don't think that one's true.
What is it about? What happened? A concussion kind of thing?
No. I mean, it's
deeper.
related to that guy. It's a different thing. Smoked turkey as well, getting texted in.
Injected with butter, brined, smoked to perfection.
That sounds delightful.
Yeah, that's what we're there for.
Pecan pie at 8, mashed potatoes and gravy at 7. The turkey is at 6 here on the list.
I'm back with the pecan pie, by the way.
Oh, you came
40 years later after it made me sick.
Dude, it's top tier.
I had a block.
Yeah, it
you know,
I
it was
get
like
that.
the taquitos freshman year of college. I hadn't had them for about 30 years. Well, pecan pie was horrifying. 8 or 9 years old. Got super sick. I think I ate all of it.
If you
right?
you get an experience,
they're very rich. Yeah, you're right.
You ate the whole damn thing.
I absconded with the pecan pie and paid for it for like 24 hours.
Potatoes au gratin at number 5. I have not had that for Thanksgiving, but they're good. Glazed ham at 4. There's a lot of families.
It beat turkey, huh?
Turkey did. And the Cowboys will have the glazed ham. Yeah. They do both. Sweet potato casserole at 3. The stuffing is at 2, or dressing. And I think that's the 1 seed for me, because this is the only time of year I have it. But the 2 seed for me, the number 1 seed on this list, will be pumpkin pie. And I love some pumpkin pie. I'm a big pumpkin pie fan. It's got to be chilled. It's got to be chilled. You got to put a dollop of whipped cream on it.
How could it be better than the pecan pie?
I do. For Thanksgiving, I'm a pumpkin pie guy. I'll have pecan all year.
Right.
I will only have pumpkin on Thanksgiving, so maybe that's what does it for me.
Yeah.
But I am a big pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving person.
Apple crumble too would be a good.
I'm not.
dessert
I'll have all the pies
with the dessert.
Give them to me.
All the pies,
not the hair.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Another top 10 is in the books, and we are now ready for Thanksgiving, which is under 48 hours away. We're about 49 hours from kickoff. Chief, we got a hodgepodge coming up, don't we?
Yeah, we got a few Cowboys, Chiefs, Nuggets, plus we grade the pregame speech, and not everyone is built for the big lights of the SEC next in the nation.
I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave me and Eric a plan, and look, it turns out they had some big opportunities that we were missing, and now we've got clear path to retirement and a way more peace of mind. Trajan Wealth, they're fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first, and I trust them with my future. You should too. Call Trajan Wealth today. Set up an absolutely free consultation. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love the Frisco spot. Go say what's up to my guy Steve Shelby over there. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and if you need to, Eric, man, he hangs out of that South Lake spot. I think you're actually going to be running it on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, I'm there all the time because I love what they're about, and they have given me the confidence and the peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that could be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a Peace-a-thon takeover from the KNC Masterpiece. Amazing guests, amazing laughs, and an amazing cause. Wednesday morning with KNC and the Peace-a-thon on The Fan.
Hey, football fans, it's Chris Arnold here to announce the final Dallas Cowboys High School Football Coach of the Week, brought to you by Whataburger. Congratulations to Coach Devin Anderson with Fort Worth Eastern Hills for his big W and the team's first playoff win in 26 years. Ooh-wee! Got you down.
Hey Dallas, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Save on your Thanksgiving must-haves at Whole Foods Market. You'll find it all. Fresh, no antibiotics ever turkeys start at $2.99 a pound. For dessert, win your table over with home-baked treats. Explore sales on baking essentials like spices, broths, and more from 365 brand, including plenty of organic options. Complete your spread with grab-and-go crowd pleasers like creamy mashed russet potatoes. Shop Thanksgiving savings now at Whole Foods Market. Terms apply.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here with my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. And boy, they've been busy this year, adding new brands, making it easier to build your dream home gym. Joining me now is Craig Lewin, Executive Vice President of Johnson Fitness. Craig, what's new?
Well, the big news is Peloton. Customers can come in and test the brand new Cross-Training Bike Plus, the Tread, and the Tread Plus, all with the guidance of our certified fitness experts.
That's a huge addition, and y'all have expanded beyond Peloton too, right?
Yes, we've added the Tonal 2 for strength training, which is unbelievable, plus new massage chairs from Osaki and Panasonic. Johnson Fitness and Wellness now has the largest selection of massage chairs in the state.
15 stores in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. It's easy to find one nearby.
Absolutely, and our expert staff helps you find the right equipment for your goals, your space, and your budget.
See for yourself. Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Find a store near you. Online, johnsonfitness.com. 7 right here in DFW. That's johnsonfitness.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
This holiday season, don't let your house be the thing your in-laws judge first.
Yeah, protect your pride and your paint job with our guy Gary Zanobi at Rhino Shield.
Hey Tolos, with Rhino Shield ceramic coating and our 25-year transferable warranty, you can stop repainting every few years and keep your home looking brand new.
And it works on wood, brick, stucco, you name it.
Plus, easy financing, Rhino Shield can get your payment under $200 a month.
Right now, take 20% off your Rhino Shield project. Visit online at rhinoshielddfw.com. Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield. D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. We make leasing easy at D&M.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
The 12th annual KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon to benefit My Possibilities is here. And for the first time, we're taking this marathon broadcast on the road. Join us tomorrow as the KNC Masterpiece take over RJ Duke Sports, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. KNC will be wheels off from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m., supporting an amazing cause. It's Peace-a-thon time, live from RJ Duke, all day tomorrow on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We have interesting things said by Jerry Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for a Hodge. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. We got plenty to get to here, including something that could play a big role in Thursday's game versus the Chiefs right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you guys?
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Of course, we're all on a short week. Everybody knows that. But the Chiefs went to overtime. Chiefs were in a gosh dang dogfight.
Yeah.
They needed extra time to go ahead and win that football game. And Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy has just brought this up. Something to remember here on this short week. Chiefs had 91 offensive plays in that Colts game. That's the most by any NFL offense in a game this season by 8 plays. Even more than what the Cowboys had when they went to overtime versus the Giants. So in terms of trying to get your legs back under you, and they've dealt with some injuries here. Of course, their best offensive lineman, Trey Smith, probably missing this game, and then you have Rashee Rice, who is
not practicing today.
Like, I would imagine a lot of these guys, and we're saying practice, like what does a practice actually look like in a week like this? I mean, you're probably not really on the field doing much.
You're not practicing.
You're not really practicing, but still, I mean, I think that could be something that in a game that we all expect to be super tight late in the game, could that affect the Chiefs a little bit? Why
Absolutely. And before that drive that they tied the game on, they had the worst success rate of any team in the final 5 minutes. And I don't know how much that propelled them out of it, but they had never done that this year. They had never been like, oh, we need a score in the final 5 minutes. Let's go do it. I think they had like 2 successful plays all season long. They were abysmal. Wow. So more than the fatigue is just the fact that you ran all those plays and only scored 23 points against the Colts. You needed touchdowns, and you had 10 points with 10 minutes to play. And you did get the 1 touchdown to bring it to win 3, but a touchdown could go win it. Nope, can't get that. A touchdown can go win it. Nope. It's settling for field goals. And I think their red zone efficiency over the last 2 years is like 26th.
Wow.
That
is crazy.
Yeah. They held it together admirably as their roster was deteriorating, but key players, namely Chris Jones and Travis Kelce, just got too old to really be clutch in big moments. They're not getting those hits by Chris Jones that he used to end games on.
Yeah. He had a couple of moments late in that Colts game.
He did play great that game.
But yeah, by and large, you just haven't quite seen it from him, and that's a huge reason why. Like especially when they're losing these close games, a lot of it is because their defense lets them down. Yeah. And he was a guy that was kind of one of the best closers in the league late in a close game. Chris Jones was going to make that play, and really wasn't until this Colts game on Sunday that you started to see that resurface itself. And they did get kind of jobbed on one of those touchdowns that ended up being called back. They had Kelce in as the Wildcat quarterback. He runs it in, but there was a face mask call, but it wasn't really a face mask, and they could have reviewed it. They ended up having to settle for a field goal. But yeah, the red zone's been an issue. And when it comes to the red zone, and I'm sure you noticed this, brought us scouting him out.
Yeah,
Rashee Rice is, He's played just 5 games. He's already 8th among all wide receivers in red zone targets and 6th in design targets. Mm-hmm. And then they'll run the ball with him as well, especially in the red zone. They've had some success doing that. So once you get into the red zone, you always think about the tight end and Travis Kelce, and to some extent that's obviously still a point. Yeah. But Rashee Rice is the guy that they're trying to be their touchdown man.
Yeah, they throw the ball to him behind the line of scrimmage. That's kind of where they're at. They try to the screens and things are handed to him. So everything is, when you get down there, you got to be very aware of where he is and be ready for blockers and stuff out in front of him.
And you would think their screen game could be just a note off if Trey Smith is not going to be in the game, right? I mean, yeah, their guard,
Andy Riggs,
getting out and getting it done.
Andy's always had a great screen package for stuff. And, it's Dallas's inability to defend the flats is another problem that they're going to have to deal with in this game.
And Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt's going for 5 straight games for the rushing touchdown.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, when he needs 1 yard, he's going to get it.
He's good at that. He's got the nose.
Short yardage stuff, it's going to happen for him. Okay, now let's go ahead.
Actually, 32 of 40 on those short yardage conversions for him.
Yeah, success rate is through the roof.
That's two or few yards involved there. Yep. 2 or fewer.
All right, let's go ahead and get to a little college football here, and let's go ahead and grade the pregame speech. This is Dan Lanning, Oregon's head coach, getting ready to take the field versus USC, a big-time matchup with all sorts of playoff implications. What do we think about this?
Composure, laser focus, win your one-on-one matchup. Seniors, this game we're all putting on the line for you. It's a DNA game, connection, toughness, growth, sacrifice. It shows up right here. And in this fight, as they get a little bit tired, we say one more round. After we hit a big play, we say one more round, right? After they start to bleed, we say one more round. Really simple. For the seniors in this room, you get an opportunity to lay it on the line. They're living off their history. Matt Leinart, he ain't walking through there. Reggie Bush ain't going to show up. But I'll tell you who he is. Dante Moore's going to show up. Bryce Betcher going to show up. Poncho going to show up. Blake Purchase going to show up. We got the warriors necessary to go walk out there and deliver. Understand something. Why are you wearing black? You're going to a Trojan funeral.
How about that?
I love Dan Lanning.
DNA game. Yeah. Understand something. Why are you wearing black? You're going to a Trojan funeral. I thought that hit all the right notes. That's a DNA game, he called it. They're living on their history. What about today? What about right now?
9.5.
I kind of feel like that I need to call Dan Lanning to get our pregame what the game means. Instead of having you do it.
He's good at it.
Because Dan Lanning with you wouldn't have come up with the DNA game, I don't think.
You don't think I had that in me?
I don't think
you don't think I got that in me?
No,
I got that DNA.
You do now. I don't. I don't think you have that one in you.
What do you guys think? I was just going to go elimination game on Thursday. Because whoever loses this game, I think your playoff hopes are pretty much shot, especially for the Cowboys. Like when you look at the Chiefs could probably afford one more loss, but they're going to still need a ton of help if they lose another one. So I was going to go with an elimination game. But, yeah, I mean, listen, we're all fighting for second here. Dan Lanning's the top dog. I got no problem acquiescing to Dan Lanning.
I just need to ask Coach, reach out to him and say, hey, Coach, every week I have to come up with some theme. I need you to do it because I got a guy that is a big zero when it comes to it. Hey, this is a. It
are
means
you
more.
Are you essing on my game mantras?
It means more game. One of those things. I'm like, oh God.
I think Shoddy could play the DNA game card this week, though. This is a DNA game for the Cowboys. If you can go do what you did the last 2 weeks, you've cemented your new identity.
We should have hired Dan Lanning. That's what it told us right there.
I think Shoddy and Lanning have some things in common.
Yeah.
Like I'm hearing his, yeah. Pickens had a touchdown, yeah.
Like to get the guys all riled up.
Yeah. I think Lanning and Shoddy are cut from the same locker room speech cloth.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
Shoddy then.
He'd have something for you.
Brad in his pregame interview.
Yeah.
What's the game mantra?
Yeah, Brad asked Shoddy for the pregame mantra.
Oh, okay, fire that text off then.
I will.
Because the Dan Lanning text, you're going to get left on red.
Oh, no. That's only when that's for the linebackers, the defensive coordinator. He leaves me on red.
We do have an SEC situation here where the lights have become too bright, but we'll save that.
Okay, looking forward to it a little bit later on in the show. We got one down, 4 to go. It's the G-Back Nation. What Jerry Jones have to say about
56.
The future of this guy. It's coming up. It is 56 or 67, not quite sure.
But I'm a quitter.
But we're back with 4 hours of sports here in the nation.
So, I do want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. And I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and help that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you're a college basketball fan in your mid-40s like me, you probably have fond memories of the Great Alaska Shootout. That event long gone, sadly, and now the Maui Invitational is struggling, mainly because the biggest names are going to this new event in Vegas. Maui has always been my unofficial start to the new season. We simply cannot lose it. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
North Texas, those summer storms were brutal.
Don't head into winter with a damaged roof.
I'm Caden Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed inspectors will inspect your roof free of charge. And for a limited time in October and November, we'll upgrade you to a Class 3 impact-resistant shingle, free.
That upgrade can save you 15 to 20% every year on insurance premiums. Real savings that help offset those big deductibles when a storm hits.
Call Greystone Roofing today. Trusted, licensed, family-owned, and local.
Schedule now at greystone-roofing.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What Jerry Jones had to say about the future of this Cowboy and other stuff this morning with Sean and RJ. We'll talk about that right here. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Looks like many people are already getting their holiday week started as traffic's been quite light on my way in. Got here today in 26 minutes, Brian, and it was depressing to find out that's all it should take. 26 minutes to Sunnyvale. A lot of these drives, it's been 45 or an hour, so I appreciate everybody staying home, getting that holiday time in with their family. How about Jerry Jones on George Pickens today with Sean and RJ? Said we have 2 number 1 receivers. There's nothing we can gain from speculating about his contract. The bottom line is we're in good shape. He's playing better than we ever could have anticipated. He is an outstanding teammate. Do you guys take that to the bank that we did just have the Micah thing? They said they would never let play somewhere else, and that changed. Do you think when he says I can't imagine him playing anywhere else in 2026, that's rock solid right now? Or just Jerry being Jerry?
Nothing
is rock solid.
Yeah, unless he makes Jerry mad, or something. I thought it's interesting. Joel Corey had an interesting tweet about this, about the whole Pickens thing.
Yeah.
He says, George, I'm just reading this tweet. George Pickens is going to get a franchise tag whether he likes it or not. The wide receiver number projects to about 9% of the 2026 salary cap. It's 8.5 in 2025. At this percentage, the 2026 salary cap will be close to a $31 million tag for him. So he's just that's what they're gonna do. I mean, he's right. I mean, Joel, that's what you have to do. You have to tag in the number, put it on the books, and if you can negotiate something different, great. If you're not, he'd be foolish to walk away from $31 million for 1 year, being he's making what, $3.8 million right now, $4 million. Be foolish to walk away from that. That's $31 million in his pocket right there, just signing the tag.
It's going to be like quadruple of his total career earnings.
Yeah,
and it's hard to say, but I don't imagine as a player you would hire Mulligeta unless you wanted that shark. that's going to negotiate things as strong as possible. And I would ask the Cowboys if we're heading down that direction and Mulligeta's like, no, it's going to be $40 million or we're going to walk and we're not playing for the tag. Just pay him. We've done plenty of contracts with players that aren't nearly as good, but what we can't do is go through that crap again in the offseason and be talking about it every day at training camp. That would be miserable. I hope Jerry doesn't think that there's value in that again, because I think it's run its course. We need a break from this.
Well, the thing is, you tag him, then there's a possibility of you holding the rights for a trade.
And if you want to do that, do it in March.
Yeah, I don't particularly. I'm not interested in trading the player myself, but you got to protect yourself. I mean, you made the trade. You're the one that took the player on and then the player delivered. Give him credit.
Yeah, it's one of the great trades in sports history.
Yeah,
like what they've pulled off so far.
For a third-round pick to get that guy, that kind of player,
he's amazing. Yeah. He's amazing, and it just sucks that they lost to Carolina and Arizona, because if you hadn't lost those games, you'd be headed towards the playoffs, and you would be that team at this point that nobody wants to see in that wild card round. Maybe top 5 offense, top 10 defense is what you're looking at.
You're going to fall probably a game short. Don't you think there's that?
It feels like that's likely. I mean, especially now, like the 49ers at 8-4, you're going to need some help. You're going to need these teams to start dropping some games. I think the Cowboys are very capable of doing their part and going on a run here with the way they're playing. I said it yesterday at the line of scrimmage, but gosh, you're absolutely right. It's the Cardinals game number 1. Yeah. You should never have lost that game, but the Carolina game too. And if CD plays in that game, I think you win. I mean, that's how close it was. I mean, you were able to move the football. It's just unfortunate right at the end of the game there, when you needed a drive, you weren't able to get one.
And they could have beaten Chicago too. They were only down 10 when George Pickens gave the ball to the opposition, and the Bears going like a 9-minute drive. You get the ball back, you're down 17. Like, you were about to make it a 1-score game, and maybe that one would have gotten close. So there's 3 really regrettable defeats on there. I don't know about the wild card picture, but I think if you win 5 more games, you're in. At 10-6-1, you're in. And shoot, I mean, how many games out there are, so you got to win 2 out of the 3 against the Chargers, the Chiefs, and the Lions. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Chargers are at home, Chiefs are at home. Go lose to Detroit. And then take care of business against Minnesota, Washington, or New York. That's happening. You're winning those 3 games. You're at 8 already. You gotta win 2 out of those other 3, and maybe the Cowboys are gonna figure out a way to be healthy enough and have the momentum to go do that. So I can't rule it out, but it's looking less and less likely that 9-7-1 could get you in. But if I was in the building, I would say, guys, we've never paid 2 wide receiver ones at the same time. This is the time to do it. We haven't won anything in 3 decades. And let's see what 2026 would look like. If we absolutely hate it, then we can trade one of them and get a ton of draft capital back. But we're not marrying ourselves to the idea of having 2 number 1 wide receivers for the rest of their careers. We're taking an opportunity here in 2026 with Dak approaching his mid-30s to see if this could be a difference maker in an offseason to address the weaknesses that are still on this team, taking advantage of Quinnen Williams. We're going to keep Kenny Clark. We're going to address our needs conservatively in free agency once again, hope to nail those 2 first-round picks, and hope that Revel and Carson as corners are there, and Logan Wilson and Overshown are a good linebacker upgrade. I think we're within striking distance. This is a rare opportunity with 2 guys in their absolute prime at wide receiver to try to make a push for the Super Bowl. Once we get our next Super Bowl, I think it's been proven out. You can go multiple decades, but that, to me, that's about to expire. That would be my concern, is we have now an entire generation that is having kids. This generation is 30 years old, and now we're about to have their kids grow up in this. With the cynicism their parents have towards the Cowboys, don't be surprised if more and more of them are fans of whatever the hot team is out there. So you need to reinvest again in the future, and I don't know how you're going to have a better opportunity than with this nasty group of defensive tackles, these wide receivers, and Dak still getting the job done. Now's the time to go for it.
Yeah, this is the window. It's inexcusable not to.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully, people are having that conversation up there. But the Joneses are going to argue back, guys. We don't pay 2 wide receiver ones because that's a misallocation of assets. It only works if you have one of them on their rookie contract, which still applies to George Pickens. Like, they had Gallup and Cooper. They were paying one as a wide receiver 1 and the other one as a wide receiver 2, and then you traded CeeDee Lamb on top of that. But as Lamb approached time to get paid, you had to move on from Amari Cooper. Okay, what else is cooking here? Congrats to George Pickens, though. I don't know if we're talking enough about how amazing he is and how awesome that trade was, and congrats to the Cowboys for getting that job done as well. I did see a Steelers side, and they're getting madder and madder as this thing is playing out. Filippone, the guy who got his nipples pierced when they lost to the Bengals, he posted total EPA. And by the way, he dodged a tiger on his ass tattoo when they beat Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago. I was kind of hoping Cincinnati would win that game. But Pickens' total EPA for the season is at 71, above expectation. Second best is Puka Nacua at 59. Smith and Jigba's at 58. McBride, actually, a tight end, is fourth at 47. He's amazing. He's like a running back that's built like a tight end once he gets the ball in his hands. And then Stephon Diggs, 44. Jalen Waddle, 42. That's like your top 6. And then through 15, it's in the 30s. So outside of the top 6, George Pickens has twice as many expected points added than every other wide receiver in the NFL, and it's not too far before it's 3 and 4 times. Like, what we're seeing here is not just amazing, but it's historic in what he's doing and how much better he is compared to the competition.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we talked about when we got him was like he's not much of a separator, but right now he's 4th in the league in separation win rate. CeeDee Lamb is actually slightly ahead of him in that, but Pickens is creating separation. He's 2nd in the league in yards after contact per reception. His missed tackles forced at the wide receiver position is top 5, and he's been as dominant a receiver as you could imagine.
What would Tennessee have to offer you? They're going to have the number 1 pick probably. They're going to trade down because they have their quarterback, and they're going to have picks 4 and maybe a 1 next year, and maybe. I mean, what's it going to take from Tennessee for you to go, okay, we'll tag and trade George to you? Because they want him.
Oh,
Titans are like, we need a player for our guy.
Oh, well,
if you're not 2 number 1 team, what is the number? There's a price for everything. Is it 2 1s? You could flip a 3 into 2 1s for George Pickens?
I would say yes.
And one of them's a top 5 pick?
In a second.
Yeah, because if you franchise tag him, right, and then he goes to another team, don't you get 2 first-round picks?
Yeah.
2 1s?
Unless you just...
Well, it depends on... And, man, I mess up the rules all the time.
It's like the exclusive franchise tag?
It's a certain tender you have to make. It's the exclusive rights and stuff like that. So there's a certain way that you set it up to make sure you...
Because you get time to match the offer, or you get 2 first-round picks.
Sure.
Yeah, 2 first-round picks would get it done, especially if one's Tennessee's in the top 5. Kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, if Mike is worth 2 1s and a Kenny Clark, if Quinnen Williams is worth a 1 and a 2, I wouldn't be surprised if the value could get that high for old GP there. On Hall of Fame semifinalists, Darren Woodson and Jason Witten, Jerry said Woody should have already been in the Hall of Fame years ago, and Jason Witten is a first-ballot selection. I don't think either are going to get in. I don't bet against streaks. That's the way this thing's heading with Woody, even though I agree with Brian and Jerry belongs in there a long time. But I just don't know if Witten's going to be a first ballot. That'd be really exciting, but that'd be a surprise for me.
I don't think that he is going to be. I mean, if you just look at the other people in this class, like Breeze and I think Larry Fitzgerald, like those guys to me are surefire, and they usually don't put more than 2 or 3 first ballot guys in. I just think it's going to be tough for him to get in first ballot this year. But in Witten's prime, you talk about all-around tight end, blocking and receiving. Yes, I mean, I thought he was somewhat underrated because you had the era of like the Antonio Gateses and others that might have put up more flashy numbers than Witten did sometimes, but he definitely deserves to be a Hall of Famer. I'd be shocked if he's a first ballot guy.
Yeah, he'll get in there in the next couple years, bare minimum. And I was trying to think out of all these great tight ends, a lot. I mean, I guess Gronk, but then you got to take the injuries. Like if you were going to start a team and you're like, you could have Gronk with all of his injuries. He's better than Witten when healthy, but Witten's going to be healthier. I don't know how. I don't know the right answer to that. I know with Witten, like even a lacerated spleen that's threatening his life isn't going to keep him out of the game. Popping his helmet off isn't going to stop him.
Breaking his jaw comes back the next week.
I mean, Tony Gonzalez might be the GOAT. You mentioned Gates. There's a lot of other players in there, but I think
Kelsey.
Yeah, Kelsey and He's probably one of the very few that would be maybe a consensus pick over Witten. But not many of those guys, the greats, stayed healthy. Like maybe George Kittle should be in that conversation now. But same thing with Gronk. There's just too many injuries, and that availability is huge in here. Okay, while talking about the importance of the Thanksgiving Day game, Jerry said, I spent a lot of time getting these Cowboys out. I'll put the Cowboys in a poodle magazine. I'll put them in any house organ that's moving out there. Don't know what he meant by that, but he said maybe you don't have that many fans over in that area. But when they do catch a look, then they're positive about the Cowboys because they saw it in their point of interest. That's the way you do it. So on Thanksgiving, you get a huge amount of that audience that doesn't watch games most of the time. So a lot of them will be Cowboys fans, and I like that. Just continuing to invest in trying to find audiences where you don't have one already.
Yeah, but you're getting killed by the Swift fans, right, in this one? Aren't you with Kansas City? Like people that don't often watch the games, the Swifties are the ones that get you in these games, right?
Yeah,
they're going to be. Kansas City is going to be the television darling, aren't they? In this one,
this is it's going to be without question. I think the most watched regular season game in the history of the game in the sport.
You got a lot of Swiftie haters though, and maybe if you win the game, a non-pop music fan, there's big opportunity to harvest here. Yeah. Maybe some of them are. There's a lot of people annoyed by the Swifties, right?
I kind of feel like that they generate a lot of eyes for Kansas City, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're all trying to get a glimpse of, are they going to show Taylor in the suite? And maybe that's worn off a little bit, but yes, you'll get people that did not ever watch football that will watch just to try and see Taylor.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
It is weird, but hey, they love her.
But these people are tuning in, and I think as kids, if you're not in a market with a football team, the first game you tune into, that team wins and you've been pulling them for 3 hours, that could lock you in for life.
Good.
And then you start following football. You see the Cowboys are everywhere. It's easy.
And then you do a Google search and realize what the last 30 years has looked like.
Yeah.
And then you realize you don't want to be 43 years old.
Sixth most wins in all of the National Football League over the last decade or whatever it is.
No, there was a time. I mean, seriously, it's trust me. For 20 years, season tickets, never saw a losing season. Never, always was in the playoffs, always in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I don't know what's happened, man.
Dad's saying you might want to rethink that, son.
Yeah.
And son's like, it's our year.
Yeah.
So you're about what age do you think it is where it hits Cowboys fans like, oh crap? How old were you, old Chuck?
Mid-20s, I don't know, 20, 22. I mean, it's just you still have the hope, but like the reality of it is the way this thing's run and like even this year, even now, they were too late to the damn party as always. They finally traded for Quinnen Williams and did something. We knew they had issues well before this. Like you knew in training camp.
Jerry told you tried to trade for Quinnen Williams,
and you know what? Credit there. They tried the Micah deal.
If they knew Micah was going to be such a problem, he probably could have done this in the draft
again. Yeah, I mean maybe if the emotions, it took that. It took the emotional. Flip to switch here. Okay, now we've got an issue here with the contract stuff. Now I'm open to trading Micah. When other people in the building were like, you should probably be open to trading Micah. But it took him to realize after you had the issue with the contract to say, okay, let's do that. It's just... it's the way the operations run. I mean, that's how it is. Now, credit them for finally doing it. Now they're in a position where, a big weakness is a strength for them, and they're good at the line of scrimmage, and that's great for the future. But it's a tough team. It's been a challenging team to consistently root for.
Well, we're going to talk more about them coming up next. We got the C-Note. Krusty's Corner is coming up right around the corner as well. They're at about 3:40. So at least back-to-back Cowboys segments as we continue to evaluate the Chiefs. Is the dynasty dead for now? Okay, are you ready to bury him here for 2025? That's coming up next, The Nation.
Let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan. You've heard Eric and I talking Trajan Wealth. And, hey, don't fumble your retirement. Call the team at Trajan today. Set up an absolutely free consultation. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Can also check them out online, Trajan Wealth.com. They've got a variety of DFW locations. Frisco, that's the one I go to. Go say what's up to my guy Steve. They're also in Fort Worth, McKinney, Arlington, and Eric likes the Southlake spot.
I sure do. They got me taken care of at the highest level, and now I too have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, Tolos! Join Shiner Spirits and 105.3 The Fan's Fan University live this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. at Jake's Burgers, 10031 Marsh Lane in Dallas. The Shiner truck will be on site with prizes. Grab a loaded Bloody Mary or Texas Special. JakesBurgersandBeer.com.
Last call, Hail Mary, touchdown.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa, rest in one of our vast hotel towers, and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
Hey, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. You've heard a lot of talk about the one big beautiful bill. What does it mean for you and your retirement? Probably a lot. My friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, will help you navigate the details to create your own big beautiful retirement. A plan built around your goals and your freedom with guarantees for life. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your free copy of David's book, or call 972-736-7373 and start your big beautiful retirement today. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow today.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chopper here with my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh, boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWSecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time here for the C-Note. Brandon Cooks just signed with the Bills, released by the Saints earlier this week, maybe over the weekend. Yeah. So congrats and best of luck to him. They're exciting times for him. Back in the playoffs, number one running team in football. There, the Buffalo Bills adding Brandon Cooks. We got the Cowboys news right here for you, and including Tyler Guyton did not practice. So I'm excited to see what Thomas can do out there at left tackle. You know, it's definitely a loss, but Thomas hasn't been horrible out there. So maybe he'll hold it down and give you the thought that when you move on from Steele in the offseason, maybe you have 2 starting caliber tackles in the house still.
Yeah, George Karlaftis, though, is a tough handle as well. I mean, he's a high-effort, high-motor player.
Karlaftis.
It's going to be a real battle for him. He's the guy that really kind of gets the pressure for them, you know, off the edge. So it's going to be a matter of being able to finish some blocks. When you're set, be confident, and get your hands on that guy as quickly as you can, because he's going to try and outwork you to get to the ball. That guy's got some power. He's got some bend. It's going to be a key matchup for them.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. CeeDee Lamb has spoken. Okay? Says on conversations he's had with Dak when he's going through a tough stretch, says just find ways to get better. You want to be solution-oriented. You're not really dwelling much on the problem. Granted, we know the problem. I need to catch the bleeping ball. So I like how he owned it. I think this is a good time to reset, leadership principles. I don't think CeeDee Lamb is a great natural leader. I think he can get taken off track by the frustrations of losing. Can't we all? But it sounds like a guy who's been talking with the good leaders on the team, maybe the coach, the quarterback, when you're talking about wanting to be solution-oriented. I think that might be right out of the words of Dak into CeeDee's ear and now to ours. So just a good time to reset on what a leader looks like if you want to evolve to that in your career.
Yeah, and credit to him, because you see a lot of the big plays that the Cowboys had during that Eagles game. Like he was cheering in excitement for his teammates. So he wasn't allowing that to just affect his body language in a way that we've seen in years past. And we saw it after the Eagles game when he dropped a bunch of balls earlier in the year, and he got right back to work, and he was locked in, and he went on a nice little run there. Yeah, he was living on the jugs machine.
Yeah, Williams had a couple of really good runs in the game, and one of the runs that they were able was BB and Booker and those guys did a really good job of the point of attack, but then you got Lamb jumping in and getting a block, like a really nice seal block to give even more yards. So, if a guy's not locked in, heck, he was having a rough game, but he went out there and, threw his body around and got a really nice block. I'd have given him a helmet sticker for the one he got because it got Williams behind him and probably another 7 or 8 yards because of it. So if you're not locked in, you're not doing those things. He'll figure out a way with the couple of drops he had.
Yeah, it might be perfectly timed, as far as how it can reset your focus going into the final 6 games. Coach Shoddy on Lamb coming off the drop game, he said he's got that look in his eye. It's the same look he had after that first game in Philadelphia. Expect a lot of balls to go 88's way on Thursday, but there's nothing better for motivation than failure. And you don't want to let it get the best of you or take your confidence away. But coming off of a game that you had to win, you figure out a way to win it, to have some of your key players, or at least one of your main key players, feeling like it was kind of an L, and he's got something to prove going into this Kansas City game, that might be what pushes you over the top in another must-win game if you want to keep hope alive for the playoffs. Next-gen stats targeted the Cowboys' playoff odds yesterday at 9%.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Kalshi? There, you see that on the ads? It's a Twitter ad.
Yeah, I've been seeing quite a bit of it.
It's like a new international sports book type of odds maker place, kind of like that other one. Was it Polymarket? I guess this is a Polymarket competitor coming through. Now, I think the sports book might be the place to get the most reliable, predictable information. The coaches are going to spin things. The players are always optimistic. The fans are either homers or toxically negative. And the computer simulations, I think, are flawed by the fact that they don't acknowledge always how teams reinvent themselves almost every month. Like you look at a season in 4-game chunks, and if you looked at the Cowboys' first 8 games and tried to apply it to what happens next, it's a totally different team post-bye. Kalshi's got it at 17%. That, I think, is much more realistic. What do you think?
You said it was 20, right? You thought it was.
I thought it was around 20. I'd eyeball it at 20. Yeah. I'll accept 17 to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to get to 10, right? And the team in the 7th seed right here, San Francisco's 8-4. The rest of the schedule, they got the Browns, then they got the Titans. They could be 10 wins right there for them. They finished with the Colts, Bears, and Seahawks. So the final 3 is a little bit tough, but Browns and Titans, that's a pretty good schedule there for the 49ers.
You just got to win. You just got to win 5 or 6, maybe.
For the Cowboys, I mean, do they still pass the 49ers? Like, that's the thing. Like, you can do your part, but the teams ahead of you are going to have to lose.
So you're telling me there's a way they go 10-6-1 and they're really out?
There is a way.
Yeah.
It sucks. The Packers are the team that I think, and this would be great, because not only does that help you get into the playoffs, it also helps the Packers pick be a better pick. The Packers have the schedule that I think this could maybe happen for you. Lions, Bears, Broncos, Bears, Ravens, Vikings. The Packers.
There you go.
Those aren't all those are all tough. Maybe the Vikings one you're looking at and saying, they don't look very good right now. Every other team right there is a playoff team right now that the Packers are going to play. So I think the team that we're looking at that we need to chase down and surpass is Green Bay.
Yeah.
And the team you tied.
Yeah.
Wow, 10-6-1 missing the playoffs, that would hurt, but that would be really exciting. To win, what would that be, 7 of your last 8? It would bode incredibly well for next year.
Well, Chuck, pull up that Bears schedule, too, because I know the Bears right now are leading the NFC North in their division.
They do feel like fool's gold.
Their playoff probability is lower than the Packers,
right?
Even though they're winning the division right now. I think their schedule gets cranked up in a very, very difficult way here at the remainder of the season. So even if the Packers maybe climb up and win the NFC North, could the Bears fall far enough?
Yeah.
They're sitting with 8 wins right now. Could they finish the season with only 1 or 2 more wins?
It's possible. The only game that you look at and say they should win is the Browns at home. They got at Green Bay after the Eagles. They play the Eagles on Black Friday. That's the prime game. Then they're at Green Bay, home against the Browns. They play the Packers at home, at San Fran, at home against the Lions.
You know what's crazy about the Bears is that damn Nashawn Wright has 5 interceptions.
I know.
Yeah. That's the power of Al Harris, man.
They have the top turnover differential in the league somehow with Chicago. Still, defense isn't that impressive other than the takeaway component, and their point differential is still negative. So I think that's a good point. Maybe the Bears are the most vulnerable. Can we bury the Chiefs? Nate Davis wrote about this on USA Today, said, don't rule them out yet. they might yet overcome the 6 factors that have slowed them down. Rashee Rice's disruption is what they call it. He has produced, but the offense hasn't become better as a result, even though he already has 394 yards. I mean, that's quite a return he's had, but their offensive efficiency has not broken out as a result of his return to form. Lady Luck's wrath, last year's team, including the postseason, charmed by luck, maybe some help by the refs, which could have returned against the Colts. But 1-5 in one-score games. The argument here is that when Lady Luck is on their side, everything goes for them. But when she's not, everything is going against them. I don't know. Maybe the Colts was a pivot in that. The division could drop off. The Chargers and Broncos, neither one of them are awesome. Why couldn't they stumble down the stretch? If you're looking for hope from a Kansas City Chiefs perspective, that might be the best thing you got going for you right now. I have been annoyed all year long that as soon as the Chiefs win a game, there's like 100 national stories that they're back. I don't think they're back at all. They if they get into the playoffs, maybe they're dangerous because of their history, but it seems like a highly flawed football team. And on that note, you get to the stats. Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, 36 and 31 respectively. Jones ranks 59th league-wide in pressures. Pro Football Focus has him 111th out of 124 defensive linemen in run defense. Lack of gap discipline has cost him big time in moments. He had just 1 tackle against the Colts, even though he had some big pressures. And Kelce's good games so far, you could count with just a couple of fingers on one hand. So that would be the reason for and against the Chiefs dynasty being over. I'm of the belief they got to stack it back to back a couple of drafts now to put them back in the conversation. Like, they need the next generation. Like when Brady and the Patriots took a break about halfway through his career, they didn't win a Super Bowl for about a half decade.
Yeah, I mean, if they did bottom out this season and miss the playoffs, get a much better draft pick and really reassess things on the way that they are approaching stuff, especially on the offensive side of the ball, and getting some younger talent in there would go a long way for them in a big picture way. Of course, they're not thinking about that right now. They're trying to get in. And when you just look at the AFC, like, the Chiefs' schedule for the rest of the way, I know we keep looking at the team schedules, but the Chiefs' schedule the rest of the way is pretty easy. And it's like, who in the AFC do you really trust right now? Like, who do you really trust? Because the Patriots and the Broncos right now are your top 2 teams in the conference.
I know you.
I know the NFL though too right now, right? Like outside of the Rams.
I know you don't like the quarterback.
Open.
The Rams in the NFC feel like real tried and true championship kind of team.
I think, to me, the team that you trust in the AFC is Denver. I mean, their quarterback, I know it is what it is. That defense is legit, though.
Yeah.
That is a legit defense. And Sean will navigate that. Sean will call a game and around that guy if he can. Because Sean knows he's got guys that can make plays. They got guys that'll turn you over and stuff. So I think Denver's a legitimate team in the AFC.
I think it'll end up being Baltimore. I think the Ravens are going to go on a run here. They're the team that's been there. They've been on the cusp. That defense is going to get better. And Lamar Jackson, I feel like this is finally it's going to lay out for him to where he finally is able to make the Super Bowl.
It might take too much for him to get in, don't you think? I mean, that they've had.
Now they're in the division.
Yeah, they're at the top 5.
Luckily, the division sucks because the Steelers have gone back to being bad.
Right.
I would say Buffalo if I had to pick one, but it's not like other years. I just believe in the intangibles of Josh Allen. Their run game is incredible.
I did until last week.
Yeah.
I was thinking we were playing the true or fart game, and
they've stumbled.
Is Buffalo a team? And I'm like, yeah, it's Josh Allen. It's you can't go out and lose games like that.
They had a couple big injuries in that game too, but yeah, it is a couple of texts coming in. I mean, this has been a pretty depressing segment. Just watching what's happening in social media.
What happened?
Our North Texas Mean Green, Eric Morris.
Is he leaving?
He's going to take the head coaching job at Oklahoma State.
Why would you do that? Must be a big old bag of cash.
A lot of money. I'm sure Drew Mestemaker, our quarterback, is going to go over there with him.
Yep.
He is going to remain with the Mean Green for the rest of the regular season, as well as the American Conference title game and possibly the college football playoff. But that that sucks. Like, he kind of knew it was going to happen, and the Power 4 teams were circling. But I know North Texas was trying to get more funding, more of an NIL commitment from alumni. I mean, it's nice to finally see them having this type of season, and I think it really got everybody excited. But Oklahoma State must be sending the bag to Eric Morris. So, I mean, it's a great hire. I believe a lot in Coach Morris. I think he's the man. But it's, that stinks to see him go.
Condolences to you and the UNT Mean Green family.
It was a good run.
All righty, coming back with Krusty's Corner, buddy. Where are you taking us today?
Yeah, let's talk about this Kansas City Chiefs offense and defense in one day. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you, though. Here we are heading into the holidays. I hope you have the energy to crush everything that you want to, and you've been dominating at work and stuff, but maybe you don't have the energy, the drive, the clarity, the focus that you used to as a younger man. You thought those days are done, operating at a deficiency now. It doesn't have to be that way. My friends at Men's T Clinic, they're going to make it so easy for you to get in, get out, get back to being you. All you have to do is give them a call or go to menstclinic.com, book your appointment, about 5 minutes. They'll draw a little bit of blood, tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then get it optimized. And once you're optimized, you're going to feel amazing. Here we are. It's Men's Health Awareness Month. Men's T Clinic is celebrating. Mention me, Gavin Dawson. They will give you a free in-body composition analysis, give you baseline readings on everything that's going on with your body, visceral fat, things like this, bone density, muscle mass, and then you can work on a way to absolutely get back to being the best version of yourself. You want to trim some fat, add some muscle, Men's T Clinic is a tremendous solution for you there as well, and you're going to feel it almost instantly. Once that testosterone kicks in, a lot of benefits come along with it, with quality of life, performance, bedroom wellness, all that stuff gets a significant uptick, and then your quality and enjoyment of life is big time as well. Optimize your hormones. You're going to notice a massive difference in your mood. So if you're not feeling up to it, call my friends at Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you right, buddy. 972-GO Men's T, 5 DFW locations. Very affordable cash options that take insurance as well. menstclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a Peace-a-thon takeover from the KNC Masterpiece. Amazing guests, amazing laughs, and an amazing cause. Wednesday morning with KNC and the Peace-a-thon on The Fan.
Host a show-stopping feast with Whole Foods Market. Prime members get 365-brand frozen whole turkeys for $1.49 per pound through December 2nd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Currently, we're farming about 800 acres, and every year we're looking at what we can do to improve our farm. Plant fertility, higher yields. That all starts with ag research.
Every year, America's research universities drive over $3.4 billion in agricultural science that supports U.S. farmers.
I want to keep this family farm in our family.
Help protect American farmers. Visit research4.us. Paid for by Research for a Stronger America.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyyoutexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyyoutexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Don't miss Target's swag bag giveaway. Be one of the first 100 shoppers in line at any Target store on Black Friday and snag a free shimmer tote bag with holiday goodies inside. Plus, 10 lucky shoppers who snag a bag will score a free bonus gift, like a Ninja slushie, Beats Solo 4 headphones, a Life and hairdryer, or a $100 Target gift card. Don't miss Target's Black Friday swag bag giveaway. Only on Black Friday, only at Target. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Must be 13 or older. For full details, including odds, see official rules at target.com/events.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Join G-Bags, Zach and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party. Friday, December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. Win or lose, Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior Light Beer. Enjoy responsibly. 2025 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. 95 calories, 2.6 gram carbs.
The Lowe's of Royce City is now open at 634 West Interstate 30. Stop by and enjoy My Lowe's Rewards for free to start saving on eligible purchases. From appliances and tools to holiday gifts and more, Lowe's of Royce City has you covered for all your home improvement needs. Points are awarded on eligible purchases, program subject to terms and conditions, exclusions and more terms apply. Details available at lowes.com/terms, subject to change.
Join the Fan and G-Bag Nation as we support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Tuesday, December 9th from 4 till 7 p.m. at Globe Life Field. Rangers players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters will be signing autographs while supplies last. Fans who bring new unwrapped toys will receive a ticket to a select 2026 Texas Rangers home game. It's a fun-filled afternoon supporting a great cause. For more information, go to rangers.com/toy drive.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here he is, Krusty.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. I'm going to ask you guys a question. You know, as much, and this is something that I was just noticing about watching Kansas City's offense. And Dallas playing a little bit of that 5-man line stuff, right? If you're playing a team that throws the ball or calls plays, say 68% of the time, pass plays, you playing more 5-man line, or you playing your normal 4-man line stuff and trying to play a little bit more in coverage?
I think versus the Chiefs, you want to play in coverage because their run game is just not explosive enough to really scare you. They got to put together 10, 12-play drives. And
Pacheco's back supposedly this week.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be back.
He's going to play, yeah.
So that adds probably a tick more of explosiveness, but even he, throughout his time there, has not been Mr. Explosive by any stretch.
Sure. Downhill runner, physical.
Yeah, they'll grind out 4 or 5 yards.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's just get your best players on the field. and your 3 best defensive linemen are those 3 defensive tackles. So, and then Ezeraku's your best rusher. I think everybody else, and Clowney's come on a little bit. I mean, maybe you want to go, with the 4 line of Ezeraku and Clowney as your ends, and then you can just rotate, Kenny Clark and Osa along with Quinnen Williams. But I think having those 3 defensive tackles on the field is that you're playing your best players. And to me, that's what it's more about than just necessarily the 5-man line to try and stop the run. It's just how can we get these guys on the field and get them more snaps?
No, they played, the 5-man line's been good against the run.
Oh, it has been.
Yeah. But
I think now, like, Quinnen Williams is good against the run. Like, I don't think they'd take necessarily a hit if they wanted to play Quinnen with Kenny or Osa, and now with the way that Ezeraku and Clowney are playing against the run, I think they'd be okay. I just like the idea of trying to get more snaps with all 3 of those guys out there together.
I'd lean on the analytics, Brian, and that's a cop-out answer for me, coming up a way to say I'm just learning more about this 5-man down line, the strengths and weaknesses, so I'm looking forward to learning.
Yeah. I went back and looked at, of the 11 games, they had 7 opponents where they did not face a 5-man line.
Okay.
The teams that played 5-man line against them were Detroit, Buffalo. That was only 1 play each, so it was probably a goal line situation. Vegas played 8 snaps, but last week Indy played 11 snaps with 5-man line. And for a total of 47 yards, 4.2 a play, and 1 touchdown is what they did there. Man, Dallas has been getting into that, of course, been getting into it quite a bit. Let me ask you this. Here's another thing, just looking at this football team. And you guys watch a lot of ball, and I was curious. I don't have a good answer for this. Why do you think teams play their defense this way against Kansas City? I was looking at the spacing, because you're trying to kind of figure out how teams defend Kansas City. I didn't realize this. Like, only Atlanta faces a safety closer to the line of scrimmage than Kansas City. The average safety is 10.7 yards away from the line of scrimmage when you play the Chiefs. And is that because of all the underneath stuff they throw? That's the run after catch? And then that, like I say, then you get their linebackers. Nobody plays their linebackers closer to the line of scrimmage against a team than Kansas City gets. 3 yards, almost about 3.5 yards of depth. Why do you think teams crowd them like that?
Because I think so much of what they do well is in the short to intermediate, the screen game, all that kind of stuff. Like, they're not able to really push the ball down the field. Wolchuk mentioned Tyquan Thornton, who's not a household name by any stretch, but he's their deep ball guy. He
is one of the better ones. Like when they launch that thing, he's got a chance.
He's like the only one. Everything else is Rashee Rice at the line of scrimmage, or a screen here, or get the ball out quick. Here's Kelsey for 5 yards. Like, everything is just within sort of a 10-yard box, and so I think that's where you're really trying to make your hay. And then, I don't know, does some of it have to do with the fear of Mahomes scrambling?
Yeah.
And just having enough bodies around from that standpoint? I just think that your defenses are not scared of them pushing the ball down the field, so they might as well crowd things in the middle and towards the line of scrimmage. That's just my
If you're Dallas, Dawson, do you think about crowding these guys?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, number one, you want to make sure you're stopping the run. Once you've made them one-dimensional and the game gets longer on, they're going to give up running, just like the last 2 opponents have. But also, I want to disguise pressure. So I want to get as many guys up here as possible, give them Mahomes stuff to think about, and then change at the snap.
Yeah, I'm all about play as tight as possible.
Sure.
I mentioned that earlier where I want to be physical. I want to get a jam with these receivers because they're undersized outside of Rice. And then even with Kelsey, right? Like, Kelsey's not, the age is certainly a factor there. I mean, he doesn't move as well as he used to either. So, try and throw off timing. And I know Mahomes is great when things break down and he's made a living off of the scrambles and I'm extending plays. But I think if you're able to kind of just muck things up in this game, kind of make it ugly and gross, I think the pressure up the middle is going to be an issue for Mahomes as well. Yeah. We've seen that in his 2 Super Bowl losses against Tampa Bay and Philly.
No, you're absolutely right, because if you just look at the metrics on that, and that was because I was thinking about with them being compromised at guard. Can you pressure? But Mahomes has just completed 37% of his passes. It's the third lowest, and he's averaged only 6.2 yards per attempt. That's the 18th years when he's faced interior pressure. He's faced interior pressure 14% of his dropbacks. So the pressure's been giving him problems. It's the lowest. It's the third lowest mark in the NFL when he has to deal with pressure when you look at his completion percentage.
Yeah, I think that'll be probably the deciding factor in the game.
Yeah, I do too. I think absolutely. On the defensive side of the ball, you're going to get a ton of press coverage is what you're going to get. You're going to get and what's happened to these guys, what's happened to them a little bit though is they just haven't been as effective when it comes to getting pressure themselves. They're very much a man and very much blitz, but they haven't been generating the pressures that they've had in the past.
Yeah, Chris Jones is not the same player. George Karlaftis is really the only guy that they have.
Yeah, and Bolton hasn't been as good this year.
Yeah. And in a perfect world, I think Karlaftis is probably your second pass rusher, and he's kind of having to do all the heavy lifting for them right now.
Yeah, and just to kind of circle back around, the Chiefs have blitzed opposing quarterbacks the ninth highest rate in the league, 32.2. And that marks on par with what their blitz tendencies of Spagnuolo has done in the season. But they have only generated pressures on 35% of their blitzes.
Wow.
So that's the lowest mark by Spagnuolo defense by 6 percentage points. Additionally, their quick pressure rate blitz is 21%, which is also the lowest mark with Spagnuolo as the defensive coordinator. So they've struggled to get pressure off their blitzes, and they play so much man coverage that's kind of been a little bit of a problem for them. Trent McDuffie, I think, is their best corner by far.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and you watch the way that he plays, and just a ton of, like I say, the man coverage, the way he's able to get up on you. He has not allowed 40 yards in any game this year.
Yeah, I saw that, man. He's only allowed like 5 yards per target in coverage this season. That's like top 5 in the league.
Yeah. And another thing, though, too, is this is a good tackling defense. For all the things that they've dealt with, these guys do not miss tackles. So Dallas
third lowest in the NFL.
Dallas has kind of done some things where they've been some run after the catches and things like that. They will be challenged. Like Kansas City's defense tackles very, very well.
They've never met George Pickens, though, have they?
They have not met George Pickens, but that will be the matchup. But I think there's some things absolutely that they could do to this. Like I say, the middle pressure, I think, on Mahomes. But him running the ball, man, you have got to be just on the screws when it comes to that, because that's the thing. When you're watching those plays where the big plays, the chunk plays, a lot of it is him running the football when the pocket breaks down.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. And coming up next, it's a daily football fix with Wolchuk, buddy.
Nut shots, coaching rumors, and Turkey Day injury updates. That's next.
Your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" You can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pistons did not clinch the NBA title last night, but in winning their 13th straight game, they matched the longest winning streak in franchise history. The two other Piston clubs to win a baker's dozen in a row went on to win the title that season in 1990 and 2004. Not sure these Pistons have the ability to win it all, but they will be a tough out in the postseason. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It is Tolo Truck Tuesday here with East Dallas Diesel. That's right, EastDallasDiesel.com. Make sure you're following them on Instagram and on Facebook for all the awesome inventory. And hey, I got that website up right now. Featuring a 2022 Ford F-350 Super Duty Platinum right now. It's got the lift kit. It's got the brand new tires. Everything inside here is custom. We're talking the interior black leather. The engine is absolutely fully loaded. And they've got one of these right now in stock. They've also got a couple more of the trucks that I was talking about last week. The 2024 Ford F-250 Super Duty, the Ultimate Shelby Super Baja. That right now is available. It's great for the end-of-year deals here with excellent tax write-offs there at East Dallas Diesel. So you've got the 2023 Ford F-250 Ultimate Shelby Super Baja as well. So they got several of these. They got one in black. They've got one in the Super Duty Platinum. And then, of course, in the red as well. So go ahead and check it out. They're always doing an excellent job taking videos, posting everything that they've got. Tony Alberti, the owner there, he's always on the lookout for the latest and greatest that he can add to the shop. So you're going to want to go check them out, East Dallas Diesel. And right now, hey, we got the holiday season. I know all of us, we've kind of got that dream. What is that perfect, ideal car that we've wanted? So go ahead and treat yourself or your wife for the car she's always dreamed of this holiday season. Tony's even going to put that gorgeous red bow on it, give it that extra little special sauce. And the business owners out there listening, if you need to spend some money for those tax purposes, like I mentioned before the end of the year, get yourself that badass new ride you've always dreamed of. And when it comes to financing, East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work with you to find you the best deal possible, no matter the budget. There's no better place when it comes to badass trucks. They got everything Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it, but they're also rocking with the motor cars as well. So check them out today at EastDallasDiesel.com or stop by that showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you.
There are two ways to get home equity loans. You can get a first lien home equity loan or a second lien home equity loan. The second lien home equity loan happens when you want to keep your first rate the same. That's your current COVID rate that you have, but you want to get cash out of your house. TexasHoney.com can help you with home equity loans on second liens on your primary residence, your second homes, or investment properties. Call us today, TexasHoney.com, because we got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hellsberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
North Dallas, your Tuesdays just got wild at Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays. Every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to close. Sip on $2 cocktails and beers and $2 street tacos all night long. And catch the vibe that only Spearmint Rhino North Dallas delivers. Come for the drinks, stay for the vibes. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey, it's Sean Sharif. And RJ Choppy. We're not just a radio show, we're also a podcast. Find the Sean and RJ Show anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button, or get every minute of the show on demand the way you want to listen.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventative care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, and natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health focus on underlying causes for long-term vitality, transformative, individualized. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, cash, FSA, and insurance. Visit mensteclinic.com. It's mensteclinic.com.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Just got word Saturday here on The Fan, Ohio State, Michigan, and Bama, Auburn. You'll hear both those calls. Legendary games right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to that. Coming up at 4:40, Mark Schlereth, and coming up at 5:15, it'll be time for the Jake Ferguson Show. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
All righty, yes, if you missed it, It is a big bummer that Eric Morris, the North Texas head coach, is expected to become the next head coach at Oklahoma State. He is going to stay on, coach the finale against Temple at home 2:30 on Friday. Then the American Championship game, assuming North Texas makes that, which if they win, they will be in it. And then if they do, then the college football playoff game. So, great for Oklahoma State. They're getting themselves a hell of a coach. I would assume Drew Mestemaker, the quarterback, would probably go with him.
Who's your AD?
Stillwater.
Who's your AD?
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you guys.
Well, our former AD that was there when I was
I'm talking about the dude. The guy who's
when Baker left.
The guy who's made the hires, because you guys have lost. You lost your basketball coach.
Yeah, Grant McCaslin.
And you've lost your football coach.
Is it Jared Mosley?
Yes, it's Jared Mosley now.
So Jared Mosley.
And I think Jared Mosley did hire Eric Morris.
Okay.
So I feel pretty good about him being able to find somebody.
Let me tell you what, man. In the movie Moneyball, remember Billy Bean, the character Billy Bean guy? He said they're taking this, we're dying, and they're dividing up our organs right now. Yeah. That's what they're doing to you guys. You're dying, but you know what? You'll be fine. If you got an AD that knows how to hire and knows how to evaluate, if you got to get that's all the difference in the world. Okay, we're going to keep losing coaches. You keep talking about, well, we lost this guy. Well, it's the money. This, that. You know what?
It's retool, reload.
You guys are a good program for somebody to come in and prove they're a great head coach, and maybe you get one of these buyouts or something like that. Maybe you get some more money for the school with the buyouts or anything. But Mosley, tip of the cap to you, sir. If you're hiring good people, you'll keep that program in relevance.
We got to keep it going because it's been a hell of a year. I mean, really magical running, and hopefully, this doesn't impact the team in a negative way. I think that it's hard to have not any impact on this. I mean, I think that's the issue with college football right now, where especially what's going on with Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. We'll get some audio from him in a second, but like these coaches and players should be able to kind of see the season play out before then having to make the decision on the transfer portal, before having to, okay, now where are you going to go? It's a negative impact, unfortunately, for Ole Miss if Lane Kiffin decides and we find out on Saturday he's leaving, which I think he is, and he's going to LSU, which is a great win for LSU. But now Ole Miss is sitting there in the playoff, and your coach is leaving. You know that. And all of a sudden, the morale and the momentum and everything that you've built, it's like, it's not the same. And
it's bizarre because the NCAA was so strict and they had all of these rules. You couldn't take a kid to lunch and they were monitoring everything and putting people in trouble for decades over stuff. Just make rules. You can't talk about going anywhere. You can't have a conversation. You can't sign. You can't call a team. A team can't call you till about January 15th. It's a long-ass off season. We'll give you about 5 months. Have at it.
This is where Dawson, I love you for saying that. But this is the problem that we now have. If I'm an athletic director and I'm looking for a coach, I'm trying to drum up money. So I can't wait to hire a coach. I got to jump in there. I mean, as soon as I think that's the reason why you're seeing some of these guys like Brian Kelly get released 7-8 games in. Because you've got to come up with the money to pay to get rid of all that, but you got to come up for money for the next guy, and you got to come up for money for the players. So you're in a situation where if I wait and wait and wait on the coach, then I'm behind the 8 ball. Then I can't get probably the money that I need to operate on. So I respect what you're saying. I agree with you. But I know as an athletic director, I would be sitting there going, damn, they're making me wait on this coach? I got to get this. I got to get money now. I can't wait. If there might be a coach that doesn't, Lane Kiffin, if LSU wouldn't come up with money, Lane Kiffin might say, no, go kick rocks.
I appreciate you saying that, Brian, and I love you right back. Let me play back at you the concept of it's fundraising season. You can't raise money during the season.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, I just feel like, though, to me, that if I can get a commitment, if I get, it's like going to church and they talk to you about, giving to the church and all that, and you sit there and you're like, what do you get a pledge? What do you? I need to get pledges. I need to get the pledges so I know what kind of coach I can go get. What kind? My alums telling me, my wealthy alum are saying, hey, why can't we have that guy? Why can't we have? Well, because we need another $3-4 million a year to make that happen. Yeah. Okay, well let's get this going right now then. So to me, I think that I'd love for everybody to hang in there, but there's some programs that just like they made a decision, like LSU made a $50 million decision to get rid of Brian Kelly, and probably another $98 million decision to potentially hire Lane Kiffin. So I mean, it's huge. It's just huge money, and you need all the time you can get to get it done.
Yeah, it's certainly something that the NCAA's got to get figured out, because it sucks for the schools. It really does, because I don't know how that can't have a negative impact in some way on these teams trying to finish off and go for championship aspirations. But for North Texas, we kind of expect that. Obviously, we're a group of 5 team.
Yeah.
So time to bring Seth Luttrell back?
No, absolutely not. Seth Luttrell
had some good years, though.
He did have some good years.
Let's do a player swap for Gundy.
I think, I don't know about that one either, but I'm sure maybe there's somebody on staff.
I'm down.
Maybe there's Eric Morris, an offensive coordinator you can go ahead and just promote. I don't know. We'll see.
I like the idea of bringing Phil Bennett back. He was an interim guy.
Good old Phil Bennett.
Cat in the house.
Defensive coordinator, long-timer, yeah.
He tried to hire me at SMU. I wasn't smart enough to be there, though.
That was a good guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, speaking of Lane Kiffin, Lane had his pressure yesterday. And what was he asked about? Well, you can imagine.
Lane, Keith released a statement on Friday saying that you, him, and Chancellor Boyce had a meeting about your future. Are you able to elaborate on the nature of that meeting at all?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, very fair question, but we're not answering anything that doesn't have to do with the game and the team and the season. But fair question.
You mentioned on Pat McAfee how you don't make decisions based on money. When you do make your decisions, what are the considerations for you then, especially when it comes to football decisions, right? Like, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, very fair question, but I'm not going into it because, like I said at the beginning, I'm going to keep this to this team. And
he says expects a decision on Saturday. Is that a decision that's been made, or is that still in consideration? Like, people are just curious about that.
Yeah, so, you can just keep going. I'm not going to answer them, so that's 3 of them. You got another one?
Funny, but clear he's not going back.
No, I appreciate the journalist asking the questions the way he did, though. They were all very good questions, and so
highlight reel right there.
Yeah, you just got to keep pressing.
There's 3. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah,
he's leaving.
Yeah, and it's going to be probably LSU or Florida is what's going to happen here. So, but I talked to some people that know the situation, and they honestly were saying that they weren't sure. Like his people in his camp weren't sure what he was going to do. And this seems like to me he is going to. Maybe he's sure. He's just not sure which one he's going to go to. I think that's the thing. I think it's clear that he's probably going to leave Ole Miss unless there's a big change of heart. But I think he's torn between LSU and Florida in this. But the thing that I think is helping my school at LSU is Nick Saban and him are extremely close. And Nick Saban won a national championship at LSU and talks about LSU in a way that I think that he appreciates.
How many times a day are you thinking about Lane Kiffin?
Oh, he goes to sleep thinking about Lane Kiffin.
Every day, yeah. When they post those videos and stuff of him wearing LSU gear and a visor and all that,
he's going to be your head coach, Brian. I'm like 99% sure that's going to happen.
I hope so.
I really think. I don't think it's a debate.
I told you guys.
For me, I wouldn't be going to Florida.
I think you have to have a guy like that as your head coach. I really do. I hate the man when competing against him because he's like what I want my coach to be. And I think the world of him as far as his ability to come in. I think he knows how to evaluate. Thank you, Lucian. No. I think. Listen, I say the same thing about our guy out of Texas Tech.
Joey McGuire.
That's a guy.
He gets it.
If Texas gets open and I'm Texas, I'm going after Joey McGuire. But you get a guy that knows how to. He has to relate to players. He knows how to do the social stuff. He knows how to coach his team. He knows how to. He's a guy that knows how to go raise money. He knows how to spend the money. You got to have a guy like that. You can't have a coach like I had at LSU and making not only you're paying him $9-10 million a year, but he's making $20 million worth of mistakes with the NIL money. That you're not getting players that you're not getting it out of that.
Yeah.
You can't have $30 million worth of mistakes every year.
No, you can't. No. Now we had a big nut check last night, Monday Night Football. It happened again. We had a post-game fight. Juwan Jennings going after former TCU Horned Frog Trayvon Merrick of the Carolina Panthers, and there was blatant video. Trayvon Merrick just taking a good old swing at the nuts of one Juwan Jennings. Kyle Shanahan asked about that post game.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and the ball's in. I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and get him to the sideline.
He did. It was definitely a cheap shot that hit him in the balls. Now, after the game, Christian McCaffrey, at 29 years old in his 9th NFL season, is leading the league in carries and catches, which is remarkable. 217 carries, 81 catches. The usage rate is absolutely insane. 49ers get the win. They're 8-4. Gentlemen, it's time for contender or pretender.
Pretenders, yeah, okay.
The San Francisco 49ers, Eric Chiafalo, contender or pretender?
I'm going pretender on this one here, Wolchuk. They've benefited, much like the Patriots, with a very, very easy schedule. That's something to capitalize on before the season. Go ahead and take the over on their win total, but it does not mean they're a championship contender.
Pretender, contender, Dawson.
49ers, big-time pretenders. Been doing a lot of pretending with my 4-year-old lately, playing some house, playing some puppet show, so I'm an authority on such matters.
Yep, I agree. I think they're a pretender. Brian?
Yeah, pretender. Yep. Yeah, but you got to give them a lot of credit for like as many injuries and stuff that they've had, how they've managed to win these games.
Hey, Dawson, yesterday you said, what do you think? Top third team, Cowboys defensively, can they be a top 11 unit?
Yeah.
I'm flip-flopping. I think you're right.
Come on, dude.
I think they're going to be. And the numbers show they are.
Yeah.
Since the trade deadline and their bye, the Cowboys' defense is showing improvement. Weeks 1 through 9, we know. Second to last in points per game, second to last in yards per game allowed, 29th in rushing yards, tied for 23rd in takeaways, 17th in sacks. They're 11th now in points per game the last 2 weeks, 7th in total yards per allowed, 2nd in rushing yards per allowed, tied for 8th in takeaways and tied for 7th in sacks per game. This defense is playing like they could easily be a top 10 unit the rest of the season.
You start this season again right now, I think the Cowboys win the division. That's what I think of how good this group is right here. So it's exciting. I got to say pretenders, though.
Ultimately, yeah, if I had to choose. Oh, by the way, Merrick did get suspended without pay for one game after the nut shot last night.
Yeah, and that's necessary. You don't want that spreading. I mean, between the George Pickens crotch grab and that play, there was just back-to-back days of uncomfortable groin shots here, and you gotta snuff that out. That the only place you can get away with that is at the bottom of a pile.
Yeah.
Is the better chance to make the playoffs the division the wild card? Like the Eagles collapsing?
I would say that's yes.
It might be,
and you win the tiebreaker at 10 wins?
Yeah, and then you get a home game for winning the division.
Sure. I mean, hey, I hope that it happens in Philly. I mean, you had Hugh Douglas talking about Dak over Jalen. Like, I'd like to see what Dak Prescott
You got me
could do
convinced the Green Bay collapse, though.
I hope Green Bay or Chicago. I hope one of those North teams
Chicago's the team.
Can pull the collapse. The problem is Chicago has the head-to-head tiebreaker on you because you lost to them.
Yeah.
So that could screw you. There is no tiebreaker with Green Bay because that was a tie.
It would go to conference record?
It would go to conference record, which would then mean, big picture, maybe it's better to lose to Kansas City than it would be to Detroit if you are going to drop a game.
Okay.
It goes to the conference record, to your point.
Well, I hope everybody's earballs are ready for an annual tradition here in the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, who's quarterback in this thing?
I got you covered. Sounds of the Sports Day Thanksgiving edition next year in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouth-watering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
It is the holiday season, and you know what time that is. It's a perfect place and a time and opportunity to go to RS Diamond Broker. Go ahead and get you something special for that loved one in your life, whether it is an engagement ring. Maybe it is time to pop the question for the holiday season, or you just want to get something gorgeous like a necklace, some earrings, maybe a bracelet. Whatever it is that you're looking for, RS Diamond Broker is the place to go. I know you have a lot of options when it comes to buying your jewelry, but RS Diamond Broker, it's my family's store. The R stands for Robert. The S, that's my Uncle Seymour. It used to be the Diamond Broker, right off Preston and Forest. If you remember that, they've been in DFW for over 40 years, and I can guarantee you, my dad's going to take care of you, all right? He is the man. I've had so many Tolos go in there already and say, gosh, dealing with your dad was absolutely special. He's awesome. He's funny. I didn't even know he had that South African accent. Yeah, he does. My parents are South African. I didn't get the gift of the accent, okay? But he's got it, and it's not going to be stressful. You're not going to walk in there and he's going to be trying to sell you anything. He's going to ask you, what do you want? All right, let me show you what I've got here. And they got the best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mine diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. Heck, right now for the holiday season, 75% off retail lab-grown and natural diamonds. The best place to buy jewelry, and they've got the holiday tennis bracelets as well. So check them out, rsdiamondbroker.com. That's rsdiamondbroker.com, or go see that beautiful showroom, Preston and Campbell in North Dallas. The Diamond Broker. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
Hey, Tolos, it's Corey Majors here, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most folks, you're worried about paying too much in taxes in your golden years. My good friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, can help you keep more of what you've earned with guarantees. David's helped tons of folks right here in North Texas create efficient, safety-first retirement strategies, and he's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with retirement guarantees for life.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over
600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
I'm a terrible gift giver. Always have been. Just not very good at it. But everybody loves to eat, and that's why I love Omaha Steaks. Whether you're sending an unforgettable gift or treating yourself to everyday perfection, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now during the cyber sale, you can get 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites at omahasteaks.com. Don't miss the best deals of the season and an exclusive limited time offer. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. The cyber sale is the perfect time to shop for unforgettable gifts, exclusive limited time deals, and more. Save big on unforgettable gifts with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off statewide and an extra 20% off select favorites during their cyber sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code Corey at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code Corey at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, Tolos, your college football Saturday just got better. Join Shiner Spirits and 105.3 The Fan's Fan University for a special live broadcast this Saturday. Starting at 9 a.m. at Jake's Burgers, 10031 Marsh Lane in Dallas. And check out the Shiner truck that'll be on site. Make sure to grab a loaded Bloody Mary or an ice-cold Texas special. JakesBurgersandBeer.com.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard our ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rhino Shield.
More and more North Texas homeowners are saving money by not having to constantly repaint, and they're lowering their utility bills by applying Rhino Shield, the superior ceramic paint coating that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit rhinoshieldtx.com to schedule a free estimate.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for a little Sounds of the Sports Day Thanksgiving edition here with your guy Eric Chiafalo. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, a tradition unlike any other, but before we do that, we got to get the George Pickens update.
Yeah, he's going to play.
He's going to play.
Banged up, man. He's going to play, though.
Banged up with the knee issue, but he's going to dog it out.
He's going to dog it out.
That's who he is. It's what he does.
That's what he does.
Do you have a T-Boone Pickens update? Like, I know he wanted to give away all of his money to charity. Did it literally do that? Wouldn't you leave some sort of an endowment for the Pokes?
Oh, well, him and Gundy had a bad relationship.
Yeah.
So maybe with Gundy gone, that
the money will
helps
start
that
flowing back. It's in his will.
Yeah.
Don't give him another red
It's
cent
possible.
to that mullet son.
Yeah, I was asking some Oklahoma State people about that, and that's the feedback I got. Was like at the end there, him and Gundy did not like each other.
All right. Sounds
Figures the guy couldn't get along with somebody, right? Imagine that.
Surprise, surprise.
Jeez. But yeah, no, that like the thing with Pickens, like you just
Rodgers reference, the Percocet, Brett Favre, the Favre.
I was part of that.
We know. We know.
You just he said Brett Favre. Go for it, Jax.
Not happy about it.
Mama, give me some flapjacks.
Mama, take away from the flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
All right, we start with the Thanksgiving PSA. Take it away.
Damn macaroni and damn cheese. Because you decided to do some bullshit you done seen off the damn internet. Don't experiment on damn Thanksgiving. Don't experiment on Thanksgiving. You experiment by your damn self.
Experiment by your damn
self. Yeah, don't try it with us. We don't want that shit. Uncle Terry gave you the damn recipe. But you chose to do shit on your own. Messed our shit up.
So don't go experimenting on Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen.
You do that by yourself.
You do that by yourself. If you want to prep in the weeks leading up to Thanksgiving and try and concoct something that's new and special and start a new tradition on Thanksgiving, then so be it. But have that thing ironclad by the time you get to the big day. Yeah. All right? So that's just a little PSA for you. It wouldn't be a Thanksgiving if we didn't hear the voice of John Madden.
But we got a turducken, right? Yeah. This is a turducken right here where we got... You know what a turducken is? A turducken, this thing here, is a deboned duck stuffed in a deboned chicken, stuffed in a deboned turkey, cut sideways, and you get a little turkey and a little chicken and a little duck. Now that's there. That's turducken. Then over there we have the turkey. See, now here's the turkey. We got 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs, 5 legs, 6 legs.
That's a lot of legs on that turkey.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were doing 6-legged turkeys. But I guess when you're putting the plate together, you can just dial it up however you want.
Yeah,
3 birds in one.
But you got to be able to have. He had to have the extra legs for like if they had the MVPs after the game, like guys like Nate Newton and those guys hanging around eating turkeys.
That has to be an all-time football, like for a player to be able to have that moment where you're eating the turkey leg on Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
you have to aspire to that. It's like Super Bowl
John
turkey
Madden,
leg.
John Madden,
don't you keep that turkey leg forever? Don't we have a story about that where they keep it in the freezer for like forever?
I take it to a taxidermist.
I've considered ordering one of those things from the place in Louisiana that he had make it for him. Mm-hmm. Every Thanksgiving I considered. The problem is now I married somebody that's gluten-free. The stuffing that they put in there, not gluten-free. I might just do it and eat it for myself.
Yeah,
there you go, Wolchuk.
Like,
there you go.
You're starting to break through now.
Yeah.
Like you see the maturation of a man who understands that he still has some level of say and control.
I'm just going to have to. And look, you know what?
It's beautiful to watch him bloom like this.
There's other people on my side of the family that don't have this gluten issue. All right? So.
Yeah, we don't all have to be gluten-free.
Not everybody has to deal with this, honey.
We'll help you out.
Thank you. Maybe I'll bring it up. We can have it together. Mm-hmm. We unite for our turducken on the G-Bag Nation.
I'm in 100%.
Next year, guys, don't let me forget. I'm ordering our damn turducken. We're living this dream out.
You heard it here first.
Duck, yeah.
Let's get you to the Bounty Bowl. Jimmy Johnson, please, sir, take it away.
Winning and losing the ball game, of course, concerns me. What concerns me more than anything else is when you take away from the integrity of the game Having bounties on opposing players is not the way it's supposed to be done. We were told last night by a coach, and it was confirmed by 2 different players. There's a $200 bounty on Luis Zendejas, a $500 bounty on Troy Aikman. That takes away from the integrity of the game. And I would have said something to Buddy, but he wouldn't stand on the field long enough. He put his big fat rear end into the dressing room.
Yeah, you tell him, Jimmy.
Yeah.
How about that?
This big fat rear end.
I love that so much.
So damn wide.
It's gold. It's gold every time you hear it. Okay, now this is the one that I hate to play, but it happened. No, I'm still in recovery mode.
Do you guys agree with Jimmy there? I feel like the players are trying to hurt each other back in the day anyway. Throwing a little extra money on it, just part of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between I want to hurt you and I want to injure you.
Yeah.
And if there's dollars on the line, now I really want to injure you.
I think, death was on the table.
Come on, Brian. Help me out here. Yeah. Players want to injure each other. I want to knock your quarterback out of the game.
No, I don't think they purposely want to hurt them.
I do.
I think they want to hurt them. I don't think they want to injure them. I don't think they want to go low and blow a quarterback in the eye.
That wasn't the first time for bounties, though. I mean,
that was common.
Yeah, teams like their defensive players have. Like, it's not always the coaches. I mean, they put up money for big hits and stuff like that. It's not always the coaches, though. I think that there were some players that kind of had the cash pots kind of. They were organized in that more than the coaches.
All right. It is about 7 years almost to the day that I set the table for a KNC Masterpiece Piece-a-thon.
That's the Jason Garrett press conference, and they'll have more of that. KNC Masterpiece Piece-a-thon coming up next.
Piece-a-thon.
Damn. Medford plays that drop about 1,000 times
what happened to that moment?
I short-circuited. I had no idea what to do. Okay, I was in over my head. Yeah, there was a Garrett presser. I was doing the morning show for whatever reason. Sean probably had more paternity leave, and I got caught up in the air. I didn't know what was going on, but I traveled the hell out of the ball.
Do you remember who
I ended up on Shacked in a Full.
Do you remember who was hosting with you that day?
Ooh. Couldn't tell you.
Okay.
But he certainly didn't have my back in that moment.
Yeah.
He couldn't save me from the drowning. All right, this is a new addition to the Thanksgiving sounds of the sports day. This is Dan Hurley talking about his UConn basketball team and how they have a big game on Friday coming up this week. And so he has a Thanksgiving plan.
So, and just have a great Thanksgiving to everyone out there. We're going to celebrate Thanksgiving on Wednesday. As a team, we're going to eat what's in the turkey, Bobby? No.
Tryptophan.
What makes people sleepy? Tryptophan. So we're not going to eat the tryptophan on Thursday and be sluggish as shit on Friday. So we're going to eat the tryptophan, the turkey and everything on Wednesday, so that all the tryptophan is out of our system by the time we get to MSG. Here we go.
Yeah. Sound like Nico, didn't he?
Yeah. I
thought you were butt cracking us.
Bobby made the same point this morning, thinking that was a Nico Harrison clip right there. Tryptophan. That was had to be educated on that. I had never heard of that before. I had no idea what that was.
I didn't know that's what it was in the turkey.
It makes you sleepy, yeah.
But I knew eating turkey there was like it supposedly makes you tired, but it's the tryptophan.
No, I think the whole thing's a big ball sack. From what I've read.
Mythbusters?
Yeah, it has much more to do with the huge carb load that goes on with Thanksgiving if you're eating turkey on a random day.
That's what I'd read as well. Like tryptophan would make you super sleepy, but you can't possibly eat enough turkey to get the effective dose on it.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Chief can.
For sure. I could probably
put down a whole bird.
Guess we'll see. Maybe I can fall asleep during the postgame show on Thursday.
You're like a 4-plate guy, aren't you?
Please, go for it.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
How many plates are you putting down on Thanksgiving? 877-881-1053. I guarantee you we won't see a single number under 3. We won't see a single number under 3.
Dawson, you going 3?
Oh, at least 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you got a long time.
All day. Yeah, it's a marathon.
I thought he was thinking about it like, I'm not sure.
I load up smaller plates,
too. You can have 3 dessert plates.
Yes, if you're counting dessert.
I believe that.
Yeah.
But having like all the fixings and all that, I'm going to say Dawson's probably a 2-plate guy.
Okay, we've run out of time here. So do we want Marshawn Lynch, Zion Williamson, John Gruden, Jay Gruden, or Wolchuk?
Well, I want all of them.
I know.
Can we do more?
Of course not, Wolchuk.
I like that Jay Gruden clip.
Oh, yeah, we got to go. The Gruden's probably the best one.
Here we go. Jay Gruden, former He was the Redskins head coach. He was not the Commanders head coach. Former Redskins head coach, Jay Gruden.
Like, my favorite thing is getting a fork, getting a piece of bread, getting a piece of turkey, some gravy, some mashed potatoes, some corn, some sweet potatoes, some green beans, putting them all on the same fork and taking a bite, mixing them all up together. That's the best.
That's the best, man. That's the biggest fork
mixing it all up
in Thanksgiving history.
Pitchfork.
$4.69, 5 plates minimum.
5 plates.
Nah, I use big ass plates, so the 3.
I mean, yeah, if it's a full plate, like a 1,500 calorie plate, 2, right?
Yeah. Not to cheap.
Plate's a broad term.
Yeah.
Plate is a little bit of a broad
What's
term.
a big ass plate? How big we talking?
I get like 2 slices of turkey, some potatoes, and a roll. That's a plate for me.
Yeah.
See, he doesn't eat all the other sides, though, too, right? You don't.
I don't do a lot of sides.
I bet Mark Schlereth is a 5-plate Thanksgiving guy.
We should give Stink the Heisman and keep playing the audio.
No, we
I
can't
love
do
you,
that.
Stink.
He gave us the Heisman.
The audio's not worth
Maybe
it.
he won't pick up the phone today.
It's not worth a squirt of urine compared to Stink.
That's true.
That's a good segue.
Thank you.
Good tease. We got Mark Schlereth coming up next
You like
here.
urine?
Odyssey NFL Insider will tell you all about the Chiefs. He knows them well. And about this Cowboys matchup, who's he taking? On the Fan Saturday, Ohio State, Michigan, Bama, Auburn, and we're back with Mark Schlereth here on the Fan.
Patolas, I want to tell you about my number one favorite local family-owned business here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Now, keep in mind the roofing business can be very unpredictable, super chaotic, and extremely risky at times thanks to the storm chasers, and that's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com. And you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis, finding fantastic people, high school sweethearts, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. They're never cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we have arrived, the 12th annual Peace-a-thon, live from RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. We'll be on from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. raising money from My Possibilities and Sandlot Children's Charity. We will have autograph items from Troy Aikman, Emmett Smith, Gordie Howe, Paige Beckers, Bobby Hull, Brett Hull, Ronald Reagan. Our guests will include Will Clark, Jake Berger, and the fan favorite himself, Flula, is back. Join the show 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's Peace-a-thon on the Fan.
What's happening? Ali Sadiq is coming. So I'm just walking around. Miss Got on Boots, CC.
Ali Sadiq, live in the Shadows Tour.
My mama had this slogan that she's been saying since I was 10 years old. You gotta get your ass out of here at 18.
Friday, November 28th, Texas Trust CU Theater. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com.
This scallywag gonna tell me.
Don't miss the hilarious Ali Sadiq live.
It was scallywag back then. We call you scallywag.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Oklahoma hosts LSU on Saturday with a trip to the college football playoff on the line. It's pretty simple for the Sooners. Winning, you're in. They are a 10-point favorite, and the total is 36.5. With this game likely being low scoring and all the pressure being on the Sooners, I can see LSU keeping this game close and possibly pulling the upset. Give me LSU plus 10. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I woke up this morning feeling like I was coming down with something. Cough, congestion, headache. My first thought was, nope, this can't happen. I have big plans this weekend. So I took Mucinex Kickstart. It provides all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Thanks to Mucinex Kickstart, I didn't even need to cancel my weekend plans. If you start feeling cough and congestion coming on, take Mucinex Kickstart for relief with a kick. At your favorite retailer. Use as directed.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh, boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Hey, Tolos! Join G-Bag Nation's Zach and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party. Friday, December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. More info at 1053thefan.com.
All right, let's chat trades and wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN. Look, I'll tell you what, planning for your retirement, it's not easy, but I've got better peace of mind when it comes to trades and wealth. I know Eric does as well, and it's never too late when it comes to checking off this year's financial resolution off your list. Give Trades and Wealth a call today to start achieving your financial goals. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I go to the Frisco location, go say what's up to my guy, Steve. They've also got spots in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and in Southlake, Eric.
That's right. Southlake got me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check them out at TRAJANwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trades and Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trades and Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trades and Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trades and Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at tradesandwealth.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Simple. Wild Fork Foods has your centerpiece. Find your perfect turkey, butterball, or organic. Need easy? Try our turkey tenderloins or choose a smoked ham or duck breast alternative. Visit one of 9 spots or wildforkfoods.com for free delivery.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth every Tuesday at this time, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark, how the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
Doing wonderful. Win against the Eagles and comeback fashion will do that. Now we're 48 hours from the Chiefs. Kansas City a 3-point favorite here. From my perspective, that's an easy bet on the Cowboys because Kansas City's not that good. Cowboys are at home. How do you see it?
Well, I mean, I think Kansas City, you say they're not that good because the record's 6-5, but they're still Kansas City. They still have one of the best coaches in all the National Football League and one of the best schematic guys as far as designing and executing plays. And then defensively, they've got a great defensive coordinator, really good special teams coach. They just have been a little bit off. It's that kind of second play. Like, when I watch Patrick Mahomes, he can still make all the plays, and be on time and just orchestrate the offense when it's on schedule. But it's the off-schedule stuff that they haven't been as connected with. And they missed a couple late in that game against the Indianapolis Colts. But, you think about this. In the Indianapolis Colts, in that fourth quarter in overtime, their offense, the Colts offense, had 18 total yards of offense, 3 3-and-outs, 9 plays in the fourth quarter. And, so this Kansas City is still formidable that way. They're still a tough team to knock out. So big props to the Cowboys for coming back from 21 down. That was an amazing game, amazing second half that they played. But Kansas City is they're still one of those teams. And until they're dead, I'm still very, leery of what they're able to do.
Hey, Stink, when you get one of these games where it's an AFC team against an NFC team and you're on the road, but it's not a lot of familiarity between the two teams. Are you guys playing this game kind of blind and just on basics, or how do you navigate one of these, like play a game and 4 days later kind of things?
Yeah, well, when you don't normally in these Thursday night games, they usually try to have kind of a divisional
deal, right?
Yeah, something you're familiar with. In these, and this is where identity really becomes important. Like when you are beat up and you're on a Thursday night game, or a Thursday game, that to me is where you have to have a certain kind of identity. You have to understand what you do well, what you always build your offense and your defense off of, the sound principles that become kind of who you are, because those are the things that you have to execute. Those are the things you have to lean into. And we've seen a lot of these Thursday night games. I'll go back to that Broncos-Raiders game here in Denver where it was like a 10-7 ball game. And a lot of these Thursday night games are ugly. Yeah. And I think a lot of that truly is a lot of teams don't really have an identity. They're so schematic-based, based upon what you struggle with. And so week in and week out, they're not going, hey, man, we're going to hang our hat on these principles. This is our tenets, and this is where we're going to hang our hat. They're like, hey, what does that team not do well? We want to run some of that in this game plan. And so to me, it's always the team that has the strongest tendencies, that really understands who they are and what they do well, has the best chance to play well on a Thursday night.
Sting, we've talked a lot more about the Cowboys' use of the 5-man lines now with the addition of Quinnen Williams. And to me, I think it's more about getting your best defensive linemen on the field. But from an offensive line standpoint, what are the challenges that 5-man front presents? But also maybe how can you exploit that as an offense?
Yeah, well, I think, when all 5 guys are covered, right, there are no double teams. So you are single blocking everything. Which again, when you've got a guy like Quentin Williams, that's a challenge. That's a challenge for any offensive lineman to go up against a guy that's that big, that powerful, and that athletic. So that's always a concern. But I guess the biggest issue is when you get into those kind of big packages and you get into those 5-man fronts on first down, normally you don't have your best pass rushers on the field. So that's an opportunity for an offense to say, okay, we're going to get into heavy personnel, we're going to match them, but we're going to throw the ball out of this. So do we have multiple weapons at the tight end position? Like when you get into those fronts, a lot of times you're getting access to the outside. I've got one-on-one coverage with my wide receivers, or at least one of my wide receivers. So that's a favorable matchup on first down. Can you exploit them in the passing game on first down? Can you go after them off your play action stuff and in your base kind of personnel groupings? Because a lot of those fronts, man, let's face it, they're there to stop the run. They're not the best of pass rushers, so you do get some favorable passing concepts out of that.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide's on your side.
Mark, if you were a defensive coordinator, would George Pickens scare you more than CeeDee Lamb?
They would. Listen, man, I'm scared of everybody. I was an offensive lineman. We are all Chicken Little, right? Both of those dudes are just dynamic players. So it's pick your poison. You're gonna try to roll coverage to at least one of them. And, the other guy's going to get some favorable matchups. So they're both really freaking good. I think that Pickens is, just on the deep balls and some of the stuff that he does, great point of contact guy, great high point guy, just great on that stuff. So, but they're still, both of those guys are really, really good. And it is one of those pick your poison type of situations.
What do you expect from the Eagles here in the final 6 games? Is there any way they're running out of the Band-Aids to keep everything together?
Yeah, well, I mean, they have definitely not produced on the offensive side of the ball. Of course, it's been interesting to watch A.J. Brown, after this, I talked about on the Stinking Truth podcast, crickets, right? I mean, he has 8 catches, 110 yards, and a TD, and there's crickets. He's happy as a lark. We lost, but, man, at least I got mine, so I seem to be happy. And, when they're winning games and he's got 3 catches for 37 yards, he's irritated. So it's really interesting to see kind of how that team is built. Again, I keep looking at that team saying, hey, man, I understand that you're trying to kind of evolve as an offense, but what you did well was run the ball and run the quarterback designed runs and the RPO stuff off of that. And that's what your quarterback executes exceptionally well. And when you run that, a bunch of that quarterback design run, when it's truly 11-on-11 football, and you run the ball that way out of those personnel groups, you're constantly going to get one-on-one coverage on the outside because you got to bring extra people into the box. You got to roll down a safety early into the box, and you got to try to stop that stuff. And so then you get those one-on-one access throws to the outside that are just easy pickings. And ultimately, that's what you do well. And I know they're trying to evolve as an offense and try to take some hits off the quarterback that they paid a lot of money to and all that. But that's not what he does well. So, you get to this point in the season and you got to lean into what you've done and what you've had a history of doing and doing well. And ultimately, to me, they're just not a drop-back football team. That's not how they're built. Dak Prescott's a drop-back quarterback. Jalen Hurts just isn't.
Take us through the Schler of Thanksgiving. What's on the menu? Any family traditions?
We do. My mother, for years and years, before she passed away a couple of years ago, she always picked just fresh Alaskan cranberries. And so she'd go cranberry in every year. And so we've got bags of cranberries in the freezer, and they're really tiny little tart cranberries. So I make cranberry sauce, and all I eat on Thanksgiving, I don't care about stuffing or mashed potato, anything. I eat turkey slathered in cranberry sauce. Yeah. That's it. That's all I want. And it's phenomenal. So my wife does all the cooking, except I'm in charge of the cranberry sauce. Yeah. And I slave for at least an hour over the cranberry sauce, and then I just wait to chow down. So that's kind of how it works.
Enjoy the games. Enjoy week 13. That's where we're at. All right, Mark Schlereth. Thanks, buddy. Have a great week.
You guys too. Happy Thanksgiving.
Cheers. There he goes. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider Calls on the Stinkin' Truth podcast is Mark Schlereth every week, but calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. I messed that up. It's a good thing the week is ending early for me.
Hell of a job. What you thinking and what you drinking?
Where are we going next, Eric?
Football's finest. Let's play a brand new game, and it's a bit wordy, and it's called Guess the Long-Tenured NFL Head Coach Who Wants a Change of Scenery next here in the nation. But Tolos, I got to tell you about my friends in Fort Worth. The all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, and it's conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. I was in the car business for a couple of years, and let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's a big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he is delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And do not miss the fall tire event. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. From brakes to maintenance, they've got it all through November 30th. All right, you got 5 more days to capitalize on Alliance Hyundai's fall tire event. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. Now, every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And make sure you check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Now, their state-of-the-art facility features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The 26 candidates in the modern era players category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame have been announced, and one of them is kicker Adam Vinatieri, who was a finalist last year and didn't make it in. Now, other than class size, can anybody give me a reason why Adam Vinatieri was not waltzed right into the Hall of Fame as a kicker? This is Gresh.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
Get that in-zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Your credit cards are stacking up. It's time to make home equity loans great again with TexasLending.com. Get those credit cards refinanced today at lower rates, saving you hundreds or thousands each month in payments. Call TexasLending.com, the home equity loan experts in Texas. TexasLending.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventative care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, and natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health focus on underlying causes for long-term vitality, transformative, individualized. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, cash, FSA, and insurance. Visit mensteclinic.com. It's mensteclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the Nation here on a Thanksgiving Tolo Toxic Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. Got Jake Ferguson show coming up here in about 15 minutes. Let's kick it over here to Eric Chiafalo with an edition of Football's Finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we have a very important question to answer right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, Justina Anderson talking about the coaching carousel. She says in a tweet earlier today, there's a long-time NFL head coach out there who is considering wanting a change of scenery and has told others of these thoughts. If he acts on those lingering feelings, his departure would clearly add to the list of vacancies. Now, when you look at the longest tenured coaches in the NFL, you're talking about guys like Mike Tomlin, who's been with the Steelers since 2007, John Harbaugh, been with the Ravens since 2008, Andy Reid, with the Chiefs since 2013. I mean, those are your longest tenured NFL head coaches. McVay's been there with the Rams for a while. He seems pretty dang happy. Yep. And when he's done with the Rams, he's probably just done with coaching anyways for at least an extended period of time. Go in the booth, do something like that. But everything is just sunshine and rainbows right now when it comes to the Rams. So I don't think it's him.
I think it's Tomlin. I mean, before you even gave the list of names, Tomlin came to mind. So, I mean, last year, going to that game in Pittsburgh, and Gavin, I'm sure you can attest to this now, looking at that team with everything you've got going on the podcast side, that fan base has been ready for a change. They were pretty out on Mike Tomlin there. I mean, they haven't won a playoff game since I think it's 2016. And I think Mike Tomlin is a good coach, but it does seem like things have just it's stale there in Pittsburgh right now. I think a change of scenery would be great for both sides.
I think as a leader of men, I don't think you can do any better than Mike Tomlin. I think he crushes press conferences, he crushes communications, like everything is good. The toughness, the accountability, the discipline, like Tomlin's a 10 out of 10, but he's been on that job for 2 decades. The NFL has evolved a lot, and I think he might have even been antiquated when he took that thing over. He just had great coordinators in Mr. Bruce Arians,
Dick LeBeau,
and Dick LeBeau. And he won the Super Bowl with that team.
Yeah,
big Dick LeBeau.
But now,
what has he done?
They're bottom 5 in play action. They're the worst team at throwing over the middle of the field.
Yeah, he can't hire an OC. I mean, Matt Canada to Arthur Smith, and the fact that Arthur Smith's name's still popping up in head coaching as a candidacy, I mean, I don't know what the league looks at sometimes. He's not a good offensive coordinator.
I could see it being Kyle Shanahan, but I think that's the absolute end of the list, and he's already been there for 8 years. Obviously, Sean McDermott doesn't want to go anywhere. Yeah, it's got to be Tomlin.
Yeah, you would think. And I would imagine he would be like an extremely hot
I'm
commodity.
sure somebody would absolutely want. And then I think, did Justina also have Bill Belichick? There's 2 teams that are interested in him, her knowledge.
Yeah, she did mention that as well, that Bill Belichick does still have some respect around the league, and there's at least 2 teams she knows of that would like to chat with Bill about their position at some point once the season concludes.
So, gotta do it if you're the Giants, I think. That would be,
Yeah.
You got to give that a shot if you're the Giants.
Remember Bill a couple of weeks ago came out and said, I am not interested in the Giants job. And there had been really no inclination that the Giants were even trying to go for him. Just wanted to kind of get that out there a little bit. So maybe Mike Tomlin has just sort of had enough. And if you're a team with a legit quarterback and some type of a stable offense, then I could understand wanting to go with Tomlin for sure. But he hasn't been able to identify an offensive coordinator or a quarterback since he's been there. And so that's a huge question mark. And then he plays extremely scared. I don't know that he would really pivot from that. That's just kind of who he is. He's down to punt the football. He's
and the
against going for it.
The thought is that we don't know if he can hire a coordinator because he insists the coordinators don't throw it over the field. Over the middle of the field. Because we don't want to turn the ball over. We want to take the ball away more and play defense.
Keep the ball out of harm's way.
But now, the thing is they have one of the most efficient run games out there, but they're not running it much because Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. Yeah. And we're passing a lot even though we don't have a real wide receiver too. There's so much weird going on, and there's 24 legends that have been very vocal. So all signs pointing to it's the end of the line for him. And, the Steelers have this ridiculous streak going where they've never fired a head coach. So maybe they need him to kind of get this thing started I'm going to leave.
Yeah, I don't see Pittsburgh pushing him out.
No.
Maybe Tennessee's a good fit for him. Cam Ward, disciplinarian kind of guy. Vrabel's overachieved there with the same type of no-nonsense, set the culture. Just spitballing jobs that are already open. Maybe that's one that would be good for him.
Well, speaking of the Steelers, I did love the Dan Graziano report on Sunday morning that Aaron Rodgers arrived at Soldier Field and walked one lap around the field, flipped off a couple of the cameras that were filming, and went back inside.
Yeah.
And then shortly after that, we got the report that he was going to be out for the game. All right, J.J. McCarthy, how about this? Stat of the day, ranks 851 out of 852 quarterbacks in EPA per dropback among qualified passers since the year 2000.
He was playing concussed, okay?
Who is 852 if J.J. McCarthy is 851?
Is there a guy from BYU back in the day? The guy from the Jets.
No.
Zach Wilson? Jamarcus Russell. I was trying to think of terrible quarterbacks.
Oh, okay.
Right, I saw that meme last night. Yeah, I almost retweeted it and said he's a good quarterback. Get over it.
You didn't want me to draft Jamarcus Russell. Get over it.
Oh, my gosh.
But Lane Kiffin, man, I'll tell you what. I can't believe I hired him as a coach. He's terrible. He told me that guy could play. I don't know what he was thinking. He's terrible.
The thing with JJ, he just can't throw it where he wants it to go, right?
Right,
30% of his passes are just so far offline.
Yeah, his uncatchable ball rate is pretty high. The Giants are 2-5 when leading by 10 or more points. They have an opportunity now to be the first team ever to lose 6 games where they've led by 10 or more points, and they have 5 more chances to go ahead and break that record.
Hey,
so we'll be pulling for them.
Real quick, do you think that maybe that Minnesota moves on from McCarthy and maybe the Raiders of the team with Tom Brady being the guy there?
The Michigan Connect?
The Michigan Connect?
There's a lot to like.
I don't know what quarterbacks Tom Brady really likes. I thought he liked Shedeur Sanders. I thought that was his guy.
That was the big rumor.
Yeah.
Well,
and then he had 7 opportunities to draft him.
Don't believe those rumors. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really know what the situation
Tom just
is.
Likes
there.
himself. He wants to be able to just draft himself.
Okay. Before we close it down here, let's get you the John Gruden Nicey edition of the week.
I scalded the heck out of my mouth.
A Texas
hit that hot chocolate, didn't you?
Oh gosh!
You guys are hot chocolate. You guys going hot chocolate in here?
I have no feeling in the top of my mouth now. Like for Thanksgiving, I'm screwed.
I did the same thing whenever I was sick over the weekend with the bone broth. Got a little overzealous.
What a loser!
Let that thing breathe a little bit, Brian. It's a rookie move to put that lid on that thing.
A Texas edition of John Gruden's Nicey Players and Teams of the Week.
A waste of time.
What a year it's been in Texas for football. South Lake High School, Allen High School playing for championships. How about college football? Hook 'em, wreck 'em, gig 'em. You gotta love 'em. And how about the Houston Texans? You know, not long ago, they were 3-5. They lost to Denver. They lost their quarterback. But have you seen Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter? It reminds me of that Johnny Cash song. I hear the train a-comin'. It's rolling down the track.
Got me feeling nice.
Davis Mills has picked up the slack, and nobody has this defensive attack. Oh, and how about the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh.
You know, Jerry Jones and his Cowboy defense, they were mightily criticized. They were down 21-0 after 3 possessions against the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. But they gave up nothing after that. 3 3-and-outs. Sammy Williams has a forced fumble. Osa Odigizua with a big sack. Dak throws for 354. It looked like easy pickings. How about the Cowboys?
Thank you, John Gruden.
Freaking nailed it, dude. I don't know about the rhyming. I might want to table that, but he's trying to evolve it a little bit. I see him working. He's not complacent.
No, he's workshopping.
Okay, we got the Jake Ferguson show coming up next here. Of course, Ohio State, Michigan on Saturday, Bama, Auburn. Both those games will be heard right here on the Fan. You'll hear Jake Ferguson next year in the nation.
But Toles, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. That's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
The biggest ever Mesquite Gun Show this weekend, only at the Mesquite Convention Center. Over 800 tables of guns, ammo, shooting supplies, and more. Come buy, sell, or trade. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking for that special piece to add to your collection, we have what you're looking for. Visit our website at premiergunshows.com or call 817-732-1194. The biggest ever Mesquite Gun Show this weekend only.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom, Zentex Remodeling Group hit all the right notes. Need a new bathtub or shower? Zentex can get it done in as little as 1 day. Save $999 on your new bath or shower system or 0% interest financing, plus a free Kohler toilet with purchase. Trust me, you'll be singing in the shower before you know it.
Call 855-4ZENTEX.
Hey, Tolos! Join Shiner Spirits and 105.3 The Fan's Fan University live this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. at Jake's Burgers, 10031 Marsh Lane in Dallas. The Shiner truck will be on site with prizes. Grab a loaded Bloody Mary or Texas Special. JakesBurgersandBeer.com.
Yeah, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to take a moment and wish you a happy holiday. Hopefully everybody has a joyful time and is safe. But if negligence finds you in your life, maybe you're on your way home from Thanksgiving or skipping across town. Maybe you're working on the holidays. Whatever the case, if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels, 214-817-333-3333. I'll give you that number again just so you have it handy. You know, it's getting cold. It's getting wet out there. You might have even witnessed some accidents over the last week, as I have, and it's always very unsettling. You hope everybody is okay, and that's not always the case, right? What the Frankels do when you're not okay is they make sure you don't settle for less, because the damage that somebody's negligence has brought to your life, it can be very, very expensive to remedy. You can be looking at decades of pain and suffering and inconvenience. Maybe you have a handicap. You're not going to be able to get around like you used to. Got to put that blue placard on your rearview mirror when you pull into the parking lot. That's called quality of life right there. How do you put a number when somebody robs you of that for the rest of your time on Earth? Well, the Frankels know exactly how to do that. On top of that, maybe you need a new vehicle. It's been totaled. Maybe you need a new career. You need career re-education. There's, a very significant toll I know is already racking up in your head, probably getting to close to 6 figures, if not 7. So when it happens to you, just know that up here at the Fan and the Dawson household, we trust the Frankels above all others. Their name commands respect in North Texas courtrooms. They'll make sure you don't settle for less. So hurt not your fault. Call the Frankels. Go to frankofirm.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, you can take advantage of the massive savings this month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Wrap Up the Year sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
In 37968.
Here we go. It's time for the Jake Ferguson Show here on The Fan. The segment's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. The Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Here he is coming off another good game, 5 catches for 60 yards. As the Cowboys were victorious, comeback fashion against the Eagles. And a good afternoon, Jake. How the heck are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing great. You know, that win's going to fortify us for a while, at least a couple of more days. Now, what was your perspective? I mean, how awesome was it to be on the field as all that was coming together?
Yeah, great win. We call that competitive stamina in the building. But, it was weird. Like, there was a point it was 21-0, and like Dak was walking around, and he's like, we've been in this spot, like we can do, like we've put up 21 like this. It's like we're good. And they're really like the whole vibe of the offense. There never really was a doubt. Like there was always a good feeling in that one. And the message going in at halftime was we just got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. And yeah.
And you guys did that. And then, I mean, we've talked this year about how maybe you could feel extra pressure because the defense was giving up so much. But 41 minutes of scoreless football against the champs from the defense. What can you say about that side?
Yeah, the defense, were lights out right there. And, I mean, that's a testament to how hard they've been working these past couple of weeks. They're in doing extra meetings and stuff like that. And, obviously having the 2 new additions, like, it's nice. And they're a force. I would not want to be blocking that D-line.
Hey, tell me, I was watching the game, and I was sitting there, and I was surprised that Zach Bond. Were you surprised that Zach Bond let you inside like that on that route, that seam route up the field? Looked like you were going to try and take him outside, and he kind of went a little wide on you there, right? That's a little adjustment.
Are you talking about the one I caught in the red zone?
In the red zone. The red zone. Yeah, the red zone one. I'm sorry. It looked like to me from the end zone copy of the game, he went a little wide on you, like made a little adjustment to get inside of him like that. It was a nice route on your part.
Yeah, really that's something, we've just been working on is some seam balls and stuff like that, and just, not trying to make it all look the same and marry things up and, just try to put it all together. But yeah, when he buzzed past me, I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So, once I made that inside move, and then I took a couple more steps at that safety just to kind of pause his feet for a second and then try to snap it off. Cause I know, that on that specific play, that's where Ford's wanting to go with it. So, just trying to pause him there for a second, just because I saw that it was shell.
Yeah, did you have a feeling you were going to get the ball when you knew Nakobe Dean, a little bit shorter Mike linebacker, was kind of playing in the middle there?
Dude, you blocked the heck out of him on that Dak touchdown.
Yeah, you wore him out. But I was thinking like, a little shorter Mike linebacker. This one's got a chance.
Yeah, I always tell him put it up. I'll go up and get it.
Yeah,
I loved it when you made. You were Bond's daddy. He's trying to tackle you at the 10-yard line. You said, "Get off me," and then you end up getting tackled. It was like 9 Eagles that had to bring you down. But you started getting contact at like the 10-yard line. You make it down to the 2. Like those are the types of plays that Cowboys Nation just fall in love with, Jake, and we just appreciate you for it.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll tell you this: I got to hold the rock better a little bit when I'm fighting for yards, because it usually tends to come out when I only got one hand on it and I'm fighting for yards. So, as Coach Lunda Wells calls it, Wakanda forever. And put both hands on it.
Did your heart skip a beat on that final drive when it rolled out of bounds on you?
Oh yeah, that's like the worst. Yeah. So that's got to get cleaned up. But I tried to swipe at it to knock it out of bounds because I knew I was flipped around and I could swat it backwards. So yeah, that was light flash.
Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So what's George Pickens been like as a teammate? That dude is freaking balling right now. And I guess word on the street is he's got a handshake with everybody. Do you have like a personal handshake with Pickens?
Just a little one every once in a while. But like that dance move I did at the Jets was me. It was me.
Okay.
And I couldn't find him at first. That's why I kind of looked ridiculous. But then I found him running off the field. But, the one word I would use to describe GP is misunderstood. Truthfully, if you really get to know the guy, all I can say is he loves the game of football. Mm-hmm. And if you really get to take the chance to get to know the guy, and honestly, that's a testament to this team and Shoddy and this culture that he's built. How you get to know guys and the deeper level we're going, sitting down with them or, maybe just talking and asking those deeper questions about guys and trying to learn more about them. I think that's gone a long way. And when you really care about him and get the chance to know him, you realize he's the most misunderstood dude ever. He's a good dude. He's funny. And then he just on top of that, he's a baller. It's insane watching what he's doing right now. It's pretty incredible.
Is Shoddy the total package as a head coach?
Yeah, for sure. He's funny for sure. It's perfect. And, we got a good group and we're just, trying to keep moving forward and be where our feet are at the same time. So
I love it. Now, speaking of handshakes and celebrations, will you consider bringing back the red kettlebell whack-a-mole bit that you had with Hendershot going a couple years back? Or
See, I love the kettle. The kettle will be used in future celebrations. However, I don't think we can do the same thing. I've had one for a long time. I haven't scored or I didn't score all last year. I had one that was so good, but I haven't get to use it yet.
Oh, maybe this week's the week.
I think Jake, we asked Dean Blandino, the guy, the officials guy, and he said that the red kettle is now a prop. So you can't. It's kind of like jumping on the goalpost and stuff like that.
Jerry will eat the fine, Jake.
Yeah,
okay.
So you might get a letter from the league if you in your locker if you jump in the kettle.
Kids. It's for the Salvation Army.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's raising awareness.
No, there.
I'll match. Yeah. I'll tell you this. If I get fined, I'll tell you this right now. Put it down on paper. You got it. if I get fined for celebrating in the Red Kettle, I will match whatever my fine is to the Salvation Army.
There you go.
I love it. That's a man of the people right there,
go.
Jake Ferguson.
Let's
So
go.
how is it playing on Thanksgiving, and is it challenging, obviously, on the short week, but now you're playing an uncommon opponent in Kansas City?
Yeah, I think, the short week really got me my rookie year. But now just kind of knowing and being in here and, this being a fourth year, I kind of get it, and you kind of have a process, and you kind of understand what's coming. And like honestly, the coaching staff has done a great job of taking care of our bodies, but also like making sure we're prepared, which is that's huge. But like when I'm not at the facility, like it's all work on my body. But then at the same time, like there's a little bit more film involved because there's way less days, and I'm my normal presentation, there's presentations that we do and stuff like that, and it just moves things up really fast. So that doesn't really get me anymore. I just kind of have a process now. And then, Kansas City coming in here, Thanksgiving, uncommon opponent. Short week to watch, set opponent. It's exciting. It's good old fashioned ball right there.
So do you have a presentation that you give to the other tight ends?
Yeah, I do red zone.
So and that's kind of like teaching you how to coach while being a player, so you understand it better. Is this?
Yeah. I'd say a little bit. Lunda Wells does this. Tight ends coach Lunda Wells does. He's got this thing where, and there's a huge saying. If you can teach it, you know it.
Yeah.
So kind of given that, so I kind of give a presentation on, hey, this is what we're going to see in this area, X, Y, Z. This is what we have, stuff like that. And it's almost kind of like we call it the breakfast club. We come in an hour early and just meet, hang out with the guys, but also we're doing tape and we're chopping it up. So,
well, do you have any? What are some of the things you guys are doing for the rookies these days? Are they bringing you some treats and stuff for the road trips, or what's that looking like?
I'm not as strict as a vet as what I've had. We don't have a fine board in my room. Mm. We did just find the rookie today $20. It's the first fine of the year. He threw a tennis ball at the wall out of nowhere, and it scared everybody. That's just completely out of context. But yeah, I used to get fined $20 every time I mentioned where I went to college.
Yeah.
But there's little petty room fines, but it all goes towards a good cause at the end, like the end of the year trip. But at the same time, when I was a rookie, we didn't even go on a trip. So but no, I don't really do anything for the rookies. And we only have one in the tight end room. I do make him decorate the room. So he came in and did Halloween, but we've been harping on him lately that the Christmas decorations aren't up. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, up OTAs, they tuck in their shirts. We're pretty good to them.
Yeah, I'd say.
I mean, is there a vet that is the biggest stickler on this in the locker room?
No, I feel like we're all pretty good. It's more of if a rookie does something dumb, we'll be tuck in your shirt or something like something. You know what I mean? But no, we're good to them.
I remember going on road trips and the rookies were bringing bags of wings. There were guys that were getting on the plane and bringing food on the plane for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just remember, and there was guys that were almost late missing the plane. We were sitting there up there in the media section, and I'm thinking man, where's this guy? Where's this guy? And all of a sudden you see one of these rookies comes running on with 4 big old bags of wings.
Yeah.
And just almost missed the flight to get the wings, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the O-line still does that. The big bodies.
Sure.
They still do that, but I'm fairly laid back when it comes to the rookies, but I honestly think the O-line's fairly strict in their room right now. It might be a strict year for them.
Is there anything unique for a proper Wisconsin family Thanksgiving?
Oh, interesting. I've always just been a stuffing guy.
Mm.
I'll shout out my grandma Cindy, my grandpa Barry's wife, Grandma Cindy. She always tries to do something new every year, and there was one year she made these. This is going to sound bad. These kale chips, but they were actually really good.
It does sound horrible.
She's yeah, it does sound horrible. But she's a wizard. She's a wizard in the kitchen. So I also like the leftover sandwich at the end.
Oh, it's the best.
That's good.
Are you hosting this year?
Yeah, I got 9 people in my house right now.
Whoa,
nice. Yeah, might be a hotel sleep tonight. We'll see.
We're gonna have post-game turkey legs again. Is Dak bringing the turkey legs again to the game, or?
Yeah, there might be some turkey legs involved for sure.
That was fun. Well, thank you, sir. Give him hell on Thursday afternoon. We'll definitely be pulling for you, and thanks again for joining us here on The Fan.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys. You have a good one.
Salute. There he goes, Jake Ferguson here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through The Fan. Joins us most Thursdays about this time, but, well, of course, with the Thursday game this week, we got it locked in for Tuesday, so thanks to him for floating the sked for us. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
What a lead-in by Ferg. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that man scores touchdowns for the Cowboys. You know what I'm talking about? We got to let that man have his room. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. I'm not from L.A. It's just my initials, Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend, this holiday weekend, if there's anything you think I should be playing when we come back. At Lucky Lucius P on all social media platforms.
I'm always in the mood for that. Greens, beans, tomatoes, potatoes, ham, spam.
You name it! Chicken turkeys.
Rabbit.
Yeah, man. All right, so our winner and champ of this G-Bag of the day so far is One Day Going for Two, Trap House Sports. Made a Eagles diss track. You want to hear it? Here it goes.
I'm your biggest hater, ain't no other like me. I'm talking fly, Eagles fly your ass back to your seats. Going up by 21, don't mean none, cause y'all still came through and put the L in Kelly Green. Belt dash. AJ Brown teeth look like toilet seats. He look like he capable of biting a chunk out of a knee. Belt dash. I got CTE, so please don't come for me, cause I heard that the E in Eagles stood for EDP. Yeah, Sunday night, I turned my hatred on. Yeah, the game was in their hands, but they ain't stay that long. What? So why they grab his ass? Bro, that's the play they call. Jalen Hurts. Yeah. Why his face that long? Why? I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the Eagles. I'm saying the
CTE. Yeah, he did that. I like that, brother. All right, yeah, holidays. Little collard greens coming at you. By the way, I like meat in my collard greens. I see there's a lot of ham fighting going back and forth online about putting meat in your collard greens and everything. I like meat in that thing. I sure do. All right, so here's what we got next. There's a girl right here. She parked her car at a baseball field right there near the outfield. Now, there was parking spots over there, so, I mean, it makes sense. But a ball, somebody hit a home run, and the ball hit the sunroof, busted that thing wide open, and she's crying about it. Now, I'm only playing this because her cry sounds so darn funny. I'm not laughing at her, but I guess I am.
What happened? Oh, you got hit?
Yes, my car.
I don't know, bro. Huh?
Bro.
I don't know. You probably shouldn't have parked there. It was the game before. Probably.
So who's gonna pay for that? Who we talking to?
You probably got to hit up the park, bro. Huh?
It wasn't me. Coach over there?
No, you got it because there was a lot of games today.
Yeah, there were 3 games. So there's no coaches over there? Oh my God.
No.
What's going on? Why they got parking? Alright, so why they got parking?
You got to hit up the park.
Who sent you here?
Oh my gosh.
Wilbur. Nah, I know. That's crazy.
She is a horse. Boo-hoo.
Sad.
I would say that's assumption of risk. I don't think she's getting paid.
Can't park there. Maybe at a softball game. You can get away with it. Maybe.
Can't park here.
Can't park here.
Eric Chiafalo sent me this one. Hilarious. Shout out to Sam Gannon over there at Fox 4 News. KDFW. Slow down there, Sam.
19 games. He said, though, they're going to enjoy that win last night, and now it's on to that Thanksgiving Day opponent against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, get him, Sam.
Yeah,
City got her once again.
She knows.
She caught it. She caught that thing, boy. She caught that thing. Pause. I know what I'm saying. I want to be respectful. Sam. What else we got for you boys? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, this is the one that everybody sent me. Sports 93.6 play-by-play. We got some Creighton radio broadcasters.
Yes, okay, good.
Crashing out. They got a late call, a blocking foul against they were playing Baylor. They crashed on out over this one, bro. Yes. I love this. This is the type of homerism I want to hear on my radio.
Shot clock. Carr into the paint. Missed the dunk. And a fucking foul. What are you talking about? That was 2 seconds after the play ended. Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set.
Where was he?
Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, and they called that.
Yeah.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Yes.
In a game that's been played out like this.
Yes.
What? Unbelievable. Bailout call by an incompetent referee.
Yeah.
And ball don't lie.
That's what I'm talking about. Get him. Who do you think you are? I am.
That's gold, man.
That's hype. I like that, bro. That's going to be hard to beat right there, bro.
You said it was some John Blaze. Did not disappoint.
John Blaze. I still got more, but I don't have more time. Yeah, I do. How about this one? I want to play this before the Cowboys play. Mr. Chirp. It's a song called Cowboys Nation.
Yeah.
I believe this might be AI, but if not, Mr. Chirp, you're hella talented, fam.
Leg drop downs, pocket clean as a whistle. Laser through your zone like a heat-seek missile. Javante pound rock, chuck your face in the dirt. Beer cans flying, rib stained shirts. City land rides got your corners all shook. Dance in the end zone, write that book. George Pickens high point, sky so tall. Snatch one-handed balls deep on y'all. Ferguson chain, move red zone savage. Scoreboard climb, just count the damage. How about them Cowboys? We them boys. We run this. We run this. Another Lombardi back to Dallas. Don't quit.
I know.
Whoa. That's when you know it's AI.
That's AI.
That's weed. That's weed.
That's AI.
Shake ass, Texas girls. Too legit. Too legit. How about them Cowboys? Rowdy crowd out. That's it. America's team. We
I see a future where AI is nominated for Grammys and stuff.
It's already on the Billboard. I had that for a story last week. Never got to it. Yeah, there's AI country track on the Billboard, bro. Come on,
I mean,
man.
I can't help it. If it jams, I'm with it. I want to hear it again.
Have your own Billboard category.
Exactly.
You don't fight against the peoples.
I like it. It's a good idea.
You're already stealing from the peoples. It's a hodgepodge of everybody that you like, okay, country, let me find something. And you just mix a little bit of everything with everybody, and now you got this song.
Yeah, AI Music Awards separately. Yeah. I can get with that. Is it Trap House Sports, our current champ? Is a girl parking at baseball field has a laugh like a horse or a cry like a horse? My BMW. She was trying to get somebody to pay for it, wasn't she?
Really was.
Yeah, she was putting on a show there. Nobody's going to bail you out. The park's not paying for it.
Who sent you here?
That could win. Sam Gannon with the South Park bit going on there.
Gannon.
Hopefully that's what we're calling the Chiefs by the time. What is this? What are we in now? About we're 49 hours away from the finale of that game. Is it Sports 93.6, home of Creighton? Late crash out there on the call against Baylor, or Mr. Chirp there with the Cowboys Nation song? One of the better Cowboys Nation songs I've heard, to be honest with you. But I'm voting for Trap House. Chief, how about you?
I'm going with the Creighton broadcast.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Hell yeah, me too, bro.
Wolchuk?
Shout out to Baylor.
Creighton broadcast.
Baylor.
Yeah, shout out to the Bears.
Yeah, Creighton.
By a score of 4-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the play-by-play call there at Creighton. They're in Nebraska. Sound like the play-by-play guys from Wisconsin, maybe? Maybe Chicago?
Yeah.
Something like that. Here's Lucius with Pimp Cup with LA Live.
All right, yeah. It's a, what is this, a Holiday Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live, right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Remember this?
Like, I'm a huge sports fan. You know, my favorite moment of the last year was in sports, that Detroit Piston Indiana Pacer bench clearing brawl. Wasn't that great? That was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I was so confused when I watched ESPN that day. They were like, that was absolutely disgraceful. Basketball fans, they're just supposed to I'm sitting there looking like, I'm a basketball fan. I loved it. I thoroughly enjoyed watching out-of-shape civilians get the kicked out of them by professional athletes. It was fascinating. And I think as sports fans, we kind of had it coming, right? Because how many times you gone to a game, right? You got a little too drunk. You started screaming at some dude on the field who could clearly kick the out of you, right? If you saw him in the parking lot, you'd be like, hey, can you sign my stamp collection? I think you're awesome. You get in the game, you're all drunk. You're like, you suck, buddy. You're a piece of shit. And they're always calling him up. Come on up here. No, come on up here. Well, they came up there. They did, and they kicked the shit out of everybody. It was great. It was like a cartoon. You're like beating up whole rows of people at once. Like, I loved every second. I love how Ron Artest punched the wrong guy. Wasn't that great? He taught that dude a valuable lesson in life. When shit goes down, you don't just stand there like you're watching a movie like, wow, it's coming right at me. Must be in 3D or something.
He did stand there.
That was a 5'6", 110-pound white dude, had an angry 6'10" black dude running right at him. That had to have been in his top 3 nightmares all time. Right behind getting his cut off and being lit on fire. Damn. He just stood there. He's like trying to explain himself. Well, I still have the liquid in my cup, so there's no way I could have...
Yes. Last Wednesday was a 21st anniversary of Malice in the Palace. Dang. We didn't talk about it, bro. Years. 21st. There was just 1 minute left in that game, y'all. There was 1 minute left in that game. They could not finish it. And they just kept picking on the craziest guy on the court, Ron Artest.
Yeah.
Everybody was picking on Ron Artest, bro. Where were y'all that night?
You know, I think that was a Friday night.
It was a Friday night.
I had a weekend show at this bar called the Cheerful Tortoise in downtown Portland the next day.
Cheerful Tortoise.
That sounds crazy. Oh, it was a great bar. It was a Portland State Vikings backer bar. But we had the best time talking about that. So that night, I guess I was watching ESPN highlights, and I was like, holy crap, I can't believe we get to talk about this tomorrow for 4 hours. My favorite part was the guy in the Pistons jersey. He looked short and stocky. I don't know, maybe he was like 6'1" and stocky, but he's running up to Jermaine O'Neal, and O'Neal's like full-on pro boxer, just like, this is fun. Ding, ding. Crumples him with the right hand. It's like, oh, my God.
Yeah, them knees was buckling out there.
But Ron Artest up there fighting over chairs and still swinging on dudes.
Ron was trying to mind his business.
Yeah.
Ben Wallace did too much, and then Ron tried to lay on the scorer's table, and then somebody threw something. Like, Ron was trying to mind his business.
Popcorn and a beer. Crazy.
Where were y'all? Where anybody else? Y'all probably in the womb.
I was in 4th grade. I was in my bedroom watching Bill Walton get on his soapbox and talk about how disgusting this was.
This is disgusting.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I definitely saw it on the Sports Center highlights later that night.
I was still working for the Cowboys, and I'm trying to figure what game we were probably getting ready for. So when was that? When was that date?
2002?
November 2004.
2004. November what was the
19th?
19th.
Yeah, we're getting ready to play the Bears.
On a Friday.
Yeah, we're getting ready to play the Bears. So, yeah, at home. Oh, was that the game? I wonder if that's the game that we started
Drew Henson. Yeah, I think it might have been.
And then Vinny Testaverde came in.
The second half.
Yeah.
Ouch.
The Jones brothers playing each other on Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Thomas Jones and Julius Jones.
Oh, my gosh. I was at this place that all the students and military folks would go to on Fridays called Red Dogs in Norfolk, Virginia, in a neighborhood called Ghent. A little artsy neighborhood out there called Ghent. And they would have dollar tacos on Fridays.
Ooh, wow.
So, man, they'd be packed up in that thing. And there was just one moment where there was just a guy pointing at the TV screen like Jesse Jackson on the balcony when King got killed, and he kept pointing, and somebody we finally looked up, and we seen the malice in the palace, bro, and everybody in the darn bar. I don't care what you're doing. You're throwing darts, you're playing pool, you're having a conversation. Everybody stopped to watch the fight. We came together as a family that night. We ate dollar tacos and talked about fighting.
Red Dogs will never be the same again after something like that.
What was that?
I don't know. That sounded like behind me in the roof.
Fell?
Yeah.
Something just crashed down.
So it was
DJ.
Did DJ just trip and fall?
It might have been DJ. DJ is around here doing stuff. I mean,
he's heavy-handed, too.
That was more of a knock than a thud.
Yeah, it was like somebody was like, hello, I'm here.
Yeah,
I thought the floor was about to fall in. I was like, oh, man, this is how I go out.
Is that run our test?
This is crazy. Yeah, man, I had to just talk about it a little bit because that was last week, but that has a place in my heart right there.
I feel like there was an era of court invaders and field invaders after that with violence happening. Remember the baseball game where the man and his nephew ran out there and fought the first base coach and stuff? It was a wild time.
There's been a lot of that lately.
Hey, Lucius, you said this place was called Red Dog, right?
Red Dogs.
In Norfolk?
Norfolk, Virginia, in Ghent.
Was it known as the Red Dog Saloon?
I'm probably. We just called it Red Dogs.
1421 Colley Avenue is what they're saying. The place.
Probably.
They say it's been permanently closed down.
Oh, we miss you, Red Dog.
Yeah, I was looking it up.
Oh, we'll always love you, bro.
I was looking it up here. Yeah, it says it's been. They had the. They shut it down. I was looking at the menu, by the way.
I seen Magoo from Timberland and Magoo in Red Dogs one time. He pulled up in his Ferrari and he ate some wings with his girl, and I was like, "Oh, that's Magoo."
They got some wings here. They got photos of wings and it looks like oysters. Maybe got some fried oysters or something.
Hell of a spot, man.
Yeah, clam strips. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, by the way, hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. It is a Toxic Holiday Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I totally forgot that we did not have a show on Wednesday. So I asked the Tolos the question today just to give me some Thanksgiving rules.
Oh,
get you prepared for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving rules.
Okay, Thanksgiving is coming up. So here go the rules in case you don't know them. Rule number 1, do not ask me about it you don't see me with no more, okay? Just mind your business. Now is not the time to experiment on dishes, okay?
Yeah.
Old faithful dishes only. Go with what you know. If you see me going outside to take a walk with my cousins, that was the last opportunity you had to ask me to do anything that required brain activity. I will not be functioning for the remainder of the evening. Do not ask me to. Do not ask me when I'm having children. That's y'all job. I'm not having any, so keep that over there. Don't come in here starting no political debate, okay? We don't want to talk about that. We came here to eat good, to drink good, and to play a little spades. Which brings me to my next rule. If you don't know how to play, don't sit at the table, okay? This is not Grey's Anatomy. We are not a teaching hospital. You will get tossed up out of there like a Caesar salad. Also, if you can't cook, just don't. We always need paper plates. Can't get enough drinks, you know what I'm saying? Don't struggle through this holiday and make everybody suffer. Last but not least, you say something crazy to me, I'm gonna say something crazy back to you. I don't have a filter anymore. My therapist told me that I need to learn how to establish hard boundaries with people, so I will be boxing out all Thanksgiving long. And in perpetuity. Oh, but that's your grandma. Oh, but that's your cousin. We're adults, okay? Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. Happy holidays.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Toxic Holiday Tuesday. Question for the Tolos. Rules for Thanksgiving. Give me some rules for Thanksgiving. I got these real quick during the show, too, by the way.
My mom would have a rule where you couldn't have the TV on while we were eating.
While you're eating, yeah.
You know, and they would drag it out. Like, oh, no, we're going to have another glass of wine, and no, you're not excused. I'm like, we've been here for an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah. Wow. It's time.
So I've made the rule the TV cannot come off at all.
Facts.
It's got to stay on all Thanksgiving.
Facts.
Yeah, if we can't see it, we're at least going to hear it.
Sound up. Okay, very good.
Yep.
Facts. Hey, that was the first one on the list. Football must be on the TV.
Bang.
Damn
now,
right.
I do start the day off with the parades.
Yeah. The Macy's.
Yeah, I do have the parades on.
Thanksgiving parade, yeah.
Sometimes I'm looking at them, sometimes I'm not looking at them, but the parades will be on. Another rule for Thanksgiving: no store-bought pies. This Tolo says.
That's a must.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair, man.
That is a must.
This is Thanksgiving. Let's.
I got nothing against the store-bought pies.
The store-bought pies for every other day.
That's lazy. That's just a lazy.
Everybody's got that one
friend
that cannot cook, though. I would rather have store-bought than your horrible.
Yeah, if somebody can bake them, awesome. If somebody brings it, I'm not going to knock.
Couple bags of ice, then you don't have to bring a store-bought pie.
Somebody on the fan text said the dog show too. Yes, I have the dog show on. Absolutely.
The Westminster show goes off.
Yeah,
then?
I love that. And the owner tries to run out there with the dog, and you try to see if the owner and the dog look alike because they usually do. Rules for Thanksgiving: if you can't cook, don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is this one? Boxed macaroni and cheese or instant potatoes are against the law.
The instant potatoes are gross.
Yeah, I have more of a problem with the potatoes.
Yeah.
I mean, because still Kraft Mac,
you can still hit.
You can doll them up.
It's still good.
Yeah,
it's
still
good.
Yeah.
It is at least still good. It's disappointing though.
Yeah.